A very intense labor of love at the time. It took months of time and years off of my life. Why? I just don't understand why.
This is not a kink book. This is an abuse book. I feel like it's doing too much for no reason, which is the whole book. I think I need a bigger mouth. More alcohol would fit into it. Forced to sign a book that probably has boogers all over it.
I doubt this will turn into something stupid. I'll need the hemorrhoid cream next.
You know what? Okay. I hope you're ready for this.
Is it really how everybody mistakes your weirdness for coolness?
Hi, my name's Rachel, and this is Weirdo Book Club. This channel is run by my best friend Natalie, who is letting me play co-host while she is sick. So I've once again commandeered this vessel, and today I am bringing you an extended cut of your host Natalie's work. And today's extended cut is on all of her videos on Haunting Adeline. You know why we're here. You click the thumbnail. This is some of Natalie's best work, or at least some of you seem to think so. Your fearless leader here has read Haunting Adeline, Hunting Adeline, and the bonus chapters. I've compiled all of these videos and put all of Natalie's hard work and all of Zaid's crimes in one place for you to consume, but with a couple little bonuses along the way. One of which I'll spoil for you now. Natalie and I did a Dark Daddy Mad Libs several years back with her role playing as Zaid from Haunting Adeline, and if you stay until the end, you'll be able to see that too. This is going to be a long one, so buckle in. Without further ado, here is our girl going over the mess that is Haunting Adeline.
Welcome back to my channel. If you're new here, my name is Natalie, and it's not too late to turn back. No hard feelings. Haunting Adeline by H.D. Carlton. I first heard about this book from TikTok. Everybody over there loves this book. It's a dark stalker romance. But I knew that it had gone too far when Hannah sent it to me. Hannah doesn't even use TikTok. And it found her. She was like, we gotta read it. So we did. And I have a lot of thoughts. I hope y'all like long content. Before we jump into the deep end with no floaties, I would like to pop some disclaimers up here. Number one, this video will contain spoilers. My goal is to ruin it for you so that you can satisfy your morbid curiosity without having to actually put yourself through it. You're welcome. I love you. I hate this book. I love you. There will be negative opinions, dramatic readings, and general shit talking on top of the spoilers. So if none of that interests you, I know for a fact that there are several people reviewing this book singing its praises. And, you know, no hard feelings, but yeah, it's okay. Number two, apparently there was a little bit of controversy surrounding this book at one time, dealing with anti-Semitism. I couldn't find much on this, but from what I gathered, H.D. Carlton was called out by a TikTok user. Carlton apologized to the Jewish community and promised to make appropriate changes to show accountability. I'm not Jewish, so this is not my apology to accept. I just wanted to throw it out there in case you are Jewish and don't feel like dealing with this kind of bullshit today. Number three, I would like to speak directly to the dark romance people who have inevitably found their way here. I want to clarify that I'm not coming for your genre. At this point, I think I'm a fan of the genre. I haven't found any well-written books in the dark romance genre, but I only started my account last year, so there's plenty of time. I am also an avid supporter of reading what you want to read and liking what you want to like, as long as you're not harming anyone else. I understand what dark romance means. I also understand that with dark romance, we should expect some darker, heavier subject matter and themes when it comes to our love interest or our main characters or the story in general. I understand that. I also understand that being into these types of things and reading and enjoying these types of books does not mean that you are condoning this type of behavior. I wanted to reiterate up front that I will be making fun of this book today. And I don't want you to take anything personally because, one, it's not personal. Two, everything I just said. And three, who gives a shit what I think? Don't. Last disclaimer, I think this is an abuse romance book where our main character, Adeline, is stalked, harassed, AR'd, and essayed throughout the book. I'll get into it a little bit more when we get to the trigger warnings part of this whole thing, but please know that I will be reading some excerpts, and I want you to take care of yourself first. I don't want anybody having a tough time if it can be avoided. So without further ado, let's get into the details of this book. Haunting Adeline is book one of the Cat and Mouse duet by H.D. Carlton. It is 583 pages. It could have been 200 pages. And it's classified as spicy, dark, stalker romance. I would classify it as abuse romance. Because that's what this is. That's what's going on. We'll get to it. The second book is called Haunting Adeline, and I have not read it. There's also a prequel novella called Satan's Affair that I have not read also. Will I read them? That's a tough one. I may consider it if you sign up for my Patreon. Integrated marketing. One upsetting tragedy at a time, please. The only synopsis or anything resembling a synopsis that I could find reads The Manipulator, Adeline. Socially awkward but wildly successful author. I can manipulate the emotions of anyone who lets me. Wait, I have to get through it first. I can manipulate the emotions of anyone who lets me. I will make you hurt, make you cry, make you laugh, and sigh. Come on, get it together, get it together, get it together. But my words don't affect him. Oh God, especially not when I plead for him to leave. He's always there, watching and waiting, and I can never look away. Not when I want him to come closer. Hardest thing I've ever done in my life. And under that, this is the synopsis, okay? It tells you nothing. The Shadow, aka Zaid, the stalker turned lover, criminal, shitty guy. I didn't mean to fall in love, but now that I have, I can't stay away. I'm mesmerized by her smile, by her eyes, and the way she moves, the way she undresses. I'll keep watching and waiting until I can make her mine. And once she is, I'll never let her go. Not even when she begs me to. It's rough. It's rough. The book features a dual POV between Zaid, the Shadow, and Adeline, the Manipulator, which, I gotta tell you, the manipulator thing, I don't know what the fuck they're talking about. We find out later in the book that she gave herself this nickname. First of all, you can't give yourself a nickname. Second of all, it's referring to her writing. She's an author, so she manipulates worlds and she is stupid and not manipulative in the slightest. I'd hate to read her books. But also, just the first line of the synopsis, I can manipulate anyone who lets me. Well, that's not manipulation then. That's them letting you do something. Like, I can steal anything from anyone if they let me have it. That's not stealing! I'm sorry, I can't yell this soon. Anyway, dual POV between Adeline the Manipulator and Zaid, the love interest, aka the Shadow. Adeline is annoying as shit. I swear to God. She loves spooky things, scary things, danger, adrenaline, and all things black, which is why I'm wearing my bat shirt today. All black everything. She's an edgy bitch. If I didn't say it right now, Carlton says it all the time. Not in so many words. She says it in a lot more words. It's painful. Speaking of Carlton, I can't decide if this is self-insert, but it feels like it to me, but more about that later. Next, we have Zaid, a self-employed, unstoppable. What is wrong with me? I don't know. This book has taken so much from me. He's a self-employed, unstoppable vigilante hacker guy who hunts down PDF file rings by any means necessary. He's also a stalker and rapist, murderer with heterochromia and a scar across his face. Hot. Those of you who've read the book might have noticed my lipstick. There's also a story within a story that doesn't matter because who cares? At the end of each chapter, we get this super well-designed, not at all tacky journal entry from the 40s. We find out through reading that the journals belong to Adeline's great-grandma Gigi, who was also in love with a stalker. And she ended every journal entry with a staple red lipstick kiss. Gigi hid these journals in a safe inside the walls of Parsons Manor. Adeline discovers them. It's a whole thing. What is Parsons Manor? Great question. It's a rickety old house that Adeline inherited from her Nana. It's been in the family for generations. It's supposedly haunted. I'm gonna go ahead and crush your hopes and dreams. I love a ghost story. Love ghosts. I thought we would get more of the haunting ghost aspect of this. We don't. There's barely anything at all. And Parsons Manor is mainly where Zaid stalks, harasses, and assaults Adeline. So cute. So we've arrived at the trigger warning section, and I'm going to break these down in several different ways. The main 3 trigger warnings that Storygraph listed were stalking, sexual assault, and sexual content. Here are all of them that were listed on Storygraph, but there were only 3 that made the cut. Just weird. My battery's gonna die already. My phone wants to die, and so do I. The version of Haunting Adeline that I read had a very short author's note with these trigger warnings. But I've seen a couple different versions, so I'm going to read the more updated one that I found. None of these conspiracies derive from a belief in anti-Semitism or QAnon, but from my own demented imagination, common conspiracies in the media, and many occult horror movies my dad used to watch growing up. Oh yeah, I forgot. This is QAnon fanfic. This book ends on a cliffhanger. The contents are very dark with triggering situations such as non and dub con between the main characters, graphic violence, human trafficking, child sacrifice, mentions of child death, explicit sexual situations. There are also particular kinks such as gunplay, somnophilia, having sex with someone while they're asleep, bondage, breath play, and degradation. This book was previously taken down due to the warning, but you can also find them in reviews, my website, or message me directly. Your mental health matters. While I appreciate the clarification in this updated note and the trigger warnings and the mental health matters thing, I still have some issues because I'm an asshole. Do not go into this book thinking that the PDF file rings are just background noise and they will only be mentioned or alluded to. There are chapters detailing these things, these busts that Zaid does, and the author is incredibly heavy-handed when it comes to writing about the PDF file rings and the violence that these children deal with. It doesn't make any sense, but it doesn't have to. That's another thing that I should have put in my disclaimers. You don't need your brain for this. You know that episode of SpongeBob where he only knows fine dining and breathing? Okay, you only need basic reading comprehension and breathing because we don't want anyone to die. I mean, you'll want to die, but I don't want anyone to actually die. But yeah, thinking's not really required. I don't think you need to think. I think you're supposed to just blindly read it and not take a second and be like, what? Because as soon as you do, the whole thing is stupid and it falls apart in your hands like a wad of wet paper towels. I feel like wet paper towels are actually pretty sturdy. You know, that's what I get. I'm thinking too much. Again, I need to cut it out. I saw another creator refer to this as QAnon fanfic, and I absolutely agree. I believe that Zaid's job as a hacker who breaks up and dispenses of PDF file rings is meant to be a shining light in his dark soul. It's meant to redeem him for stalking and raping and killing people. But hey, you can save every child on the planet. You're still a rapist. Another thing to be aware of before we get, this is so many disclaimers, but I feel like we have to do, I have a responsibility to you and I take that very seriously. So the R and the SA in this book, it may be labeled dub non-con, but actual crimes are being committed here. And in the original note, it was labeled as CNC, which stands for consensual non-consent. I spoke with another person about this book and they said that when they first picked it up, they asked a few people if there was SA in this book and they told them no. So this is me telling you that yes, there is. Yes, there is. Yes, there is. Yes, there is. I'm not a sexpert or a kink expert, but Google is free. So let's have a quick little sex kink lesson. Yeah? Okay. First, we're going to talk about consensual non-consent, or CNC. This is a sexual fantasy or role-playing thing that's meant to mimic forced activity. In order this to be done, however, both parties involved need to have consented to it. That's where the consensual part comes in. I don't believe there's any CNC in this book. Next, we have DubCon, which stands for dubious consent. This was coined by the fanfiction community in an attempt to put a name to the gray area between R and consent. For example, like situations where the distribution of power is obviously skewed. And as a result, one person cannot give meaningful consent. That's DubCon. Next, we have non-con or non-consensual, which I believe is just synonymous with assault, is it not? Let me know in the comments. Non-con is where one or both of the parties are forced into sexual activity. I think we have our winner. Non-con completely erases any autonomy that you may have over a situation. I think that's what we have in this book most of the time. But there is no CNC. None of it. The thing is, when it comes to kink, you can get these types of severe visceral reactions, but you have to have communication. You have to communicate this. Otherwise, it's a crime. Which leads me into my last little cluster. Listing out the kinks is great. However, this is not a kink book. This is an abuse book. Breath play, bondage, gunplay, all of these are kinks, yes. However, without consent, it's just a criminal attack. I'm sorry. If a man breaks into my house, a stranger I do not know, holds a gun to my head and SAs me, and then the cops show up and they're like, can you tell us what happened, ma'am? I'm not going to be like, gunplay? No, it's not what this is. God damn it. Let's just keep that in mind, okay? I appreciate the kinks being listed out, but this is not a kink book. This is an abuse book. What I would have said instead, there are a lot of violent sexual acts in this book that have guns, bondage, things like that, that include these things. But calling them kinks and saying that there are these specific kinks in this book, you have to have trust and communication if you are exploring kink in a safe, consensual way. Otherwise, it's a crime. I'm done. Now that we got those bits out of the way, let's talk about some of the things I didn't hate about this book. Don't worry, the list is very short. First, the cover. I love the cover. Some of you may not know, I'm an artist. I made this. I appreciate well-designed covers, and I do think that this is one of the more well-designed dark romance covers that I've seen. There's a lot to look at. It's pleasant to my eyeballs, and it's ominous, and I like it. Next is the setting. I love a creepy house. I love a dilapidated, creaky old house full of secrets and spider webs and ghosts. There wasn't much to that, sadly, so that was a huge bummer. But at the beginning of the book, when I was still stupid, I was really excited about this being set in such a creepy old house. That's the end of my positives. You made it. You made it to the end. I would apologize, but the negatives are really what we're all here for. So let's go. Am I ready to do this again? The foreboding prologue is where we're going to start. It features Adeline lying in her room in the middle of a storm while a man watches her from outside her window. I go through the motions just like I always do. My heart skips a beat and then palpitates. My breathing turns shallow and my hands grow clammy. It doesn't matter how many times I see him. He always pulls the same reaction out of me: fear and excitement. The skips a beat and then palpitates made me absolutely feral. And that was we're in the prologue. I don't know why I hate it so much. I just feel like it's doing too much for no reason, which is the whole book. Over 500 pages, just doing too much and not enough at the same time. Chapter 1. Sometimes I have very dark thoughts about my mother. Thoughts no sane daughter should ever have. Sometimes I'm not always sane. I'll just give you a minute there. Sometimes I'm not always sane. Addie, you're being ridiculous, Mom says through the speaker on my phone. I glare at it in response, refusing to argue with her. When I have nothing to say, she sighs loudly. I wrinkle my nose. It blows my mind that this woman, always called Nana dramatic, yet can't see her own flair for the dramatics. She's dramatic, but she can't see her own dramatics. She calls Nana dramatic. Say dramatic more. I included this to start us off because I wanted to show the immaturity and stupidity of the writing and Adeline. I'm setting the scene for you. Full disclosure, Adeline doesn't like her mom because her mom didn't like her Nana, but Adeline is very close to, or was very close to her Nana, Rip. So there's like turmoil, but who cares? I thumped my head against the headrest, rolling my eyes upward and trying to find patience weaved into the stained roof of my car. Woven? How did I manage to get ketchup up there? How did she get ketchup up there? You know what's so funny? We never fucking find out. Nana always had a positive, sunny outlook on life, viewing the world through rose-colored glasses. While Mom is cursed with a perpetual scowl on her face, looking at life like her glasses got smashed when she was plunged out of Nana's vagina. Lovely. Another theme of this book is that every other sentence is trying to prove to me how dark this is, how edgy these characters are. I swear to Christ. Anyway, Adeline's moving into Parsons Manor, daydreaming outside. Movement catches her eye from the attic window. Apparently there's no circulation up there, so nothing should be moving. She alludes to it being a ghost. I wish it was more exciting than it is. Throughout the book, Adeline tells us that she loves scary things and feeling afraid, so naturally she loves the idea of living in this creepy house, no matter what her mom thinks. Coupled with the looming storm in the background, Parsons Manor looks like a scene out of a horror film. I love that. I can't explain why, but I do. What my mother says. I'm living here. I'm a successful writer and have the freedom to live anywhere. So what if I decide to live in a place that means a lot to me? That doesn't make me a lowlife for staying in my hometown. I travel enough with book tours and conferences. Settling down in a house won't change that. I know what the I want, and I don't give a shit what anyone else thinks about it, especially mommy dearest. Ma'am, you're 26. We get a description of the house, and it sounds hideous. Black paisley wallpaper, black, white checkered tiles, thick gold curtains, chandeliers, red velvet couches with white lace pillowcases. Adeline says something so insightful though. So really, why do those white throw pillows have a border of lace around them and a weird embroidered bouquet of flowers in the middle? That's not cute. That's ugly. That's not cute, period. That's ugly, period. Not a single wrinkle of your brain matter needs to be engaged to read this book. Now that we're settled into the not cute, much ugly house, my legs are falling asleep, so is my brain. We accompany Adeline to a book signing when she's like really awkward with social interactions. A fan approaches her at the signing to get her to sign her book, and we get this uncomfortable exchange. "Oh my God, it's so awesome to meet you," she exclaims, nearly shoving the book in my face. Totally a me move. What the f does that mean? "Awesome to meet you too," I return. "And hey, Team Freckles." She gives a bit of an awkward laugh, her fingers drifting over her cheeks. "What's your name?" I rush out before we get stuck on a weird conversation about skin conditions. "Geez, Addie, what if she hates her freckles, dumbass?" Isn't that something? Adeline looks up and notices a shadowy man standing at the back of her event, watching her. She looks away and he's gone. Now that she's done being weird in the bookstore, her and her BFF Daya decide to go be weird at a bar. Daya is a treasure. You're gonna love her. "Addie, you need to get laid." In response, I wrap my lips around the straw and slurp my blueberry martini as deep as my mouth will allow. Hi, just real quick. Your mouth is connected to your esophagus, which is connected to your stomach. And by swallowing, you can essentially hold buckets. What are you? Daya, my best friend, eyes me entirely unimpressed and impatient based on the quirk of her brow. I think I need a bigger mouth. More alcohol would fit into it. Shut up. What? Just swallow it. I don't say this out loud, but I can bet my left ass cheek that her follow-up response would be to use it for a bigger dick instead. I'm crying a little bit. Like, I hate whatever style of writing this is. I really do. The like really in your face, blunt dick ass shit tits bitch language, just to make sure that we know that these people are edgy. I got it. I already had that. I got it. Anyway, Adeline's QQ, I suck at getting laid, and leads us further into hell. Daya gives me a droll look. "You've had plenty of opportunities. You just don't take them. You're a hot 26-year-old woman with freckles, a great pair of tits, and an ass to die for. The men are out here waiting." What is this shit with the freckles? Seriously, I just don't know what you're on about. I have them. They're like great, I guess. They're fine. I don't ever think about them. Anyway, Daya steals Adeline's phone, like the bitch she is, and texts a random number for a booty call. I love that. Edgy, fun, love it.
"Oh, I'm edgy. I'm on fire."
"Liberty, you're about as edgy as a butter knife."
If you're still not convinced that they're super fun and edgy, here are a few rapid fire excerpts to prove it. My eyes finally catch on our waitress and I flag her down desperately. She rushes over, probably thinking I found a hair in my food, when really, my best friend just has one up her ass right now. Her sage green eyes are illuminated with the type of evilness you would only find in Satan's Bible. Quick question there though. Are you talking about Satan's Bible by Robert Fries, or literally the Satanic Bible by Anton LaVey? Let me know. I growl and give her the filthiest look I can manage. My face would make a dumpster look like Mr. Clean's house. Okay. Anyway, Daya texts some toolbox named Grayson, and he's like, "I need to come to your senses, baby. I'll be over in 10. Adeline tells Daya she hates her, and Daya says, "I love you too, baby girl." Grayson meets Addie back at the manor and just jumps right into humping her and licking her neck for like 13 minutes. I don't know what that's about. In her blood red hallway. His Labrador days are cut short when a loud banging comes from the front door. Oop. He asks Adeline to go check because he's a little bitch. She finds nothing. But understandably, she's not really feeling super sexy after that. She goes back inside, and Grayson is now naked, save for one sock on his foot. And Adeline is like, no, did you not just... I'm not doing that tonight. I'm not in the mood anymore. Naked and pissed off, except for the sock, he storms off, leaving us with this iconic piece of literature. Get ready. "You're such a bitch, Addie. All you do is give me blue balls, and I'm sick of it. I'm done with you in this creepy fucking house." "And you're an asshole. Get the fuck out of my house, Grayson." His eyes widen with shock at first, and then narrow into thin slits, brimming with fury. He turns, cocks his arm back, and sends his fist flying into the drywall. A gasp is ripped out of my throat when half of his arm disappears, my mouth parting in both shock and disbelief. "Since I'm not getting yours, thought I'd create my own hole to get into tonight. Fix that, bitch," he spits. Still sporting only one sock and an armful of clothes, he storms off. What? 5 stars, no notes. 5 stars, no notes. We've reached the end of the chapter. We are met again with this super well-designed, not ugly, very authentic looking journal entry. We find out later, again, I'm just gonna tell you now, this belongs to her great-grandmother, Gigi. Gigi had a stalker. She fell in love with him. I know, crazy sauce. Chapter 2, I cannot believe that was just one chapter. This is our first shadow chapter. Everybody gird your loins. He is torturing someone. What else would he be doing? For information on a PDF file ring, a ringleader named Fernando. Once he tells him the deets, Zaid kills him. Casual. You're a child rapist, I say aloud, though he's no longer capable of hearing me. Like I'd let you live. I slide my knife from the socket, the suction noise threatening to ruin any dinner plans I had in the next several hours, which is annoying, because I'm hungry. While I do enjoy myself a good torture session, I'm definitely not a dickhead that gets off on the sounds that accompany it. Cool. Gurgling, slurping, and other... Yeah, tell us more about the noises that you fucking hate. This book could have been cut in half. He disposes of the body and then rolls into town searching for, quote, a mean-ass burger. Guys, everything has to be edgy. Otherwise, we might forget that it's edgy.
Oh, I'm edgy. I'm on fire.
He parks. He talks for a whole paragraph about how parking shit in Seattle. Wanders down the street while whistling like he's on fucking Andy Griffith. Ahead of me... Wait. Ahead of me, there was a bookstore lit up, the warm glow shining onto the cold, wet pavement and inviting passerby into its warmth. As I near, I notice it's packed full of people. I spare it a single glance before moving on. I don't care about fiction books. You're in a fiction book, dickhead. I only read the ones that are gonna teach me something. Good thing I didn't come to this book with that expectation, particularly about computer science and hacking. But now, there's nothing these books can teach me anymore. I've already mastered and then surpassed it. Just a friendly reminder from me. This is our love interest. We're supposed to like him. Huh. Also, buy now or anymore. Pick one. You don't need both. Just as he's about to continue on his quest for an Asperger, he catches a glimpse of the author's portrait advertising the event. I wonder who it is. Before me is a picture of an author that's hosting a book signing. She's fucking incredible. Long, wavy cinnamon hair brushed over dainty shoulders, creamy ivory skin with freckles dotting her nose and cheeks. Light and sporadic without overwhelming her innocent face. Loving the fragments, first of all. Keep them coming. Second, again, real quick, what the fuck is the deal with the freckles? I still don't understand this. What the fuck is this? Her eyes are what draw me in. Sultry, slanted eyes. The type that always looks seductive without trying. They're nearly the same color as her hair. A brown so light it's unusual. I thought her hair was cinnamon. One look from this girl, any man would be on their knees. Her lips are pouty and pink, stretched into a radiant smile with straight white teeth. At this point, I looked up what H.D. Carlton looked like. Remember I said I think it might be self-insert? I'm not saying that it is, but I would love to hear your thoughts. Leave them below. I note the name below the picture. Adeline Riley. A beautiful name fit for a goddess. Calm down. Calm down. She doesn't have that plastic beauty you see lining the magazine rack, though she could easily make it on one of those covers without Photoshop and surgery. Her features are natural. Can't properly compliment a girl without shitting on all the other ones though, right? Nailed it. I've seen a lot of beautiful women in my life. Fucked a lot too. Incredible. Thank you for sharing that. I'm glad to know that you fuck. He floats his dumbass into the bookstore and gives us one more cringeworthy excerpt. One of the most cringeworthy excerpts from the book. It's only chapter 2. When you're blessed, it shows. It's too hot in here, too crowded, and one asshole beside me keeps picking his nose, his dirty hand touching all over the book he's holding. I glimpse Riley on the cover. Poor girl. Forced to sign a book that probably has boogers all over it. Boogers. Yeah. So this is the moment, right? This is the very first moment that he lays eyes on her in the flesh across a crowded room. And it's preceded with boogers. Fuck everything. He nearly creams his jeans when she speaks 3 words into the microphone because her voice is pure smoke, whatever that means. I lean against the wall and watch her, absolutely enthralled with the little creature before me. All I want to do is break her, shatter her into pieces, and then arrange those pieces to fit against my own. I don't care if they'll fit. I'll fucking make them. I know I'm about to do something bad. I know that I'm going to cross lines that I'll never be able to come back from. But there's not an ounce of me that gives a fuck. Because I'm obsessed. I'm addicted. And I will gladly cross every single line if it means making this girl mine. If it means forcing her to be mine. Sir, this is a Wendy's. I mean, it's a bookstore, really, but damn. Chapter 3. We're back with Adeline, the manipulator. As she's digging through the hole in her wall, you'll remember Grayson's lovely commentary, I'm sure. She says, "Now here I am, bent over and stuffing myself in a hole. Suppose if I couldn't get mine stuffed tonight, I might as well get my action this way." That joke was so good the first time, we had to do a wraparound. I want to vanish off of this earth. Also, no one likes a joke recycler, Adeline. I thought you were a manipulator. I thought you were a writer. You can't write your own jokes. You have to take one from Grayson? Stop this. Anyway, she's digging around in there. She's using her phone as a flashlight and a battering ram to vanquish cobwebs. And she points it down the way. She noticed something shiny. The safe that's hidden behind a picture that holds Gigi's journals. Thank the Lord. She stays up all night reading them, growing more and more disturbed with each page. And I don't know if they just didn't include the riveting, disturbing passages, because the ones we get are boring as shit. They're also beautiful. The long and short of it is that Gigi is married to John, and together they have Serafina, aka Sarah, aka Nana. Gigi begins an affair and falls in love with a man named Ronaldo, who stalks her and watches her from the window. Uncanny. Adeline drifts off to sleep reading the journals. She's awakened by a loud sound downstairs, and she rises to go check it out. She thinks some dumbass shit like, "Slowly I open the door, cringing at the loud creak that rings out. I need the Tin Man to oil the hinges on my door, just as much as I need the lion's bravery." I'm gonna respectfully ask you leave the Tin Man and the lion out of this. I need the Tin Man to oil the hinges on my door. You didn't have to say on my door. You just opened the door. I assumed it's hinges, unless you are a robot. She goes downstairs to find a single red rose on the countertop in the kitchen. And guys, this is one of the best examples of telling not showing that I found in the book. I'm gonna die. Letting out a shaky breath, I pluck the flower from the countertop and roll it in my fingers. The thorns have been severed from the stem. Pause, okay? Let's pause and be smarts together, because I know you're smart if you're here. With this sentence that I just read, as is, as human beings who possess a reading comprehension level that exceeded the 3rd grade, what can we assume? This man invaded her home, crossed boundaries, broke laws, but took time to carefully remove the thorns from the rose. The dichotomy here is great. It builds tension that this book desperately needed. And just like that, it's ruined. I get the strange inclination that it was done purposefully to save my fingers from being pricked. Yeah, no shit. If you were thinking, oh God, if you were thinking that you were going to get to read this book and work things out for yourself along the way, you're not. Every single thing is told to you like you're 9 years old. Nuance, inferences, tension. No thanks, I'm set. Anyway, she gets worked up over this, which I would too, but not like this. I don't like someone thinking they could just break into my home while I'm sleeping upstairs. And I especially don't like someone making me feel vulnerable in my own house. And then to have the audacity to leave me a flower like a fucking weirdo. I took that personally, thank you. They may have made that rose powerless by clipping its thorns, but I will gladly show them that a rose is still fucking deadly when it's shoved down their throat. I think, and again, I'm tripping myself up thinking, but I think this is meant to be one of those moments where you're like, hell yeah, bitch. But she just sounds like an idiot. So, womp womp. Rose isn't deadly with thorns, is it? I have pricked my finger on a rose, but I've never died. The next day, she's just drinking coffee and on the phone with Daya and casually tells her that somebody broke into her house last night. Daya is obviously worried about her, and I am too, but for different reasons. I'm on my 2nd cup, and it feels like I have dumbbells for eyes, and my lids are in a losing weightlifting battle. What? Your eyelids don't lift or hold up your eyeballs. So again, see, look at me thinking, I'm not supposed to do that. So she fills Daya in, and Daya's like, I'm coming over. And she can do this because she has a lenient work schedule, which we later find out she is employed by Zaid's hacking company. I know. God, this video is going to be so long. Chapter 4. This chapter starts with Adeline and Daya drinking and going through her dead grandmother's belongings. Your grandma is a freak, Daya announces before proceeding to hold up old dusty lingerie. I balk, perturbed by the sight in front of me. My idiot friend is holding the sides of the lacy underwear and flapping her tongue provocatively, or what's supposed to be provocative. I'm far more disturbed than anything right about now. That makes 2 of us. Please stop. She rolls her eyes to the back of her head, dramatically mimicking an orgasm, which ends up looking more like an exorcism to me. Dark. You're being entirely inappropriate right now. What if my Nana can see you? The idea of ghosts lingering around freaks Daya out. Whatever gets her to stop waving my grandmother's crusty underwear in my face. Crusty underwear. You're 26, and these are your beloved deceased grandmother's belongings that you're going through. I would light someone on fire? My grandmother is my best friend. If she passes away and my friends come over to help me sort through her things and they do this, I would unalive all of them. Everybody would be dead. We'd all join my grandmother. Adeline offers to go make them some drinks. Dia says she needs her drink strong now that she knows that ghosts are there. And Adeline says, just do a little striptease. That'll scare him away. To which Dia throws a roll of tape at her head. Throw something bigger next time. All of this is just a sweet little look at their friendship. And she knows damn well that she's beautiful, which is why I tend to tease her about being the opposite. Somebody's gonna humble the sexy bitch once in a while. She'll get too big for this earth if I don't. Thanks, I hate it. Goes downstairs, walks into the kitchen, finds another red rose sitting alongside an almost empty whiskey glass. That glass wasn't here before. Neither Dia nor I have left the second floor for the past hour, both waist deep in old people things. My heart thunders in my ears as I tentatively reach out and grab the glass, inspecting it as if it's a magic 8-ball and going to reveal the person who drank out of it. Yeah, outlook not so good, bitch. That's not how a magic 8-ball works. Dia's like, where's my drink, bitch? So Adeline snaps back to reality, not before grabbing the rose and ripping the petals from the stem and dropping them into the empty whiskey glass, saying, quote, part of me almost hopes they come back so they can see my little masterpiece. Masterpiece. You just shoved flower petals into a cup. I'd hate to read her novels. I think I'm reading one of her novels. Gal pals continue cleaning and drinking and drinking and cleaning. And by the end of the day, Dia sets off reluctantly. But Adeline won't be scared out of her own house, even though she's, quote, terrified. However, I'm just as stubborn and, as already established, stupid too. I second that. I think those are meant to be sentences, but I'm also meant to be having a good time. They say their goodbyes, Dia leaves, and Adeline goes to take a shower, but not before grabbing a knife. Now, if you're a true crime person, if you watch true crime, you know that in a stabbing, they often check the blood left behind at the scene for traces of the perpetrator's blood as well, because 9 times out of 10, if you stab someone, you accidentally cut yourself as well. So grabbing a knife to defend yourself in a slippery shower, super smart. Let's keep going. Chapter 5. Adeline is standing on the edge of a cliff. She's contemplating what would happen if she just, Weeks have gone by. More roses show up everywhere she goes. She actually uses her noggin on these, though, and reports them to the police. Also hired a construction crew to replace all the windows, all the doors, all the locks, and completely redo her porch and a couple other things around her house. Anyway, she's standing at the edge, and one of the workers comes to tell her that they're done for the day, and also that a package arrived for her. But, obviously he's skeeved out by the fact that she's like, the package is a dozen roses with a note that reads, I'll be seeing you soon, little mouse. She files a police report on this too. Brain cell activated. Her mom drops by. Her mom's name is Serena. And Adeline just hates her. I don't really understand the hostility, but I also don't care. Mom's shiny black Lexus is parked outside. Schmancy. So schmancy that it almost seems mocking. A stark difference to this old house, as if to say, I'm better than you. 3 things, okay? 1, schmancy. 26. 2, you're projecting a little bit, it seems. 3, fun fact, just had my roof replaced, and thankfully our insurance covered most of it, but it was very expensive. So if Adeline has hired an entire crew of people to come to her home and do renovations, she's not poor either. Anyway, Mommy Dearest drops the bomb that Gigi was actually murdered in this house, in the bedroom that Adeline sleeps in, and the murder was never solved. Honestly, her mother just seems a little uptight and like she's concerned for Adeline's sanity and safety, which she should be, but what a cunt. Zayd again. Lovely. He's about to bust up in a warehouse where a bunch of children are being held by Fernando. He's described in medium detail. I will spare you. The short version is the warehouse has a bunch of children chained to cots and tables filled with drugs and guns. With the help of some guy named Jay in his ear, he moves in and takes out 3 guards. Bing, bang, boom. As Jay said, 3 men stand guard in front of me, completely unaware of my presence. Stupid fucks. I'll never understand how people can't sense danger when it's right up their assholes. Right on. Firefight ensues. Anyway, he kills everybody except Fernando. He needs him. His team swoops in and escorts the girls to safety. Ruby is another one of the people on his team that helps evacuate the children. Zayd gets all weird. Not a drop of blood on these girls. Blah. Shut up. And we get one of those tender moments that I talked about earlier between Zayd and one of the children. He gets down on her level. And it's probably intended to soften him in our eyes. It doesn't. It did not work. He whistles more, like the lunatic that he is, and heads out to his Mustang, which I gotta say, no hate to the Mustang drivers that may be watching this video. Of course he drives a Mustang. Chapter 7. Di convinces Adeline to leave the house, and as she's getting ready, she tells us more about her Victorian Gothic dream house. Long story short, everything is black, the edgiest color. Anyway, girls' night! The bass pumping through the speakers vibrates through my body. My black drip skinny jeans cling to my curves, and the plunging low-cut red tank shows off my ample cleavage, along with the small glistening beads of sweat between my breasts. It's hotter than Hades' ball sack, and the alcohol pumping through my veins doesn't help matters. Hades' ball sack, you say? Cool.
Oh, I just hate it so much.
Adeline catches the blue eyes of a sketchy man who takes her and Daya up to VIP. Lucky. 4 men are draped across a black leather booth formed in a half moon. In the center is a black marble table occupied by several glasses of amber liquid, along with a few crystal ashtrays. There's barely a hint of color in here. The decor reminding me of Parsons Manor. All black everything, no regrets, we get it. They all introduce themselves, but I couldn't care less. The only one important enough to note is the one that Adeline is with. His name is Arch, short for Archibald Talavera III. Just as they're settling in, Adeline gets a text. Sneaking off with random men, little mouse. If I catch his hands anywhere near you, they'll end up in your mailbox by morning. That is clearly a threat, but not big enough to deter Adeline from bringing this man back to her home and sealing his doom. Chapter 8. I take Arch back to the manor. He asked me to go to his, but I feel much safer at my own home, more in control. In retrospect, I shouldn't take him to a house that sits on a cliff, surrounded by woods and several miles out from civilization. Worst of all, with a stalker that lingers around and likes to break in. God, this was stupid. It was. Great job, Adeline. You have a beautiful home, Arch compliments. Don't lie to the girl, Arch. Damn. She leads him into her favorite room, which is the sunroom. Basically just a glass box where you can see all of the stars. And the stars and creepy men lurking in the bushes can see all of you as well. Now, I'm not victim blaming, because Adeline absolutely is a victim. But at what point is she complicit? Spoiler alert, Arch gets killed. Not only did she bring him back, knowingly putting him in danger, she brought him into the most exposed room of the house and let him finger bang her there. Like, whatever. They start making out. It's supposed to be hot. It's not. He pops a few digits in her and then starts talking to her like she's some sort of blue booby titmouse warbler. Fuck, baby. That's it. Let me hear you sing now. You sing so pretty. Do you sing pretty when you come, Addie? Such a pretty bird. Bird? Mouse? Should we also tag bestiality? Why are there so many critters? Movement outside the window. Followed by angry banging at the door. Arch does what Grayson could never do and goes and checks it out. And Adeline stays inside, literally loving every minute of it. I should have told him I have a stalker. And I thought I saw something when we were in the sunroom, but everything happened too fast and now he's actively putting himself in danger. The situation turns me on just as much as it terrifies me. I need to check myself into a mental hospital if I survive this night. See, isn't this complicity? She prays, though. God, I know we don't always agree on my life choices, but please don't let this poor man die because of me. I'll stop drinking. I mean it this time. Get wrecked. I personally love it when, amidst a dire circumstance, she decides to have a one-way conversation with her female lord. Arch never returns and the house grows quiet. She goes out onto the porch to look for him and steps on a rose covered in blood. Bing! Don't feel guilty, baby. I don't make idle threats, so consider this a lesson learned. The police come, they ask questions, search the area. He tells the cops Arch's full name, and the cops like, well, this guy might have done you a favor. Apparently, Arch is a violent criminal who beats his wife, which so is Zaid. I mean, he doesn't have a wife, but he is a violent criminal. So anyway, they ask about the rose. She says she has a stalker and that she's made multiple reports, but there are no reports in the system. We end the chapter with Adeline crestfallen, knowing she's not safe and nothing can be done. Shadow, chapter 9. This is badly written and choppy, so grab onto something sturdy. We're getting Zaid's perspective on what just happened. I've committed homicide, cold-blooded murder, on many men who've worn different faces of the devil and have done it for various reasons. Whether they've arred a child, killed an innocent, or destroyed someone's life that didn't deserve it. All of this could have been one sentence. But I've never killed someone out of jealousy. First time for everything, I guess. Archibald Talavera had his lips on my girl, his hands down her pants. He's touching her, fucking her with his fingers, saying dirty things to her that elicits a pretty little blush of color to her cheeks. Subject-verb agreement? Why bothers? And at that moment, I decided he wasn't gonna live tonight. Not only was another man trying to lay claim on my girl, but Archibald Talavera is a fucking psychopath. A real one. You've got to be kidding me. But he isn't. That's the joke. That's it. Da-dum-bum. I hate this book. Calls coming from inside the house, my dude. As we know, Arch bursts out onto the porch to look for him, but in this chapter, we get to hear what he sees, which sounds terrifying, honestly. As we already know, Arch bursts out onto the porch, but what we don't know is that he glances around and finds Zaid grinning with a rose in his teeth in the bushes like a fucking possessed ballroom dancer. I know that this is supposed to be scary, and I think that if I walked outside and saw something like that, it would be scary, but the way this is reading to me, goofy as shit. Zaid stabs Arch and then punches him in the back of the head. Takes the rose out of his pocket, dips it in blood, and leaves it for Adeline, and then takes Arch into his Mustang and drives off into the night. I'm sorry. When Arch wakes up and yells fuck every other sentence, and then starts talking shit about Addie, same. This is when Zaid decides to kill him slowly, because it's bad enough that he spoke of my girl in such a disgusting manner, but then he went and topped it off by implying Addie isn't anything special. She's the first of her kind to exist. There will never be another like her. It's the freckles, isn't it? So we've reached an incredible example of how unnecessary most of this book was. It literally could have been cut in half. And I like to picture like having a first date with this man and not understanding when to shut the fuck up. So if you'll allow me, I pull into the driveway leading into my warehouse. It's a smaller structure used to manufacture cameras for some shitty company that went out of business within 5 years. The building was foreclosed on and I bought it for dirt cheap and then spent hundreds of thousands of dollars transforming it into an impenetrable fortress. I converted the main floor into my living space with state-of-the-art security. An ant will not be able to find its way in the building without me knowing about it. The second floor is my workspace. Dozens of computers and illegal technology that make it possible to do what I do fill the space. And the basement is where I handle all my business. I built an underground garage. Makes for an easier haul when I got a 6'2" dickhead to carry to the table. I'm a big man, but I'm just as capable of throwing my back out as the next person. I'm still a human fucking being. It felt like several things. A toddler trying to tell a story. Bad pacing, choppy, errant thoughts that no one asked for. But it also, again, if you're into true crime, this man is Israel Keys. If you're not into true crime, Israel Keys is a very methodical, you're not my real dad kind of energy having serial killer. He wrote a slip and slide note before he passed away in prison. It's the same. It's the exact same energy. The rest of this long, insanely useless chapter is just grueling details of him killing Arch. Rip. Let's move forward. Chapter 10. Adeline asks Daya if anything has come up about Arch or if anybody knows where he is. No. They chat a bit more and Daya's like, I'm getting you a security system. Adeline is writing. A package gets delivered. Not that kind of package. Okay. It's a box containing Arch's hands. She tells Daya. Daya says, take a couple shots. I'll be right over. Daya comes over and there's a note threatening more violence if she reports this to the cops. So Daya's like, give me the box. I'll dispose of the hands. Friends like these, huh? Daya comes back with news that Arch's entire family is dead. No witnesses! No evidence. The security system gets installed. Adeline settles in to write, and here's movement upstairs. It was just Gigi's journal fell on the ground, but that leads Adeline to request Daya look into Gigi's death. Starts the whole side quest to solve this murder. She falls asleep, wakes up with a start because Zaid is like standing on the other side of her door. There were no highlights in this chapter. It's just him lurking around, her being like a stupid prick, but ultimately being able to do nothing. So chapter 11, making her way through the journals. She begins to question Gigi's sanity if she, quote, lets a strange man watch her, come into her home, touch her. That's certifiably insane. LOL. Zaid emerges from the trees and starts walking towards the house, smoking a cigarette, which is the real villain here. This is like one part QAnon fanfic and one part low-key PSA against smoking. She walks down the stairs to challenge him. Hey, asshole, if you don't get off my property, I'll call the cops. Later, I'll ask God why she made me the way that I am, but right now, all I can do is plant 2 of my hands on his chest and push when I get close enough. I don't allow myself to register the defined muscles under his hoodie because only psychos would focus on that right now. Oh my God, God is a woman?
Oh, I'm edgy. I'm on fire.
She does randomly chat with this female deity. Each time it's just really cringy. She asks him what he wants. He just smiles like a fucking weirdo, turns around and leaves. The fuck? She she finishes her manuscript and starts digging around into Gigi's murder, pores over the details of the journals. She sits back and notices that Zaid is back again, just standing there menacingly and smoking. It's been days since I confronted him, and I've been on high alert ever since, waiting for him to break in again and this time come into my room while I'm sleeping. That's right, folks. Adeline is horny for this man. There's something to be said about the power of suggestion here, though, isn't there? Like, she's reading these journals from her great-grandmother, who was in love with her stalker. Is it not like a seed planted? Like, you know, whatever. She's stupid. All of this is stupid. She breaks eye contact to pretend that there's someone in the house and hollers at him, trying to, you know, get under his skin. Great. They have a staring contest, but eventually she does actually have shit to do. She has another author event. She's nervous because she's so awkward and weird, but Daya gives her a pep talk. What do you call yourself? Daya asks, working a brow at me. I sigh. A master manipulator. Why? I roll my eyes. Because I manipulate people's emotions with my words when they read my books. I grouse. I'm Googling this because I thought grouse was a bird. Exactly. So that's all you do. Except your mouth says the words instead of your fingers. Fake it till you make it, baby. Stupid. You can't give yourself a nickname. She gets drunk and Daya drives her home after the event. They pull up to the house where a single light is glowing in the home. But Adeline knows that she turned off all of those lights before she left. Drunk on booze and power, she barrels in there. Come out, you freak! And finally, when she looks around, notices that the entire room is full of red roses. Daya is telling her that they need to leave and call the police. Daya brings Adeline back to her house for the night. Adeline situates herself in the guest bedroom, and wouldn't you know it, Zaid's outside that window too. He texts, "You didn't like my flowers?" No, I did not. It's not so much the flowers as it is everything else. This man is unhinged. This is a horror novel. Random thought. There's a few people that I've spoken to that don't like horror, but they will read things like this. And I'm like, you do like horror. Absolutely you do. Chapter 12. Zaid has sent a video. It is vile, so fair warning. It's a grainy video of a fucked up satanic ritual. Apparently the people sacrifice the little boy and drink his blood. Satanists don't do this, but okay. What is this 1970s Richard Ramirez satanic panic bullshit? Like, what is it? Stop this. Zaid gets a justice hard on and gets super self-righteous about avenging this boy. I could copy and paste this into almost all of his chapters. He is so horny for his own theatrical heroics. Ugh. They also discuss a previous video of a little girl being sacrificed by government officials. Senators, actually. QAnon fanfic. They stumped her and drank her blood, enchanted. All of this never eases up. It gets worse. This is QAnon vigilante porn. There's also a helicopter. Maybe they're coming to arrest me for reading this book out loud to people. It should be a crime. Adeline is seen writing her manuscript and going to 2 author events. That energy for this bullshit, please. I don't care. All of this is garbage. I explored the dark web and found thousands of videos of parents R-ing their own children, alongside the millions of other videos of torture, cannibalism, and even necro. A lot of those videos take place in red rooms where buyers can direct how exactly they want the victim to be tortured, R-ed, and unalived. And those are just the ones involving children. While I do know that this world is a really weird place, full of twisted, awful people doing fucked up, horrible things, this is so extreme and exhausting to read. Every chapter involving the rescuing of women, children have this level of detail to the events, the violence, subject matter. I fucking hate it. Which is strange because I read Pretty Girls by Karen Slaughter, brutal, violent, non-stop action from like the first few chapters, and it is a thriller novel about a woman whose husband passes away, and when she's going through his things, she discovers things like this on her husband's computer, and she has to like go through it and figure out all this stuff, whatever. And it's very violent and depraved, but it's a thriller novel. Clearly, I like the darker stuff, but this novel uses these vicious acts as a way of painting this villain in a better light and redeeming his character so that when he R's Adeline, it's cool because he saves children from the real villains. I think that there are more circle jerky sections about this stuff than there is actual sex scenes between Zaid and Adeline. Anyway, he busts into Adeline's house again, says he feels some cold breath on his neck. He goes nowhere, don't get too excited about it. If you were expecting ghosts, chill. It ain't happening. He whines about how torturous his existence and his line of work is, but how thankful he is because it brought him Adeline. So sweet, but false. Seattle's shitty parking and your hunt for a mean-ass burger brought you to Adeline. Some days it's hard to live with. Some days I can barely stand from the weight of this cruel world resting on my shoulders. But I know if I don't, my life would be worthless and those kids would have died for nothing. Shut up forever. Chapter 13, Addie sees Gigi's ghost and it vanishes into the attic. She runs after it. She finds 2 notes shoved into a hole. Grayson, is that you? And they read, I did what I was told to do, because if I didn't, I know I'd be next. So this is my confession. I helped him cover up her murder. I'm so sorry. And I have to be quick. He said he's on his way and I'm terrified. If I run, he'll catch me. So I'm writing this note down and hope someone will find it. If something happens to me, John, it will... She gets mad at the ghost and throws a fit. Cut to later in the day night. Zaid is watching her outside, and she's unsure what to do about it. She decides to pretend to call the police. My phone chimes in my ear, brow plunging. I hesitantly pull the phone away from my ear and look at the incoming message. Am I supposed to believe that you're on the phone with the police? I think my little mouse is a liar. Oh no, he didn't. I angrily type back my message. Wanna find out? Yeah, I do actually. I'd love to punish you for it later too. My thumbs freeze over the letters. The last punishment was gruesome and sickening. Arches hands. What, you gonna send me toes next? Depends. You still pretending to fuck other guys, or would you rather yell at ghosts in your house again? This annoyant, petulant exchange continues for a little bit longer. Ultimately, she does call the police. Caution to the wind. She talks to the cops, explains everything, takes a shower, and then goes to bed. A text. The more you disobey me, the harder your punishment. Fuck you. Fuck this. Fuck off. Daya's pissed. I'm gonna find this little dick prick. Sensational. All of a sudden, Adeline realizes what the real problem is. How likely is it that he can hack into my phone and find my nudes? Shut up. Who do you even send your nudes to? She asked, snatching the bottle of vodka from my hands after I take a hefty swig. I haven't sent a nude since I was 20. I take nudes because I like my body and want to stare at it all day. I fucking love you. Sadly, she might not be the only one. I'm so tired. Chapter 14. It seems every day my appreciation for Daya grows. She gives me a sense of safety I didn't realize I was missing. I'm gonna have to propose to her soon or something. Still, I will never take another nude in my entire life, but that's a small price to pay in the grand scheme. I've decided to remove the camera from my room to allow me at least some semblance of comfort. I'll just have to hold off on walking around the house naked until something is done about this creep. Now, if only Arch's best friends weren't up my asshole, then maybe I'd get an extra hour or 2 of sleep at night. It's a whole new chapter, and she's still worried about the nudes. Taking nudes and smoking cigarettes are the real problems. How very evangelical selective outrage of them. It's very weird. I don't know if I mentioned, I probably didn't, but Arch's best friend's name is Max. And he's asking questions since Adeline was the last one to see him. I guess it's relevant. Is any of this relevant? No, but we're all dying and the world's on fire, so... Halloween is coming up, and I'm sure it's no surprise to you that our edgy queen loves it. Oh my god, it's her favorite holiday.
Oh, I'm edgy. I'm on fire.
Halloween's coming up. We're going to the haunted houses this year, right? I give her a droll look. Halloween is my entire life, Daya. Of course we're going to fucking haunted houses. For as long as I can remember, Halloween fascinated me. The creatures and creepy faces, the jump scares, the impending dread that something horrific is going to happen. I've had an unhealthy obsession with it all. Mom sent me to therapy specifically for my fascination with gory horror movies. She thought I was a psychopath. And really, I just get off on being scared. Ooh, I didn't ask. I didn't. This is when we first learned about Satan's Affair, which is, if you recall, the name of the prequel novella that I talked about at the beginning of this book that I plan to not read. Please don't make me. Sign up for Patreon if you want me to do it. Satan's Affair is a traveling fair that comes to town every year, staying for 2 nights before moving on to the next town. They set up loads of haunted houses and thrill rides. Diane and I go every year religiously. You already know I'll be the first one in line. Yeah, we know, freak, she teases, despite the fact that it used to be my mother's favorite slur. I don't let it bother me anymore. Plenty of men have called me the same, followed up by desperate begging to fuck me again. Being a freak took on a whole new meaning a long time ago. I tend to enjoy the name now. Try harder. I just don't get try hard. You need to try harder. Daya leaves, and as soon as she does, the moron texts. Here's that exchange. Ready for your punishment, little mouse? Why are you doing this? You haunt me. It's only fair I return the sentiment. You're so beautiful when you're scared. I'm so close I can smell you. Quit being a pussy and come out then. This is so stupid, my god. He texts again saying, come find me. She sets off after him in the house, hunting him down. She goes upstairs and through all the doors. Also, can I just say, he said, I'm close enough to smell you, and he was a floor above her and down the hallway. How bad does she smell? Anyway, she stands in front of the last door knowing that he's on the other side, and she ponders over what he must be feeling and thinking right now, like a idiot. She opens the door and screams because he's just standing on her balcony, smiling at her with a knife. I did actually, around this part, I texted Hannah because she finished the book before me somehow. And I asked if Zaid was a vampire because 1, it would explain his heightened sense of smell. 2, it would make this much more bearable. And it just would have been fun and explained a couple of things. But he's just a human guy. Hooray. Chapter 15, she gives him the nickname Kitty Cat. And I want to pull my fingernails off one by one, which I painted black for this video. All black everything. She calls him Kitty Cat and demands that he takes his hood off. We get our first full-length description of him. And I wish I cared, like, just a little bit, but I don't. His face is unlike anything I've seen, but that's the thing. I have seen him before. The mismatched eyes give him away. In the bookstore, I only saw portions of his face at the time. He seemed mildly attractive, but now I see those pieces as a whole. He's devastating. This book is devastating. His right eye darker than the midnight sky, and the other the exact opposite. His left eye is so bleached of color it's nearly white. The scar starting from the middle of his forehead and slashing right down through his white eye and to the middle of his cheek is something I haven't been able to forget since I saw him in the bookstore. Despite the ugly scar, fucking rude, god damn. It only serves to heighten his utter beauty. A jawline so sharp he could cut diamonds with it. A straight, aristocratic nose. Full lips. Short black hair just long enough to run your fingers through it. This is wrong. So wrong. I shouldn't be attracted to a stalker. No, you shouldn't. Maybe old mom was right to be concerned about you. Whatever. That's self-awareness we can't afford. Just like an editor. She goes on about how overwhelmingly big his presence is and how small she feels. He moves towards her and her spine tightens, whatever that means. He gets right up on her and then just presses himself against her. Literally just standing smushed up against each other. She finally snaps out of it and tries to stab him. He just grabs the blade and slices up his own hand. What is the point of any of this, you fucking idiot? Are you gonna cry, Addie? Bitch, I might! Get your donkey breath out of my face. I want to devour you, he whispers. My lip trembles. I suck the traitorous lip between my teeth. If only it stopped. I suck the traitorous lip between my teeth. If only it stops showing my weakness. I copy and pasted all of this into my outlines, so these are not typos that I made. When I risk a glance at him, his eyes have zeroed in on my lips. Are you here to kill me? I ask lowly, trying my best to mask the tremors racking through my body. I'm failing. Why would I do that? I'm not sure how to answer that. I wouldn't kill you, little mouse. I want to keep you. Fuck off. But if I don't want you to, you will. I will not! She will, but I wouldn't. I open my mouth ready to tell him about himself and his mama. God damn it. Ugh. But the words die on my tongue when he reaches up a hand and swipes his thumb roughly across my bottom lip. He growls in delight. Here's what's gonna happen. I'm gonna allow you the opportunity to run and hide. If I find you, I'll deliver your punishment. If I don't, you'll go unpunished and I'll leave. Ah, cat and mouse. Clever. I want to jump into the sun. She hides. He finds her. Ah! I know. He carries her to the sunroom. As she is struggling and screaming, she cries, and he tells her not to cry because it's gonna get so much worse. Bitch, what are you, a Cenobite? Shut the fuck up. I like you scared, he whispered. I like you begging and pleading, crying out for God to save you. I feel the touch of his hand on my face and I flinch away. His fingers lightly trace over my cheekbone to my hair, tucking the loose strand behind my ear. I like you trembling beneath my touch uncontrollably. You're sick. I'm shaking from head to toe, and I can't seem to stop it. You think you're only gonna beg because you're fighting for your life, but that's where you're wrong. The only way I'll be sending you to heaven is with my cock, he grunts out, and definitely my tongue and fingers too. Hate it, hate it, hate it. She asks him what he's gonna do, and he says, claim you, before biting into her neck. Again, hear me out. Vampires would have not only made this book make sense, but also made it better somehow. But just tack that onto my ever-growing list of disappointments when it comes to this book. Anyway, he keeps biting her all over her fucking neck and shoulder. Weird, but all right. She then bites his cheek. That's something. That's not nothing. That's something for sure. They talk more shit. I'll make your face even uglier than it already is. You know my scars make you wet. The chapter ends with him holding a gun to her face and standing over her as she pleads for mercy. Hot. Chapter 16. She's terrified, thinking she's about to die. But what's really got her all upset is thinking that she may die and pee her pants and die in a puddle of piss. Talk about embarrassing. Almost as unforgivable as having nude selfies on your phone. He forces her to strip at gunpoint and tells her how beautiful she is in her matching black lacy lingerie set, which he totally doesn't deserve, by the way. His pointer finger curls in the edge of my thong, tracing the lining from the juncture of my thigh down towards my center. Before he reaches my he pulls the material out and runs his fingers up and down the fabric, his finger a mere inch from my body. I want to cover my face because I know he's feeling my body's betrayal. These are soaked. That's called discharge. The scream I scrumped when I read this the first time. This is the only time that I laugh with the book, not at the book. Well done. And then, as much as I hate to say this to you, I'm no stranger to a woman's pussy and what it feels like when it weeps for me. I'm weeping. I'm weeping. Gag, 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 gag. He puts the gun to her face. She freaks out and he says, relax. I just want you to suck it. I mean, what choice does she have, really? It's a strange man in her house with a gun in her face. So she does. I can't judge, because if I were a victim of such a violent essay, I don't know what I would do, especially when consent is not a factor. But whatever. Pulls the gun out and drops it down a little lower on her anatomy and proceeds to bang her with the gun. See what I did there? Arch called her a bird. He calls her a mouse. I'm calling it DOA. Stick a tag on my toe. I want to die. This happens. She climaxes. He rips the gun out of her, which listen to me. Just listen to me. She needs an emergency walk-in appointment at her gyno, like as soon as possible. Guns are made out of metal. They have sharp edges. The vagina is a soft, organic orifice. He just ripped it out? No. He licks the gun clean. I'm not a gun person, but this doesn't seem like proper gun maintenance and care. But whatever. My body is full of rage, humiliation, and shame. I know this. But it's like my brain can't process those emotions. So it's just choosing to feel nothing at all. Is this what trauma does? Knowing you've been violated, but your body chooses to go numb instead. Serious cap. This is one of the moments in the book where Adeline takes a moment to really process what just happened to her. And she comes up with words like numb, trauma, violated to describe what happened and how she's feeling. And I just keep thinking back to how this was first said to be consensual non-consent. It is not. It is sexual assault. Do you remember we talked about kinks? Okay. After he does this, he gives her a rose and leaves her without a word. A big part of kink, especially things like that very aggressive, violent, heavy kinks, big part of that is the aftercare. Aftercare is something that benefits both parties. Ultimately, they need to come down from the intense emotions and experiences that they just had. It usually comes down to the partner to provide a safe place for them to do that. It looks different for everybody. It may look like cuddling. It may look like watching something silly on TV just to remember who you are and where you are and that you're safe. I personally love a juice box, but whatever. We're not talking about it. He also doesn't speak to her for a long time after this. He just lurks around outside for the next few nights smoking. The nerve. Watching me, a red cherry blaring in the night as he puffs on a cigarette. What I wanted to tell him is how fucking disgusting it is that he smokes. Focusing on the real issues. Thank you for this. But the heat between my thighs likes the way he looks. My asshole of a vagina might have even been jealous of the cigarette. Apparently it has a thing for inanimate objects. Now that's the shittiest sentence to ever sentence. My asshole of a vagina? I hate it. Whatever, she gets some wine. Cigarettes are a big no-no, but alcohol, good to know. Rage causes my hands to tremble with the reminder of how he left me on the floor, tossing a rose on me like discarded trash and then leaving. I've never felt more debased as a human until that moment. Never more humiliated. Aftercare. Aftercare. If this were a kink scene or CNC, this wouldn't be how she felt in the days after the encounter because aftercare would have been implemented. But this isn't kink. This is assault. This is a crime. This is abuse. Just reminding you again. She doesn't tell Daya about this, but they do go out to lunch. Adeline wears a turtleneck to hide all of the bruises from the biting. Max shows up to lunch and kind of leans on him for information about Arch. And Adeline tells him a version of what happened. But then Max tells him that he sent people to her house to scope it out and saw them disposing of that box where Arch's hands were. So Max leaves, chapter ends. Everybody's uncomfortable, but most of all me. Shadow chapter 17. He's hiding in her closet. Why not? She's so pretty when she thinks no one is watching. My little mouse trudges into the bedroom, her tattered slippers dragging against the smooth stone floors. She's tired. Dark circles are beginning to form underneath her eyes. It doesn't seem like she's doing very well, huh? And it's because he's the cause. She's not sleeping. She's scared. She's on edge, and he loves it. But he's hot. So who cares? I want to smooth them away just to bring them back again. But I want her to be tired from staying up all night, taking my cock into her body until she's depleted all of her strength. Even then, I'll still fuck her. I deprived myself last time, refused to touch her with my own hands when she hadn't earned that from me yet. Fuck you, fuck off. But watching that gun slide in and out of her pussy was just torturous for me. I barely made it to my car before it was coming in my hands. This is a horror novel. This is a horrifying novel. Horrible. Horrific. But it's okay, guys. Okay? It's okay. I've never been in love with anything other than my job. I haven't even bothered fucking a woman for over a year. I just don't have the time. They were always a quick fuck and then I'd be off again. The release rarely easing any tension. After dealing with enough tears and desperate attempts to get me to stay with them, I grew tired of the hassle. Literally, no. I would be begging and pleading for him to leave. Not unlike Adeline. You know what really cements this idea that this man is irresistible for me is when he constantly tells me how irresistible he is. 100%. Believe it. Which I think that this is meant to give us a notion that this man is a catch. She's special because so many other women have begged this man to stay and he doesn't care about them. He cares about Adeline. Give me a fucking break. The moment I saw her sitting in that bookstore working to hide her nerves and anxiety, there I was, a grown-ass man, falling in obsession at first sight. At least that's accurate. Yeah. I feel like a 15-year-old boy who just discovered what pussy feels like. Every time I set eyes on her, I'm ready to bust in my jeans from looking at her. See someone. Not normal. I want to touch her, kiss her, and make her mine in every sense of the word. Marking her body wasn't enough, but I get the feeling I will never feel like I've had enough of Adeline Serafina Riley, at least on paper. Listen, I have inevitably had some thirst traps of this man fall onto my For You page. Because of how much I've been talking about this book, the algorithm is thinking that I like it. The thirst traps have me concerned. One person commented on one and said, I wish men like Zayd existed in real life. Good news and bad news. You check the sex offender registry. Again, you're allowed to like what you want. Who gives a fuck what I think? But I'm concerned a little bit. WriteAPrisoner.com. So when Adeline falls asleep, Zayd hops out of the closet and he feels another cold breath on his neck. He takes a call from Jay. Jay tells him that the senators are in town and it's time to mingle. Apparently it's too risky to just storm their houses, even though this man is no match for anyone. He gets through everything, wipes everything out, takes care of everything unscathed, but he still needs to infiltrate this group. Why? Because we wouldn't have fanfic if he didn't. Grow up. Chapter 18. He starts flirting with her. She sasses him. A back and forth that I'm definitely not tired of. She's horny. He's a criminal. It's a sitcom. She starts masturbating. He's like, you masturbating? And she's like, no. Hot. He threatens her. They go back and forth. He's creepy. She's insolent. She hides under her cover like any rational 26-year-old woman would do and wakes up with him between her legs. Normal. Keep pissing me off, Addie. I do enjoy hurting you. It's music to my ears when I hear you cry. So sweet. Her body starts positively responding to him touching her, and she says, I refuse to let that cloud my judgment. Riding alongside pleasure is disgust. Disgust at myself, my body, for feeling anything else. And disgust that he is taking something that I did not willingly give. He continues to eat her out and gnaw on her clit. Which all I kept seeing is a piece of chewed bubblegum. And since this vivid mental image won't leave me alone, it's now yours as well. You're welcome. He likes the entirety of my slit, his tongue moving leisurely all the way up to the bundle of nerves before he sucks my clit between his teeth and clamps down. Chewed gum. Chewed gum. Did that hurt? He asks softly, tilting his head as he watches his fingers slide in and out of me. Juice collecting in the palm of his hand. Juice! I love juice. Apple, mango, orange, mango. How dare you? But she got that wop. God help me. More oral sex, more threats, more sass, more bullshit. She's torn because it seems like her body is enjoying this. And she admittedly gets off on fear, but she doesn't want it logically in her mind. I let it fucking happen again. With the gun and now this. Why do I keep letting this happen? He's forcing himself onto me. We both know that. But in the end, he had me wanting it just as much as he did. He had me nearly begging for it. Whether it was with his gun or his tongue, my legs fall open by the time it was over. I don't know what the fuck to do with that information or how the hell to even process. Okay, serious cap. Back on. That's trauma. Specifically, trauma. Trauma coupled with guilt and shame. I feel like this is a good time to mention that your body has involuntary reactions to things. It responds to stimuli regardless of your desire. We have involuntary responses. And throughout the rest of the book, she wrestles with the fact that her body is enjoying it and failing her. This is something that a lot of SA survivors struggle with. I don't know. I felt like I needed to take a second second to talk about this because it feels important. I've experienced this before, so I know other people have. I understand the push and pull of feeling disgusted with yourself and ashamed of what happened to you, feeling dirty, and then also feeling like, well, I seemed to react to it, so what does that say about me? I know that a lot of survivors feel this. So I guess I don't know. I guess I just wanted to say that you're not alone if you're watching this and all of this is feeling very familiar, even if you've done a lot of work like I have. It's SA, and I've said that this whole time. I will continue to say it. And the way that she speaks about it afterwards shows that she feels assaulted. She feels violated. And it's familiar to someone who has actually struggled. The guilt is a natural trauma response to something like this. So I guess I don't know. I just wanted you to know I'm here and I see you and I get it if you're feeling a lot of things about this, because so was I. I think it's gross. Especially because at the end of the book, she ends up falling in love with him and accepting that this is just what her life is. And I think that goes against all the work that survivors of things like this go through. So I don't know. I just love you little lambs, and I want to make sure that I'm responsible with this kind of thing. This book so much. Anyway, he leaves her again. No words, no aftercare. She's just left alone to deal with all of this stuff we just talked about. Finally, he turns, the door gently clicking shut behind him. For the second time, I'm left alone, decimated and in ruins. And again, I let the tears fall freely while I work to pick up the pieces. This is sexual assault. This is rape. And he doesn't feel bad about it. Chapter 19. I don't regret it. God damn, just bust right out with it. Not any more than when I stuck a gun in her cunt and made her come. And I know how fucked up that is, to take something without consent. To take something without consent. I know that's what I'm fighting against every day. So he knows he's raping her. He knows he's taking something from her without consent. He also compares his own actions to those of the predators he takes down daily as his career. I don't need to say that Zaid Meadows is a rapist, abuser, a criminal. He's telling us that himself. But self-awareness only goes so far because he won't stop. He doesn't learn anything from it. He's chilling in his Mustang, like you do, sporting a raging boner and blue balls. Angsty. Hot. I don't think I've had blue balls like this since high school when Sarah Fortin jacked me off in the locker room. It was the first time a girl touched my dick and I didn't even get to finish because coach walked in before I could shoot my load off on her pretty tits. Again, we're supposed to like this guy. Show me where. Show me where I'm supposed to like him. Don't leave me alone. Essay aside, this man is meant to be the desirable but boyfriend of our dreams. I would rather him kill me, thanks. This man is insufferable in every single way. Like, I hate this guy. Jay calls. They have a quick chat. Zaid strikes up a match and lights a cigarette while they're on the phone. And Jay also gives him shit about smoking. Part QAnon fanfic, part PSA against smoking. I swear to God. Satan's affair is on the radar for some reason. So he hangs up with Jay and starts researching Satan's affair, that fucking carnival. And I know what you're thinking. What does Zaid think about all this? Don't you worry one more second. I'm gonna tell you. This is another moment where I think I just envisioned being on a date with this man and just being absolutely, oh my God. It comes to town every single year and I've never bothered to go. Haunted houses don't scare me. Not when I see true horror every day. That makes sense, I guess. There's nothing a couple of made up monsters can do to horrify me more than the actual monsters polluting this world. Understood. Humans don't need to decorate themselves in gory makeup and fake blood to be scary. It's the inside of us. The darkness that lurks beneath the surface. That's what's truly fucking terrifying. I get it. Thank you. Fast forward 2 days later, he texts her some more because he just can't resist. Plus, he's horny as all get out. I beat my dick like it was an opponent in a boxing match. I'm so fucking tired of the feel of my own hand. Beat yourself to death next time. Just end it. Then she texts back that a stalker killed her great-grandma because they're buds now. Chew on her clit like bubblegum one time. Casual combo with your stalker and rapist. Old friends. She clearly has a tone though. Like she assumes that the stalker killed Gigi. She calls Ronaldo a fucking psychotic freak. And Zaid is like, not all of us. Wink. She thinks she knows me already, but my little mouse couldn't be further from the truth. I stalk her because I'm fucking addicted. I'm fascinated with every move she makes, every word that comes from her pretty pink mouth. And now I'm addicted to her scent, her taste, the way she sounds when she's scared for her life. Just as much as I'm addicted to the way she sounds when she's begging for more. You can keep talking about it, but that doesn't make it like more normal or less of a fucking crime. It's not something I can explain. When I saw her, I fucking nearly fell to my knees with need. And I will have her. But not because I'm psychotic and delusional. Psychotic and delusional? Who called you that? Honestly, this sounds like something a delusional psychotic would say. Whatever. He's hot. He's He's hot. I'm not gonna make a goddamn shrine of her and convince myself that we're destined to be together by the gods or whatever weird shit people believe these days. Stupid. Anyway, they go back and forth with this shit for a bit. He was a crazy stalker just like you, Zayd. And Zayd's like, you done? Dumb. No, I'm not done either, by the way. Thanks. They decide to switch to a phone call because they're best friends. She asks if he killed Arch, tells him about Max, and that she's kind of on edge with him slinking around. He's not bothered. Of course he's not. Which bothers her, because all of this is happening because of him. She starts to say this, but he cuts her off to, like, self-righteously blow his own dick. He's just so damn likable, I swear. Let me stop you right there, baby. Because you seem to forget that I had a gun in your pussy not too long ago. Did you think teaching you how to act right is the only lesson I'm teaching with that? If you think low-life criminals are scarier than me, then I haven't been clear enough, have I? Next time you place them above me, I'll be sending their heads to your doorstep next. So dreamy. Also, next time you place them above me, I'll be sending their heads to your doorstep next. I need a break. This chapter 20 is just Zayd confronting Max, so we're gonna go quickly. When I reached the landing, I stopped short on the half-moon couch as Max, with his legs spread and a waitress bouncing up and down on his lap while his head is kicked back with his eyes closed. Her skirt is hiked up and her thong pulled to the side, bearing her pussy, eating up Max's cock for all to see. I arch a brow, unimpressed with how low she has to bounce. Addie would never have that issue. This is tiny dick energy. I don't care if it's written that his dong is huge. This is the tiniest dick energy that has ever energied. Also, what is the woman supposed to do? Bouncing so low. You're supposed to go low. You're supposed to get all up in... Listen. Let's just move on. Yeah, okay. To sum it up, he goes to the club. The music is loud. He gets past security because of course he does. Zayd tells Max to leave Adeline alone. Max threatens Zayd. Zayd shows Max a video of his father, Max's father, tied up and gagged somewhere. Max chills the fuck out. I don't have the goddamn time to deal with small fish when I have great whites floating around in my ocean. Too bad for them. I'm a fucking megalodon. Tiny, minuscule, microscopic dick energy. We follow Zayd through a PDF file ring poker game. Smoky, dark room filled with half-dressed women, old, gross men playing cards. You know, the scene is set. The men are putting their cigarettes out on the women because they're bad people. He offers me a cigar and I take one, but I'd let Detective Fingers finger blast my ass before putting it out on a girl's arm. I'll have to figure out a way to stop him without breaking his neck if he tries again. Sure, I just AR'd Adeline with a gun in her own home. But I draw the line at cigarette burns. Hate this book. They let him play a hand, and apparently Zayd is a master poker player because his dad was a professional poker player and taught him everything he knew. Family values are important. These people are vile, but our boy is above it all. Come here, sweetie, Mark says to the girl, patting his hand on his knee for her to come sit on. The wedding ring on his finger glints in the light as if to shine a light on the fact that he's a skeevy son of a bitch. Addie won't ever have to worry about that shit when I marry her. What? That's for damn sure. She doesn't have to worry about it now. The only pussy I want wrapped around my cock for the rest of my life is hers. That is so sweet. Put it on a greeting card. How will she ever deserve a man like this? But let's take a second. I've got some concerns. When I marry her, it doesn't make any sense for this man's character at all. He pulls his proverbial mask into place further by being gross with a waitress and causing her to spill his drink. Zayd, enraged but only pretending, lols, escorts her to the back to deal with her. He radios Jay, has him send a car. They scramble the cameras. I crack my neck and ready myself for a very long night of shooting the shit and becoming BFFs with a PDF file. I thought he was the megalodon. Why can't he just annihilate them? Well, because, boys and girls, we wouldn't get QAnon porn if he just did that. You guys are acting like you don't even want QAnon porn. What is this? Chapter 21. Daya comes over. Adeline talks about stew. I'm stewing. Nana used to make this god-awful stew when I was young. It smelled like a dumpster fire and tasted even worse. My attitude is about as foul as that right now. All that just to tell me she's in a shitty mood? She finally tells Daya about what happened with Zayd, and Daya asks the question we're all wondering, but not really because we know. Was it consensual? And this is where I get tripped up because it wasn't. It wasn't. But had he kept going, had he stripped his clothes from his body and fucked me, I can't say with absolute certainty that I would have stopped him or that I would have wanted to. You wouldn't have been able to anyway. He's a megalodon. She goes on to confirm it wasn't consensual, but also that she enjoyed it. He didn't hurt her, but he did. She's just very confused, which is understandable and pretty textbook when it comes to surviving violent sexual assault. Oh, I forgot about this earlier because I I hate it. Zayd mentioned before that he was treating her like this because he said he didn't want me to fall in love with something fake. He pretty much said he's showing me who he really is instead of lying to me about it. The fact that he thinks he can make me fall in love with him in the first place just goes to show how deranged he is. So he's showing you that he's a rapist and expecting you to fall in love with him because of how honest he's being. Shut it down. Daya's like, that's oddly nice. No, it isn't. They talk some more about Gigi's death. Adeline is convinced that Ronaldo is the culprit. He has to be because all stalkers are bad. If this wasn't already on fanfic and a PSA against smoking, I would also sprinkle in the fact that this is a stalker apology manifesto. Daya is worried that Adeline only thinks that Ronaldo killed Gigi because she wants to solve the murder and pin it on Ronaldo so that she has a reason to hate her own stalker when she clearly doesn't. Adeline's getting a headache. Me too, actually. She's not entirely wrong. Maybe I just want to be able to say that all stalkers are crazy and that it's not possible to fall in love with one. I want to be able to say it's never happened before, and I want to say it's absolutely impossible to find myself in a loving, passionate, and healthy relationship with a person who invaded every aspect of my life unapologetically. As much as I hate to say it, my shadow might not be wrong either. The man has a magnetism about him that rocks me to my core. He shifted my entire life out of balance. He scares the fuck out of me. But just like watching a horror flick, it thrills me too. He was right when he said that if he had approached me in the bookstore and took me out like a normal man, I would have fallen for him. The way he carries himself, the way he speaks, his passion, irresistible. And he's also right that I would have fallen in love with a lie. I would have been devastated. I just wish he wasn't such a bad guy. But then he'd be a different man. A man you might not be able to love. Doesn't matter. I refuse to love my shadow, and I'm not gonna fuck him either. What happened 2 nights ago was sexual assault, and I'm not gonna spin it any other way. So he knows he's raping her. She knows he's raping her. We know he's raping her. And now Daya knows that he's raping her. Also, had he just met her at the bookstore and asked her out to a meal, he eats. He was literally out searching for a meal that night when he met her. So if he had just asked her to dinner, how would that be a lie about who he was? He's eating and he's hot and he likes her. And then they could have had conversation about some of the darker things he might be interested in doing with her, to her. You know? And then it wouldn't have been a lie. It would have been a consensual, kinky, dark relationship that they both entered into willingly and had a choice. But that's not what Zayd wanted. Zayd wants to sexually assault and R her. Anyway, Daya says that she found out some info on the Salvatore family, a very powerful family back in the 40s, who Ronaldo was apparently working for. They found a grainy picture from the 40s, but somehow were able to see Ronaldo standing in the back with a watch covered in blood. I don't know. The plot thickens to a bone broth consistency. Literally, there's nothing to this book. This book is so stupid. Adeline and Daya get drunk. Shocking, I'm sure. I walk her to the guest bedroom and help her get into bed. I'm not much help considering I nearly send us both crashing to the ground a time or two. When I try to help her get her jeans off. How are you gonna get yours off? She asks, staring at my jeans. I wave a hand. I'm sure the stalker will help me. Her eyes widen comically. If he puts his peen in, you record it. I want to watch it later. Funny. He shows up, of course, and she's belligerent. She tells him that she likes calling him Kitty Cat, but she would like to know his real name. And he's like, yeah, Kitty Cat wouldn't sound very good if you were moaning it. And she just goes on to pretend to orgasm and moans out the name Kitty Cat. I hate these people. Zayd, he whispers against my lips. That's the only name that will ever leave your lips from now on, especially when you're making that little pussy feel good. And when I'm making that pussy feel good, then you can call me God. Please leave.
Hello from the void. I am neck deep in editing this, and I wanted to pause for a second to say 3 things to you. 1, I want to be very clear that I am not making fun of victims of sexual assault. I don't think that you guys would assume that I was. I think it's pretty clear that I am simply making fun of this book. However, I did want to say that very plainly. 2, please like and subscribe to this video. And if you're able to, sign up for my Patreon. It will encourage me to continue doing things like this to myself for your enjoyment and entertainment. I would really appreciate it. And finally, the reason that I came out to my garage to record this voice note for you is that I just read a line that I totally missed the first time because I was so bogged down in all the other stupidity. Oxygen evaporates from my lungs. And as a person who graduated from the 1st grade, I know that evaporation is a process where liquid turns into a gas to be absorbed into the atmosphere so that it can be part of the water cycle. And I could not let the opportunity to be petty about that go by. So I hate this book so much. It is absolutely stupid. I am really hoping you guys are enjoying this. Okay, I'll let you get back to it. Bye.
More painful back and forth. Adeline gets offended because he doesn't want to fuck her while she's inebriated. And he says that she would probably throw up if he put his dick in her mouth anyway. Offense. In response, she calls his dick puny and says that she'd only vomit because of how disgusting it is. So what's the logical next step here? If you said Zayd's gonna whip his dick out and prove it isn't puny, you'd be right. Congratulations. Your prize is 20 more chapters of this. No need to thank me. So maybe his dick is the exact opposite of puny and would surely kill me if I decide to choke on it. And maybe it wouldn't be the worst way to die when it's the most mouth-watering thing I've ever seen. No. Mouth-watering. I had a calzone a few weeks ago. It smelled so good that my mouth literally watered. Never seen a mouth-watering dick before. Little trigger warning for potentially transphobic language in this next bit. Adeline wants to chop off his dick because, quote, he wouldn't be a man without his cock, which is an odd choice. It made me feel weird, but am I reaching with this? I feel like this was insensitive at best. Please let me know in the comments. It just felt weird. Anyway, he proceeds to jack off on her face, holding her head in place as she begs him to let her go. Finally, I feel the terror penetrate my thick skull because this man could easily kill me. My bravery is sucked out of me like a vacuum, and I melt into a puddle of fear and hatred. You want to act brave? Then I'm going to show you exactly what happens to smart mouths. You're going to swallow my cum like the fucking bad girl you are, and I don't give a fuck if you don't like it. Clearly, that's the theme of the entire book. He asks what his name is, and she starts to say kitty cat, so he slaps her with his dick. Not hard enough to actually hurt her, but you know, still. So she says Zayd, and he orders her to open her mouth. She refuses, so he slaps her with his dick again. Harder this time. I hate this. I don't have a dick, so I can't confirm this thought, but I have hit someone, you know, with my hand before, and the harder you hit the thing, the more it hurts your hand. So what is this? Anyway, rope city in her mouth. Love that so much. Yes. She's crying and hating him, but like not. I don't know. You want to know the best part? I was going to tuck you into bed and leave you alone tonight, but you seem to forget that just because I'm wholly yours, little mouse, I am not a nice man. We didn't forget. Shadow chapters are the bane of my existence, but Chapter 22. He's out stalking Adeline in public. No mention of whistling this time, but who knows? He stumbles across one of them senators named Mark, who's involved in those leaked videos that we talked about with the child sacrifice. They walk together. He can't shake Mark, and he's also given Mark a fake name. Now, hold on. I want you to guess. It's a fake name. You would want it to be, like, obscure. Throw him off the trail, right? So what's the fake name? Brilliant. So they end up going to the restaurant that Adeline is working on her manuscript at. Zayd manages to keep them away from her and her away from them for a bit, but then Mark sees Adeline, and Adeline is so hot that he's enamored. I really think it's the freckles. He pulls his phone out and starts to take a picture of her, but Zayd has to interfere and reveal that Adeline is his girlfriend, and she doesn't like to be bothered while she works, so that's why they didn't say hello. He's like, I respect your space. Bitch, where? When? Mark pushes him more, so they head on over there. Remember that Adeline is a rape victim, okay? And was unaware at this point that Zayd was even following her. Now all of a sudden, he plops down next to her with a skeevy old man. They sit together for a while. Mark is weird, Zayd is creepy, and Adeline's just doing her best to go along with everything, probably because she's scared. And Zayd is just so dang proud of her. All right, Mark, let's leave my girl to get back to work. She's going to hear me call her my girl for a long fucking time. Next, we'll graduate to my wife and then the mother of my children. One day, she'll get it in her head that she's mine. Yeah, cool story. There's a bit more back and forth. Mark goes to the bathroom, and Zayd is rudely and aggressively explaining to Adeline that Mark is a danger, so now she's in danger, and to be cool. Be cool! Mark returns and asks Adeline what she's working on. She tells him about Gigi's case, which I think is brilliant. After I hear that this man that I'm eating near is incredibly dangerous, I like to divulge personal family details. I think that that's just smart. Mark says he remembers the case because his dad was a detective. His dad's name was Frank, and he wasn't allowed to work on the case because it would be a conflict of interest because Frank was John's best friend. John being Gigi's husband. Does this matter? No, but I'm trying to be thorough. Zayd takes a moment to make this all about him and tells us that the only reason that Adeline is wanting to solve Gigi's murder is to prove something to herself when it comes to him. So she can, quote, cement the fact that all stalkers are murderous psychos and she can finally hate me and shut out for good. She has been shutting you out this whole time. It just doesn't matter because you don't care. And two, stalker apologist attitude. Why? She wants to prove all stalkers are bad people. Yeah, I think that that's true, isn't it? Anyone who stalks a person, breaks into their house, leaves roses around, is a bad person. What the fuck is this? Anyway, Mark uses this new information that she unpromptedly gave to him about her family to manipulate her into coming to an event at his house. Oh, I don't know, Addie says, the discomfort renewed. Last thing she wants is to pretend to be my girlfriend any longer than she has to. Wonder what she's gonna do when we're married and her belly is swollen with my child. See, guys? Not all stalkers are vicious, murderous psychopaths. Some of them just want to rape someone and then marry them and pop out a gaggle of rugrats. Darling. She says that she'll think about it and Mark finally leaves. Adeline's pissed, but says that she'll go with him because she wants this information. I thought she was the one who manipulated people. She says she'll go with him to this thing and that afterwards they can pretend to break up so that he can, quote, actually get out of my life while you're at it. Once again, asking him to leave her the fuck alone. If you're expecting me to say we're gonna break up, you're more delusional than you believe me to be. There will never be an end to you and me. Great. Adeline's like, I hope you go to jail and are sentenced to death. And they're in the parking lot at this point, and Zayd just grabs her ass and lifts her up and says, will you be my last meal, baby? And I threw up in my mouth. I need a bigger mouth. More vomit would fit into it. Their sexually charged interaction gets them some onlookers, one of which is a child, which is fantastic. They part ways after this. I wish I could say for good. I had to take a break and get some water. Dehydrated from all the pussy weeping. Chapter 23. Daya is incensed that Adeline agreed to go to this event. When a character like Daya is the voice of reason for a book, I mean, all bets are off, really. This is when Daya reveals that she may potentially work for Z, which we already knew because I told you. So let's take a moment for Zayd's creativity. Okay, his name is Zayd. His hacker group is called Z. And the alias that he gave these corrupt government officials who like to kill children is Zach. The man is creative. And Adeline's like, oh my God, could Zayd Zach really be Z? Yeah. And Adeline is like, don't worry, Daya. Zayd will protect me. I know he will. And Daya is like, hold my drink because I'm about to sing this man's praises, even though he rapes you. Honestly, I don't doubt that, Addie. If he is who I think he is, he's doing some good in the world. And he's clearly obsessed with you in a very unhealthy manner. But from the sounds of it, he's not the typical stalker where he's out to murder you. I just think he really, really wants to be with you and is handling it in a very creepy fucking manner. The stalker apologist manifesto. He's obsessed with you and he stalks you, but not in an icky, gross way. And he's doing so much good in the world. A man's good deeds do not diminish his abhorrent behavior. I don't care if he adopts every stray puppy he's ever seen. He murders and sexually assaults people. She gets dressed in a dress that Zayd sent to her, and she wasn't going to wear it, but she decided to wear it out of spite. Just to see the look on his face. He picks her up in his Mustang, and she's worried that tonight will make her hate him less. I'm worried for a lot of reasons. He steps out in a suit and, quote, oxygen crystallizes in my lungs because he's so hot. But really, see a doctor. This is when it changes a little bit. It twists from non-con to dub-con, if anything. He grabs her hand and inspects it because just trying to picture what ring would look best on your finger. Makes no goddamn sense. Extremely evangelical family values, and I don't understand why. I hate him. I want to kick him till he's dead. She's like, I'd say no. And he grabs her throat. Love it? No, I snarl, but it tastes like a lie. You don't own me. You never will. He's forcing a narrative. She's saying no. It's a love story. Then he asks her to take off his belt. God bless. Why? To wrap around her neck and choke her. Duh. He forces her to her knees and she shows initiative because she just swallows that dick down whole. Yeah. These last few chapters are definitely when it slides from non-con to dub-con because he's wearing her down and manipulating her and abusing her into submission, which is so cute. She rakes her teeth along his dick and he threatens to literally break her jaw. She calls him a predator. He says, your pussy is salivating as much as your mouth. He comes. She swallows. He slides a rose in her hair, and I die a little. I suck in a deep breath, coughing and hacking as I try to regain everything I lost. Air, morals, even some of my hair. But I didn't lose my damn dignity. Not when I took control of that situation. This was on my terms, not his. Congratulations. They dust themselves off and head to the event. They have a medium drive ahead of them in his Inspector Gadget Mustang. So she asks him to explain all the bullshit. He does. She's like, OMG, you're Z. He takes a second to brag about building the company from the ground up. She finally asks him a decent question. How can you work to save women while actively stalking another? 1,000 points for Adeline, but these are Whose Line rules, so the points don't matter. He gives her an entirely predictable answer. I've never done this before you. You're the only one. You're special. Scoffing, I turn my head out the window and spend the rest of the car ride in tense silence. The atmosphere has only worsened, and I can't tell if it's because I now know he's some vigilante saving children and women from evil people, or if it's because he's confessed that he's only ever turned into a psycho for me. Still, both prospects have shifted the way I look at him. All that brain power out the window. Chapter 24, they arrive. Adeline takes a second to feel sorry for these poor women. Here's a wacky thought, and I want you to stay with me on this because I'm not sure, and I refuse to go back and check. But excluding the children specifically, because children can't give consent, is it possible that maybe, just maybe, some of these women are just sex workers? Like, they chose this career path, they're happy with it. Shitty men come and go, but it's part of the job. Is that not a possibility? All of it reads very savior complexy and condescending to sex workers in general to me, especially in some parts where he's just wandering through a gentleman's club and he like has pity for the women that are on the poles and stuff. He's viewing all of them from a victim lens, but we don't really know if all of them are victims. Like, obviously there's a difference between sex trafficking and sex work. However, I don't trust this book because it doesn't understand those differences between, like, I don't know, kink and abuse. Sex work is a career path that women do go into. It just seems weird to me. Sound off in the comments. I'd love to have this conversation. Anyway, Adeline walks in judging the house, which I find hilarious because her house, ugly as shit. They mingle. Apparently Zayd is like working the room, even though Adeline is supposed to be the manipulator. I, on the other hand, am not a natural. The social anxiety licks at my nerves, keeping my heart rate well above the normal pace. I smile at the strangers and laugh at everything they say, doing what I do best and manipulate people's emotions with my words. I pretend they're all avid readers, and the words I'm speaking are printing on blank sheets of paper for their greedy eyes to consume. So are you good at it or not? I vote no. Mark and his wife walk up, say a friendly hello, and Mark invites them to meet them later in his office so they can discuss Gigi and Frank and all that. Says he'll send a butler when the time comes. Cool. Chapter 25. Shadow can't take one more goddamn second in this stuffy ballroom, or he will start shooting people. So he takes Adeline to a cinema room that they have in the house. He takes a minute to feel proud of her because she made everyone in the room fall in love with her. I'm still confused on whether this is true or not. Like, is this an unreliable narrator? I don't know. It's not. Yes, but no. Adeline is like, stop this. We shouldn't be sneaking around. We'll get in trouble. And Zayd's like, I know she's scared and that makes her pussy wet. Shut up. Hydrate. The cinema is playing one of the latest horror movies, and Zayd forces Adeline to watch it while sitting on his lap. A weird dynamic pops up here, and I just hate it. I don't know if I hate it more than everything else that I already hate about this book. We'll discuss that later. Zayd just randomly asks her about her father, followed by asking if she has any daddy issues, to which she says no. I groaned audibly when I read this because I just knew what was coming when he asked her that. But here we go. Well, if you didn't before, you do now. Are you saying you're my daddy? She sputters out incredulously, bringing my attention back to her. That's right, baby. And you're my good little girl, I croon, sliding my tongue across my lower lip and looking at her like, fuck, things I want to do to this woman. Things that would show her just how insane I can be. First of all, you've been doing that. But the daddy thing, I want to be blasted into the fucking moon. Please. Please. There's a lot of stigma around this particular kink. I have no issues with it. I'm not here to kink shame anyway, even if I did have issues with it. But this isn't a kink book. So I have issues with it being in this book because I do not trust this author to handle kink correctly. She hasn't been. This man is an actual criminal, a creep, a stalker, a sex offender, a rapist who has made it his entire life's work to rescue children from sex trafficking. And now he wants to play daddy to Adeline. This is nasty. Like, not in general. In general, it's fine. Please understand that. I'm not kink shaming, I swear. In this book, with these themes that are this heavy-handed about sex trafficking children and sacrificing them for blood rituals and all of this other stuff, PDF file rings, you want to mix in a daddy dynamic just thrown in there haphazardly like that? This is what I'm saying. I don't trust it. I don't trust the author to do this well. Please stop. Anyway, back to the movie. He forces her to sit on his lap and watch the movie, all the while with her. She isn't wearing panties, and he almost has a heart attack over it. But she's like, I'd rather have wet thighs than a panty line with a dress like this. He forces her to watch a violent horror movie while finger banging her. Her pussy pulses, juices gushing from her slit and over my fingers. I groan, fighting the impulse to plunge my fingers into the depths of her pussy and feel her come all over me. My tongue darts out, looking along her neck, inhaling her jasmine scent, tasting the saltiness from the thin layer of sweat coating her skin. She tastes so fucking delicious. My mouth waters with the need to lap up the arousal soaking my hand. I deny myself the pleasure, keeping my hand glued to her weeping little cunt. He constantly talks about her weeping, and it still isn't weeping more than I did when I read this. Loud, wet noises war with the sounds from the movie as my fingers dip in and out. She's so wet. She's creating a pool on my slacks and the seat beneath us. Staccato moans burst from her lips. Now, first of all, leaving her juices all over the seat in a home of a man who is a danger to her that you plan to murder doesn't seem smart. But again, this is me thinking. Second of all, staccato moans. Staccato means short separated sounds. Like, what are staccato moans? Shush! Oh my god, I hate it. She comes. Juices flood so heavily that he feels them spilling past his hand. Then, there's a slight wet spot between my legs, but luckily my black slacks conceal it. All this talk about juices flowing, spilling, pooling, rushing. And there's just a small little wet spot on his slacks. Unreliable narrator. Chapter 26. I have 0 highlights for this. I both emotionally and physically checked out. They meet Mark in his office when the butler comes and gets him. He divulges more insight into his father, Frank, John's best friend, who was secretly in love with Gigi. Frank knew about Ronaldo, but still thought that John may have killed her. John had a really bad gambling problem. Maybe he owed the wrong people money and they killed her. Blah, 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 blah. Spoiler alert, it was Frank, the cop, the detective, and John's best friend. He killed her. Mark gets drunk, discusses the leaked video, and we get a bunch of drunk writing with a lot of extra S's just to hammer home the fact that his speech was slurred. Mark says goodbye, and he will be seeing Adeline. Zayd threatens to kill him. Adeline's like, I don't condone murder, but maybe I do. Lol. A week later, Zayd's choking her, but he's not raping her this time, guys. He's teaching her self-defense, so she's less of a liability. Isn't that sweet? Isn't that sweet of him? They tussle and banter, and it bores me to tears, weeping yet again. He said something about how there's a camera in her bathroom, and to be sure to holler his name when she uses her shower head later, gives her a rose, and leaves. She masturbates in the shower, but only because she wanted to. I've been at this for hours at this point, so I'm having a noodle break. Jason's Deli, if you'd like to sponsor me, just let me know. Chapter 27. Another chapter with no notes. Bored out of my mind. She catches Zayd like loitering out on her balcony, and she's like, come in. And I can't help but imagine the stupidity of this all. Like, will he always be like this? Married with kids, still slinking around? Like, imagine I'm sitting here. I'm Adeline, and she's just trying to have her breakfast. Zayd, we've been married for 7 years. Please come sit down and eat your eggs. Like, anyway, she massages his shoulders because he's tense. Why? He lost a kid today. They talk about it. I'll spare you. You're welcome. Adeline says, well, death isn't the worst thing that's happened to her. Yikes. She says she hates him, but she wants him to lay with her anyway. Normal. She tries to fuck him, and he's like, no, I don't feel good. Because the first time I fuck you, I want you to have all of me, not just bits and pieces. He takes a breath. I don't know why I said it like that. I'm not whole right now, and I can't worship you when all I see is her. Silly goose. Only Zayd gets to decide when it is and isn't time to bang. Disgusting. But he's so dreamy. If any of you ever want to pay me to watch me eat, we can discuss that also. Let me know in the comments. I'm not above anything. Adeline lays down with Zayd and thinks about how she'll eventually have to put a stop to this. Sure, Jan. Flash forward. God, I can't do this. There's 20 more chapters here. She and Daya discuss the fair and get drunk. We go to the fair, and I'm going to speed demon my way through this because it was absolutely ridiculous. It's a big old mess, and like I've been saying, a million years long for no reason. They go to the carnival. They notice a weird girl dressed like a broken doll. We find out later her name is Sibby. Whatever. Mark and his pedo friends from the leaked video show up. They're having a group date. Boys night. And they approach Adeline. She lies and says that Zach's in the bathroom or something. They all chat. They head into the dollhouse. They see a doll with a bloody knife. It's scary. They run. Another doll comes crawling out from under a bed. And as they run away, Adeline notices that she's wet. Hot stuff. Why are you wet about Just whatever. That's fine. It's fine. It has to be, doesn't it? As they leave the house, they hear someone scream, "Jackal!" I don't know why. The end. JK, chapter 28. Aren't we lucky? Shadow again. He shows up and notices Mark eye-fucking that broken doll girl. Shadow follows Mark as he follows Sibby. I think we learn that's her name later. I don't care. Zayd says hey to Mark, but cuts him in line to catch up with Adeline. He enters the pink dollhouse. What the actual hell? I mutter under my breath, momentarily distracted by the eyesore this house is. If Addie and I have a daughter, I hope she has some goddamn sense and prefers black. It feels like my eyeballs are physically cringing from all this pink. Did Barney come in here and shit everywhere? Jesus fucking Christ. First of all, Zayd, Barney's purple. Why would his shit be pink? Second, all black everything. Edgy. I get it. We get it. It's 27 chapters of this. I'm so fucking bored. He works his way through the house. He runs into that broken doll again. The one that he said, quote, isn't a child by any means. I'm not a girl. But could still be sold. I glanced down, taking quick inventory of her. She's wearing a thin nightgown, leaving little to the imagination. I barely notice her nipples poking through the thin fabric. No, what my eyes lock on is the outline of a knife strapped to her thigh. Noticed her nipples enough to talk about them though, huh, Zayd? You know the saying about like, the lady doth protest too much? Maybe he's having to infiltrate the PDF file ring because, you know what? I'm just gonna leave that there. The girl, Sibby, is standing in his way, and she seems to think he's a bad guy too. He is, Sib. Great job. She's also talking to people that aren't there. She's clearly hallucinating. He calls her crazy. Crazy! Love that. And this little girl must think I'm like Mark and here to hurt them. And well, she's not entirely wrong, except I'm only interested in hurting one of them. And by the time I'm done, she'll love the way I make her scream. Is she crazy? Or is she correct? She calls him crazy for preying on women, and he doesn't disagree with her, but corrects her, because he's a douche. That just makes me disturbed, not crazy. Hush the fuck up. Ugh. She tries to kill him, she doesn't, but bravo for the effort. He, no shit, punches her in the nose. This man. She falls down, he yells out Jackal, and he runs off. But notices Mark and the others entering, and they start talking about grabbing Adeline and Dea and putting them in the van. He starts laughing, alerting him to his presence in the house. The four men's heads snap towards me and bleed dry of whatever color was left in their faces. The four of them are sweaty and look like they have watched their worst nightmares come to life. They'll soon realize that I sit on the throne and their nightmares bow to me. I'm far worse than any monster they could ever imagine. And yet, you still had to play into their whole thing instead of just killing them. Whatever, Megalodon. The doll shows back up, Zayd is annoyed, and that makes two of us. Ooh, chapter 29. Dea sits down for a rest, and Adeline is like, I'm gonna go in the House of Mirrors. She also tells us extensively about the House of Mirrors, as if it isn't fucking obvious what a House of Mirrors would entail.
Mirrors. A room full of mirrors.
The House of Mirrors has always been one of my favorite places. It's an elaborate maze of mirrors, and very difficult to find your way out of. It's one of the biggest buildings at the fair, and they fill every inch of it with
Mirrors.
James, would you be a deer and yeet me into a mirror? Don't hold back. She goes in. She's having fun. Zayd shows up. He taunts her. She's annoyed. He tells her to run because if he catches her, he fucks her. Spoiler alert. He catches her. Ain't that something? I was ready to give myself over to him when he emerged from my balcony door and came to me with a heavy heart. The man put some type of spell on me because he was hurting. All I wanted to do was make him feel better. Give myself over to him if that was what would help. I love the fragments. But I know that I would have woken up the next day and hated myself because I would have slept with a stalker, a murderer, and a man who has forced himself on me on several occasions. I would have slept with a man who doesn't respect my boundaries, my personal space, or the word no. And I know without a shadow of a doubt, that's exactly what's about to happen. How do I accept that? How do I toss away the moral compass that has been directing my entire life? For a man that I should loathe, but I don't. I just don't. He's all those things, but he's also one of the most admirable men I've ever met. The devotion and passion he has for saving women and children stolen away from their homes and lives. He's doing something massive in the world and making an impact in a substantial way. I can't even begin to put into words the way he makes me feel. Cut it out with this shit. Literally, like for real. I simply do not care. He catches her. There's some words spoken. I don't care about that either. You're not fucking me. I refuse. Pushing against his chest harder. Because you're afraid you'll like it too much, he concludes before delivering a sharp nip on my neck. I swear to God. My back arches. Goosebumps rising on my skin from the chills. Because you know that you'll become as addicted as I am. No, because I don't want you to. I don't want you to. Who cares though? Is that enough proof of rape? No? Cool, that's fine. I got more. So you're gonna be my bad girl tonight. Lie to my face and act like your pussy isn't aching to be filled up with my cock. I feel the blood rush to my cheeks, a mix of anger and embarrassment. Not everything has to come down to physical attraction, I respond finally. Maybe my body wants you, but up here doesn't. He makes a big dramatic speech about how loving her is like being trapped in a house of mirrors. Chapter 30 begins with dirty talk, and I want to die. Just like his words, I feel my pulsate as my panties gradually dampen until it's exactly like he said, dripping. He wants to rape you in a house of mirrors. You want to know what I'd do if someone walked in and watched? I would let them watch. I would let them watch me claim you as mine and own every inch of your body. And then I'd fucking kill them. Hold on, calm down. Whoa! My would still be wet from your cum as I'd slice their throat for even daring to look at what's mine. You said you'd let them. He's a monster. Inside and out. Still, I feel my panties becoming drenched. Shut up. It's gross, isn't it? But she's chronically wet anyway, because she got that wop. So, I don't know. I choke on air when I pull down his pants. Breathe. It's just dick. He asks her to get on her knees. She says no, that she doesn't want him to ask her, and she starts running. So this is Dubcon. Maybe even a little bit flirting with CNC here, because what? I mean, they're communicating. She's involved in how this plays out? Whatever. He chases her. He catches her. He slams her down onto him. It hurts. Doesn't fit. Blah, blah, blah. And he says, maybe one day you'll let me treat this like glass and show it all my love. I have not one single clue what that means. She says, oh my God. He says, that's right, baby. I am your fucking God. I'm so glad I'm an atheist. He seats himself inside me, his balls slapping against the sensitive nub. LOL. Nub. Balls? I am 14. He keeps calling her a bad girl, a good bad girl. I hate it. Especially because like 20 minutes ago, he punched an actual girl in the face. Whatever. Bridge. Water under it. The hand in my hair travels down to my throat and squeezes tight while his other palms splay across my flat stomach. Tonight is just practice. But I promise you, little mouse, this body will be carrying all my babies one day. This is so effing weird. Goddamn, court ordered vasectomy this man. She tells him she's on birth control, and he says, for now, and I want to die. Dia calls for like the millionth time. Worried sick, because it's been 2 hours of her in this house of mirrors. 2 hours and 2 chapters. She just left Dia out there for 2 hours to get her shit rocked by a psychopath in a house of mirrors. Best friend of the year. Normal people don't fuck for that long, do they? Yes, they do. She's coming back to Earth and hating herself for letting this happen, as if she had a choice. And Dia is immediately like, why the fuck do you look and smell like you just got fucked? 3 guesses, buddy. Chapter 31, I hate shadow chapters. Hate them. Before he went and fucked Adeline in the House of Mirrors, which I don't know if you knew is like a house full of mirrors. He knocked all Mark's crew out, and Sibby corralled them into a place they wouldn't be found, and they were supposed to meet back up at midnight and deal with them. How cute. Send them on an adventure. They've decided to team up against the real enemies. Sibby directs her henchmen, her hallucinations, to hang back because she and Zayd got this. I've got nothing but hate in my heart for these people. There's banter, it's stupid. He endearingly calls her a demon slayer. He says that the 4 men are looking at him like he's the boogeyman. But wait until I tell him who I really am. I'm sure their faces will look like Casper's. If by like Casper's, you mean darling in every way, then that's really fucking stupid. If you mean something more along the lines of white as a ghost, why the name drop? Leave Devon Sawa and Casper out of this. Fighting ensues. Sibby starts stabbing somebody like so vociferously that Zayd has to pull her off of him. He takes a moment though to be misogynistic, which this whole book is. I haven't said it until now. See, I know that you're smart enough to figure out some of these things on your own. I don't spell everything out for you. Now you're gonna stop me from demon slaying? She squeaks, her voice pitched so high it nearly makes me cringe. God women and they're screeching. When you take the unaliving R and the SA out of the equation, this man is still a tube sock filled with hot garbage. The fact that people like him. Now, I've dated my fair share of garbage, though no murderers or anything, but you know, we all have our things. He and Sibby continue to interrogate and torture them. Mark finally spills the beans on the super secret club. It's a private gentleman's club called Saviors. You go in, you go down to the dungeons, and you witness all the child sacrifices. He also somehow plans to protect Sibby, but also pin all these murders on her. Sense? Logic? Not in this book. We're still with Shadow in chapter 32, and I love that for us. Sibby takes the fall for all the murders. We get some backstory on Sibby, like how her father was a culty crazy maniac and her mother herself, which caused Sibby to snap and then murder her dad. Zayd said this is insight into why she's so broken and to how violent and crazy she is. I personally love the ableist bullshit. We didn't have enough nonsense going on here. Gotta throw the ableism in there. But you should never miss an opportunity to further stigmatize people who suffer from mental illness. We get another nonsensical, noble, but disgusting moment from Zayd about Adeline. Close your mouth, honey. So again, close it. Close your mouth. You'll catch a fly. She doesn't know the danger she's in, but that will soon change. I refuse to hide the truth from her, and I'm sure she's not gonna like hearing that our self-defense lessons are gonna be ramping up. Now I just have to figure out how to keep my dick out of her during those lessons. It won't happen. This woman, your rape victim / lover, is in danger of being kidnapped and sold into sex trafficking. So you need to train her in order to keep her safe, or at least give her some sort of defense strategy, but may have to fuck her in the middle of all of this. Priorities. Also, since when do you refuse to hide the truth from her? Fucking lunatic. Boom! We're at the Saviors. The main room is massive. The stage is right in the middle of the room. A large pole, front and center, with a girl swinging around it, completely naked. Her tits bounce as she lifts herself up, wrapping her long legs around the pole and bending backwards, her breasts on full display as she gyrates her hips. I don't bother looking at her body. Just did there. But that's what you just did, though. He walks through the building and details it, but I will give you the cliff notes. Everything is either black or red. It's like if Hostel had a hot topic at the exit. He gabs with some more creeps who know him as Zach because Mark, put a good word in for him at the place. He let Mark live, I guess. I don't know. Because remember, he's the Megalodon. He's God. He's the Grim Reaper. But he can't just nuke this issue. He had to infiltrate it first. Makes total sense. They're getting to know him and asking his interests. I shrug a shoulder nonchalantly and take a sip of whiskey while pulling my phone out with my other hand. I pull up a picture of Daniela, a girl I saved 5 years ago. She's deep in a safe house, as she was an orphan with no home to return to when I rescued her. It's an innocent picture of her dressed in Barbie pajamas. What sells the illusion is the haunted look in her eyes and the bruises marring her skin. The picture was taken after we first rescued her. She was 10 at the time, and I made sure to ask her permission before showing this to anyone. This is the first time I've had to befriend pedophiles before I killed them. But I knew that if I was ever going to convince them that I was like them, I needed to show proof. Hi there. Children can't give consent. She was 10 when the picture was taken, right? So if you asked her then, she was still a child, a minor, who can't give consent. But now it's been 5 years since you rescued her. So let's say you're still in contact with her and you reached out to ask her if you could use a photograph of her on the day of her rescue from a violent PDF file ring in the future. Just show it off, And she said yes. That would make her 15. She's still a child. And children, what? Can't give consent. Children cannot give consent. Anyway, they see the picture and they're like, you're perfect for the initiation. Which I think is stupid too. All you have to do is show up, show a picture of a child, kind of allude to the fact that you like to fuck kids, and you're in. This doesn't sound like the locked down secret dungeon society underground that is so impenetrable that you needed to infiltrate it and blend in order to take them down. It sounds pretty fucking easy to me, but that is me thinking again. I just never learn. Chapter 33, we're back with Addie. My God. Panicking because people that she's been seen with, people that she's been inside their homes, are now dead. Stressed. She says she needs to end things with Zayd. Agree. He's going to keep endangering me. It doesn't matter how he makes me feel. Blah, 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 blah. Cut it off. Kill him. I don't care. Speak of the devil. He shows up and they banter. She's like, I don't want you here. And he's like, you're a liar. She's like, I'm not your prey. And he's like, then why do you let me consume you? Consume me. I would like to be gone. She runs from him. He chases her. Stop it. I choke out, attempting to get away, but his grip holds firm, tightening around my throat until black pinpricks dot my vision. You don't want this, baby? You don't want to be full of my and discover a new religion every time I make you come? Oh, man. You have a lot of faith in your abilities, I croak. He chuckles, as deep and dark as the ocean. You need faith to be a believer. He cups me between my legs. This pussy deserves to be worshipped. I hate it. She repeatedly says stop, that she hates him. She calls him a monster. He slams her into a wall. Stop it. She fights him off. He doesn't stop. She says she doesn't want to sleep with him ever again. He still isn't getting it, so she attempts to knee him in the balls and runs off into the woods, barefoot. Seems like she's terrified and seems like she doesn't want to do this, but She trips and falls, and he catches up and grabs her. She's telling him no repeatedly and is concerned for her own safety. So, remember how noble he was earlier by not keeping the truth from her? He chooses this moment to tell her. She is very scared and very obviously anxious and just on edge about everything. She's fighting him off, she's crying, and this is the moment that he drops the bomb on her that she was already marked, and it wasn't him that brought them to her, and she needs him to keep her safe. What a guy. If that isn't manipulative, I need you to just bury me in the earth. Like right now, just dig a hole, throw me in there. But Adeline is so stupid and a perpetual victim, which is not a dig. She's literally a victim of sexual violence. So she calms down a little after this. It softens her, just as it was intended to. I have nothing to say. No argument. I've been holding on so tightly to the notion that all murder is wrong. But I need to let that go. Because Zayd is right. Whether he came into my life or not, I would always end up in danger. And I can't get upset every time he kills someone who meant to harm me. Yes, you can. What? If that makes me selfish, then I don't care anymore. Whether I like it or not, Zayd isn't going anywhere. And it's far more exhausting holding on to morals that do nothing but fight against the one thing keeping me safe. Gag me to hell. Gag me. Banter. He's great at sex. She doesn't want it. But I'm so good. Blah, blah, blah. Chapter 34. He strips her bare and makes her in the woods. He carries her back to the house. She playfully bites his neck and he slams her into a tree. The light from my front porch is just piercing through the trees when he gets in, slamming me against a tree trunk, my bare back scraping against the rough bark. I forgot she was naked still. Jesus Christ. His jeans are undone in record time, his bursting free from the confines and driving up inside me before I can process it. But he doesn't relent. Of course he doesn't. Me against the tree until I'm clamping down on him, an orgasm tearing through me that nearly causes permanent eye damage from how hard they roll. Me too, Adeline, but for different reasons. They bang, it was monumental, I don't care, nor do I believe it. Time for a pillow talk. What are you feeling right now? He asks softly. My breathing escalates. Confined. Trapped, he volleys back. My mouth tightens because while a part of me wants to say yes, the truth is, I don't. I feel safe, protected, treasured. One day, you will realize that you're not trapped in a prison, he murmurs roughly. You are in my church where I'm your God and you are my equal. I'm not a jail, little mouse. I'm your sanctuary. If he's your God, you aren't his equal. Does that make me a goddess? Baby, you rule the fucking kingdom and I'll gladly bow to you. Stop it. Stop. Just stop it. Both of these assholes kind of deserve jail time for this like weird, cringy jerk circle. I'd like to RSVP no. I don't want to come. I do not want to come. He tells her that the next time they fuck, that she will be in love with him as they're currently fucking, and he asks her, quote, to come and to let me feel you fall in love. That isn't, you can't, I just, Chapter 35, they fuck all night long. Another video was leaked, possibly from the night he was at the Saviors. Count me in as who cares. Adeline brings him coffee. Baby, if you can't keep a plant alive, how are you going to keep our babies alive? She smacks my chest. Calm down, Zayd. No baby talk. I don't even like you like that. So this is another what moment, but like times 1,000. I got no fucking clue how to deal with that. They ponder about how strange it is that Gigi had a stalker too. And she was in love too. And maybe they're just reincarnations doing this over and over through lifetimes. Puke! One lifetime is enough for this story. I beg you, please, no more. Can you imagine what it would feel like to have my love for that long? No! She swallows, her eyes pinned on the water beyond the cliff as a shaky breath loosens past her lips. Do you know what it sounds like to drown? The fuck? Tell me, baby, what does drowning sound like? I'd like to know this too, because if I had to guess, it sounds like muted screaming, like lungs filling with water, gurgling, your body shutting down, maybe some ringing in your ears. Like the first breath of air after being trapped underwater. It's a sound of both pain and relief, of desperation and desire. When you've gone so long without oxygen, that first breath is the only thing that makes sense, and your body takes it in without permission. Okay, that's not the sound of drowning then, you fucking dunce. That's the sound of coming up for air. It's the sound of not drowning. Isn't it the most exquisitely painful thing you've ever felt? I jerk her head closer, wringing another gasp that skitters across my lips. Skitters? Scared me. Banter? She asks about his life. If you're expecting a tragic story, you're not gonna get one. My parents were incredible people who loved me and supported me. They died in a car crash when I was 17. One might argue that that is tragic. My parents' death was heartbreaking, but an accident. Aside from losing them, nothing bad has ever really happened to me that would lead me to slaughter evil people for a living. I make my own choices in life, Addie. That's all there is to it. The roses. Why the roses? My mother, her favorite flowers were roses. She always had them all over the house with the thorns clipped so I wouldn't hurt myself. One year, I told her that I would be sad when she died because all the roses would die with her. So she gave me a plastic rose and says as long as I had this rose, she would never be truly gone. I guess I wanted to see roses all over your house too. Maybe because you feel like home. The first rose was left after he literally saw her once. Also, I like dead things. I give my grandma dead flower arrangements because I like the idea of being able to keep them forever without them dying and turning all gross and mildewy and stuff. And I have done that since I was little. And shame on you for fucking with my memory of that. Ruined it. It's gonna take me some time to fully accept some things, Zaid. I can't tell you how long it'll take. They can tell you that I'll try. But what I can definitively accept is you saving children and girls. Her lip wobbles. I admire you more than I can say for being one of far too few people willing actually to do something. Wow. First of all, that was horribly written. Where was the editor? You know that SpongeBob episode where he like cries into his own eyes? Diane shows up. Bless this mess. She comes face to face with Zaid for the first time. What the hell? Is this him? Have you been gossiping about me, little mouse? Did you tell her how big my cock was? How embarrassing. He is so goddamn gross. Addie's eyes pop comically. Her hand curls and swings into my chest. It feels like a little piece of bread thrown at me. No. If it wasn't for the small figure charging toward me, the loud stomping would be a clear indicator of the storm coming my way. I turn and swoop out of the way of another flying fist, this one packing a lot more punch. That one might have felt like a whole loaf of bread. Yuck! Shut up! God, I can tell this girl can hit, but fists don't affect me these days. I've grown too accustomed to the bite of a bullet instead. Edgy, dark, violent, tough. Die! I laugh, catching Dia by her arm before she flies ass over teacup over the balcony. What does that mean? She wouldn't look so pretty with her face bashed in and her skull cracked open. He's a good guy. A guy you can admire. A guy the world needs more of. A guy who rapes you into submission. A guy who envisions your best friend's brains bashed in. I hope you understand that Addie never really stood a chance. Don't blame her. Addie crosses her arms, huffing at me, finally finding her voice. All I had to do was piss her off. I make my own decisions, Zaid. Quit acting like I didn't have a choice. I just smile, let her think what she wants. Whatever gets her pussy willingly wrapped back around my cock, I guess. She never had a choice. He's placating and condescending and just the fucking worst. But whatever gets his dick wet, right? High five, brother. Chapter 36. Diane and Adeline have to hash this out, which is simple because rape isn't bad as long as you murder PDF files on the side to make up for it. Get your puke buckets ready. But knowing that Zaid is your stalker oddly reassures me. I never knew him personally, obviously. I didn't even know what he looked like. But what he does, it's incredibly admirable. He puts his life on the line every day, walks into the lion's den himself and saves a lot of innocent souls. He's helped countless people and taken down so many rings already. And I don't have to see the videos to know that Z takes them to heart. Does he take them to heart or does he just really like them? A note arrives, no return address. Who cares? Something about Gigi. Again, no one cares. Frank killed her. Let's move on. Dia says she found out how Ronaldo died. He died of broken heart syndrome. No, the fuck he didn't. Broken heart syndrome, quote, mostly occurs following severe emotional or physical stress. The condition is temporary and most people recover within 2 months. Google's free. Shadow again. The hits just keep on coming. I was there. I watched them drink the blood of a little boy, an 8-year-old kid sacrificed on some stone altar to welcome the new members of a devil-worshipping, blood-drinking pedophile club. My feet are asleep and I wish I were too. Satanists don't do this. Stop. So he's about to bust up in the society for reals this time. Jay is to watch Adeline. We get this lovely bro moment. I want your eyes on Addie tonight as well. If something happens, you tell me immediately. He chuckles. Do you think she'll like it when I stalk her too? I'd pin him with a glare. You watch her for any purpose other than ensuring her safety. I'll cut your dick off and feed it to you. No one stalks her but me, rar. His face scrunches up in disgust, but I don't miss the flash of terror in his eyes. Just kidding, dude, he assures, his hand raised in surrender. I like my women willing. Most people do. Well, most people who aren't criminals. A wicked smile forms, though the heat in my eyes remains. Sounds to me like you don't understand a woman's body well enough to know when it sings for you, even when her mouth tries to resist. I feel like there's a word for this. A 6-year-old girl is led into the room and someone says, quote, dinner is served. Chapter 38. Dia and Adeline find out some more stuff about Gigi. Frank did it. Let's keep going. Adeline gets drunk and goes to bed sad because she misses Zaid. She's missing her rapist. How long has he been stalking me for? 3 months? Not very long at all. In fact, that's such an insignificant amount of time, it almost makes me sick. Same! There's still so much I don't know about him. What's his favorite color? Does he have allergies? I hope he's allergic to all my favorite foods so I don't have to share. Or at least I hope he doesn't like them. More for me. What is this? What is this? I hate this. And I hope I don't like his favorite foods, because if I do, I'll probably eat off his plate too. Please. He probably wouldn't mind. And that softens my heart into a pile of mush, because somehow a man that wouldn't care if I ate his food fell in love with me. That's so fucking cute. She gets horny over how cute all this is and how murderous he is. Next, I rip my t-shirt over my head, leaving me in only my matching bra and panty set. It's white and silky, and that insane part of me wishes Zayd were here to see it. He'd probably think I look so innocent, an angel and a demon, forbidden but drawn to each other anyways. That could be a book. Wow. Meta. She bangs one out and then goes to bed. Chapter 39. Excessive moments of creepy PDF file behavior before the blood sacrifice of a child. Casual. I will not be reading this. Zayd has the little girl sit on his lap and requests private time with her. The FBI bursts in and saves the day. How old are you, Shortcake? 5, she chirps. I'll try to find your mommy and daddy, okay? If I can't, I'll make sure you're safe. She nods her little head, her brown eyes now latched back onto me. Then will you be my daddy? Fuck. Can't say I've ever been asked that one before. I forced a smile. Adoption isn't out of the question, but that's something I'll have to consult with Addie first. She'd be your mommy after all. Since when do you consult Addie on anything? How respectful of him, though. Like, he's such a marshmallow. OMG, I love him. I love him. I fucking hate him. Chapter 40. We are going quickly. Okay, so the FBI fake arrests him, and then he's released, heads back over to Adeline so he can, fuck her. But the dumb bitch has the audacity to be asleep. I could have tried to fuck her while asleep, but I decided to hold off on that until Addie admits her love for me and freely accepts mine. Until I can fuck her without a fight. Though, I think some part of Addie will always fight me. Although I've taken advantage of Addie on several occasions, at least her being awake and coherent allows me to watch her body's reaction. Doesn't make it right, but her body has always wept for me. I'm weeping. Again. Yeah. They bang. He tells her to run. She does. He chases her with a raging boner. Again, this is a horror novel. That's not sexy to me at all. Like, you're just flopping down the hallway after me. He catches her, and then comes buckets. More pillow talk. The little girl I saved, Sarah, she asked me if I'd be her daddy. Addie's head snaps up so quickly, she comes close to breaking it. Breaking her head? Her mouth flops. What did you say? I shrug. I didn't really get to say anything. She had to leave so I could go get fake arrested. She blinks. Would you? Adopt her, I mean. I wouldn't do anything without your say-so, but yes, I would. I wouldn't do anything without your say-so. I'll take liars for 200. She swallows. Why do you need my permission? You think I stalked you because I want a quick thrill? No, baby. It's you and me forever. Which means if I become a daddy, then you become a mommy. What the fuck is this? What the fuck is this? What? I hate this aspect of the story and his character. What is this bullshit about being a father? Stop it. Chapter 41. He's at another ritual because he just can't get the fuck enough of them. They bond over pursuing women who don't want them. Women like to run, but they like being caught even more. It's like, is he even pretending in order to blend in? No, he isn't. He's just blending in because he belongs here. Anyway, he saves the girl somehow, but the bust is a setup and it ends on a cliffhanger with Jay being there and he's like, it was a setup. And then he sees somebody behind Zayd and he goes, you? Chapter 42. So Gigi's murder has been solved and the cops confiscated like the journals and stuff, but Adeline made them pinky promise to get them back. 26, guys. She's 26. Oh, at some point it was revealed that Nana stayed in the house because of all this. I don't care. Nana also helped cover it up because Frank threatened her. And the mysterious letter with no return address was from Adeline's mother, that bitch, because she knew Nana's secret. This whole thing makes zero sense, adds nothing to the story, is completely pointless. This could have been half as long as it was. Adeline realizes that she's falling in love with Zayd, her stalker and rapist, and is so worried for his safety. Daya texts urgently that something's wrong. She's upset. She needs Adeline to come over immediately. Adeline speeds over because she's the best friend that anyone can have. And a car is following her, causing her to crash. She's kidnapped, and it literally fades to black. Hey there. You've reached the end. I cannot believe it's finally happening. I thought this day would never come, but yes, we are at the end. And I did originally record an ending to this that was a little rambly, so I thought I would do it over again and try to do a better job. I wanted to kind of sum it up, touch on some of the points, wrap it up in a nice little cohesive, succinct way for you so that we can put this shit to bed. This was one of the worst reading experiences of my life. Aside from the QAnon fanfic, the hashtag not all stalkers undercurrent, the lack of ghosts, and the excessive weeping, it was structurally lacking, badly written, and entirely too long to be enjoyable. So let's touch on a couple of key points and my final thoughts, and then I'll tell you my rating. I'm sure you can go ahead and guess it, but let's do it anyway. Just humor me, okay? We'll start with Adeline, our main character and rape victim throughout the entire book. As a main character, Adeline was really vapid and boring, which was a real shame because I think there were a lot of aspects to her personality that could have been explored further to give her some depth and connect us to her. She's a very successful author. She's fixing up this creepy house. She has weird relationships in her family. I think that Adeline existed as a placeholder main character that things either happened to or around, and not much thought went into her one way or the other. Our other main character, Zaid, was unlikable from the very first chapter we met him in. We know he's a murderer and a rapist, yes, but he's also a delusional, violent dickhead with a bloated sense of self-importance and a pathological hard-on for himself and the work that he does, which is really weird considering that the work that he does is dispensing of PDF file rings and rescuing children. That felt gross enough, but it got even grosser when he started pretending to be friends with the PDF files that he was investigating after literally chapters of expositing to us how indestructible he is. That made no sense. But then add on the daddy thing and this sudden but very urgent need to have children with Adeline and the weird lovey-dovey tender moments that he had with the children he was rescuing. Like, he kept one of the children's photographs on his phone. I think his career path was an overcorrection for the man he truly is. He's vile and unlikable, and I know so many people like him, but there is good news for the Zaid stans out there. I guess it's good news. It's bad news for the rest of us, but men like this exist. You've probably met some. Men that don't respect your boundaries. Men that don't like fiction because it can't teach them anything. Men that don't recognize the word no as a full sentence. I did learn something from this fiction book, though. It's that I dislike these kinds of men in fiction just as much as I dislike them in real life. This kind of male love interest leading man will never appeal to me, even if he weren't a murderer, rapist, and latent pedophile. Let's move on to their relationship. This was another train wreck aspect of the book because it was abuse the entire time. Adeline never has any autonomy in this relationship. From the roses to the assault to the need to knock and wife her up, she had no say in any of this, so it's hard to call it a relationship. It's even harder to call it a kinky relationship because in order to have kink, you have to have established trust, communication, and consent. Not to mention that all of this was taking place in the matter of 3 months. Zaid relentlessly pursued her, assaulted her, and wore her down to the point where at the end of the book, she gets all giggly, girly, doe-eyed, hair twirly about his favorite color and what he's allergic to. And oh my God, maybe he'll let me eat off of his plate. As if he didn't spend the last 3 months violently assaulting her. I don't care if he's allergic to pineapple. He's a rapist. I don't care. And for the entire book, we hear about how much of a bad boy he is. How he avoided asking her out on a normal date because he didn't want her to fall in love with the lie. But then towards the end of the book, we find out that his ultimate goal with her is to marry her and have children with her, which one might argue is a normal goal to aspire to in a relationship. So that just cancels out everything he said before. Ultimately, what he wanted to do is her into submission. And so I guess he did. Congratulations. I don't know. Congrats. Let's talk about the side quest or Gigi's whole thing. I never cared about Gigi. I never cared about the affair. None of that was interesting. And honestly, if you went through the book and you didn't read a single sentence of that, it would not impact the story in any way. The only thing to come from the Gigi side quest was the not all stalkers attitude, which was a weird addition to an already fucked up stupid book. Speaking of things that don't matter, the ghosts. And when I picked this up and started reading it, back when I was still stupid, the word haunting and the fact that she was in this weird, creepy house really had me thinking we were going to get some good ghost action. And it fell completely flat. It was non-existent. I've had more paranormal activity in an apartment I lived in 2010. What a waste. The smut is the last thing I wanted to talk about, although I don't really know what there is to say about it because every sexual encounter aside from Grayson was either forced onto or coerced out of Adeline, a traumatized woman. Naturally, that will color an experience a little bit, but objectively, the smut still wasn't good. Constantly talking about how big his dick is, how big he is in general, how he's a god, and every time she has sex with him, it's like discovering a new religion, and can't forget about that pussy weeping. It just wasn't great. Plus, he was chronically hard, like a little slab of granite walking around, which again makes me very concerned about the career path he chose. Ultimately, I found no enjoyment in this book, and it has plagued me for months at this point. It was rough. I'm so tired. And while I am very glad that some people read this and had a good experience, I was not one of them. So my final rating for Haunting Adeline is 1 little star. I don't even know what to do with myself now that I'm done. Like, what do I do? Do I go outside? Should I run? I don't know what to do. I appreciate you so much for being here. This is the longest review I've ever made. This is my magnum opus of this channel, at least for right now. Who knows what the future holds?
Not me crying. I forgot she ever said that. I hear her say that, and she's been doing this for a couple of years now, and she's done so much and brought so much joy. I just wanted to take a second to, like, just between us pals, just like look at all she's done and accomplished and like how proud we are of her. I just wanted to take a minute because she had no idea when she filmed this that she would be making all of this, and she did a lot of work, and I'm just really proud of her. No matter what comes next, no matter where this channel goes after, you know, when is it, May 2026, I'm really proud of everything that she created on here. And like, you know, a couple years ago, Natalie had no idea that she would be doing all this, and then she did it, and I'm really proud of her, and I hope you are too.
Who knows what you'll vote on me to do in the future? Speaking of that, you guys owe me for this.
Hi, me again. Are you all right? Am I all right? No, I fear not, but I know what will make me feel better. Let me show you one of my favorite things I ever recorded, which is a 2-year-old video of behind the scenes Natalie crashing out, as the children say, over the physical copy of Haunting Adeline. I have used this clip in her videos that I've edited before because it's so fucking funny. She had a meltdown over Haunting Adeline's cover being in black and white despite the inside, talking extensively about the lipstick. I'll just show you.
She didn't even put it in color. She brought up color. Just to say my lipstick isn't the same color anymore. I'm getting sad about it. It's black and white. It's not color. I knew you were filming this because this is just the worst. Why would you bring it up? If these books are going to kill me, there are tears in my eyes. I see them. I feel like I hope you're hungry. For nothing. There's nothing here. There's nothing to eat. I don't have any food. We're just starved.
See? All better. Okay, ready to be heard again? Great. Here's Haunting Adeline Part 1.
For what? Where do they think I'm going?
Good, good. I wanted a microphone that allowed me to film from 4 rooms away. Hi, jerks. Welcome back to my channel. I didn't mean it when I called you a jerk. I'm sorry. I'm just a little on edge because today we will be discussing book 2 in the Cat and Mouse duet by H.D. Carlton, Haunting Adeline. Maybe you've heard of it. As some of you know, I have already read, reviewed, and ultimately regretted Haunting Adeline, book 1 in this duet. The first book, and Satan's Affair, honestly, but really the first book that was almost 600 pages of bullshit. It was one of the biggest projects I've ever tackled to date on this channel. It was almost 3 hours long, the final review. It got me into the YouTube Partner Program, and the irony is not lost on me that the same video that got me in got demonetized a few weeks later, and then I had to go back and edit and make it a little bit more ad-friendly for everybody. You live, you learn. What have I learned? Well, I've learned that you hate me. I'm just kidding. You love to watch me suffer and holler through these terrible books. Here I am doing it again. Woo! There is and was some controversy swirling around this book and the series in general, mainly dealing with anti-Semitic themes and tropes that were found in the book. The author apologized and said she had sensitivity readers go back through and look through the text and pull out anything that was anti-Semitic or harmful to the Jewish community, though I do think that they missed some stuff, which is why I'm leaving this disclaimer here for any Jewish individuals who may be watching and don't feel like dealing with this kind of bullshit today. It's my hope that when I create these reviews, that I am offering an in-depth critique with consideration, care, and levity. If you've been here a while, then you know what I do, and I hope that that's what you take away from my stuff. But if it's not, or if you're new here, let's discuss who I am and what you can expect. I will not be nice to this book today, but thank goodness I can't hurt a book's feelings. This is a dark book with concerning subject matter and themes that we will go over in a bit when I get to the trigger warnings, but just know that my way of bringing levity to my reviews of dark media is dark humor. I lean in. You know, I do try to be mindful of what I say. I use abstract hyperbole and often make myself the butt of the joke so that no one can misinterpret what I'm saying. That's going to happen regardless of how careful I am. I'm not a lazy shock value content creator, lazily punching down in order to make a joke. I am, or I try to be, I hope I am, a critical reviewer of media who's kind of funny sometimes. And in the words of Mike Birbiglia, all jokes are offensive to someone. And I can't possibly know all the things that you might not like or might be sensitive to you or might rub you the wrong way or just not land. So instead, I just want to tell you right here in the beginning that if my jokes don't land for you, that's okay. Or if you're in a shaky place, you're feeling a little extra vulnerable lately and don't feel like you can handle hearing me talk flippantly about some of the darker things, that's okay too. You're not obligated to be here and continue watching if it's harmful for you to do so. The last little thing I wanted to toss in here before we get going, I'm kind of stalling, but not really because this is important. I want to be clear that I'm not making fun of victims. I am making fun of this ankle-deep, dumb as a box of hair, cardboard cutout, infantilized 26-year-old woman who's victimized throughout the book and the shitty shock value universe that she exists in. But that does not mean that I am making fun of actual victims of RSA or violence. Nuance exists, and I can't possibly take a knee every time I want to make a joke to reiterate that the joke is at Adeline, a fictional character, and not victims as a whole. So I just wanted to put this up here so you can remember it throughout the duration of this video. Hopefully. It's my hope. All right, we good? I feel good. Great, so let's get started because the quicker I start, the quicker I can be done. So let's go over the details. Hunting Adeline, God, I can't believe I'm doing this again, is book 2 in the Cat and Mouse duet by H.D. Carlton. 531 pages, and for what? And classified as a dark stalker romance. Love that for us. I would more accurately say that it is an abuse romance with some QAnon fanfic sprinkled in. The synopsis reads, oh my God, we're already here. Are you excited? The diamond. Sure. Death walks alongside me, but the Reaper is no match for me. I'm trapped in a world full of monsters dressed as men and those who aren't as they seem. They won't keep me forever. I no longer recognize the person I've become, and I'm fighting to find my way back to the beast who hunts me in the night. They call me a diamond, but they've only created an angel of death. Yeah, okay.
Bitch, you better be joking.
And the hunter, Zaid, the diamond was Adeline, if you didn't know. I was born a predator, with ruthlessness ingrained in my bones. When what's mine is stolen from me in the night, like a diamond hidden within a fortress, I find that I can no longer contain the beast. Kill the beast! Blood will paint the ground as I tear this world apart to find her and bring back where she... Those are 2 sentences. Blood will paint the ground as I tear apart this world to find her, period. And bring her back to where she belongs, period. Sure. Well, great. We're off to a great start. No one will escape my wrath, especially not those who've betrayed me. Warning, this is the second and final installment to the duet. Psych. You must read Haunting Adeline first. Come here. No, you don't. You can just go watch the review. Or, in case you don't want to do either of those, I'm going to sum it up for you. It's not going to take us long. Haunting Adeline, Book 1, Summary. Here we go. Adeline Riley is a 26-year-old famous author and lover of all things dark and spooky, hence my outfit. She is known for renovating the haunted manor that her dead grandmother left her, drinking martinis out of a straw with her overwhelmingly tiny mouth. She's fabulous. Zaid Meadows, our love interest, is a hot, violent stalker, artist, and unaliver with heterochromia and a facial scar. By day, he works for himself at his QAnon-inspired dream company called Z, where he hacks, hunts, and unalives PDF file rings on the regular. By night, or any time he feels like doing it, really, he stalks and assaults his future girlfriend until she gives in to Stockholm Syndrome and falls in love with him. It's so cute! At the end of book 1, and just as the aforementioned Stockholm Syndrome starts to really kick into gear, Adeline is kidnapped by the real villains of the story, aka some guys that Zaid was meant to be hunting down, leaving us with a cliffhanger. They're separated, hooray. I wish it was just the end. Yeah, that's book 1. We're back to this book now. In this book, Hunting Adeline, there are dual POVs as well, and you guessed it, it's between the Diamond, aka Adeline, and the Hunter, Zaid. And we even get brand new, gorgeous journal entries at the end of each chapter. What I'm trying to tell you is that we're blessed. So let's talk about trigger warnings, yeah? Yeah. As some of you may know, the first book in this duet, Haunting Adeline, was banned due to the warnings, but it's so necessary to have one. They are also available on my website. Banned, that's not what book banning is. They just didn't want to carry your book. That's not a book ban. Yeah. Your book is in Barnes & Noble. This book contains very triggering situations such as graphic R. These scenes are detailed, so please proceed with caution. For what? Why are they detailed? Why? There's also graphic violence and gore, torture, sexual assault, kidnapping, psychological abuse, physical abuse, mental abuse, explicit situations, human trafficking, slave trade, grooming, severe PTSD, and very particular kinks such as blood play, knife play, degradation, and somnophilia, which is another word for doing it with someone who is asleep. They are asleepy. I don't trust this author because she mucked this up so badly in the first book, and as a result, I don't trust this note. And her second author's note doesn't help. If you're expecting a quick reunion, then this book isn't for you. Don't worry, there's not any less spice. Spice, huh? You remember earlier when we asked, what have I learned? Okay, so one of the things that I learned from her first book is that she kind of treats kink and spice as if they're interchangeable with things like R and SA. I also know from that cliffhanger ending that Adeline is being held by people that mean to do her harm. And she said, we won't be getting a quick reunion. So explain to me what this spice is. Is it just assault? Because I'm in the future. It takes to 50% for Zaid to get her back. And unless they just spend the rest of the book doing it all hours of the day. Is that what we're talking about? The abuse that she endures in the first chunk? Is that spice? I need answers, really. And this is a rhetorical question. If you're here and you have those answers, please leave. But the first entire book was just assault, being labeled as spice because the main male character was hot and the victim, Adeline's body, was positively responding, which happens during R and SA. It can happen. And ultimately, he just wore her down through the stalking and love bombing in the form of roses all over her freaking house and stuff. It's just, I don't trust this author, is what I'm saying. She seems to not really understand the difference between spice and crimes. So this was a red flag. I got my head on a swivel. I'm unwell. There's also a playlist. You know, I gotta show it. I won't be listening to this one though because I do not want to be immersed any further. And that is the same reason that I will not be clicking on the link to the Pinterest board provided in the ebook. Who am I kidding? I'm going in. Huh. How perfectly boring. All right, now that we got all those bits out of the way, I thought a good place to start would be with positives. Yeah, some things I didn't hate about this book. And we won't be here long, so don't worry. You can go get a snack though. The cover. Again, I said it in the first one and I said it now. I like the cover. And I like that this cover is basically just a recycling of the initial cover, but turned up a notch. Like everything's on fire. So in my mind, that tells me that I can expect the same stuff from the first book, but cranked up a notch. And I think that some people might think that that's lazy. I'm a work smarter, not harder kind of gal, and I think that it's smart. And this whole part of the script about the cover was written before the new covers were announced. Why are the butterflies so prominent? There are no butterflies in this story. No, there are no butterflies in this story. Anyway, the original cover served as kind of a good first impression for folks ignorant to what these books actually are, or people who like it. Whatever, they're not ugly, it's fine. But we have now reached the end of my positives. LOL. I would apologize, but the negatives are what we're all really here for, right? So come on, let's go, come on, get in the car. Buckle. Part 1, we start off with another gorgeous work of art. Look at it. Look at it! This is Molly's journal, and she is very upset, begging someone, please, please, please.
fucking let me go. Chapter 1, The Diamond. So goody gumdrops. We start with Adeline. Smell. That's the first of my senses to trickle in. I wish it were anything else because I'm instantly overwhelmed by the scent of body odor, spice cologne, and what can only be described as the stench of evil incarnate. Tell me more. Seriously, I need you to tell me a little bit more because I don't know what evil incarnate smells like. Does it smell like fire and brimstone, rotten eggs, rotten flesh, mold, dirty socks? Like, you have to tell me more than that. No, you don't, because this book is already almost 600 pages. So she's awake and she's unaware of where she is or how she got there, but she's blindfolded. And thankfully, her sixth sense kicks in so that she can conclude, I'm in danger. I don't think I would need an extra sense to tell that. Like I said, she's blindfolded in the back of a moving vehicle. And like, I would assume, just with those context clues alone, that I'm in danger. But it's like she's got ESPN or something. She slowly starts to come back into her body, the numbness being replaced by consuming agony and giving us more of nothing from book 1. It's so... God. Is it... God, is this what being alive feels like? It can't be death. I'd be at peace if it were. And I may have fallen for a stalker, but I'll be damned if I didn't land a spot within Heaven's Gate. I've earned that shit. Racking my brain, I try to think past the pain and remember what the happened to me. Vaguely, I recall text messages from Dia asking me to come over, the urgency I felt when she wasn't answering my calls, getting in my car, headlights, panicking, being jerked forward, and then nothing. And now I'm here, wherever that is, but not somewhere safe. I'm sorry. I'm on an 11 today. Yeah, now that we're all caught up on that. She starts to worry if Dia is hurt too. And OMG, where's Zaid? I don't know. Just then, she hears the voices. Sadly, none of them belong to our criminal love interest, just criminals. They must be really ugly. They whisper about transporting her because Z will be looking for her. And then Adeline uses all 16 of her senses to tell us, I've been kidnapped, obviously. Yeah. Although, now that I'm back a little bit, she has been being stalked and assaulted by a man she claims to be in love with now. So this could just be another thing he's doing to her. That's fair. Maybe she didn't know. I don't know. It comes back to her in flashes. Apparently, after they caused her to crash, one of the men drug her across the asphalt, broken glass, and shredded metal, which is why her back is in so much pain right now. Mine hurts because of the weight of this burden of a book. They used Dia's text as a way of luring her out. And she's such a dum-dum. Zaid warned me countless times that they were after me, and the first trap they set, I walked right into it. You're such an idiot, Addie. Such a idiot. You actually think we'll be able to hide her from him? It's Z, man. Another man responds, this one with a slight Hispanic accent. Ha! My note just reads, oh no, not the bad guy having a Hispanic accent. Now, H.D. Carlton has a Puerto Rican flag in her Instagram bio. I unblocked her just to check. So I'm going to leave it alone for now, but... let's move on. I don't know why I got tossed into this shit, but they need to take me out of this salad of depravity. I don't belong here. I belong in a salad full of fruits and vegetables. Healthy things that don't run me off the road and enslave me. So I know that Adeline is in her mid-20s. She's 26, but she may as well be a teenager with this type of inner dialogue. Like, this girl is really dumb. I fear, and this is like a literal theory, she is so immaturely written and very juvenile, and she says dumb shit, we'll get to it, the whole book, that would make sense coming out of a 12-year-old's mouth, maybe, but not a 26-year-old woman. And it was about 10 years ago when I was 26, exactly 10 years ago when I was 26. This is what I look like. But I'm going to tell you, I didn't talk the way she's going to talk in this book. So I want you to keep me in mind. You were so cute in your little pink hair. The love interest's job is hunting down PDF file rings and watching horrible content on the dark web of said child interactions and stuff. But he has to watch it. Does he? I'm not like that. Just because she's 26 doesn't mean that she's not a little bit below where she's supposed to be. Anyway, the guys named Rick and Rio, keep talking about being afraid of Z, but also not wanting to get on Max's bad side either. Now, if you remember from the first book, Max was the best friend of Archibald Talavera, a man who took Addie home one night, and Addie led him into the sunroom that's full of windows and let him finger bang her there, even though Zaid had already started stalking her and threatened violence on any man who ever touched her. And then he delivered on that, old Arch. And then Max started sniffing around and trying to find answers, but Zaid was like, hey, I have your dad held up, beaten up somewhere, and if you don't leave Adeline alone, I'm gonna unalive him. Right? We remember.
Okay. They're having their ritual tonight, so hopefully Z will be eliminated there. And Adeline starts to panic, but she reins it in to rack her brain for anything that Zach Zaid taught her. Leave evidence. So she starts like pulling her hair out and leaving it in the car. They hit a bump, causing her to stumble or roll around or something. She makes a noise. The guys know that she's awake. Where are you taking me? To a temporary home until the highest bidder takes you to your forever home. Oh, forever home. I love that. Chuckle, chuckle. A prick in the arm and she's out again. So, time skip, she wakes up. She's on a table being prodded by a man known as Dr. Garrison. He lost his license due to some sort of weird malpractice things that he was interested in. I never saw any credentials, but whatever. He is peeved at the state of her. Look at the state of you. What did you guys do? I don't have the necessary equipment to fix her. And he asked her to tell her what hurts. Try everything, Doc. Literally, like, if you cared this much about her health and wellness, why did you drag her across broken glass? He puts her under, gets her all fixed up. Time skip again. She comes to, and here's the men discussing her value now that she's all beat up. More of the same, really. You're giving me nothing. They start arguing. It's boring. She describes her attackers. It's also boring, but you know, one of them has a leather jacket and tattooed light skin. One is grungy with scabs on his face from apparent drug use. The last one, the doctor, has like a softer vibe, but she's still getting kind of creeped out about him. He's got gray hair and a bushy mustache. See? I told you it was boring. She scans her surroundings, maybe with a super secret seventh sense. She's in some sort of rundown hospital grungy room. They give her some water. How kind. She's in a blue gown. None of this matters. The doctor apologizes for having cut all of her clothes off. The boys start fighting amongst themselves. All of this is really fun. I'm having a really good time. Yeah. This is a terror unlike anything I've ever felt before. It's nothing like the fear that Zaid invokes in me, and definitely not a cheap thrill I get from haunted houses and scary movies. This is what it feels like when you're well and truly. Thank you for clarifying and qualifying your terror for us, letting us know there are layers and levels to fear. And thank you for trying to tell me that somehow the terror you felt when you were stalked, violated, attacked, essayed, and R'd by Zaid is different than this terror. I am not trying to say it's not true, in a sense. But don't do this with me. It ain't gonna work. If these men were hotter, would this be so different? And the difference in all of these things that you've lumped together to prove a point that didn't land is consent. When you watch a scary movie or enter a haunted house or hell, even read a book like this, you go in knowing what you're getting. An unspoken, informed consent, which is hard to do when the trigger warnings aren't properly labeled and the book is shit. So anyway, these men who kidnapped you and Zaid, your hard eyes baby girl, did all of these things against your will and without your consent. Go away. Go away. I hate you. She asks where they are. They're rude. Doc tells her his name. But he has another thing coming. If he's getting my name, he can shove that IV pole right up his butthole. Ma'am, they were sent for you. 1, they already know your name. And 2, butthole. Just put this. Listen, I'm gonna need you to pull out a piece of scrap paper. It doesn't have to be fancy. Pull out a piece of something. Get something to write with. I want you to write down every dumb word that comes up. Okay. So we got salad of depravity, and now we have butthole. We have shove it up your butthole. Yeah. I want you to write these things down, and then I want you to remember that she's supposed to be 26. Okay. In the face of these actual dangerous men, she decides to give us more Zaid apologism, and you know I just eat that shit for dinner. The man is incredibly dangerous to everyone else but me. Even when he had a loaded gun pointed in my direction and used it for more than just a weapon. But these men, not only would they hurt me, but they would unalive me too. Yeah, okay. She comforts herself knowing that Zaid is already looking for her. He will find her. He's the megalodon. She's not worried. She falls back to sleep, and we're all tucked in nice and snug with another gorgeous letter. That was only chapter 1. I fear for my safety. Thankfully, I've got my little comfort mummy. Chapter 2, Zaid, the hunter. Zaid is in his little shitty sting operation with Jay, but they are ambushed and taken into custody. A move that totally caught him off guard. He isn't one to be surprised easily. Disappointment colors my world, Zaid. I thought you were the megalodon. So I guess Max is the one that's orchestrating the taking of Adeline, and this battered wife of one of the big men in the society named Claire Williams comes in and reveals that she's behind this and so much more debauchery. Debauchery! She has adopted an if you can't beat them, join them mindset. Okay, great. That's the best thing about the male species. You are all so far up your own asses. You never thought it could be a woman in charge. Never suspected the meek, abused wife because you all assumed I was weak. Now, I don't know how exactly trafficking minors and women while organizing kidnapping operatives convey strength, but go off, queen. ass. My family thinks I'm weak too, so I'm gonna set someone's house on fire and prove that I'm not. What logic is this? But there's no logic to be found. Just take a second. And I want you to drop your expectations all the way down to hell. Just burst through the door. Satan is alarmed. Anyway, Jay uses his time to speak to tell her that she's a hypocrite because instead of trying to destroy the patriarchy, she just joined him. Get him, Jay. Preach! Bad bitches only. You'll never get rid of evil. Never. She's not wrong, but that doesn't mean I can't put a massive dent in the cesspool of rotten souls and create a power vacuum. When did Sibby get here? Those of you who don't know, Sibby is from Satan's Affair, and she is basically just the young girl version of Zayd because there is no range to be found in the characterization. They are all copy-paste of one another. Also, if you wanted to put a dent in the cesspool, you could just, have you considered? A man named Patrick comes to transport them to the interrogation room or wherever that is, and Claire tells him to watch them closely, and Zayd's like, she's gotten used to people sniveling at her feet and bowing to her commands like metal beneath a torch. She has yet to learn that I've never been just a man. No, bitch. He's the megalodon, and he's coming for you. Claire looks over her shoulder then, and I notice a man approaching with a deep hood over his head. I can only tell his gender because he's built like an upside-down Eiffel Tower. Massive, broad shoulders stretching the robe, the seams nearly bursting. Get a bigger size then, bruh. And then dramatically tapering down into chicken legs. Dickhead skipped leg day so often he can't even see them anymore. Because they're so skinny. Yeah, no, I get it. I got it. I had it primed to my home. It's already here. I did not need that spelled out. Whoa. Anyway, Claire and her chicken-legged companion lead them outside to a van. Jay stiffens, clearly nervous. And then a revelation is shared with the class. So I'm gonna share that with you now. I lean close to his ear. Just think of Claire as your fairy godmother, and this is the pumpkin carriage that's gonna whisk you off to your princess. Or prince, Jay corrects him through gritted teeth. He's sweating profusely and his eyes are dilated. I wouldn't mind either, I shrug, as long as you still make me Uncle Z. So there's several things here. We love bisexual rep. We truly do. Love to see it. But did y'all who've read the other books, did y'all have any idea that Jay was girly pop? And he was like, one of us. I don't remember that was in the first book. Has there been anything to imply this? Let me know because I refuse to go back. Also, what is with this absolute demon of a man being so enraptured by the idea of the nuclear family? And I don't want you anywhere near my kids, okay? Putting the and uncomfortable. Back away. They're loaded in, and Zayd knows that if he were a regular civilian, the best advice would be not to antagonize the attacker, but he's the megalodon. So he's gonna be really annoying. They go back and forth, and he tells Little Legs that he doesn't want to get into a sword fight with him because Z's a guaranteed win. It's gonna be hard to get in a sword fight if you have no sword to speak of, he retorts, his tone dipped in malice. I arch a brow. Unimpressed with this threat. Even with a chainsaw, it takes time to cut through a tree trunk. You'll be dead before you get that far. They're talking about their dicks. How fun. Tree trunk, huh? Woof. Also, just a fun little fact for you. I arch a brow is in this book 20 times. After this incredible show of masculine power and energy, Zayd realizes that he didn't lose their super, super tiny communication device in their ears, but rats, his is broken. So he tries to signal to Jay, to see if he can do his too and see if he can activate his. And his isn't broken. So the device is activated when they say the word call, and they do this little skit that's like, I'll have to call Baron or whatever. So that phrase is out in the open and it works, and someone on the line is listening and apparently also tracking their location. I don't know. I'm not Inspector Gadget. Fisticuffs. And then something plows into the side of the van, causing it to crash into a guardrail on the interstate. He snaps Patrick's neck and they are free. He must have skipped neck day too. Another ugly journal entry from Molly. It is dumb. Chapter 3. The Hunter again. Yes. He stops for a moment to consider unaliving Claire, but he can't do that in front of the other motorists who have stopped because of their crash. So he exchanges some words with her. I don't remember what they were. He heads to the van and tells us, they still have Addie and the rage is steadily churning beneath the surface. I'm gonna burn the entire world down until I find her, and I don't care who gets burnt. Lay a towel down, folks. Zaddy Zayd is back and he is pissed. They go to the hospital, but Z and Jay are already on the case. Surveillance footage, trolling the dark web, ultimately finding an ad with her picture on it. He gives us a description again as if we could forget the founding member of Team Freckles. Series cap. okay? I'm gonna get close for this, and this is gonna seem way out of left field, but I want you to just stay with me and trust me, okay? People ask me a lot why I have a problem with the freckles. What do you have against freckles? I have pointed them out nearly every time I come across a mention of freckles in books like these when describing the main female characters, because believe it or not, this isn't the only time that it comes up. Monroe from The Fucking Wrong Number had freckles. Cherry from The Never King is said to have freckles, both young, easily manipulated girls who were victimized by the men around them, right? Stay with me. I note them as I encounter them. Why? What do I have against freckles? The answer is nothing. I have nothing against freckles. I have freckles. I don't hate freckles. Freckles are used to symbolize a youthful innocence. Kind of like how in like movies like She's All That, the nerdy girl is shown to be nerdy because she has big glasses on and overalls. Or in other movies, like a big scarf and a beret, and you're like, oh, that's an artist. And this is why picking up on things like this can be a tool to help gauge the intent and the goal of these stories. Adeline is written very young. She is said to be 26, but she's constantly saying really dumb stuff that could be dialogue for a tween sitcom and it wouldn't be out of place. And she has freckles. She's also super hot, instantly sexualized, and then victimized by our main male character. So I don't think I need to explain why this would be problematic in a book like this, or in general, really, because you're smart, but I'm going to anyway. So Zaid is a man whose job and mission in life is to snuff out the creeps and the criminals who do harm to poor, young, innocent children. Zaid is also a man who becomes instantly obsessed with Adeline and victimized her, an immature, fresh-faced, naive woman, in a similar way, thereby using the same tactics of the men that he claims to hate and be nothing like. Zaid good, criminals bad, in spite of him being the exact same problems in a hotter package, objectively. This is why I visibly recoil every time I see freckles mentioned. The intent behind freckles and what they symbolize in books like this is why I seem to have an issue with freckles. If I was reading contemporary fiction where the female main character's younger sister is shown having freckles and then she skips off to her job as a preschool teacher, like, I have no problem hearing that. Hearing and experiencing how young these women are and how young they're written, and then having to read detailed excerpts of them being sexualized for it and then getting railed, you understand, right? I don't need to go on. I just wanted to take a second and clear that up. I got a lot of comments on the last video about, why do you hate freckles? So I just wanted to clear the air, so to speak. That's why. Serious cap off. Her ad on the dark web lists her price tag as $12 million. And Jay knows that it was Max who answered the ad and sent people to grab her, and that information is almost too much for Zay to handle. But he focuses on his breathing and tries to ground himself so that he could be logical about his next move. Just kidding! Oh my god, you totally fell for that. Red consumes my vision and I snap into motion. My laptop is launched across the hospital room, the loud crash from it slamming the equipment and into the wall, swallowed by the roar ripping from my throat. What? The loud crash from it slamming through the equipment and into the wall, swallowed by the roar ripping from my throat. That's a word salad right there. So he just starts trashing the hotel room, throwing IV poles, laptops, equipment, tables, chairs, whatever. It's my fault. This is my fault. Roar. I agree. But I blame you for everything at this point. Staff rushes in, straps him to the bed, but he's the megalodon, so the sumbitch just stands up with the full bed, hospital bed, strapped to his back. He is like a heavy breathing monster of a man. I am no longer a man. I'm not a girl. Only a beast succumbing to primal instinct. I am annihilation. I had a hard time with that one. I'm sorry. What a dork. Jay gets in his face. It's like, chill, dude, bro. This hissy fit won't save her. And he's like, you're right, Jay. You're so right. So he chills out. That's all it took. Then they unstrap him from the bed, pointless as it was, and a nurse approaches him to stitch him up and asks him if he wants to talk about it. She's better than me, because I would have just changed professions that day. Absolutely not. I know a lot of nurses, and I've been in a lot of hospitals, and I know what they deal with on the regular. 100% no. She blows out a shaky breath and straightens. I'll make sure no charges are pressed so you can save her. She points to the Band-Aid. Maybe no more knife-threatening injuries, yeah? I grace her with a strained smile and assure, I'll pay for the damages. That would be appreciated. Nurses that are watching this, sorry, I didn't mean to snap at you. I love you. Tell me if this is as ridiculous as I think it is, because maybe it isn't ridiculous at all and I don't know what I'm talking about, but just go with me, okay? Do nurses care about who pays for the damages on federally funded equipment that belongs to the state hospital? Like, I don't think hospitals are set up like if I'm hostessing at a restaurant and I'm doing some food running and I drop a cup, it comes out of my tip money. I don't think that that's how this goes. Will this nurse's pay be docked for this? I don't think so. So why would she care who's paying for, like, I thought most hospitals were federally funded and the equipment comes from that. But hey, you let me know. You always do, and I appreciate it. Another thing to just really send me over the edge is the babying of him through this. Like asking if he wants to talk, giving him a T-Rex Band-Aid. She doesn't know this man. All she knows of him is violence, but she prefers to cuddle him. That's so sweet. She leaves, and Jay tells Zayd that he knows where Max is. What? Whoa, brother! You need to heal before rushing off. You're no good to anyone injured. He's no good to anyone, period. Full stop, full sentence, no more. He's all, I do need to rest so I can rip Max's head off. Blah, blah, blah. Whatever. Time skip, Zayd wakes to Jay taking a quick break to paint his nails eggplant purple. Oh my god, I totally forgot about that. Again, where was that in the first book? I don't recall it, but maybe my brain lobotomized itself after completion. I don't know. Anyway, he spent the last 5 days not resting, but trying to escape this hospital to no avail. They just keep putting him under. I thought he was the Megalodon. You can't escape one measly hospital? No wonder this reunion won't be quick. So they know Max requested this job, but did he carry it out himself? No way. So they are watching banks to see where the eventual money comes from. Some guy named Rick eventually receives the transfer, but Max is the start of this. So that's where we're starting. Another ugly letter from Molly, something about her baby sister Layla. Layla needs me. I don't know, nor do I care. Chapter 4, we're back with Addie the Diamond. She wakes up to a voice saying, I can save you. And it's the doctor trying to usher her to safety, but she has a bad feeling about this. Like he wants to maybe keep her off her himself or something and not actually save her, but she follows him anyway. He has nefarious intentions, implies that he's some sort of disgraced doctor who lost his license because of some weird practices and ideas, so she tries to talk him out of this, claiming to care that they will know that it's him and he'll be in danger, which is smart, honestly. She continues to resist, so he just backhands her, and holy berries and balls! She didn't say that, but she did think something similar because was that a wedding ring I felt a dent in my cheek on? What the fuck? How despicable for him to sully such an incredible vow such as marriage. She didn't say that, but it's implied. And again, I ask, what are we up to on this nuclear family type deal? Like, he is a disgraced, delicensed doctor who is helping people kidnap you for ultimate trafficking purposes. I think him stepping out on his wife is the least bad thing this man does. But hey, how could he? Harumph. She thinks to herself that if she stabs him in the jugular, he can't scream and will be dead fast. That way nobody will be alerted to her being out of her room. Half of that statement is true there, Addie. As long as the voice box and throat is left untouched, he would still be able to scream, but he would bleed out. And he proves this when she does in fact stab him and he shouts, "You bitch," at her. Not only that, but he attempts to strangle her. Quick death, not so much. While he's doing that, Rick and Rio show up and give him one to the dome, causing his innards to fly all over Addie because he's like on top of her. Is it lunchtime already? She gives them some attitude, and then one of them has to help her shower because she's injured and can't get her stitches wet. Whatever. Time skip. They're taking her to her new home. Isn't that so exciting? I love going to see new homes. It's so much fun. They tell her that Francesca is gonna love her, and I bet we're gonna love Francesca too, and that Francesca is the one to impress. She's the one doing the selling, the madam, I guess. I don't know. She's like, if winning her over is all I need to do, then I will do it because I've always been stupidly brave. More stupid than brave, but still, I'm not stopping now. Yeah, I agree. More stupid than brave for sure. And then we have another letter. This is just the word Layla written over and over and over. Genius inspired, beautiful, love it. This video is going to be so long. Chapter 5, Adeline again, the diamond. At one point in our lives, we're all afraid to die. For some, it happens the first moment we fully understand what death means, before depression, anxiety, and other mental health issues arise. For others, it's before they've found something to believe in, whether it's God or something else that's spiritual. Something else that's spiritual, huh? You don't say. So they roll up to this huge house. Rick splays his arm out towards the 2-story colonial home, presenting the house to me as if I'm at a 5-star restaurant, and he's pulling the lid off my tray to reveal the best meal I've ever had. I've never been anywhere so fancy, but from the videos I've seen on the internet, it looks like a bunch of baby portions of foam and sticks wrapped in meat. So not appealing. 5-star analogy though. You fed us. That's for sure. She continues to serve us nothing when she compares the house to one from No Shit, Courage the Cowardly Dog. Don't bring him into this. That little anxious bean has been through enough. They enter the house and she's introduced to Francesca, her new madam. How divine. Some random Spanish words were tossed in for flavor. Again, I'm leaving it alone, but There are other men in the house leering and saying gross things to her. She also finds out that Max is behind all of this, so she knows she's all over the dark web. She is shook, as one would be, but she grounds herself knowing that there's someone coming for her. Zaid is coming, and he's more than capable of finding me, whether they're teleporting me. What? And he's more than capable of finding me, whether they're transporting me in a fucking Ferrari or a Volkswagen from the 1980s that farts pollution every time they hit the gas. He'll find me. I'm supposed to believe this is a grown woman. Write the fart down. Write it down. It's not the last time we'll hear about it. There are no bits in this video. This is just what it is. The new information distracts me enough to take in my surroundings through blurred eyeglasses. A grown woman author, no less. Adeline doesn't wear glasses. She's not wearing glasses. What is this supposed to mean? What are you trying to say to me? We end the chapter with another Molly letter. Fun! Chapter 6, Zaid. He's throwing another fit. I'm stunned. What about you? He goes on this long tangent about how rage is undervalued and his rage should be studied because it can burn down entire cities. Rawr. He is shattered by grief over his little mouse being stolen from him, so he activates his full Kyle mode and punches a mirror. Now, HD doesn't include this in her trigger warnings list, but self-harm is upon us. I'm not going to get into it, but I just wanted you to know. He picks up one of the shards from the mirror that he just punched and carves a rose over his heart onto his chest. Yeah. Cool guy. Cool stuff. Time skip. He's approaching Max's house and he has left a trail of bodyguards in his wake. He gets inside. No problem. Of course he does. He's the megalodon. Couldn't escape the hospital of nurses and doctors and visiting family, but can easily eliminate people whose job it is to keep people out of places. That's literally their job, and he just breezes right in. He confronts Max, who tries to play dumb unsuccessfully. Apparently, the reason that Max did this is because he knows that Zaid unalived his dad. Remember, he had him held hostage for a bit, but Zaid didn't do that. But apparently Max was sent a video of his dad being unalived, and the person in the video said, "This is for Adeline Riley." So he did just some quick math without fact checking, and Zaid is right. Rage should be studied. This is dumb. So time skip again. He's torturing Max now for funsies because he's a terrible, violent, criminal, unhinged maniac person. I could go on, but I won't. He's torturing while a song is playing at full blast to drown out the screams. Do you want to play a game? Okay. What song is he listening to? Log your answers now. Bodies by Drowning Pool. So Zadie Boy, on top of being a superhuman killing machine, a lover of children, a stalker, supervillain, hottie dreamboat, he's also a scientist, an engineer. I don't know if you knew. He has constructed a machine all by himself that is hooked up to Max's heart to keep restarting his heart every time he passes away. Torture, rinse, repeat. Swell. I feel like this time could have been better utilized, right? Like, he has been whining this whole time about, I'll stop at nothing to get Addie back, and how he did this. He's why she's gone. It's his fault. He'll stop at nothing. But he clearly stopped to do this. Do you think he has an eye break for torture bumper sticker on his Mustang? Anyway, he tortures some information out of him. Pages and pages of this. I will not even be doing it. It's just so pointless.
What is the point of this?
Some triggering stuff about to come up, and I'm just gonna like sprinkle it in, but it's like problematic in a transphobia kind of flavor. So much fun. He castrates him and calls him a pussy, and then says some problematic stuff about him now that he doesn't have his anymore. I'll let you use your imagination. Let's play another game. I really wanted to watch him run away, but first I need to cauterize his wound. Otherwise he'll continue to lose blood too quickly, and then we won't get to play. And I work to cauterize the wound, preventing him from bleeding out while I'm gone. I'm not quite done with him yet.
Corporate needs you to find the differences between this picture and this picture.
They're the same picture. The first one was said by Sibby in Satan's Affair. The second one is Zaid from Right Now Hunting Adeline. They are literally carbon copies of one another. No range, no branching out, no creative reworkings. No, why would we bother to do that when we could just Control-C, Control-V? Time skip. He rescues Daya, who was also taken, I guess. She was assaulted by the man who was holding her named Luke, who I guess she slept with before. I don't know. Zaid eliminates him somehow and asks Daya what he did to her. Nothing that I haven't let him do before, she mumbles. I cock my head. We both know this time around wasn't consensual. Yeah. So he does know what consent means. He goes on. It gets better. He lets her know that none of this is her fault. And she didn't ask for this. And while this is so cute, it is not growth. It reiterates to me what we've already known this whole time, that he understands what boundaries and consent are and how they work. He just doesn't think those rules apply to him when he assaults his little mouse. He is capable of having empathy for victims, but not his own victims. So while I believe this whole thing is meant to soften him, redeem him in some sort of a way, oh my God, look how supportive he's being of Daya. It actually does the opposite for me. This book is a joke. This man is a joke. This whole thing is a joke. He starts to leave, but Daya stops him with her words. Don't lose your humanity yet, Zaid. Addie's strong and she'll survive this. I stare at her and I wonder if she can see something inside me that I can't. It's already gone. Is the humanity in the room with us, Daya? When has this man ever had humanity? He's right. Already been gone for years. Never seen it before. Time skip again. I don't know why we needed this time skip. He's still here torturing Luke alongside Daya. I know I said he unalived him. Spoiler alert, I went ahead. I just sped right through. Daya takes over at some point, ending Luke's pathetic existence. And we get another darling letter from Molly. Not only that, but we get a work of art up here in the form of stick figures of Layla and Molly, as their labels would say. And not just that, okay? I want you to look at the bottom. Look at the bottom here. And at the end, she tells us, I drew a little picture of me and Layla.
Yeah, no shit, honey!
Chapter 7, the diamond again. Francesca's not pleased.
Look at this stadia.
Francesca tells Rio that he is tasked with watching her and nursing her back to health and making sure that she's in top shape for the highest bidders. They plan to drug her to ensure her rest and compliance with all of this stuff, and she is not happy about it. But Rio's like, you shouldn't be worried about being out. You should be worried about the men who might wander in here and use you while you are.
Yeah, no shit, honey!
Yeah, dumb fuck. I think that's part of it. Duh. Imagine we're wandering in a very crowded bar together. Unruly. It's a nightmare in there. And I say, I'm a little worried about going into this bar, and Rio's with me. And in his infinite wisdom, he leans over and says, I wouldn't be worried about the bar so much as the creepy drunk men in the bar that might assault you. Yeah, Bish. That's what I was referring to. I could do this all day. I'm really worried about this surgery I'm having on Thursday. You shouldn't be worried about the surgery. You should be worried about something going wrong and never waking up. Yeah, that's what I mean. That's part of it. It's an umbrella of all things that I'm worried about in this moment. Anyway, they escorted her to a new room. Francesca's still here and asks Addie, do you know who I am? And thanks to Addie being the master manipulator that she is, the interaction is a layup for her. Francesca, I say confidently, inserting as much volume into my voice as possible. She doesn't present herself as the type of person who'd appreciate mumbling. That's a good thing about being a writer, I suppose. I've built and crafted so many imaginary personalities that it doesn't take much to figure out the ones in real life. I think given the circumstances and your surroundings and the way that you described her earlier, it wouldn't take a rocket scientist or a world famous author to figure out that this very tall, commanding woman who is spearheading a sex trafficking ring out of her home wouldn't appreciate mumbling. But Adeline is smart. I'm trying to tell you how smart she is. Anyway, they have their little boring exchange. Rio is told to implant a tracking device into the back of her neck and tattoo on her slave ID. Hate that. Hello from the void. Just wanted to take a moment and retroactively pop in a small serious cap right here for this whole slave ID thing. Now, I know H.G. Carlton made her apology when she was initially called out for anti-Semitic tropes in her books, but this seems insensitive at best, and definitely like something that might have slipped by all those sensitivity readers she said she hired. Mandatory identification numbers, aka slave IDs, were something that actually happened to Jewish individuals and other victims of the Holocaust while they were in the Auschwitz concentration camp. Yeah, they were forcibly tattooed onto their bodies. Like, why? Did no one flag this? And if they did flag it, what's it still doing here? The tracker would have been enough to illustrate further how messed up this situation Adeline's in. We could have been okay with just the tracker. But no, we had to leave in slave ID, which is problematic even if you didn't know about the anti-Semitic tropes. But since we do, it's even worse that it's here, in my opinion. Just wanted to give you a little insight onto why this made me make such a face. Yeah, shout out to those sensitivity readers. They definitely left a few things behind. Okay, serious cap off. Rio is kind of showing some signs of humanity here, like he warns her that it's gonna hurt before implanting it. Hi, sir, aren't you the same man that drug her across the broken glass after you crashed into the side of her car? Why do you care? Shut them out. He tattoos her slave ID, and they chat about tattoos, and she's tired and wants to escape from this, and she asks about sedation, but worries that Zaid might think she's weak because she would rather sleep than try to escape. Who cares? Who cares what he thinks? Go to sleep. I would. Anyway, she's starting to feel hopeless, just like they want, and starts expositing to us a load of garbage. And I'm taking you down with me this time. They want us to accept that we will die here one day, never to see our family or loved ones again, never to experience freedom, laughter, and independence for the rest of our miserable lives, to never truly love and be loved.
The greatest thing you'll ever learn is just to love and be loved in return.
But I won't accept it. I'm going home to Parsons Manor and to Zaid. Time skip. A creaking sound wakes her from a deep sleep, and then this odd sense comes over her. The feeling of being watched. She scans the darkness. Lightning strikes, but she sees no one. Senses no one in the room with her, but she can't shake this feeling that there are eyes on her. She scans the room once again and notices like a gap in the planks and the walls, and an eyeball. Someone is watching her inside of the walls. That may sound familiar to you, and that's because Sibby, as I've already talked about from Satan's Affair, lived inside the walls of a fun house. Yeah, so creative. She takes a quick break from panicking to let us know that this would be such a fun horror movie for her to watch, but this is the worst to live. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, no shit, honey!
She looks again, but the eyeball is gone, and she gaslights herself. Like, that would be crazy for someone to hide inside my walls, but wait. Wait a minute. That weird girl from the carnival used to live inside the walls. Sibby shout out, whoop whoop. But whatever, you're being crazy, ads. Cut it out. And as she returns to bed, her foot picks up on a discrepancy in the floorboards. One of them is wobbly, so she removes the plank and plunges her hand inside. I bump into something solid. I snatch it up and almost squeal when I see it's a journal. No fucking way. I just stare. Finding Gigi's journal inside a wall in Parsons Manor was unbelievable. Something that only happens in movies. But finding another journal inside the floor? Impossible.
Impossible.
Impossible?
Stupid, Jack. The word is stupid.
She's excited, but it's too dark to read right now, so she puts it back and heads to bed. Thrilling. The storm raging outside lulls me back to sleep, and just as I'm slipping into consciousness, footsteps creak from within the walls, slowly retreating. Darling, you mean slipping into unconsciousness, right? Just as I'm slipping into consciousness. Okay. Another ugly journal entry, bravo. Chapter 8, The Diamond. She's in the middle of trying to braid her hair when a small voice says, "You have such pretty hair."
Beat it, doofus.
We get a bit of a descript, long curly blonde hair, creepy smile, and she's wearing a long nightgown that's nearly see-through, the curves of her body and her dark nipples apparent. I keep my eyes averted, trying to give her some semblance of respect that I'm sure she's missing from the men in this house. Well, I hate to break it to you, Ad. Noting her curves and dark nipples beneath her gown is the opposite of giving respect. Remember when Zaid did this in book 1? Literally, these are all the same things, just recycled.
The main room is massive. The stage is right in the middle of the room. A large pole front and center with a girl swinging around it, completely naked. Her tits bounce as she lifts herself up, wrapping her long legs around the pole and bending backwards. Her breasts on full display as she gyrates her hips. I don't bother looking at her body. You did, though. You did. A more successful attempt, for anyone who's curious, would be something like, I don't know. She's wearing a long white nightgown that is nearly see-through. I avert my eyes to give her blah, 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 blah. That tells me that you perceived her, took in her appearance, and quickly realized that you needed to look away because some things were on display. You can perceive things without leering and then taking time to describe them to me, who never asked to be here in the first place. Old weird girl's name is Sibby. Sydney. Sydney. Oh, God. What a weird little mishap I made there. Whoop. She offers to help Addie with her hair, and then she presses her boobs boobily up against Adeline and tells her, Francesca wants us to meet her in the pretty room. Why is everyone 4 years old? They go off. They enter the beauty room, and it's filled with racks of lingerie and a few other girls, and Adeline starts to ask a question, but a smarter girl tells her to shut the fuck up.
Then she hears the click-clack sound of heels approaching. Oh my God, it's so riveting. Are you ready? Moments later, heels echo loudly down the wood. What? Moments later, heels echo loudly on the wood as Francesca makes her way up the stairs and down the hallway towards us. I guess that's one comfort in this house. I'll always know where Francesca is and if she's coming. She's definitely no Casper the fucking ghost with those monstrosities on her feet. How many blisters did she have to suffer through before her feet were calloused enough to wear those all day, every day? 20? 30? Maybe some weird number like 42? She's 26. Yeah, sure she is. She enters and sizes them up and says they look like shit and calls for a man named Rocco. His presence is pure evil, and I just know that when this man dies, he won't go to hell. He'll stay in the fourth dimension where he'll continue to haunt and terrorize the living. Rocco is a large man with an even larger gut. Trigger warning for his description being a little anti-Semitic. Sweat coats his skin as he scans the six of us. He definitely looks like Francesca's brother, both with hooked noses, tan skin, and golden brown eyes. Though they look related, Francesca is beautiful, whereas Rocco is not. The only beauty that has ever touched this man has been at the hands of a woman. Touches that were stolen and came with a steep price that only she paid for. Hooked noses, huh? Now, the hooked nose is a feature that was often seen depicted during World War II, used in many anti-Semitic propaganda depicting Jewish people. But it's probably nothing. I mean, right? I mean, HG was called out for this kind of harmful thing before, right? But she apologized. Some have gone so far to call her apology beautiful, a shining example of what accountability looks like. And I guess this one just slipped by. Mistakes happen. People are human, and I get that. But beautiful apology and shining example of accountability, huh?
What's all this then?
Anyway, Rocco's here to handle one of the girls that has growths on her face that she has not been handling. The girls are useless to them if they're ugly, right? So what does he do? Brings out a switchblade and carves up her face. Sydney finds this amusing. She's giggling, and Adeline has had enough and blurts out, "Aren't you making her uglier?" Everyone stops. Rocco approaches. Once again, I want to say that it's important that they have acceptable appearances. They need to be in tip-top shape, that they can be sold for the highest price, right? Keep that in your noodle. I close my eyes in resignation, hating myself for my lack of self-control. This isn't like confronting a psychotic stalker. He's not enigmatic, nor will he toe the line between pain and pleasure. There's no sick thrill when a disgusting man is scaring me down, probably imagining all the worst ways he could defile me or unalive me. He isn't Zaid. Right there. Said it right there. There's no thrill when this disgusting man is staring me down. That's the only difference, isn't it? That's the real difference. Rocco is Uggo, and Zaid is Hottie McHotterson. He's a slice of dreamboat cake with yummy, yummy icing and a rose flower on top. Zaid didn't toe a line. Zaid is also violent and psychotic. But Zaddy Zaid has heterochromia and a facial scar, and he's hot. But you'll see another similarity between him and Rocco is that they're both RS. Isn't that great? We're about to see it here and now. So he teaches Adeline a lesson on staying quiet and smashes her face into the floor, rips her clothes off and R's her in front of everyone. And Francesca's like, "Don't hit her face." And like, he just slammed her into the floor. Did you miss that part? Remember what we said about how it's important that their appearance stays tip-top shape? The goods shouldn't be damaged. I mean, we don't have to be consistent when we're writing a story, right? I mean, it's not important for consistency to show up in a novel whose sole purpose is to be edgy and violent and dark and upsetting. Consistency. No thanks, that sounds boring. Also, this is a great time to ask, good as time as any, is this the spice that HG was referring to in her author's note at the front of the book? Now that I've read this, I know that Zaid rescues her at like the 50% mark. So that means 50% of this book is wide open and full of like this. So either A, all of the final 50% is spice between her and Zaid, or B, she's counting all of this as spice and given her careless writing style when it comes to these things, I don't think she has a firm grasp on the difference between spice and crimes. I just don't think she gets it, but oh well. Anyway, everyone's watching as he does this to her. Francesca's peeved that he isn't wearing a condom. The nerve. The scene is very detailed. Who doesn't want that? I don't. I'm not reading it. Once he's done, Francesca fetches her and Adeline punches him in the nose as they leave. Once back in her room, Francesca slaps her across the face a couple times and calls her stupid. I thought we needed the goods in good condition. Is anything consistent here? Yes, the quality.
It is always shit. Chapter 9, Diamond again. Ugh, still, both of these POVs are so unlikable and exhausting to read in their own ways, but there's no relief. I don't know why I thought there would be relief. Thank God every time someone R's her, she has someone else's diary to escape in. She starts reading the one from the floorboards and falling more and more in love with this girl with every page turned. She's everything I want to be, okay? She's a 20-year-old trafficking victim like yourself. Spoiler alert, plot twist, hate to break it to you. You're already that. Because what else do you know about her? Except that she is a victim of the same people. She's living in this house, she's journaling, and she needs to get back to Layla. What not but are you the same? You are in this house, blah, blah, blah. You're gonna start journaling, I'm in the future, I know that. And you're trying to get back to Zaid. You're the same, except you're 6 years older. Or so I'm supposed to believe. Anyway, she tears through the journal. It ends on a cliffhanger, which sends her into a frenzy over this person she doesn't know. What happened to her? Did she escape? Did she find Layla a better life? Now, I understand that we're coping and we're in a weird situation where we need to cling on to anything to keep us from the brutal reality that is our existence currently. But what does it matter to you, Adeline? Like, weren't you just telling Zaid in the last book that death isn't always the worst thing that can happen to a girl that's been victimized in such a way? Didn't you imply that death is a gift in some of those cases? I know Sibby did in Satan's Affair. So, like, I don't get the concern. Who cares? She's probably better off dead right now, Elaine. That's what you always say. She replaces the journal and curls up into a ball and cries over the events of the day. The week, really. She's had a rough week. Cries herself out, and then she's numb. She goes over everything, how everyone just stood there and watched what happened, but she can't blame them. Self-preservation and all that. And Zaid's voice in her head tells her to pick her battles. But that's easier said than done, Zaid. Time skip. Rio comes back. All these are names, and for what? He's there to clean her up and fix her stitches, which ripped during Raka's attack. Literally, she is supposed to be drugged into submission so that she can heal from all this stuff and bring in a higher price. But they keep beating the dog shit out of her every chance they get. This is so utterly stupid in every single way. But who needs things to make sense when we have shock value, pointless violence instead? Yum.
Dinner is served.
Groundwork is being laid through dialogue with Rio for him to have like a change of heart at some point. Maybe he's
switching sides.
I'm not sure, but she says, "Don't call me sexy." And he's like, "Zaid gonna kill me for that?" And she's like, "He's gonna kill you either way." Cool. Time skip again. I don't like any of these time skips. There's too many of them. Like, write a better story. This is the most unorganized jumble of shit that I've ever. She's requested again in the pretty room. It's a beauty room. It's called a beauty room, but everybody is 12 and all of them are dumb. She goes. Sydney is giggling at all of this, so Adeline decides that she does hate her. She was on the fence with her creepy ass, but she's had enough. Francesca announces that today is supposed to be the prep day for the culling until they were so rudely interrupted, and Adeline's like, "What's the culling?" And Francesca tells her what she already knew. Men will come to hunt them like animals on the grounds, most dangerous game style, which makes, say it with me, no goddamn sense. Take a shot every time something doesn't make sense. No, don't do that. Don't do that. You will be sick, and that is not on me. The only person who should hurt at the hands of this book is me. I have made this sacrifice so that I can save you. Francesca continues to tell them that they will all participate, and the men will decide if they want to buy them, and that's important that they are interested in you because my big reputation is on the line. If they think I don't produce the best girls, it will ruin me, and I will be big mad. Maybe stop suplexing them every time something happens. Maybe don't allow people to R them at random whenever they feel like it. Maybe don't make them participate in a game where they are being hunted for fun. What a stupid book. Like, I'm not trying to tell you what to do, okay? I have some experience in running a small business, and my advice, separate this shit out. You need to separate this. You need quadrants for these things. If girls come in that are ugly or damaged, aka girls that won't bring in the high prize or have growths on their face, those are your culling girls. Station them over there. The pretty ones that will bring in the big paydays, those are the inventory girls. Stock them bitches on the shelf. No one touches them. That way, it doesn't matter if the culling girls get damaged. They aren't bringing bringing in the money anyway. And you can protect your choice, girls. This book is turning me into a horrible person. Just look at me.
Look at this Stady.
Anyway, Sydney has to participate too. Now that Adeline is here, apparently it's time for Sydney to go. So of course this angers her and paints yet another target on our Diamond Girl's back. She leaves them with something about not tolerating failure. Blah, I don't know. Impress these men that want to hunt you with crossbows, the most dangerous game style. And then Adeline comes swooping in with some grade A literature. How do volcano eruptions begin? Pressure. And it's brewing inside me. The fiery magma is rising. Thickening with hatred, growing denser with bloodlust. Eventually, I'm gonna explode, and I promise I will burn this entire damn house down with me. Zaid, is that you? She is a writer, darn it. Impeccable. And that is further proven when she starts taking up and writing in the blank pages left over in Molly's journal. Chapter 10, Zaid again, Hunter. Jay has a location on the van that took Addie. They are really dragging their feet on this, aren't they? I mean, I thought that he was the Megalodon. I really thought he was desperate to find her. I'd burn the world. Like, it's been 12 days and 10 chapters. They just found the van. He and Jay head to the car, and Jay's living situation is explored a little bit. I'm going to summarize because I don't know why or if it matters. My money's on no. But his parents left, I guess, and now Jay takes care of his 13-year-old brother Cameron. So Jay's like, I need to call the sitter before we go, and Zaid's like, dude, he's 13. Jay pauses to look at me, a dry look on his face. Exactly, which means he's probably going to be up until 6 o'clock in the morning with a bag of Doritos in one hand and his in the other, running up my credit card with corn. So not only is this gross, talking in such a crass way about your younger brother, but it's weird. Now, I don't know this kid, okay, so fair enough, but I do have teenage sons of my own. But Natalie, you're so young. I thought you were Gen Z. On God, no cap, facts, no printer. I know, I know, it's difficult to believe, but I do have teenage children. This is such an unfair generalization of the portrait of a teenage boy. Like, teen boys aren't all like this, and it feels weird to say something like this in a QAnon fanfic book, but whatever. Anyway, your brother will be fine, but that's exactly what I said to Addie, and I failed her. I slide a cigarette out from my pack and pop it in my mouth. I won't fail again.
On the contrary, there's a chance this girl is alive, and we are gonna find her.
Time skip. They arrive at a clearly abandoned building. The van's parked around the corner. Oh well, they head inside. Addie isn't here, but he knew that. Just like he knows something bad happened here. I wonder how many cents it takes for him to know things like that. No shit, your girlfriend was kidnapped and held here, at least for a moment. But even more than that, something bad has probably happened everywhere. Like, have you seen a ghost hunting show? They continue exploring when they are hit with the smell of death. Someone died here, and I bet the body is in the exact same spot. Yeah. Unless this is now QAnon meets The Walking Dead fanfic, that's usually how dying works. They find the body, and I want you to hear this next part, okay? Listening ears on. On the floor is a massive pool of dried blood, a dead man lying directly in the middle of it. He's bloated, well into the process of decomposition. Log that away, pals. Put it in there. So they found this body and some dainty little woman footprints walking away from it, and they follow it to a bed, and they put the pieces together. Someone else shot him. She was under him. She's covered in blood and needed a shower. This imagery is just simply too much for Zaddy Zaid, so my hand goes flying into the nearest wall, breaking straight through it like a malfunctioning robot. I cock it back and drive it through a second time, and a third, and a fourth, and a fifth. One, then comes the 2 to the 3 to the 4. Before Jay's hand wraps around my arm using my momentum and yanks me backwards, I stumble and we both come close to falling from the force. Snap out of it, dude, he barks, sweat gathered across his hairline. Seriously, dude, rein it in. This is so embarrassing. I mean, no one's here. But whatever. Like, I know you're dealing with one of your own being a victim is a little bit more upsetting than the randoms you save on the daily, and I get that. However, I also get that since this is your job and you understand what it requires of you emotionally and physically, you would have some sort of a routine to kind of prep for things like this. Like, I don't do shit like this, but when I have something to do that I know is going to emotionally drain me, I take some time, even if it's just 5 minutes, ground myself and prepare for the worst. But I have been in therapy for like over a decade. I work on myself and try to find solutions to my problems and healthy coping skills to reach for in the face of stress and upset. So let me just adjust my expectations. Psych. I expect adult men to take responsibility for themselves. Is that inflammatory to say? Throwing a little baby fit in the face of any little inconvenience or upsetting revelation, destroying property, causing injury, harm, etc. is not acceptable, you donkey brain bitch. But he's hot. He's hot. I keep forgetting how hot he is. I no longer care. Now they have to waste even more time cleaning up any traces of Zaid's blood from all the roaring he just did. They hack the cameras to see if they can find anything. Odd that the cameras are still functioning, because wouldn't they, whoever's watching the cameras or set up the cameras, be able to see that Zaid and Jay were there? Whatever. Jay says, you might not want to see what I found, but he has to. Joy. Chapter 11. Zaid again. Whee! We open up to a flashback of his mommy or something. I don't know, he hears a voice. Baby, what have I told you about lashing out when you're angry? Not enough, clearly. JK, Weirdo Book Club does not lean into the stereotype of blaming the mother for the men's actions. Not without valid context that shows me it's warranted in some way anyway. They see Addie and the doctor attempting to kidnap her for a second time. I flick my cigarette to the ground and crush it beneath my boot, blowing out smoke as I watch Jay skip through several recordings. Just as I lift my boot to kick away the butt, I freeze and clench my jaw, hearing Addie's smart mouth even now. Stop littering! This place will be ashes by the time I'm done, but I said I would stop, so I will. I pick up the butt, stuff it in my pocket, and force myself to refocus on the screen. Aw, they're both hearing each other's voices. Sounds like lunacy. Annie hears his mom. He's not alright. Another thing that has me scratching my head, literally, when did Adeline become an environmentalist? Is this another thing that I just burned from my memory, that she's like, stop littering? They continue to watch the footage of person after person, child after child being brought in the same way that Adeline was, and footage of them being AR'd by Dr. Garrison. Some of the girls are actually children too, which is fun, and Jay tells him that he doesn't have to watch them all, and Zaid's like, yes I do! You actually don't. Jay is doing it for you. You've hired him for specific jobs, and one of them can be this. But this further proves my hypothesis that Zaid has to watch because he wants to watch. He clearly likes watching women suffer. Cut to his girlfriend, and his girlfriend is basically a 26-year-old toddler herself. The lady doth protest too much, sir. He enjoys it. H.D. Carlton was right. There is so much spice in here. I am warm. Zaid requests that Jay rewind the tape for more viewing. He hates it so much. LOL. No, he wants to see them as they're being brought in so he can see if he recognizes anyone. Mostly women and children, but a few men are in there too. He says it's probably just from shootouts gone wrong. Serious cap. Serious cap. Men can be victims too. Yeah, men and boys can be victimized too. Sold too. Abused too. I'm pretty sure that half of the youths that are trafficked are male. I think that if you're going to write an erotic novel, sprinklings of things like child loving and traffic at the core, it would be better for everyone involved for you to have some sort of base knowledge and your facts straight, and at least portray it in a realistic, responsible, knowledgeable kind of way. But who the hell asked me anyway? Zaid tells him to send the footage to him, no doubt for his personal collection, and see if they can find a view on the vehicle that they left in. Finding nothing on that front, he tells Jay to angle all the cameras toward the building for the show I'm about to put on. Then get out of here. And he heads back for Dr. Garrison. He is still in the same spot, if you can believe that. Gathers up some bed sheets and ties them into some sort of a noose for Dr. Dead, and tosses him out the window before lighting the whole sumbitch on fire. Holding my breath, I grab the rope made out of bed sheets, tie one end around his torso beneath his arms, and the other end to the bed frame. Then I throw him out the window. The legs of the frame scream against the cement floor as it drags a few feet from holding tight. Didn't he say he was, quote, well into the process of decomposition? Now, rigor mortis may have set in that kept his arms just from flopping up over his head, allowing him to just floop right out of that whole rope situation. But rigor mortis usually goes away after 36 hours. And since Adeline has been missing for 12 days, I'd say we're well on to the next stage of decomposition, which is putrefaction. Now, if I had a screen, I'd show you some graphs here. This is the stage stage where all the muscle tissues and organs start breaking down and releasing liquid and gases and causing the corpse to bloat and get all mushy. Yum! So tying something around his torso and tossing him out the window, where gravity will no doubt play a role in how that goes down, literally, this wouldn't work. He would fall to pieces or burst from the excess of fluids. And this stuff right here that I just said to you took me about 0.36 seconds to search the stages of decomposition and confirm the hunch that I already had that this what makes no goddamn sense.
What the hell?
Yeah. He starts to leave, but he takes one more look over his shoulder at the inferno that he breathes life into. And he puffs on a cigarette. His little mouse doesn't like littering, but maybe just this once, it's fine with her. We end this chapter with another gorgeous little note. Remember, Adeline is journaling now. We love when she is in her element, aka writing. She is very clearly delightful writer. She is detailing how during a practice run of the culling with Francesca cosplaying as their hunters, Sydney so totally sabotaged Adeline and tripped her, resulting in her taking some of those plastic arrows to the leg. I don't remember. But I am not an arrow crossbow kind of girl. I'm sure that's shocking, but I'm going to ask the audience, do we think she meant rubber arrows, not plastic? Because I feel like a plastic arrow would still pierce someone and could essentially kill someone if they are hit in the right place. But rubber things like that, rubber bullets, are meant to be more of like a substitute for the real thing for practice runs such as this. You let me know, because I simply don't. Chapter 12, The Diamond. So we open this chapter to find Sydney taunting Adeline. What's it feel like to be a failure? Goddamn, Sydney. LOL. But like, I would like an answer to that as well. They bicker back and forth, and it's dumb and boring and stupid, and I'm bored. This is so boring. This chapter basically starts out by giving us a deeper look into what the journal entry just told us. It literally just tells us the exact same thing that the journal just told us, which is pointless, and I didn't need any more details, truth be told. I got it all initially, and I didn't have any other follow-up questions. Actually, let's do a side-by-side. Okay? Journal. She sabotaged me. I'm so mad. During the practice culling, Francesca couldn't find me and I was doing great, but then Sydney tripped me and I got hit. Thankfully, they used the plastic ones for practice. It still hurt, but it will be nothing like the pain of my punishment. Got it? This is the starting paragraph in the chapter. Francesca took us out in the back of the woods, a practice run for the culling, and she and her men used plastic arrows to track her down, shooting them at us like we're fun, running from a hunter's hungry stomach. The objective is to not get hit, and the burning in the back of my thigh is a constant reminder of how I epically failed. I came so close to succeeding, but then Sydney happened. She was waiting for me and stuck her foot right out as I passed by, Francesca's arrows nipping at my heels. I face planted into the cold earth, and by the time I got back up, an arrow was ripping through the air, piercing the back of my thigh. It didn't break the skin, but I can tell that I'm gonna wake up with a nasty bruise tomorrow, though I'm sure it'll be swallowed up by the others I'll receive when I receive my punishment. Yeah, this is why the book is 500 plus pages, because it needed an editor the way I need to sleep for 3 whole days. Anyway, more back and forth between the two dorks. Why does she like being here? Why would you want to stay here? What is your problem with May? Apparently, Sydney doesn't like her because Francesca spoke really highly of her and even took her punishment for her after she punched Rocco in the face, which she never does for other girls. Okay, I started to go off here, and who cares? Let's just keep going. I will never get through if we don't. Sydney says some more shit about wanting to stay, and Adeline is mucking it up. Why do you want to stay here so badly? Because it's my home. I have nothing outside of this house, and I would rather be here than stuck with some fat old man with a worm dick, and you are ruining that. I blink. Interesting depiction, but not entirely wrong either. You get art here too, Sydney. It's not so bad. It's what I'm used to and comfortable with. Another blink. How could one settle into a life of being art and beaten is beyond me? But she's hinted at having nowhere else to go. This tells me life outside of this house for Sydney is bleak, non-existent, most likely filled with nights on the streets and random men. Do you think that Adeline blinks like a cartoon character and you can hear her blink? Time skip. Laughter from downstairs. Apparently Rocco and Franny are the only ones who actually live here, but they invite their friends over to chill and are women, whatever. They're also letting Rick and Rio crash since they can't leave the ground, lest they suffer the wrath of the Megalodon, who is literally almost half a month off their trail. He is nowhere near finding. But they're such good hosts. They line up and Francesca approaches, but Adeline takes a second to think. I hate it when she does that. I wonder if she puts so much effort into making the outside look pretty because her insides are a cemetery of bones and decay. She should have looked into becoming a mortician with the way she's so good at dressing up a corpse. Sick
sick burn, Adeline. But no, silly. She puts that much effort into her appearance because she lives in a up salad of depravity. Doy. Bonk. Almost as if Franny could hear her sick burn, she makes Adeline kiss her shoes, then lick her shoes. She hesitates, and then Francesca threatens to smash her face into the ground. Again, counterproductive to the whole keep her in good condition thing. But oh, fart! No one cares. Sydney, is being so annoying, so Francesca slaps her and threatens to shove her whole foot up her ass. I think Francesca might have a foot-ass thing. More to come. Isn't that delicious? More thinking on Adeline's part. Was Sydney an average girl before she was stolen away? Did she live a normal life, have a job, friends, and go out on the weekends to find a fling? She just told you she has nothing on the outside. You just described her existence as bleak and non-existent. She said she would prefer this house to what she had when she was living wild and free. But yeah, I wonder. Time skip again. More training. What fun. They're served dinner, soup, and crackers. I am hungry. Too bad there's nothing to eat here. They serve it to them in their room, and Adeline tells us, apparently even sex traffickers are fat phobic and body shame women. Never mind that they can't get unless they literally steal it. It's delightful. I'm wrong. They did serve us a meal tonight. I mean, they did just carve a growth off of a girl's face, but yuck, fat phobia. You know, if you keep shoving these little asides in to your shitty book in hopes of over-explaining something to try and make it mean something, it just might work one of these times, huh, yuck? Francesca storms into Adeline's room, enraged, just as she was finishing her soup. Thank goodness she got to eat. Apparently, all of Francesca's shoes have been destroyed, and Adeline is to blame. So what does Francesca do to punish her? That's a great question. I'm so glad you asked. Well, naturally, she R's her with the heel of her shoe. What did you think I was going to say? She leaves Adeline alone in her room, crying. Sydney slinks in and says, "It's okay, welcome home."
Beat it, doofus.
What is the point of this? And the men in the house throughout the rest of the night and maybe some other days, I don't know. Time is nothing in this book. They apparently stop by and have time with her too, if you get me. She is going through it. And so am I, because journal entry where Adeline exposits about pain, and it's given, do you know what it sounds like to drown? Apparently Rocco and his friends, like I said, took turns with her all night after the shoe incident. Chapter 13, we're back with Zay. Jay's like, they deal in the black market. And Zayd and I are both like, who's they? Them. They call themselves the Basilisk Brotherhood, widely known in the black market for trading human organs. Riker, Dare, Case, and Slade.
No, Slade, huh?
No one knows their real last names. Before you get all growly and go on a killing spree, Tony the Tiger, there's been some talk that they aren't actually as bad as they're making themselves out to be. I shoot Jay a look, but he ignores me. I'm scarier than Tony the Tiger, and he knows it. Bitch, I'm scarier than Tony the Tiger. Are we okay? Like, but alas, okay, we have some real bad dudes with some really elite names that aren't as bad as they seem, question mark? I doubt this will turn into something stupid. I fully believe this is gonna go the distance. Zayd gets a view of these guys and gives us more of what we didn't ask for. He's interesting looking, with sharp features, long hair that seems to always be tied up, pale green eyes, light stubble, and a nose piercing. Type of face women would fall to their knees for. How often do you think that women of the world are just dropping to their knees upon the sight of a beautiful man? Should we start wearing knee pads in this little scenario of yours? Because there are beautiful men everywhere. But okay, the other three certainly aren't hurting for either, though they're all incredibly different from each other. Definitely not real brothers, though I'm sure they act like it. You'll get along with them great, Jay says over my shoulder. You're all in a business where being obscure is key, yet each one of you stands out like a lollipop amongst moldy bread. Very lickable lollipops too. Yeah, whatever. I didn't ask to be beautiful. So glad we made Jay into girly pop by icon just so we could have yet another person in the cast that is thirsty for Zayd. Apparently they traced these men's movements to the house of an older woman with a Monroe piercing and dark red lipstick named Teresa, known affectionately to the guys as Mama T. I guess that's Z's first stop. Jay is worried though. Like, if he confronts Mama T in hopes of getting help from the Basilisk Brotherhood, he might just piss them off. And Zayd is like, do I look scared? And Jay is like, oh, we know you're a bad bitch, Zayd. That's not the point.
Bad bitches only.
Zayd said, don't worry, the ladies love me, and time skip us all the way to Mama T's house. He just barges right in, and she is ready to knock his block off, but eventually he tells her why he needs help. She calls the boys over, and Zayd still has a minute for some topical, absolutely side-splitting comic relief. Cream walls with matching couches, maroon flower pictures spaced out perfectly, matching wooden furniture, the brown surfaces gleaming as if she dusted them not 2 seconds ago, and a white birdcage hanging in the corner, a little Tweety chirping away. Does she have a Sylvester too? That's a good one, Z. Sylvester and Tweety haven't actively been on the air for I don't know how long, but that is a funny joke. She tells him to call her Mama T, and he is thrilled because he has been accepted. Told you the ladies love me. Time skip again. The boys roll up to defend Teresa. She's like, calm down, he's cool. They're like, what is this? And he's like, I'm Z. And they're like, the Z? And he's like, yeah, need your help. Teresa is sick of them, so she tells them like to leave so she can nap. And they tell Z that now isn't a good time. They were kind of in the middle of something, so they snatch up a receipt and write down a rendezvous spot on the back of it. But Natalie, that sounds boring. Allow me. Straightening, he hands a slip of paper to me. You caught us in the middle of something. Meet us at this address in 4 hours. Don't be late. Now get out. I arch a brow when I spot hemorrhoid cream on the receipt, but quickly decide it's not my business what's growing on Teresa's ass.
This is your man.
Yes.
Look at the screen.
That's mine.
I'll be early. Bye, Mama T. Good luck, she calls. I wave a hand in acknowledgement before opening and shutting the front door behind me. I don't need luck, just the help of 4 men who are probably going to be enough pains in my ass that I'll need the hemorrhoid cream next. The jokes are joking. Seriously, like, you must be joking. Chapter 14 is Adeline. Aren't we so excited? This chapter made me cry. I just wanted to be upfront, full disclosure. For those of you who don't know, one of the paid perks of joining my Bindery page, Boneyard Picnic, is you get access to unscripted reading vlogs of me reading these awful things in preparation for the rant review. So you get to see these books happen to me in real life. And it's a real treat. Links are below if you're interested. But for those of you who aren't, you're about to see what brought me to tears thrice. And I hope you're hungry for stupid. So we start this chapter off with Addie lost in a dream being I'm sorry, made love to by Zayd. Gross, thanks. She wakes and is greeted by a beautiful day. The phantom in the sky really is a devil. Why else would she make such a gruesome day so bright and sunny? Today is the culling, and already the house seems to be filling up with chatter. To make matters worse, my body doesn't feel nearly as broken as I thought it would. My soul completely shattered, but at least I can fart without feeling like I'm gonna pass out, right? I'm not gonna cry this time. I'm not gonna cry again. I guess that's a win, but she goes on. So thank you, God, for the small blessings in life and for allowing me to see another day and pass gas properly. Amen, bitch. This is why I cried. Between the hemorrhoids and the shove it up your butt and the farting car, and what am I to do aside from weep at what you've done to me? She goes on business as usual through the morning. She did finally get Francesca to realize that it was Sydney that ruined all of her shoes and blamed it on her. Francesca hasn't even said sorry for all the torment she wrongfully unleashed on Addie. She didn't apologize. She didn't even appear remorseful, but she did lock Sydney in an old cellar on the property for an entire day, and I'm almost ashamed to admit how much it soothed my soul to hear her scream and to be let out. Already I'm changing, and the old Addie is unrecognizable. But at least your butthole can fart, right? Anyway, time passes, and the girls are corralled into a room to start getting ready for the culling, which they apparently now have to do in the dark. We're so effed. Time skip. They're led downstairs. Single file, ladies. We must be in a uniform line to greet your potential arists. Make a good impression, and they might be nice to you while they are you. Funny thing to include in a book where women start to have feelings for their actual rapists. Remind me why being AR'd by these rich, powerful men is worse than being AR'd by another rich, powerful man? Is it because an exchange of currency is taking place? Like, is this an extremely scathing manifesto on capitalism? No, it isn't. It's just poorly written bullshit. Upon entering the room, she spots 5 men. This house is run down, and it doesn't matter how clean or tidy it is. It still looks like trash, and there are 5 men standing in the middle of it wearing Armani suits, diamond-encrusted Rolex watches, and submerged in a shroud of expensive cologne that costs more than my car note. Their conversation dies as soon as they turn to us, and I realize the different colors in their eyes look the same when they're all lifeless. I have a question. Are they going to be hunting in suits? Are they the tearaway kind that reveal athleisure beneath? Seems impractical, but sure. One of the men, named Xavier Delano, is the one who wants Adeline. Even though she has a lot of healing to do, she wouldn't if y'all would start actually doing what she said and let her heal. After the men decide which of the girls they want, they are led outside towards this large wooded area. A massive bonfire rages directly behind the house, dozens of people crowded around it, bundled in warm clothing and drinks in hand. There are also several large TVs placed sporadically around. According to Francesca, the hunters will wear body cams, providing entertainment and viewing pleasure for the other guests. Are they tailgating the culling? I went to one tailgate one time. I went to Ole Miss with a friend that invited me, and I gotta be honest with you, I missed out on a lot. And when I went to college, like when I was college aged and in college right out of high school, I didn't do things like this because I was edgy and into music and like bands you probably never heard of and stuff like that. And if I could go back and just knock the shit out of myself, I would. There's free food there. All kinds of free food. These people have outdoor televisions that they bring with them so that they can, we're getting off the subject, but I just wanted you to know, if you're watching me and you're in college and you're too cool to be involved, there's free food. Did you know there's free food? The girls get into position and Adeline notices the men getting ready with the bows and arrows and night vision goggles. All right, ladies, Francesca starts. Let's go over the rules briefly. You will be given a 10-minute head start. You are required to stay within the maze walls. If caught going outside them, it will result in immediate death. They will shoot to and not shoot to maim. At the end of the maze, there's an open area, and if you reach this location, you are immediately deemed safe. No harm will come to you. Finally, if you're still within the maze but have not been shot and the allotted hour depletes, you are also safe and no harm will come to you. Understood?
What is the point of this?
So you're telling me that these girls you are trafficking and hoping to get a lot of money for, if they try to escape, you will just take them out? Where is the return on that investment? Like, time and energy have been used towards getting these girls here. How is this smart as far as your business plan is concerned? I need to take a look at your business plan. Also, a maze, huh? So this is like the Hunger Games and the Goblet of Fire, particularly the maze part. And I feel like Rachel just had a similar setup in a book she was reviewing on her channel. I beg you guys, just branch out a little bit. Just a little bit more cook time, you know? Just let it simmer for a little while and see if you can come up with something else, something creative, something that branches a little bit farther out, pushes a little bit further, you know? No? Okay. Speaking of the Hunger Games, and I quote, how's it said in the Hunger Games? May the odds be ever in your favor. A male cuts in and it sounds like Xavier. This is so unforgivable. I don't even know where to begin. So I'm going to summarize the actual event because it was dumb, and if I wanted to watch the Hunger Games, I would. I should. I might. The girls run. One of the younger girls, named Phoebe, sticks close with Adeline the whole damn time, even though she's dumb and might get them both caught. She does end up leading a couple of men to their location, I think, but I also don't get it because if this is a maze, wouldn't they just have to follow the paths? Like, they speak like it's this big open area, but they call it a maze. I don't know if the author knows what words mean. Phoebe actually does get hit by an arrow in the shoulder at some point. I don't know. Anyway, one of the men, Ben, comes after Phoebe, and Phoebe tells Adeline to run. She manages to get away too, and Ben follows her a little bit, and then he gets snared in some sort of trap that Phoebe had planned for him to step into, and he gets strung upside down and drops his bow and arrow. So Phoebe grabs the weapon and right in the head, causing his life to end and a river of blood to rain down on her. Once more, she meets my wide stare. So many words rise to the tip of my tongue, none of them sufficient. Goosebumps rise on my skin, and all I want to do is tell her how proud I am, how admirable and brave she is. We both know she's not going to make it through the night, but this was her choice. Her choice, huh? I guess that's better. Also, imagine being so self-involved that all you think of in this moment is wanting to grace this battered, dying girl with your approval and admiration. Like, no one cares, Adeline. She keeps running. These men may be skilled in hunting, but what they don't know is that I've been hunted by a far scarier man. I was a mouse caught in a trap, scared and helpless as I was, taken between the teeth of an apex predator. But I'm not their little mouse, and they are not Zayd, and I will never succumb to them. First of all, who's gonna tell her that she was caught by him also? These men don't know that I've been hunted by the best of the best of the best, sir, and they are nothing. He caught you too. He caught you too. This isn't a weird flex. This isn't even a flex. It's delusional. And just another little opportunity for you to try to remind me that for some reason, Zayd victimizing her is different. Also, I don't think these men give a Chapter 15, Adeline again. I am having so much fun with our girl. I swear it. She made it out of the maze and she spots something off to the side. It's an abandoned train. A massive row of trailers stretched across the wooded area in either direction. The metal rusted and corroded from nature. My heart pounds and excitement blooms. Escape. She wonders if they know about it, but doesn't matter because she has a tracker in her neck anyway. However, let's back up. Boop, boop, boop. Of course they know about it. This is the designated safe zone outside of an even bigger surrounding area where a sadistic sporting event was just planned and held. They've done this before. They prepare it and maintain it for each calling in each group of girls. I'm pretty sure they know about every inch of this place. Hello? I would like to speak to just anyone smart. Please. I would also like to ask someone, preferably someone who's smart, to tell me how a rusty train can be used as escape. Clearly, it is not unlike the book. Off the rails. Would you just use the track, like follow the track to safety? Because that would also be dangerous and stupid, because then they too could just follow the track. This girl is dumber than Ireland. She decides not to try and bust out of here just yet. She also meets another girl that made it to the safe zone, and she starts to warn Adeline about what's to come after, but they're cut off because Xavier comes out of the woods and offers to escort them back to the house, I guess. Jillian and I glance at each other, but ultimately we nod our heads, because what else are we supposed to say? No, go away. You have cooties. Cooties, says she. Why is she 14? You're expecting me to believe this is a mid-20s woman. Anyway, they get back to the house and Francesca is so pleased at how many of them will move on to the next part of all of this. Apparently the ones who didn't make it out of the calling are no longer worthy of being sold and will be punished for it later. But for now, the girls get to celebrate. How? As a reward, you ladies will get to pick dinner tonight, whatever you want. McDonald's even. Though that stuff is horrendous for your bodies, but just this one should be okay. We survived the culling and we get McDonald's as a reward? It's too stupid to be real. Took the words right out of my goddamn mouth, bitch. It is too stupid to be real. This entire book is too stupid to be real, but here we are. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba, I'm hating it. Time skip. They ate their McDonald's. Isn't that nice? And are now getting dressed, more specifically being like squished into a corset and a little skanky dress. Slay. Francesca ties the knot and then helps me slip the dress over my head. The same dress that all of us are required to wear. A black silky number that accentuates my curves. My now greatly exaggerated curves. The material ends right below my ass cheeks. A butterfly could flutter by and my dress would fly up as if it's allergic to the winged creature. If I pass gas, it's over. Now I can't really be surprised at this juncture, right? Like, this is the same author in the same series where the word boogers was written the first time our love interest spots Adeline across a crowded room and becomes infatuated with her. We remember. So I thought I'd just sidestep this little slice here so that we can have a discussion, because I get a lot of comments. They're like, if you don't like dark books, don't read them. If you can't handle the dark matter, then try a regular romance. It's not the dark stuff, honey baby. It's the dumb stuff. It's this. This book is dumb. It's dumber than it's ever been. And here we are doing it all over again. Dumb. And again, as I said, if this is a book that is very cathartic for you to read, fine. And it's also okay to just admit that some of the things that you like are shitty. I'm reading a book right now that I'm pretty sure is bad. It's just not well done. But I'm having a good time with it. Also, elaborate. What is over if you fart? Will the dress disintegrate? Is it made of spider webs? Will you die of embarrassment? Will the little stink lines come off your ass like SpongeBob after he ate the sundae? Will your booty wind just be so potent and accessible to the buyers that they'll dip out? What is it that will be over? Also, I just have to giggle a little bit because I wrote this script before the new covers were released, and I just said, not real sure why the butterflies are so prominent in the new design, and then we get, a butterfly could flutter by. She carries on getting ready, and Sydney offers to help her do her hair, which she begrudgingly accepts, and we get this little exchange where Sydney is bragging that even though Rio likes Adeline, he comes into her room at night and bangs her instead, and Adeline, like myself, doesn't give a shit about what she's saying. And then they get on the topic of Zayd, and Sydney's like, will he save me too? If he does, she'd be happy to suck him off, maybe even let her F her A as a thank you. Adeline snaps and throws her into the vanity mirror. Francesca comes back and sees Sydney sprawled all out and is like, what the heck happened? Her brown eyes assess me closely, but the adrenaline has taken hold of my bloodstream and all I can feel is elation. Heat has warmed every inch of my body, sinking low in my stomach. If Zaid were here, I forced those thoughts out of my head before they sweep me away. If I let that happen, I'd be humping the air. And not only would that be fucking embarrassing, but I'm also in the number one worst place in the world to get horny. That was great. I'm really glad that I got to read that. And I hope you out there watching at home are thankful too. We have experienced true art. She's horny about throwing someone into a vanity mirror. It's odd. Seems odd. Anyway, Francesca tells him not to make fools of themselves tonight with the buyers. End of chapter. Chapter 16 is Zaid. Ugh. He goes to meet the Basilisk Brotherhood in a super secret lair that is actually a towering skyscraper that used to be some sort of bank and a place that they willingly wrote directions to on a hemorrhoid receipt. So how super secret can it be? Anyway, he waltzes in and they begin to chat. You have 2 minutes to explain what the hell you want, Riker says. Well, no pressure, right? I widen my stance and cross my arms, appearing at ease. It doesn't seem at ease. Long story short, my girl was kidnapped by the society, sold off into the skin trade. You're Z. You can't find her. Case here asks a stunning question. He may be the only one with an active brain cell in the story thus far because I've been saying the same thing. He went on and on about how he is inevitable, he's Thanos, he's God, he's Diet Coke with True Lime, but you can't find her? I'm everything. I have a secret underground lair. Nobody can ever find me. I erase the police reports. My dick is as big as the equator. No one can stand toe-to-toe with me. You can't find her? Dumb, makes no sense, goes against everything you've spent the last 600 pages building this character to be. But whatever, Zaid is not happy about being questioned. I'm capable of a lot of things, Case, I say quietly, unleashing a little bit of darkness that's been festering inside my body, including finding exactly where your twin sister stays. Claremont Drive, right? Her twin girls, Casey and Carla, are getting so big already. 11 years old, am I right? Hold the horses. Zaid, now that almost sounds like a threat. Almost, maybe. But you wouldn't do that. You're the Starker and RS and QAnon superhero with a heart of gold that definitely doesn't have a thing for underage girls, even though she is a 26-year-old toddler. And you watch the tapes over and over when you don't have to. Threatening 11-year-old girls. But you love 11-year-old girls in a totally appropriate way. Of course.
Of course.
This just doesn't seem like something a good guy like you would do, but I bet no one cares. Once again, I'm alone. He catches them up. Once they're still like, I don't know why you're coming to us. I don't know what you need us for. We literally do things like this too. We're bad people. We're in the skin trade and you're Z. I don't really know what you're doing here. They apparently sell organs on the black market. You're coming to people in the same line of work for help. And Zaid's like, I'm willing to overlook it this time. That's not hypocritical at all. I will say that the most consistent thing about him thus far is that he is a hypocrite. He hunts down predators and abusers of women, but when he abuses an Ars Adeline, it's fine. He puts away and ends the reign of terrible criminals who sell human beings, but not right now because they might be useful to him. Both of these things prove that he's an opportunistic, hypocritical moron who has no loyalty or actual human feelings whatsoever, and this is what it looks like to be consistent with your character development. I doubt it was intentional, nor will it matter, because at the end of the day, we are all just little hot springs when it comes to this man, am I right? Ugh. They lead him further into their lair, aka a bachelor's wet dream, which, remember, they're organ traders with hearts of gold, apparently, so they're not as bad as they seem. We're getting a lot of this junk lately, and yet there is a young woman almost completely nude chained to a wall of this bachelor's wet dream pad super secret lair. Zaid has some thoughts, if you can call it that. I think Addie would soon rip my balls off before she'd ever kneel at my feet. Lucky for her, I'd gladly kneel at her. Kiss her little toes while I'm at it, too. Eventually, my mouth would lead up between her legs, but I don't think she'd mind that part. Would it matter if Adeline did mind you doing that? Because it has never mattered, not once in the past when you guys mix it up. You just are her anyway. Something to think about. No, don't do it. Don't think about it. We have gone almost 800 pages now with no thought, head empty. Let's just stay the course.
They ask what's in it for us, and he's like, I'll write you an IOU, and it means a lot coming from me. It would mean a lot, homie, if you didn't just openly admit that you can't manage this by yourself. But he grabs the paper and jots down an IOU on it because he's so funny. First off, don't write on people's shit. Secondly, you're kidding me, right? We don't need you. I grin. Is he nervous that I might find hemorrhoid cream on his receipts too? I'm not gonna cry on Then Zayd asks the question, I guess, how are they still good guys if they're in the organ trade? And they explain it, and it's long and it's boring, so here's some cliff notes. She says, knowing that there are hours of content left to be had. Apparently, they only take organs from dying or deceased folks, or people who want to end their life on their own terms and give their consent to take their stuff. If someone brings a living person to them, they let them go back to their family. And as for the buyers, people who are desperate for the organs to save their family members or whatever, you're still trafficking organs on the black market. And you have a woman chained to the wall. And this might be a kinky thing, but again, remember which book we're in. Remember which universe we're in. The money that they make, some of it goes to the family if that's what they wished. But some of these miserable souls have no family, so they don't care what we do with it as long as it's helping someone. Is that how you're able to have a naked woman chained to the wall asking for a friend? End of chapter. My God, this is so stupid. Chapter 17 is Adeline. Francesca secured yet another tracking device to her in the form of a necklace that is locked with a key. Whatever. The girls hit the dance floor. Xavier shows up and Adeline is unwell. Literally. Heat washes throughout my body, but not the kind that feels good. It's kind of like when you have a stomach bug and you're stuck in a car. The cold sweat is sickening. Now, I know she has a long list of things that she needs to get done when she's out of this whole rigmarole, but one of the top things on the list needs to be that she needs to seek out a gastrointestinal specialist. They need to take a look at her. She is seriously way too aware of her own butthole and gastrointestinal tract. Like, this man who intends to buy her for his own personal use comes close to her and she compares it to having diarrhea in the car, cold sweating as she tries to make it to a gas station so she doesn't blow it out her asshole. See someone. Also, why is this my problem? I don't want to hear anymore. Stop telling me. They chit chat. It's boring. He takes a step closer to me, his woodsy cologne burning my sinuses as he invades my space. I want to tell him to get the out of my no-no square, but I can't imagine that going over well. Farting, butthole, cooties, no-no square. As I said in my vlog, join the channel if you'd like access. I know the old adage, sticks and stones, right? But no, words hurt. These words have hurt me spiritually, metaphysically. This is just some of the worst writing I have ever seen in a book ever, and I am in hurt. Xavier's being extra weird, talking about how he's such a good time that she'll forget all about Z, causing Addie to need to take a knee with her female lord again, and she thinks, what the does he expect me to say to that? Yes, PDF file master, I would forget all about Zayd and only think of you and your small, puny out of here head. If he's a PDF file master and he selected you, and if he was hot, right? Stay with me. If he was hot and his cock was big and thunderous, would it make you happier about this whole thing? Would this be a little bit easier to deal with? What if I throw in a facial scar? Rio shows up and says that he's tasked with changing her bandages yet again before the rest of the evening's events and escorts her upstairs to do so. Adeline's like, oh, that's not true. They already changed my bandages. What the heck is this? And I have a question too, Addie. If you're still all bandaged and stitched up in such a way, how is the corset going to help make sure those wounds aren't agitated? I am begging for a smart person to help me. They aren't. Because nothing makes sense, everything's made up, and the points don't matter. Boop! Rio fixes her up, tosses in a few Spanish words to show us that we're really cooking with gas with this characterization. And he tells us why he's doing this. Apparently, a family member, I think it was his sister, is in their clutches. And if he steps out of line, they'll unalive her. I don't know. I don't care. This is all so futile. She goes back downstairs and meets everybody in the red room, whatever that is. I'm thinking of the Red Room of Pain from 50 Shades, but that's probably because I'm currently rereading 50 Shades. You're welcome in advance. They bring up the two girls that were taken out in the culling, or what's left of them anyway. They're still alive. They were tortured and mutilated by their men for losing, apparently. And now the remaining girls are tasked with literally taking them out back and stoning them to death. So these girls were taken down in the maze, right? Deeming them unworthy of being sold. So does that mean that these men just showed up, picked a girl, got to chase, shoot, and torture them for free? Like, they've never discussed a price tag on just attending the culling or participating in the culling. Somebody needs to send me the PDF of this business model.
Chapter 18, Adeline. Ooh.
All of this is very detailed, but I'm going to breeze right through it because it's my review and I do what I want. They go outside, the girls, the guests, the buyers, everyone. It's a party, after all. Rocco emerges from the house carrying large rocks for all the girls to use to end the other girls. But our girl? No, she won't do it like this. She's literally risking it all to lean down and whisper how thankful she was for Phoebe for saving her and that she won't let her suffer, and then stabs her in the neck with a branch and thinks,
someone's daughter died today.
Rocco starts to rush her and try to get her to stop, but it doesn't keep her from it. I can vividly see this. Everything slows down and we zoom in and there's a single note being sung softly in the distance. I can vividly see it. Doesn't make it any less stupid. I'm fine with not letting her suffer on the way out. Fine. But this whole book is corny, stupid, goofy. It feels like Scary Movie when Carmen Electra is being chased by Ghostface and she's literally running for her life. But she has to take a moment to slow-mo run through the sprinklers in her underwear. That's how goofy this shit is. But it's hot. It's meant to be hot. Everybody's hot. Hot. Time skip. 2 months later. As my friends across the pond would say, are you having a giggle? He still hasn't found her. It's been 2 freaking months. And he enlisted help? This is absolutely stupid. This man is useless. All of those self-bloviations, pages and pages and pages about being the megalodon, how he's unstoppable, no one can touch me, blah, blah, blah. He still hasn't found his girl. What a joke.
She's getting dolled up for another night with Xavier. Now, I haven't been placed up for adoption. I haven't been placed up for auction yet. Francesca says I'm almost ready and that when the time comes, Xavier will ensure he's the highest bidder. It's unofficially official that he will be my master. Because of this, Francesca has allowed him to visit me once a week for the past month.
Pull the Capricorn right out of me and put it front and center for you. But I'm going to revert back to my questioning about their business model.
How has this been official?
You run a trafficking ring where you kidnap and hold women and are supposed to take care of these women for a time so that they bring in a high price when they are eventually sold to the highest bidder. And yet, you let this man come and do whatever he wants to her for free. We have a saying around here, and by we, I mean evangelical Christians that push purity culture as part of their indoctrination. Why buy the cow when you can get the milk for free? Which is a very crass way of referring to young women and their virtue. But an illustrious analogy isn't that precious. Now, I don't abide by that ideology in any way, shape, or form. However, we are talking about this specific business model for this dumb-ass book. And how on earth is there a point to any of this if you just let men show up and are these women for free? I mean, it makes absolutely no goddamn sense, but just add it to the list of things that make no sense. She takes a moment to tell us that Xavier enjoys drawing blood during these encounters and shares this little thing.
When's the last time I genuinely smiled? The last night I was with Zayd, I think, however long ago that was. I believe it's January now, and the last time I saw him was not too long after Satan's affair. I missed my first holidays with him. Thanksgiving and Christmas, maybe even his birthday, although I don't even know when that is. My New Year's kiss was Xavier's down my throat, and if I didn't have a desire to unalive myself before I did, then thank you for sharing. I recognize that this is probably hell on earth. Yeah. So instead of Zayd R-ing you under the Christmas tree lights, Xavier did it. That's all I heard. That's honestly what I heard. Then she takes out a lipstick and draws an extreme clownish smile onto her face. Turns out the Joker had the right idea. Oh my God, please, dear God, I beg you, not the Joker. Please, please, please. Please, please, please.
And when Francesca catches her, she's like, well, what the fuck are you doing? And she's like,
sorry, Francesca. I just wanted to smile.
Wipe that off and get ready. Xavier will be here in 10 minutes.
Sad. No smiles for me tonight.
Big sad indeed. Can I get a sad ooh woo?
Xavier shows up to have some fun, and by fun I mean slicing her up with a knife because he wants to cover her in red. We're having a lot of fun. Yeah. I'm covered in red.
Mm-hmm.
He's made so many cuts around my body that I've turned the white bed sheets scarlet.
She vividly shares the literal ins and outs of this encounter, from the knife to the sausage. He says a bunch of stuff, including requesting her say that she wants him, and she's dissociating, and I don't blame her.
He snarls, hearing the vacancy in my voice, and buries himself inside me. Though if he thinks he's deep I'd hate for him to see the size of Zayd. The only reason his will ever cause me pain is purely because it's attached to him. I don't know what just happened there. I hate this. Sick burn though, Addie. Sick burn. So she is being consistently and actively AR'd and mutilated by this man, seemingly for free, though she is supposed to be bringing the big bucks. But what's really worth noting is that her other artist, Zayd, has a bigger... I understand being victimized. I understand that when you're in that space, you go wherever you need to in order to protect yourself, shield yourself from what's going on and what's happening to you. I get that. What I don't get is why this is the place we have to go to. He is literally cutting you up and assaulting you in every way imaginable. But your comfort is the Vienna sausage of your OG artist. Okay, whatever. Not judging your healing, not judging your coping skills. To make matters worse, he ends their time together by forcing her to climax with him. How grim. Xavier just left for the night. He was particularly brutal, slicing over the healed scars on my back and all across my breast and stomach. He pushes it a little farther every time. Forgive me. I know this is a tough time for everyone, but
what is the point of this?
I will scream that and play that forever until someone starts making some goddamn sense around here. It doesn't even make sense that they need to be kept in good shape, but are brutally attacked and beaten when they're being held and forced to participate in the most dangerous game-style hunt, which could render them unable to be sold in the first place. And then the guy who's set to be her buyer and set to pay a high price for her gets to just come over willy-nilly whenever he wants and do whatever he wants to her, including mutilating her further, free of charge.
What is the point of this?
Well, the point, gals and pals, is to fill up 500 pages with gobbledygook. This is such shit, dude. This book is actual ass. A big, farty, hemorrhoid-infested butthole, and if you like it, you can have it. Please, I literally take it from mine hands. I don't mind. I really don't. I don't want it. You can have it. Good for you. This is the worst thing I've ever read. Rio shows up, cares for her wounds, sprinkles some more Spanish jargon into the dialogue, and lets her know, lucky for you, these have to heal, so no more nights with him until he's officially paid for you. Confirming that this man was just getting access to her for free. What is this? 2 girls just got sold off. It's just her and Sydney left in the house, but now new girls will arrive soon and she will be auctioned off in 3 weeks apparently. Who knows? She doesn't know why they're taking so long. I predict it's for no reason whatsoever except to prolong my misery while reading it, or they somehow aren't as bad as they seem. H.D. Carlton loves writing a tiny little redemption blip into the stories of these awful people for literally no reason whatsoever, so it's anyone's guess. He finishes bandaging her wounds. She says, "Try not to miss me too much," and he says, "I'll pray your life is short," and she thinks that's just really sweet of him to say. Francesca comes in and says to hurry up because Claire is coming and she wants to talk to Adeline. Uh-oh. Then we wrap the chapter with a journal entry that is simply a regurgitation of all the vicious things that were done in this chapter. I mean, it's your journal. Again, I'm not going to harp on your coping skills. I don't want to dictate how you use your coping mechanism, but I don't know why I needed to see this multiple times. Side note, again, I'm going to raise a question that I've already asked a couple times. When she said not to worry over the long reunion because there would still be plenty of spice, is this said spice? Is this the spice that she spoke of? How fun for us. Why not, I guess? Got to get those page counts up somehow. Chapter 19, Zayd, 1 week ago. I don't know what that means, but go with me as we try to figure it out. Is this 1 week later, 2 months ago? Did we reset back to that timeline? Or is this 1 week later after we jump 2 months into the future? No idea. This chapter has very few notes. Zayd is at a people auction and he has bought 5 girls so far in total. 5 out of the 5 on the auction block. They're all coming home with me. He's scoping out the auctions in hopes of finding someone who knows Adeline or Adeline herself, but whoever has her is being really smart and not moving her. So he collects his squirrels and gets them to safety and then proceeds to round up every individual involved with this auction and set them on fire. He gets in the car with Ruby and some other folks and help him get the girls. And the girls are like, "Did you want to live them?" And he's like, "Yeah, you got anyone else you need?" And one of the girls is like, "I got a few." He shows them a picture of Addie and they're like, "Yeah, that's her. We saw her. She's blah, blah, blah." They were blindfolded, but somehow know the general area that she was being held about an hour away somewhere. And they already have someone willing to purchase her named Xavier. He thanks them, asks the other girl if she has anybody that she needs him to unalive, and she says, no, I have enough blood on my hands. And he's like, funny, I never have enough on mine. Okay, sport. We know. Chapter 20 is Adeline. Claire? Who's a Claire? And Rio tells her, Claire's the one who put the target on your head, keeping his voice an octave above a whisper. Real quick, unless you know something stupid, and it's not anywhere near the worst thing that we've come across, but octave is not correct. So I asked my husband about this because my 2 years of playing clarinet, like Squidward tentacles of middle school, was enough for me to go like pause at this and make me confused, but not enough to make me certain. So according to my husband, an octave is like the sound, like what she meant was decibel. Shit. And this is the least of our worries and the least stupid mistake that could have been in. But even I, with a rudimentary level of musical knowledge, I can't even read notes. I knew that this was wrong. But hey, props to the editor. And hey, listen, buds, the writing process for this book was just to put words on paper. Anything more than that, and it would have been a very fun book, right? I mean, thinking is hard, and it's not fun. I swear people are just out here dreaming it, thinking it, and doing it, but completely bypassing step number 2. Y'all missed a step. You went from dream it to do it, and never once thought for a second. I have no idea who this woman is, but it's clear she has some type of connection with Zayd. That's the only reason a random woman would put a target on my head, right? Hi there. What? I thought Zayd told her in the last book, right before he roughly took her in the woods while she was really upset and not in the mood to be Ard, but whatever, that there was already a target on her head even before he was in the picture, and it had nothing to do with him. Are we just completely going back on that plot point, or? Rio gets her dressed and leads her downstairs. My stomach twists with anxiety as I follow Rio down the hallway. A dull ache throbs between my thighs, reminding me with every step of what I'm desperately trying to forget. Something Xavier aims explicitly for. It's also a reminder that Zayd may not want me anymore. Something I've come to terms with already. I never thought I'd want to lose his obsession, but how could I not? I'm filthy now. Serious cap. I haven't been putting it on very often because this book is so stupid and unserious, but this is actually a common thing in the aftermath of being Ard and SA. So let's talk about it. This feeling of being dirty, soiled, unworthy, nasty, unlovable because now you are damaged goods, so to speak. I just want to take a second to speak on that. It is very common to come up when you are dealing with this kind of violation, and I didn't want to diminish that. We're having a lot of jokes. We're having a lot of kikis here. But I hope that if you are or have dealt with this kind of thing in the past, that you have a support system in place, people who love and care for you, a therapist if you are comfortable and able to have one, etc. And please know that what happened to you is not a reflection of you, nor was there something you did to deserve such a thing. I'm really sorry that you experienced it. You didn't deserve it. You are worthy of love and good things. You are not what has happened to you. Now I can take the serious cap off and say that Addie should be very familiar with this feeling since she felt it after Zayd Ard her the first time too. None of this book is written with anything other than cringy edgelord bullshit on the docket. There are no other boxes to check. What could be a way of discussing the intricacies of surviving R and SA and how you internalize the hurt and how it manifests into shame and shows up in your life in different ways, etc. And how we can come back from things like that? It isn't. It's just a way for us to be gaslit further into thinking that these R's are somehow different than when Zayd R's her. Take that shit somewhere else, because I, like Xavier, am not paying for this shit. She faces off with Claire. They chat a bit. Claire reveals she was never going to be auctioned off in the first place because anytime she sets foot outside the house, Zayd could find her. He is the megalodon, though. He should have been able to find her regardless. I guess not, though. Anyway, they're going to go the direct sale route. Yeah, I kind of thought that was where we were headed the whole time. What a revelation! A buyer was already procured, and he promised to pay a high price. Why would we go through the trouble of publicly auctioning her off and risking her being found by Z? I literally don't need this drawn out into 20 chapters, but thanks for the food, I guess. Too bad it's moldy and covered in hemorrhoid cream. Adeline finally asks her why. Why did they target her for this? And Claire tells her that she's just such a rare beauty that it couldn't be ignored. And then when they found out she had the attention of Zayd, she became much more valuable. She's excused back to her room while Claire and Francesca continue chatting, but what Adeline's about to do is plot her escape. The time is nigh. Time skip. She's asleep, but woken by Sydney straddling her chest. What the? Sydney, I gasp, attempting to keep my voice down but failing. I'm seconds away from releasing my bladder all over the bed, my horror growing as she climbs on top of me, her blonde strands brushing across my face and blocking my vision. Oh, come on now. We can do better than that. My private parts have to tinkle so bad. I'm super duper close to leaking from my no-no square. Where's the creativity? Where was it? We just didn't even try. Sydney is like, I know you're gonna try to escape, and I'm telling. Addie's like, how? Sydney points to the floorboard where the journal is, and then Adeline finally puts those pieces together that Sydney has been watching her through the walls. This was first noted in what, chapter 4? I don't remember. But I want to take a second and just say how happy I am, how thankful that H.D. Carlton does not try to convince us that Adeline is smart. I don't think that that's ever been something said about her. Anyway, she figures out that this little rabid labradoodle of a girl was lurking on the inside of her walls, and she put her plans in writing, and that is a rookie mistake. It's literally how my mom found out that I was bisexual. You never put things in writing. No. And Adeline's like, gee willikers, if Francesca finds out I'm planning to escape and how, they'll do everything in their power to make sure I never get away. Not gonna happen. They'll have to lock me in a submarine in the middle of the damn ocean to keep me away from Zade. Sure. She and Sydney duke it out. Adeline stabs her in the neck with a pin. She likes to stab people in the neck with things. Rip to Sydney. Rio heard the commotion and comes in. He's like, what have you done? Look at me, mama. Oh, he calls her mama. I forgot. What the are you gonna do now, huh? I open my mouth at a loss for words. Finally, I just say, escape. After this, Rio cuts the tracker out of her neck, distracts the guard so she can escape and follow the train tracks to freedom. In exchange, Adeline will tell Zayd the name of his sister so he can rescue her. And she's not wasting another second. But she gets dressed, moves the floorboard, retrieves the journal, sidesteps to the kitchen to grab a loud as fuck grocery sack and stuff it with water bottles and granola bars and 2 knives for protection. Not another second! She's out! They see me as a diamond because I have Zayd's love. I don't think that that's what it is. But they fail to remember that's what forged me into a stone so unbreakable. He taught me a lot about myself and who I really am, but most importantly, he taught me how to persevere. Where? I'll do you one better. When? Show me. I would love to see. When and where did he do this? I admit, trauma is its own type of hell, and coming out the other side of it will change a person. I agree. But that's not what she said. She said Zayd made her into who she is and taught her about who she really is. And to that I say, where? She tiptoes past a sleeping person, but oop, one of her plastic bags breaks, clattering to the floor and waking him up. He tells her to come over, bend over, and take her pants off because of course he does. She asks if she can set her bag down first. He pouts but says sure, so she leans down, grabs a knife, and cuts his throat. Zing! Literally. Chapter 21, Zayd. He's back with the Snake Squad, researching the little info that those trafficked gals gave him about where Addie is. They somehow zero in on the abandoned train tracks and search around that area, finding a desolate house in the middle of nowhere. They check the name on the lease, and it's Rocco Bellucci. It's not familiar to him, so he calls Jillian, one of the girls that he bought that led him to Addie, and she confirms that that's the name of Francesca's brother. He is dizzy at the prospect of getting his little mouse back. Yes! Boom! He's en route with Ruby and Daya, of all people. They're like, say less to me, I'm coming. And I'm like, say more. He doesn't actually say more because he doesn't know where he's going without Jay. But uh-oh, problemo. Who am I, Rio? Jay sent a drone over the house and they notice that everyone on the grounds is freaking out. It looks like they are scouring the woods and the road looking for something or someone. They run into one of those good Samaritans looking for Addie. We know they're looking for Addie on their way to the house. I roll down my passenger window and the guy bends at the waist, eyeing Daya and me with impatience. Everything okay, sir? I ask. Everything's fine. Nothing you need to worry about. Looks like you have quite a search party. Do you need help? Nah, just looking for my dog. I arch a brow. When does he not? And Daya gives him a look. You must really care about this dog. Yeah, the bitch is priceless. Now keep it moving. You got cars behind you, dickhead. Daya surmises that they're looking for Addie, and Addie is just so brave. Jay also briefs him about the culling and the fact that Xavier has been shacked up at a hotel not far from Addie, visiting her every week for a month or so. Did he need to know that right now? Like, I understand him being forthcoming with the information as you see fit, but some of this should be run through a filter, right? Like, he is in a high stress and stakes moment. He should be focused, and he tends to be a little emotionally charged and reactive, to put it nicely. This isn't the time to tell him that. Jay directs him on how to find the railroad while Zayd lights up a cigarette. Be for real, once again, this is not the time. You know what this is a time for? Time for his mouse to come home so they can burn the world down together. Rah! You think he just fell out of a coconut tree? Chapter 22. Adeline. She is... her way through the woods and along the railway line. She hears people calling her name, but she keeps moving in the dark when she stumbles again, and this time she just lets herself fall. Starts to give up, but doesn't because she hears Sid's voice in her head. She needs to find a place to rest and chill because she is freezing and starting to panic a little bit. She notices a ladder on one of the sides of the train cars. Great idea! And she sings Itsy Bitsy Spider to herself as she climbs it. She makes it to the top and collapses into sleep. And I just need to take a moment to say how smart this is. Not only is she following the straight line of the railway line right out of the woods, but now she is right on top of one of the train cars. They'll never find her. Time skip, she wakes up because she feels something on her leg. She looks down and finds a squirrel, wouldn't you know it?
A squirrel! I love squirrels.
Hi, cutie. What's your name?
Are you talking to that squirrel?
My Nana loved watching squirrels from the bay window, you know. So I'm going to call you May. Her birthday was in May, and I think she'd love you. Once again, I don't want to make fun of people when they are in high trauma moments with a lot of stress. But it's a wild squirrel on top of a train car in the middle of the woods. You know, I know she's going through a lot. She's under a lot of pressure right now. But I ask one more time, you expect me to believe that this is a fully adult woman. I simply do not. Another squirrel appears and she squeals in delight. She watches them chase after one another and then they scurry off and her loneliness returns. Deciding to forge ahead, I take a moment to gobble down a granola bar and chug half a bottle of water, determined to eat and drink sparingly. I want to throw these stupid water bottles for nearly getting me caught, but I have no idea how long I'm going to be stranded for, so I need them. Corporate needs you to find the difference between these two pictures. Yeah, they're the same picture. If this were the Hunger Games, she would have skewered those squirrels for dinner and I would be having a better time. She tries to barter with God that if she gets her through this, she can take 10 years off her life expectancy. And that'll give her 5 more years on this earth. Ma'am, you're 26. Just when she's about to leave the train car, she hears men's voices and a scuffle ensues. And it's Zaid! Reunited and it feels so bad. Thank the Overlord Queen for delivering me from a den of Aris back into the loving arms of my Aris. They hold each other for a very long time. Then Daya hugs her, which, why is Daya even here? This seems dangerous, but whatever. Daya's crying and hugging her and says, "Don't you ever leave me again, madame." She was kidnapped. Okay, let's not. Anyway, she's safe now. Well,
safer.
And that is where I'm gonna stop. Listen to me, I have 50% more of this bitch to get through. The book is warm bird shit on the windshield of a busted up Toyota Camry. And I have to get through it. And so in order to do that, I'm taking breaks. So this is part 1, and I will see you in the next installment of Hunting Adeline.
Hi again. Wow, this book is really something.
Isn't it, Poppy?
And by something, I mean...
They ask you how you are, and you just have to say that you're fine when you're not really fine.
So are we ready for part 2 of Hunting Adeline? No? Oh well, me neither, but we're doing it anyway.
Yes, hello weirdos, welcome back. Don't get your hemorrhoids in a twist, okay? We're back, we're doing this. Part 2, Hunting Adeline by H.D. Carlton, the finale. So the way I want to start this review off is with a bit of housekeeping. Some housekeeping, a summary of what we covered in part 1, and some predictions on what I think is in store for us. So housekeeping. First up, I've gotten a few comments over several of my videos that feature my now renowned dark daddy voice. What a legacy. Stuff along the lines of, well, of course it sounds bad when you read it like that, implying that it's not the writing or the tone set by the author in the book that's bad. It just sounds bad because of my silly, goofy voice. And to that, I'd like to say, you're totally right. You're totally right. So let's put this argument to bed, yeah? Sometimes I'm not always sane. I'm scarier than Tony the Tiger, and he knows it. Or maybe we're British. I want to tell him to get the out of my no-no square. I spot hemorrhoid cream on the receipt, but quickly decide it's none of my business what's growing on Teresa's arse. So thank you, God, for the small blessings in life, and for allowing me to live another day and pass gas regularly. Amen, bitch. You're right, buds.
You're absolutely right. This book is only stupid because of the tone I chose to read it in. Game, set, match. What's it like to be such a winner? Let me know in the comments. Also, yes, the red lipstick is back. You guys said that you missed it, and I feel like it was appropriate to do here since I have a really big tangent to go on when it comes to color. We'll get there. We'll get there. Anyway, I hate this book in every single fucking way. Even the tree it was printed on was probably downwind from the sewage treatment plant and has ass particles embedded into the fibers. The ink itself is fecal matter. Veritable shit sandwich of a book, but more please. Let's summarize the last part. Adeline was kidnapped and held hostage in a janky house in the middle of nowhere with the goal of selling her off to the highest bidder. This entire thing is headed up by a woman named Francesca and her ugly, fat brother named Rocco. Adeline is brutalized, art, and essayed through the entire first half of the book. She's also required to participate in some stupid style culling event that's very Hunger Games-esque, where she is hunted by men in full suits and bows and arrows. She survives, and so she is set to be sold to a man named Xavier, but instead he just spends several weeks visiting and brutalizing her for free. Again, I don't really understand this business plan. If you have a PDF of it, weirdobbookclub@gmail.com. He's getting the goods for free though, which is deal of the century, seeing as the price of her on the dark web is $12 million. While all this is happening, Zaddy Zaid is hot on the trail with every intention of burning the world down to find her. And for some reason, even though he's the megalodon, and we spent a book and a half talking about how impenetrable and untouchable he is as a person, and he enlists the help of 4 men in the human trafficking game who we never hear from again in this part of the book, it still takes him almost 3 months to find her. Lol. They're finally reunited around the 50% mark of the book. Adeline was on the run after a great escape plan, and Zaid finally found her general location, and they found each other. They embraced, and that's where we left off. But I wanted to take it a little further and remind you of the quote from H.G. Carlton at the start of this book, if you'll allow me. If you're expecting a quick reunion, then this book isn't for you. Don't worry, there isn't any less spice. 50% of the way through the book, all we've had so far is R and SA and crimes. And all of them are written in graphic detail too. Like, honestly, it's just, what are we doing? But hey, this just further proves my point that the author is irresponsible and seems to think that spice and crimes are the same thing. They are interchangeable in this world. It's H.G. Carlton's world, and we're just trying to get through it. And since we're back at the beginning already, I wanted to take a second to show you the dedication. I forgot to do this in the first part. To my anxiety, because you really tried me on this one, and I kicked your ass anyway. Now, I'm not going to make a joke about H.G. Carlton's anxiety. That's not my bag, okay? I'm not going to do that. But I am going to tell you that I also have anxiety. I've had it for most of my adult life, and it is a nightmare, truly, truly. However, I will say also that sometimes there have been moments in my life where my anxiety has been correct. Just something to think about. Okay, predictions. So since we know that Zaid and Adeline have reunited and it feels so bad, let's make some predictions on how this will go, because I'm betting not very well for me or anyone else who uses their brains when they're reading, but just humor me, okay? So my first prediction is that there will be terrible attempts made at discussing and depicting the aftermath of trauma. I expect to be shown the emotional toll that this kind of thing takes on a person, but I also expect it to be dumb and poorly done. Why would I assume that? Good question. Because the rest of the series is also dumb and poorly done in almost every way. So, you know, why would this be different? My second prediction is that Zaid will be the literal worst support system on the face of the earth. I fully expect him to not only continue to be the piece of shit that we've come accustomed to, but for him to crank it up in the face of everything that Adeline has gone through and is healing from. What have we seen from him so far? He's violent, he's immature, he's prone to emotional outbursts whenever anything doesn't go his way. He doesn't respect boundaries, he is controlling, he's hypocritical. More specifically, he understands consent, but not when it stands between him and what he wants. Oh, and he's a rapist and a murderer. I have a picture in my mind of him like pulling a Lincoln Daniels from the Fucking Wrong Number. Do y'all remember when he kidnapped Monroe at the very end and held her hostage in his penthouse apartment? And then he was bored and tired of her being upset with him about this. So he's just like, enough! And then he decides that it's over now. She's not mad anymore. And they get their happily ever after. Yeah, I expect that here, but with more self-harm. Like, I can clearly envision a scene where Adeline is is going through it, and Zayd is sick of her not wanting to get close to him, and he just snaps and tears her clothes off and screams at her something about like, you don't like your scars, well, what about mine? And then just starts slicing away, or slicing her. Yeah. And then they have bloody sexy time with each other. And if that doesn't happen in this book, it will be the biggest plot twist of my life. And my final prediction is that we will get at least 3 more mentions of farting, shitting, or buttholes in a non-sexual kind of way. I can't wait to get to the end so that we can go over these and see if I was right and compare notes. And see if any of my predictions came true. All right, enough nonsense. Let's dive back in. Part 2. Now, I'm going to start this review off screaming, so I just want to prepare you for that. An entire tangent, a rant, I fear. A rant inside of the rant. It's like a turkey key, but a rant. It's a rant. It's a rant. So here we have this journal entry, okay? I don't think my body's ready to accept freedom yet. It doesn't feel real. I'm just waiting for someone to draw back the curtains and ta-da! I'm still trapped in that house with a random man in my face. I'm free, yet I still want to die. Mwah! Side note, my lipstick isn't the same color, and I cried about that. I'm not laughing at... I'm laughing at this. As soon as I read this, I was immediately angry, and why? That's a great question. A great question with many answers, and I'd like to try to calmly walk you through my fury if you'll walk with me. Okay, great. So here are the 3 points that I'd like to touch on. 1, this is stupid. 2, this is false. And 3, if H.D. Carlton had said nothing, none of this would have happened, and I wouldn't be wanting to yell right now. So for context, in the first half of the book, Adeline tells us that she's going to start journaling in the leftover pages in Molly's journal that she found in the floorboards of the room that she's being housed in. If she couldn't continue her story, I'm going to write mine. She also tells us that in order to do this and honor Gigi, who used to leave a red lipstick print at the end of all of her journal entries, remember from book 1, that she stole a tube of lipstick from Francesca's beauty room in order to her own pages, right? So back to the present journal entry. My lipstick isn't the same color, and I cried about that. That should mean that in journal entries 1 through 4, the first 4 that we get that have a lipstick print should all be the same color, right? Yeah, okay. So let's take a gander at the 4 journal entries written during her time in hell, right? If I walked up to you on the street, like one of those weird street interviewers, shoved a tiny microphone and these pictures in your face and asked you to tell me if all of these were the same color, would you say yes? Me too. But you know what else is even funnier? If she had said, what? Nothing about the shade, I wouldn't have even thought twice about it. But now I am a thinking. My brain is on. I know some of y'all hate that. So let's add a 5th journal entry, the entry that led us into this lipstick-coated version of hell. Once again, me and my hypothetical tiny microphone, since I couldn't find mine, want to ask if you thought these lipsticks were different colors at first glance, because that's the thing, right? These entries weren't all lined up single file next to each other like this. They were spaced out over several pages. So you see one, you read a chapter, you see another, and you what? Think nothing of it. Yeah, me too. And yet... I'm so glad I put my red lipstick back on for this. Anyway, they all look similar to me, right? What about you? Yeah? Okay, so I'd say that they're all a bright, true red with a warm touch of fuchsia. And what is fuchsia? Well, it's red, pink, and purple. And how do you make pink? Red and white. How do you make purple? Red and blue. I learned this on Barney when I was about 3. When you hug blue and red, it makes purple. And if you had asked me a year ago if I had any inclination or idea that it would be possible to connect Michael, aka my first and last crush on a blonde male from Barney and Friends, to haunting Adeline, I would have said no. But here we are. I don't know what to tell you. I'm a little annoyed about it too. Anyway, at a glance, I would have said they were all the same color, because why wouldn't they be? However, now that you brought it up,
I'm glad you brought it up because I've been dying to talk about it for a fucking hot minute.
Let's see if that's true. Since you want to talk about color, let's talk about color.
She said you wanted to talk about it. Let's talk about it.
Welcome to art class. Today we will be discussing color by way of dumb shit. This is also a science class though. We're mixing it up. When you have this to yourself. Where we will use the scientific method to prove or disprove our theory. And what is our theory? The first 4 lipstick colors are the same color, and this one is a different color. Right, that's our theory. Why do we think this? Well, because H.D. Carlton said so, and we know that if nothing else, we can trust what she says. How will we test this theory? By using my Procreate app on my iPad to pull colors from the relative same spot of the lipstick print on each journal entry, just so we can have consistent data, swatching that color, grabbing the hex code, and comparing those codes to one another. We're having so much fun. Okay, so if you look here, I've got some video footage for you. Imagine me pushing in that Laserdisc television set that we borrowed from the library. Oh, we're taking it back. Oh, so much fun. So on the first entry that we see a lipstick print, November 2021, the red for this is the hex code F92445. Next, still in November, with theoretically the same lipstick, we have hex code FB2746. Fascinating. Next, still in November, still the same lipstick, we have hex code F92847. Next, we jump to January 2022, but still the same lipstick in theory, but we have hex code FA2648. Finally, we have the January post-rescue entry that first brought up and made the difference in shade our problem with a hex code of FC2A34. So all of these colors are the same bright red with slightly different undertones and shades that might not be noticeable unless they were displayed side by side. So my theory, the theory that was based on H.D. Carlton pointing out color, is bullshit. It's not correct. They're all the same color at the base with slight, practically undetectable differences in shade, which makes them all relatively the same color, and yet none of them are the same color. Wow, that makes no sense if she was assumed to be using the same color lipstick for 4/5 of the entries. And my husband brought up a really good point yesterday that depending on when she applied it, how long she had it on, and how the wear of the lipstick, and how hard she pushed on the page, like if we're thinking in realistic terms, right? Your lipstick is gonna look different throughout the day. However, this isn't big enough of a difference to warrant Adeline having a meltdown about it. And again, I know that she's been through a lot. She's healing, and I want to allow her the ability to hyperfixate on whatever she wants. But this is about why did we include this? I, however, am not going through a lot, except this book. And before you start with me, blah, 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 you're thinking too much, okay? I'm aware that I'm thinking too much. However, I would like to turn that back around on you and say that I wouldn't have to think too much if the author had thought, but at all. I digress, though. I concede. Why? Oh my God, why, Natalie, would you forfeit when you were right? Well, gals and pals, I saved the best for last. The book itself is printed in black and white. Now, the ebook was in color when I read it on my Kindle app on my phone, okay? So I can assume that if you have a colorized e-reader, it will also show up there. However, isn't even printed in color.
Brought up color? Just to say my lipstick isn't the same color anymore. I'm getting sad about it. It's black and white.
So all of this was for nothing. I mean, all of the book is for nothing. This is just the worst book ever. But, and I get it, okay? I understand what the goal was here, right? Let me walk with you. Come on. Adeline's back home and seemingly safe, rescued. However, the small thing that brought her comfort in the house, which was journaling and giving a lipstick kiss to each one, feels different now, and it's causing her distress. In trauma and the aftermath of said trauma, you do tend to latch on to things that are seemingly unimportant to onlookers just because they brought you comfort during the traumatic event. Focusing in on one of these things can be used in various forms of media as a way of showcasing that distress in an abstract way. A good example that I thought of while I was doing this outline was the movie Beaches, particularly one of the scenes later in the movie. So spoiler alert, I'm about to tell you a little bit about it. Hillary is terminally ill, and by all accounts, she's barely holding it together. Like, she seems okay, but she's not really. And you see her distress and her fear and all of these big feelings that she's feeling come screaming to the front one night where her best friend Cece finds her frantically searching through old boxes of photographs because she realized that she forgot what her mother's hands looked like. Now, out of context, that seems really strange, right? Like, what an odd thing to suddenly care about. With everything else going on, you're distraught at the fact that you can't conjure up an image of your late mother's hands. But what I didn't tell you is that Hillary has a young daughter of her own, and Hillary is terrified of one day leaving her behind. And before the frantic photo scene, you see Hillary sitting on her porch of her beach house, watching her best friend Cece play with her daughter on the beach. And it feels like everything just kind of hits her at once. The fear and the anxiety, and also the realization that one day Hillary's child might not remember parts of her anymore. And we can connect those dots on our own. I didn't need to explain it to you. But this scene did a good job of showcasing fear, anxiety, utter despair that this woman must be going through in a really subtle but powerful way. The end result actually means something here. This is not that. This is absolutely pointless, and it could have been something, but it was actually nothing. And that's pretty much my entire summation of this entire series, but I digress. I'm not discounting that the lighting may be different in Parsons Manor and the wear on the lipstick, blah, blah, blah. I know. But if you were going to do something like this to convey like the passing of time, the strange fixations, the comforts that trauma can bring, and the way you are not feeling at home, or like you're really settled, like something feels off with you and something feels off about the lipstick, there are better ways that you could have done this. So the first option would have just to have made the lipstick color difference absolutely noticeable, even if they weren't lined up side by side. And then print the goddamn book in color, because otherwise it's pointless. You could have also made option 2 is a similar observation with something that didn't lean on color to do most of the work for you. For instance, maybe the pen is different. Oh yeah, okay, stay with me. You rushed out of there so fast. You remembered to grab the journal, but you didn't grab the same pen that you've grown accustomed to. So this new one feels different in your hands. The ink flows differently across the page. You're not used to it. It doesn't feel right. And you'll have to adjust to it. And this alludes subtly to the image of all the work that you have in front of you just to feel normal again inside your own body, inside your own life. And if you'll allow me, I'll give you an example of something that you could have said instead. I must have dropped Molly's pen in my escape, but now that I'm back home, I get to use my favorite pen, but it doesn't feel right. I've grown comfortable with the grip and flow of Molly's, and now this pen, my pen, feels like a stranger to me. Its smooth ink looks and feels out of place on these dirty, ragged pages. This would be a very well thought out way to illustrate the sudden changes and how things aren't settling in the way she expected them to. It also alludes to her feeling like she doesn't belong in her own life anymore. Remember when she said a few chapters ago that she was worried Zayd wouldn't want her anymore now that she's dirty, disgusting, damaged goods, all that? That's a fairly normal thing to feel after attacks like this. And this could have been a subtle way of hinting that that's something that she's still struggling with, even when it comes to something so seemingly trivial as a pen. It also ties into her being a successful writer. She probably has pens that she likes, you know, writing is her passion, blah, 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 all of that. And she could have constructed this metaphor without having to print the book in color. Could have kept it black and white for that one, because the ink is black and the pages are white. So let's revisit my 3 points so we can get done with this. 1, this is stupid. True. 2, this is false. Also true. 3, if H.G. Carlton had said nothing about the lipstick color, none of this wouldn't happen, and I wouldn't be yelling right now. Also true, but add a little asterisk here to the fact that if she had put any thought into it whatsoever, I also wouldn't have been yelling about it. But there is a theme throughout this book of no thought, head empty in every single aspect. Like, I've heard of people turning their brains off when they read, but I had no idea that you could just turn your brain off when you write. I didn't know.
I hope you're hungry. For nothing.
God, will I ever start the second half of this book? Or is that, there's literally no safe place to rest your eyes. Every line is stupider than the last. Every page is torture. But let's go. Chapter 23, Zayd. We open back up with Jay and Zayd hanging out in Parsons Manor and letting us know that there's still no trace of Francesca and Rocco, because as soon as they knew that Zayd was close, everybody fled the scene, even Rick and Rio. The worms are slippery, but they won't be able to hide from me for long. please. You couldn't even find them without help for 3 months already. I'd say if they just moved to a new location, repeat exactly what they did there, you may never find them as long as you live. Megalodon, my ass. Jay is skeeved out from being in this creepy house, which is still just the barest bones of a haunting. Every now and then there's wind, cold chills, whispers. They do nothing. They are nothing. There's no point.
What is the point of this?
But the activity has quadrupled since Adeline's been back, where anything times 0 is still 0, Zaid. We're in math class now. I learned this in 3rd grade. A cool breeze on your neck that ends up being nothing is still nothing. 100,000 million bazillion times 0, nothing, is still nothing. They discuss how Addie is. Apparently after Zaid found her, he took her to some of his trusted friends, a man named Teddy, a surgeon, and his son Tanner, a nurse. They treat her and her immense physical damage. Even though Zaid wanted to go burn the world down, he refused to turn away from all that was done to her. Yeah, no shit. He really loves watching people endure horrific things. He likes watching people in pain. He has to what you don't, but you do if you want to. If he wanted to, he would. Am I right? And he does. The minute they arrive back to her house, since she's a famous author, the Pops were swarming. Pops? Father? The Paps were swarming, wanting to get a quote. But for the first couple of weeks, she just burrowed into her black silk sheets in her bed and hardly spoke at all, which is valid. She alternates between blank expressions and just extreme sorrow and breakdowns, which is also a normal thing when you experience trauma in this way. Believe it or not, I couldn't believe it. Zaid hired a therapist for her named Dr. Maybell. I can't help but notice he didn't say, I hired my therapist. But whatever, kings don't need therapy. Seeing her like this breaks my fucking heart, and all I want to do is hand her the pieces and give her something to hold on to. But she won't hold on to anything. Won't even let me come near. If I get within a foot of her, she flips out. She absolutely refuses to let me touch her, and it's killing me because it's all I want to do. Yeah, I bet. I wouldn't let you near me either, to be fair. And this is when I first formed that theory that he's just going to Lincoln Daniels them both out of this. Well, that and this next bit. I glanced down at the deep gouges in my hand, still bright red from last night. Every night she thrashes in bed, screams tearing from her throat and body flailing. I've learned to be careful when I wake her. Some nights she goes into full attack mode, sightless as she scratches me, convinced I'm one of the demons haunting her nightmares. During the day, she's back to being a ghost, though that doesn't seem right either. The ghosts in Parsons Manor are more active than she is. No, they're not. No, they're not. They're probably about the same. And if she doesn't want you to touch her during daytime, the waking hours, why the fuck would you wait for her to fall asleep and then slink into her bed at night? That sounds like something a predator would do, Zaid. And we know you can't be that. You're Zonnie Zaid. You love her so much. You are nothing like those other men who kept watch over her every single waking moment and then forced yourself onto her whenever you wanted. You're the love interest. You're really hot. I must be mistaken. And to be frank, I'm growing frustrated. Not because she's lost in her trauma, but because I have no idea how to bring her out of it. Helplessness is a feeling I've become intimate with. I can't save every girl, but I'll be damned if I can't save Addie, even if it's from herself. Oh wow, I love the taste of being correct. This is what, the fourth page, sorry, in the chapter. It has been, quote, a month since she's been home. She was with the doctors for a week and they treated her, but he said, quote, it's been a month since she's been home. So maybe 5-ish weeks since she was rescued, and he's already frustrated with her. And he's forcing himself on her at night, even when she doesn't want him near her. No, square. No. I didn't expect to be so correct so quickly. Jay gives him some flowers to give to Addie because he understands that she's not up for visitors, and he just wants to leave her a gift instead of creeping into her room where he is not wanted and shoving them into her grasp, which is so weird. It's weird. Jay, you're being weird. Like, cute nails though. Hot pink, right? Oh, I just think it's funny that he understands boundaries, but our love interest doesn't. So, Rio's sister, Katerina, Zaid tells us that he's been so wrapped up in helping Addie that he just sent some of his mercenaries to go get her. Rio had given Adeline her name and this tidbit that she was being held near a sunflower field. And that seems stupid, and it is, but just stay with me. If it wasn't for Addie insisting Katerina was by a sunflower field, it might have taken a lot longer to find her. But they were able to track her down within a couple of days and get her out of there. I I'm so sorry. Maybe I'm the dumb one here. That's always a risk we run. Are you telling me that you had this girl's name and her general proximity to a sunflower field, and her rescue took your men, not even you, your men, 3 fucking days? God, if only there was a field of flowers near Addie, then we would have gotten a quick reunion that we all wanted. Rats! Anyway, Jay leaves the creepy house and Zayd goes up to check on Addie again, who's probably napping since her mom just left. The first time meeting Serena Riley was interesting. Addie never told her about me, which I had expected considering their relationship was in shambles long before I came along. And regardless of the fact I found her daughter, her spidey senses are tingling and she senses just how dangerous I am. She's not wrong. No, she's not wrong. I don't think Adeline's mom has been wrong about a single thing. We heard about how horrible she was in book 1 because she thought there was something wrong with Adeline from just how much enjoyment she got out of really horrifying things. And now she's dating and living alongside her rapist. But yeah, her mom. And what do you mean she didn't tell her estranged mother about her rapist-turned boyfriend? Talk about weird. She definitely withheld it because of their estrangement, though. For sure. It's definitely because of that. She is not napping, actually, but frantically journaling, and he just watches from the doorway. I see you're still creepy. I grin and slowly approach her. She visibly tenses, so I sit at the end of the bed and give her space. I'm all for pushing Addie's boundaries, but this isn't one I'm willing to do. Despite my less than honorable methods with her in the past, the last thing I want to do is worsen her trauma. She's been through enough. She doesn't need another self-serving man taking something from her that she's not willing to give. When she's ready to accept me again, I can't promise I won't push her past her comfort zone and work to reawaken a part of her that I'm sure she feels is lost. But that takes time and trust. I'm a patient man. So I have some questions. First, when have you ever been patient? Never? Okay, great. Next, if you aren't willing to push her boundaries, why do you slither into her bed every night even though you know she doesn't want to be touched? Yeah. Lastly, does it take time and trust? You didn't seem to know of or respect those requirements when you first R'd her and then continued to R her through the first book. Interesting. He tells her about the roses and she feels slightly guilty that she hasn't met him yet because she wants to say thank you because he saved their lives, really. Jay isn't going anywhere and he understands that you're not ready for people yet. Peopling sounds exhausting. And speaking of exhausting tasks, I need to shower. Is she a cringy millennial or a toddler? The world may never know. And I love that Jay understands that she's not ready for people yet, but Zayd doesn't. She heads to take a shower, but stops to ask him if there are still cameras in her bathroom. Remember, he is such a good boyfriend that when he was stalking her, he set up cameras all throughout her house to watch her. And her question makes him arch a brow. When is he not? And tells her that he hasn't taken him down yet, and he doesn't plan to watch her unless she gives him a reason to watch her, which is like a slick little way of saying like he's worried about her doing something hurtful to herself. Totally not because he wants to see her naked and violate yet more boundaries. But yeah, I believe him. I believe him for sure. Time skip. Her mother is going to visit again tomorrow and Addie is now a clean little emo burrito in her little black silk sheets. He's in bed with her too, I think. And she doesn't seem opposed to it for now. So I will back off because I understand boundaries and social cues. He asked her for more information about her mom or anything really. He's like, I want to know you. Because sure, I mean, he knows all of the Googleable things about her since he stalked her in order to get close to her, but he doesn't know, like,
The deep stuff.
the deep stuff. The real important stuff. The stuff that matters. His words, not mine. Mommy Dearest never really liked her because she never lived up to the potential that her mom wanted for her. Beauty pageants, marrying rich, whatever. And Zayd's like, dodged a bullet there because I'm mega rich and we're getting married. And she's like, I can't possibly marry you now because my life purpose is to disappoint her. And he arches a brow and says that he'd become poor for her. And she's like, I don't even know your name. or your birthday. So he tells us, I am so blessed to bring this information to you. My birthday is September 7th. Doesn't surprise me that you're a Virgo. Next, me either, Adeline, but let's continue. I bite my lip, tempted to spank her ass and give her a reason to be sassy. Meadows, baby. Our last name is Meadows. Ugh. Yours. Don't get ahead of yourself. You'll be expected to beg. She's feeling good today. Good for her. I'm glad she's having a good day. I expect him to die. I don't care if he begs. I just want him taken out. Zaid Meadows is a Virgo male. And the moment I read this, everything made so much more sense. Virgo men are demons. Forged in the deepest pits of hell. No offense to any Virgo men watching. I'm sure you're different. They keep having their little pillow talk, and I hate them more now than I ever have. We end the chapter with one of those frantic journal entries featuring yet another lipstick kiss. So I think what this whole thing is trying to get at, or the intention of this, is to show us that Addie might be leaning a little into the darkness right now. She's having some dark thoughts, and I am positive that that won't come up later. Also, for those who are curious, me, the hex code on this lipstick is FA2431. Another new hex code to add to our list. We are having so much fun. This is me right now.
Actually, it's coral blue number 3.
Chapter 24, Adeline. She has an awkward favor to ask Zaid. Can you drive me to the clinic? I don't know why this would be awkward, but go off. She hasn't driven since the accident. Her car was totaled, and even though Zaid bought her a new one, she hasn't felt up to it. Plus, it's missing the ketchup stain on the roof. I miss that stain. I still don't remember where it came from, but I'm pretty sure it was from a flyaway french fry after I hit a speed bump too hard. Holy shit! We finally might know the possible origin of the ketchup stain from book 1. Maybe. What a fucking idiot. Anyway, he's down to drive her. Casual, no big deal. Sure, baby, I'll be in the car. He stands and then pauses and looks at me. And by the way, nothing is awkward between us. If you need me to pluck a butthole hair, I'll do it. Or, pop an ingrown hair on your vagina. I'm stunned. This bitch is too stunned to speak. No, I'm not. When is that ever the case? You're both successful and rich. Hire a waxer. 1. 2. I don't think you're supposed to pop ingrown hairs. Hello, infection. 3. I don't think your anus grows hair. There's hair around. And last but not least, there are no ingrown hairs on your vagina, because your vagina is the internal. You mean vulva? Maybe. Labia? Maybe. There's no. God damn it!
Little baby's upset by the big bad book.
I still don't get how this would be an awkward request, though. I understand that getting an STD, STI screening can be awkward for people who aren't emotionally mature enough to have conversations around safe sex. Butthole. Hemorrhoids. No, square. Boogers. Cooties. Fart. Oh, wait. Yeah, no, you're right. I forgot what book we were in. Never mind, girly pop. This is so freaking awkward. H.G. Carlton then goes on for several paragraphs, speaking rather harshly about STDs, and I would love a tally of whom amongst us is surprised. And then Adeline says that even though she has an IUD, if she were to be pregnant with another man's baby, she would jump off a very tall something. Delightful. I feel like this is a great example on why people need access to proper reproductive health care, education, and resources. But time skip. She's gone through the whole doctor's appointment, and Zaid offers to take her for ice cream. Sexily, of course, because apparently watching Zaid drive is foreplay. I can only imagine. Okay, please be warned for this next chunk I'm gonna read is a little rough, especially the way she speaks about STDs. So, I blink. The loss of blood making me a little woozy. I told the doctor to test me for every STD known to man, especially herpes, since it's one of the scarier and more silent ones. And I lost count of how many tubes of blood she drew. She stared at the barcode on my wrist. Her slave ID, remember? The entire time, and after the gauze stemmed the bleeding, she slapped a band-aid with smiley faces on my arm. I laughed, then cried when the pregnancy test came back negative. I have no doubt that with everything Adeline has been through that these things would be really scary and very valid fears. Obviously, very valid fears to have, but the language is bothersome. Serious cat. Oh my God, I know. It's only a matter of time, right? I'm a 36-year-old cisgender queer woman. I have birthed 2 children, so I've been to the gynecologist a few times in my day. The first time when I was 16, my mom drugged me there against my will to force them to test me for everything under the sun because I slept with anything that walked. It was right after she found out I had a girlfriend. We don't have to get into it. Let's move on. The next time I was around 19, and then I had another STD screening several years ago, like 7 years ago at this point. My point is that I've been tested a few times, albeit it's been a while, so I don't really remember the process. But if you asked me to give a general estimate about how many vials they took, I would guess like 1 to 3. And having like some swabs done, a pelvic exam, and a urine sample given. But Adeline doesn't mention any of that stuff. She does mention feeling woozy and losing count of how many vials they took. So at 6 p.m. today, when I wrote this script, I posted an open call to any medical people that might be on my Instagram or my Discord to help me find this number, right? She lost count. That's got to be a big number. By 6:58 p.m. same day, I had answers. And the responses came from people who had just had an STD screening recently and remembered, or medical professionals and nurses that I know. Their answers varied from like a few drops of blood, like a finger prick, to 6 was the most. So let's go in the middle and say 3. I was right. You also need a urine sample and a pelvic exam. Now, with that information, this is so stupid, because how can you lose count of 3 vials? Or hell, even 6. Let's say it was 6. How do you lose count of that? I'm losing count of all the stupidity, that's for sure. All of this leads me to the reason for the Serious Cat moment. Not a single shred of care, consideration, thought, or research was taken in the process of writing any single aspect of this book. Not one. I mean, we already knew that. This point continues to prove itself. From the fragments and the typos, the immature characters running hand in hand with the vivid sexualization of said characters, the QAnon fanfic, the anti-Semitism, and now the language around reproductive and sexual health of an RSA and trafficking survivor, nothing good can be found here. There is also already so much stigma around STDs, sexuality, and reproductive sexual health in general. And while I understand that these thoughts are technically written from the POV of a fictional, traumatized woman working her way through everything that she has survived so far, that's not what's coming through here, especially when you take into account the tone of the rest of this body of work. If this was the only instance of an irresponsibly written chunk or a poorly researched chunk, I would have said that maybe next time we just need to get some more people to look at it first, or maybe do just a little bit more research. Hell, I would even think that maybe if you were going to write about an STD screening, just go get one yourself. And that way you have that experience to draw from so that you can accurately depict what it's like to do that. Because I'm not going to lie to you, pelvic exams after stuff like that, it feels very invasive, especially on the heels of abuse. Anyway, you're already feeling really vulnerable. You feel like you're all splayed out and everybody's just taking what they want from you. Yet again, it can be really upsetting. So if you wanted to convey how intense this visit was for you, there would have been better ways to do that. But whatever, this book is dog shit, and this isn't the only time that something is irresponsibly written or poorly portrayed or depicted. So now it doesn't feel like an oversight. It feels like a pattern of intentional negligence. It would have taken a few hours, maybe a few days, to firm up details and present this in a responsible, considerate, accurate way, just so you can ensure that you or your characters aren't perpetuating harmful stigmas and stereotypes that could find their way into the hands of people who might have some of these STDs that you're so disgusted about, or someone who is recently healing from things like this. But no, we can't be bothered with that. We have QAnon fanfic sexy time with an infantilized hot adult toddler to write. It doesn't feel like an oversight anymore. It feels like a pattern. And I'm honestly not sure if it's a pattern of intentional negligence or just stupidity, maybe a nice little blend of both. I don't get it when people tell me that they turn their brain off when they read, but I understand it to an extent. I mean, I've driven in a car before and I have no recollection of any of my drive from point A to point B. I just glaze over. But if y'all are telling me that you turn your brains off when you write, I'm gonna need you to turn them back on and do better. Stop this. And again, for anybody out there that's like, you're thinking too much, maybe I am, but I wouldn't feel like I needed to if the authors would put some thought into their own books before making this stupidity my problem. Serious Cap off. Anyway, ice cream! We were talking about ice cream now. That shoe, no baby on board. She does reveal in the next chapter that one of those jerkwads gave her chlamydia, which color me shocked that that's the one she chose, but anyway, ice cream! Addie's favorite flavor is mint chocolate chip. This is my favorite as well. Twin, where have you been? And Zay gives her a hard time about how it's basically just toothpaste. Lols for everybody, I see. And she's like, mint is super high class. You're just a simpleton who doesn't understand and appreciate delicacies. And we walked right into this next part, I fear. You're is a delicacy, baby, and I could eat it forever and never grow tired of the taste of you. Is that refined enough? A flush crawls up my neck, burning a path to my cheeks while my mouth opens in shock. I'm entirely embarrassed by the traitorous squeak that breaks free from my throat, only causing my cheeks to grow hotter. He chuckles and then he's out of the car in the next blink, and I glance around, trying to locate where my heart fell out of my ass. Totally. Anyway, I pop in for some ice cream cones and then sit outside in the cold January Seattle air to eat them. Sure, Zayd got mint chocolate chip too, because if you like it, I love it. What a loser. She isn't sure if he actually does like the flavor or not, but in the middle of trying to work that out, she gets distracted. My attention snags on a person walking down the road. They have masculine features and are dressed in a big poofy purple dress. Then I do smile. My mother would turn her nose up at the eccentrics in Seattle, but I've always admired their confidence and ability to be comfortable with who they are. It's giving. No, I love the gays. One of my friends is gay. Or remember how I said in the first review of book 1 where Zayd is constantly telling us how big his is, and the more he does that, the less I believe him? Yeah, what you could and should have said here was nothing but slay queen. We love an eccentric lover. And this leads them into a pseudo-intellectual conversation about how happiness is just vapor in the wind.
This moment is fleeting because it's being chased by another moment.
Forever fleeting, and all that matters is living life the way you want to. Anyway, he notices that she's freezing, finally, after watching her eat an entire ice cream cone outside in January in Seattle. So he gives her his jacket. She says thanks. She feels like her happy vapors might be coming back one day. Good. That makes me happy for you. It can be really difficult as a survivor of things like this to see the light at the end of the tunnel and to see hope and to feel like there's a point in continuing forward. And it's even more normal to feel like you may never get out of what you're feeling right now. Like, it feels so bad when you're in it. So I am happy that she's feeling better. I'm not happy about anything else. Not another journal. So the PTSD things that survivors often feel after being violated in such ways can vary from person to person. Everybody's different. The way they cope is different. Healing is not linear, all that. And some people become very apprehensive when it comes to physical touch, even from people who they love and trust. Other people experience hypersexualization in an effort to reclaim some of the power they feel like they lost. Like I said, it's different for everybody and neither is better or worse than the other. So this makes a modicum of sense. Color me surprised. However, on a less serious note, I would want to set myself on fire if Zayd touched me too. This last part here about why did we need it? Did we need it? Well, of course we did, doofus. This would have been too boring if we didn't include a vivid recounting of an abusive full body lotioning. Y'all know how I love a full body lotioning. Chapter 25, Adeline again. It has been another 2 weeks, and Adeline is aggressively brushing her wet hair, so Zayd takes over. What a kind gesture for a QAnon vigilante to do for his infantilized, traumatized victim toddler girlfriend, who is said to be 26, but is absolutely mentally and emotionally just not. Another 2 weeks have passed, and it's a constant up and down battle. Turns out one of the men did give me chlamydia, and it only cemented the feeling of filth ingrained deep in my bones. I cried, confessed my diagnosis to Zayd, and then cried even harder when he was nothing but supportive. It's been treated, but the lingering repulsion lingers, sinking its claws deep into my membrane. I have a joke I want to make here, but before I do, serious cap. I understand that Adeline is going through a lot right now, and it seems like a lot of it is manifesting as self-loathing, guilt, and shame, and that's fine. I also understand that sometimes I feel the need to be louder than the dumb words written in shitty books or the potentially unkind things it might trigger you to think about yourself. So allow me. If you have or have had or do have or maybe might one day have an STD and STI, you are not repulsive, you are not filthy, you are not disgusting, you are worth loving. That's it. That's all I've got for you. Serious cap off. Now please enjoy this clip of Zayd.
I do not care that you gave me chlamydia. I don't. I love you and I want to be with you.
Again, chlamydia, colloquially, is known as the clap in the streets and can cause serious harm to your health if left untreated. But if you get screened regularly, what we should all be doing, and you catch it early, it can be cured with a simple round of antibiotics. Wouldn't you know it? Links to resources are below, friends. Anyway, he keeps brushing her hair and then he starts to braid it. Where the hell did you learn to do that? I'm tempted to twist around like a dog chasing its tail just so I can witness this.
Ruby taught me. There was a young girl I rescued a few years ago, and she wouldn't let anyone else touch her but me at first. She loved braids in her hair, so I learned how to do them for her. Got pretty good at it, too. My lip trembles, and I'm forced to suck it between my teeth to keep the sob in. Bastard of a man. Just when I think I can't fall in love with him any more than I already have, he goes and does that shit. Adeline, baby, I know you're going through a lot right now. This man was arguably, factually, the first man to argue in this series. Now, I don't know about your life before the books. That's between you and your female lord. But let's keep some perspective, please, for the love of all things. Like, I know you're in a lot of pain, feeling a lot of stuff, but he was the OG artist here. It's swell that he knows how to braid hair. The bar is in hell. But he also knows how to hack police records and delete all the reports you made when he was stalking you. He also knows how to build an electrical machine that can keep reviving a man that he is torturing to death and wants to torture to death more than once. Perspective, perspective, perspective. We need it. We gotta keep it. He asked if he could take her somewhere and show her something and someone. I don't know. Just get in the car. 45 minutes later, they arrive at their destination, which is basically like a little mini Jonestown socialist paradise village, currently housing 132 of the women and children that he saved that didn't have homes to return to. The fact that he knows the exact number of people living here does weird things to her heart. Things she didn't consent to. I don't know why we care about consent now when it comes to Zayd. But sure, he apparently owns hundreds of acres of land and can continue building and expanding as needed as the space demands. She's like, you really are stupid rich, aren't you? How do you keep these villages safe? And he tells her that all of his assets are under an alias and none of them tie back to him in any way. I would exhale a big sigh of relief here, but seeing as his name is Zayd and he named his business Z, and in the first book, when he was forced to come up with a fake name to give someone, he chose Zach. I am not optimistic about his abilities here. He probably named it X. They'll never suspect that X is actually Zach Zayd Z. Fucking dork. He leads her further into the village. Ruby comes up. She's being flanked by a bunch of little kiddos. She smiles and she embraces Addie and says that she should visit more often because the kiddos are good for the soul. He leads her into a greenhouse to meet someone, Katerina, Rio's sister that he rescued, thanks to Addie and the sunflower field proximity, we remember. She hugs them both after they explain who they are, and she and Addie chat about Rio, and Addie takes entirely too long to put the pieces together on why Rio was even in this position in the first place, but I'm going to sum it up. Apparently, Rio was Francesca's favorite from the time he was a child, and if he ever stepped out of line and tried to leave her, she would hurt Katerina. Adeline hears this and she's like, what do you mean? What would you... Oh, stupid. That's enough of Catalina Corner. Next we head to the chicken coop. How fun. This is just so fun. I didn't expect Zayd to have a cottagecore era to him, but here we are. And here is Jillian too, one of the girls that Addie was being held with, remember? I believe she's the one who ultimately helped Zayd track her down. Riker, Dare, Case, and Slade who, am I right?
What is the point of this?
They embrace, they chat for a little bit. She thanks Zayd again for giving her a place and a reason to live, for saving her. She and Jillian chat for like an hour, and Jillian makes Addie pinky promise that she's gonna bring her one of her signed books. To which Adeline says, I miss writing, but I know I'm not ready for that yet. Ready for what? Writing your name on the inside cover page? You already have completed works that you've written. Zayd literally met you in a bookstore where you were meeting fellow members of Team Freckles and signing published copies of your book. Am I being dumb here? Also, who wants to bet that she turns these journal entries into a book at the end of the novel? They wander around a bit more, and Adeline tells us that the people here are able to learn like schooling and trades and stuff in case they want to leave, saying, quote, of course no one is required to leave, but the last thing Zayd wants to do is strip people of their independence. So those who want to go out and experience the world and lead normal lives are able to do so. No, Zayd would never want to strip people of their independence, their autonomy. I mean, from the moment he laid eyes on you in the bookstore we just spoke of, he decided to stalk and argue into submission in hopes of fulfilling his dream of marrying and procreating with you. And he decided all of this before he'd even spoken to you, let alone asked you if you wanted those things too. But hey, the last thing that Zayd would want to do is limit people's choices and strip them of their independence. You're so right.
I-N-D-E-P-E-N-D-E-N-T. Do you know what that means?
Zayd does. Some of the kids come barreling over to Zayd, which I'm sure he loves. And Adeline tells us for a second how great of a father he'll make one day. And I believe it. They leave, and Zayd says that he still wants to unalive Rio. Who cares that he's also a victim? And Addie asks him to take her to one more place.
to get a tattoo.
Don't be sad, go get a tattoo. Don't be sad, go get a tattoo.
Who wants to guess what she gets? Okay, oh my god, this is like the moment I've been waiting for. I was cycling through a couple of different options. You can leave your guesses below, okay? Obviously, a rose, but I feel like that would be stupid at this point and a little too obvious. A diamond to pay homage to the shitty nickname that her captives gave her, and then that way she could say like some girl boss shit about it, like they called me a diamond because of my worth in dollars, but my real worth is soul level because I have an unbreakable spirit or something. I also asked my husband and he just said a fart. Leave your guesses below. I'm on the edge of my seat to find out. As the journal states, I got an elaborate rose that completely covers the barcode, the stem wrapping around my arm. I am so disappointed in myself right now. I literally typed the words into my script that a rose would be too stupid and too obvious, knowing damn well which book we're in, which dumbasses we're dealing with, and I still, Chapter 26, Adeline. We open to hearing someone's in her house and it's Zaid, because of course it is, but she is having a flashback, hallucinates that it's Xavier, and in her panic, she almost stabs Zaid in the face. And that is such a shame, but what did Brandy tell us in the 90s? Damn it, we were so close. Anyway, Zaid asks her if she wants to talk about what just happened, and she makes him swear not to tell her mother about this because she would just die if her mom found out that she was as dramatic as her mom is, which is odd. I think that on the heels of being kidnapped, held, assaulted in various ways for several months by several different people, it would be expected for you to have some tough moments. But sure, girl. Oh my god, drama queen much? Don't tell mommy. So anyway, they just keep talking, and Zaid's like, there's some stuff I need to clear up with Jay and work on with the society. Can we talk about who put the target on you? And Adeline reveals that she knows it was Claire because Claire came to visit her. And Zaid starts to tell her that he could use her help, but she cuts him off and being like, I want to help. Volunteer as tribute. Seeing all the survivors in the village did some good for her. And to that I say, good for you. It was either that or that sick-ass rose tattoo. Regardless, she is ready to help. And that's something that helps me with my stuff too. Last year, my grandfather passed away. Not to bring him into this horrible book. May he rest. He got sick, and a month later, he was gone. So in that time, it helped me to just get through it by focusing on a goal and having tasks that I knew I needed to do, you know? And so I understand this. This is all very valid. She needs to help. And Zaid is like, cool. With a few rules in place. Namely, we start training again and I teach you how to defend yourself and fight back and use a weapon. But so help me God, you will not do any stupid shit when we're working in the field. Tall order, my guy. Are you not aware of what she just went through? Have you not heard of PTSD? Have you not seen or read the Hunger Games series? I know you have, because it's all over this mess of a book. Since y'all love the Hunger Games so much, Katniss was in the arena for 18 days. And she had flashbacks in the woods once she got back home. Nightmares that didn't go away for years and years. She experienced shell shock and was nearly catatonic after what happened to her sister in book 3. For Christ's sake, Zaid, she kissed Gale! You want Addie to pinky swear that she won't do anything stupid when faced with really, really intense situations? When she's not healed from all of this stuff yet? If she makes it, I bet she breaks it. And I won't even falter. She has PTSD. It's a wonder that she's functioning at all right now, since this is your area of expertise, rescuing and rehabilitating the victims of sex trafficking. Shouldn't you know that? And this is not me saying that victims are useless. Please understand, they're not useless, nor are they mentally ill shells of their former self. But Addie just mentioned how she wants to see her therapist again and more frequently. And it's been about 2 months. Why isn't she seeing her regularly right now? I've been in therapy in various forms over the last decade or so of my life. And when things are going really, really, really bad for me, I start upping my visitations, the frequency of them. It's like when things start to get better, we adjust to like bi-weekly and then monthly. And then right now I'm currently checking in every 6 months just for a vibe check. What do you mean you want to see your therapist again and more regularly? How many times have you seen her? Once? The fuck? And now you want her to go out and help you track down and face off with the very people who were the source of her trauma and abuse, but she has to promise not to do anything stupid? This is absolutely ridiculous. They're both stupid though, because Addie's like, oh, why would you think I'd do something stupid? You're brave, incredibly brave, and a damn survivor, and it's admirable as You have no idea how proud I am of you, but you're also impulsive and reactive, and I refuse to lose you again. Do you hear me? I won't. No, you shouldn't, because you won't ever find her again, maybe. Which means that you have to listen to me, and you cannot go off and do your own thing because you think you're helping. We're a team, baby. Got it? Impulsive and reactive, huh? Why does that sound familiar to me? So why do you get to go out and be impulsive and reactive in the field, but she doesn't? 3 weeks go by and they're well into their training. I do think that physical fitness and having a regimented routine to your day with a goal that you're working towards, like I said, can be really good as far as healing is concerned, but I give these two nothing. They have this tennis style match argument that is stupid, but it's supposed to sound really deep, I'm sure. I don't know how you can kill people and be okay with it. I know who I am. I've never tried to hide it. That's me. Who are you? I don't know how you do it. How do you justify it to yourself? Then he throws all the R and SA and stalking he did to her in her face, as if that is an argument in some or any way. I don't know. It's just stupid. Leave me alone. Then she asks him what's stopping him from R-ing her now. You did it then. Why aren't you doing it now? Good question. I would also like these answers. He says he knows that it would be different this time and he wouldn't be able to live with himself. And then he goes off on some more bullshit. Something about how he never claimed to be a good man and that he was born with a blackened soul and good intentions. Blah, what a toolbox. Not to quote myself, but shut up forever, please and thank you. He also adds in that he doesn't force her now because he loves her, and when he finally gets inside of her, she won't be thinking of anything else. And the only fear he wants her to have is that God would send her to heaven too soon. He pivots into having her remember the people that she's unalived and channeling that into this. I don't know how that would help since she already feels really guilty about it, but okay. Finally, it clicks that she shouldn't feel bad just because Sydney is a victim. She deserved to die. Sure. It wasn't my decision to be R-ed and brutalized, but it is my decision to slit their throats for it. Woo! Okay, girly pop, can we please revisit this therapy thing? Next, she gets all weird about people who think it's never okay to take a life under any circumstances and how letting God handle it is a cop-out. And it's a weird stance for me to see here, especially because Zayd and Adeline are probably both staunchly pro-life, if I had to guess. Anyway, this is her Rocky Balboa moment, I guess, where she finally finds the source and the motivation for her comeback revenge era. Big reputation. Time skip. Mom pops by for a visit for Adeline's birthday, April 7th. An Aries. How fitting. And Adeline is cosplaying as Bella in the first few scenes of New Moon. Alexa, play Possibility by Likely. Her mother's apparently trying to mend some fences, but Adeline is dead inside and doesn't know how to do that. So Zayd woke her up in a room full of roses and a purple-handled knife. How sweet! Sibby had a pink one. Oh, that's like me and Hannah. I'm a pink girly and Hannah's a purple girly and we're like besties. Maybe we should get knives. Hannah, should we get knives? Leave it in the comments. Diane wanted to do brunch. Now her mom is here. Oof, peopling is so exhausting. Her words, not mine. Never mind. If I start making random nouns into gerunds, please 5150 me. Something's gone terribly wrong. Her mom says that maybe Adeline should come and stay with her for a little bit and get away from this heathen. And to this, Addie laughs. And apparently it's such a concerning laugh that, quote, my mother is gaping at me as if I've told her I'm shaving my head bald and going to live the rest of my life in a van smoking hookah. Oh my God, not a bald-headed bitch smoking hookah in a van down by the river. All because you laughed? Is your mom okay? What kind of laugh was this? After this uncomfortable exchange, we have yet another instance where mom asks why Adeline never told her about Zayd, and Addie's like, because you never made me feel safe enough to tell you anything. Zing! I don't get it. Neither does her mom, but Will Smith warned us about this.
There's no need to argue. Parents just don't understand.
Adeline, fully 26, and now 27, I guess, tells her mother that Zayd is dangerous, but not to her because he loves her for exactly who she is. And he never tried to change her. I think that 27 is when your cerebral cortex fully is formed. Like now you are fully the person that you're going to be for the rest of your life. And yet, he never tried to change me. Therapy again, my girl. Like, please, you have the contact info. Get her over here stat. Mom continues to be the only rational person with full cognitive ability, despite her being 27 now, and says that just because he loves you doesn't mean he's good for you.
How do you know what's good for me? That's my opinion!
They get into a bit more back and forth. All of this is dumb. This is pointless. It's taking too long. Finally, they decide to leave it alone. And Mom asks if she can take her to dinner for her B-Day. Woo! Another journal entry with nothing worth mentioning except that this lipstick is hex code FC2632. Yes, I will keep doing this. No, we haven't had one single matching hex code yet. Thanks for asking. Chapter 27, Adeline. Dia is here for a girls' night. Just them, some wine, and a ghost leaving healed footstep sounds along the hallway that reminds Addie of Francesca. How exciting to finally see some ghost activity in this haunted house. I hope you're hungry for nothing. They have some girl talk and Addie shares that she still doesn't want to be touched and the thought of it makes her nauseous. But how she loves Zayd and she wants him to touch her, but she physically can't handle it. And that's fair. That's valid. Got nothing. No notes. They talk about their traumas and they cry and they hug and Dia's like, drink more wine, because that is always the answer from our token black character. We have the token black friend and the token girly pop queer character with Jay.
The gang's all here.
Dia asks where Zayd is, and Addie realizes that she doesn't know. He said he had to take care of something after training, but she was too wiped out to care. Speaking of wiped, we both shrug it off. He could have realized we ran out of toilet paper and needed to replenish it for all of I know. I think if it were important, he would have said, more butthole stuff. Great. Fantastic. He also doesn't always tell her everything, so why would she? Whatever. They continue getting sloshed, or pleasantly buzzed, as Adeline calls it. Who wants to bet that alcohol is the road back to physical intimacy with Zaddy Zayd? Spoiler alert, it's not. But am I wrong for thinking it?
You're gonna look at me and you're gonna tell me that I'm wrong? Am I wrong?
Am I wrong for assuming? Just then their wine-infused, giggle-infested doom scrolling is interrupted by two voices bombarding coming in the front door. This line was a throwaway line. It matters nothing, but it was too stupid not to include it. So here. Sage and Caramel eyes meet in a collision of confusion and what the... Tell me again, commenters. How this book only sucks because of the voices I read it in. Tell me. Tell me. Yeah. Who do the voices belong to? Oh my god, I can only imagine. The first one belongs to Zayd. And a woman. A woman we've met before. Oh my god, these books just keep getting better and better. You'll never guess. Sydney! Wait, no. Sydney's dead. Sydney! Adeline then proceeds to remind all of us who she is, what crimes, the lunacy in her eyes, whatever. When we last saw Sibby, she was assumedly unaliving people in the mental hospital that she was staying at and escaping with the help of her henchmen. You remember those guys, right? The 4 men, aka hallucinations, that she was unaliving people with in the traveling carnival that she resided in. And she was also sleeping with them, but they weren't real. They were... Yeah, okay. This is so much fun. I'm so glad she's back. I love her. I am lying. After her great escape from the psych ward, which I find hilarious, seeing as Zayd couldn't even break out at the hospital that he was held in, part 1. Like, Megalodon, though, guys. Apex predator. Zayd says he's stuck with her now. He couldn't leave her. How fantastic for everyone. Did you have to bring her here? Another psychotic, infantilized, but super sexualized woman? I can never have enough of those. Addie's hesitant at first, understandably so, but eventually she's okay with it and welcomes Sibby and her henchmen into her home for the foreseeable future. Time skip, a few weeks of training go by, and it's going great, especially now that Sibby is back. She is a squirrely one. They are now hatching a plan to draw Claire out of hiding by hacking into one of her right-hand man's phones. His name's Jimmy, I think. A man who has a taste for children, of course, and pushing ads with viruses made by Zayd in hopes of him taking the bait, which he does, of course. The virus gives Zayd access to his phone so he can track communications with Claire and keep an eye on stuff. While they wait for that to yield results, they are focusing on other people. Xavier and the Bellucci's, Francesca and Rocco. And Zayd is making mac and cheese. I never thought I'd see oven mitts on a stalker and a pro unaliver, but here we are. Stupid shit. So at the table with all the big happy family, a game starts where they just start tossing out different names because Adeline's like kind of chokes on what she calls Zayd or what she refers to him as. So they're like, your lover, your friend, blah, blah, you know, and finally Adeline's like, shut up or I'll start screaming out other men's names. You really want to cause max extinction for those names? Moan them, little mouse. I dare you. Whichever ones you choose, not a single man by that name will fucking exist anymore. How about we start with Chad? We could definitely live without the Chads in the world. 2 things. 1, I am running out of creative ways of communicating how much I hate this. 2, I don't condone unaliving, but I too prefer a Chad-free existence. That quiets everyone down except for Sibby, who's whispering to one of her henchmen's, quote, unnecessary ways to use the popsicles in the freezer. Have I mentioned that the return of this character has single-handedly weakened my will to live? No? Well, here I am, I'm mentioning it. Adeline shakes her head as Zayd serves them grilled steaks and homemade mac and cheese. Addie is beside herself. Oh my God, they can cook. I'm glad that somebody can cook because if you ask me, this whole book needed about 15 more minutes on each side. They discuss tracking down Xavier a bit over dinner when Zayd leans over and whispers something stupid to Addie. And she says, a shiver rolls down my spine and goosebumps spread across my body like the Black Plague. Hi. Read this. The Great Mortality by John Kelly. It tells you all about the Black Plague. It's basically a 364-page testament to just how goosebumps are literally nothing like the Black Plague. She's clearly struggling between what her trauma will allow and what her body wants. This moment is interrupted because Sibby has started taking her clothes off. Sibby, stop taking your clothes off. We are not having an orgy. How delightful. It's like a wackadoodle sitcom from the 90s, is it not? He's a hot unaliver. She's a horn dog with PTSD and the cognitive functions of an 8-year-old. She's cuckoo bananas and ready for action. It's a sitcom. Put it on the TGIF lineup. Another journal entry filled with nothing important except for how tired Addie is of hearing Sibby have sex with herself. Oh, and hex code F92531. Chapter 28 is Zayd. Wow, we finally get him back. We've had wall-to-wall Adeline. Now, I wasn't having a good time without him or anything, but things are definitely worse when he's around. It's like I'm trapped in hell, and that is terrible, but also my shitty ex is there. And I'm on a continuous phone call with robot prompts, and no matter what I choose, it hangs up on me, and I have to repeat and start all over again. And I'm in wall-to-wall traffic that only moves an inch or so every hour, and the car's filled with snakes. Anyways, that is Zayd. Woo! He has quite the Sibby-induced headache, as do I, and he is as enraged by her as he is sympathetic to her plight. I did not miss her. Not one time did I miss her. She's volunteered to sneak into Jimmy's office and snatch something or plant something. I don't know. Time skip. The plan's in motion. She's dressed in unassuming clothes with a body cam secured to her so Zayd can see everything when she enters Jimmy's office to plant or take or whatever. She manages to get inside his office, which is pretty pristinely cleaned. He must have a cleaning service or OCD. Hi, yuck. She leaves, but bumps into a man, knocking the body cam off of her, but he smells like a berry tree, so she lets him live. We remember her little delightful asides about scent, I'm sure. He recognized her, though, from the news, because cops swarm just as Sibby is seen getting back into the car. The fear that shows up after the cops call out the make and model of their car over the loudspeaker has Adeline erect, I suppose? Oh, right. She gets wet for all things scary. Yeah, I got it. I forgot. And Zayd is super duper enjoying it. I smirk but keep my mouth shut considering Sibby's in the backseat and I have a cop about to ride up and raw dog my asshole. I don't know what to say about that. Chase sequence! Woo! Car chase! He's dodging cars left and right and taking turns on 2 wheels and he wishes that Sibby wasn't in the car because if she wasn't here, he'd drive with one hand and pleasure Addie with the other. He calls for Jay, but doesn't get an answer for a while. But when he finally does, he tells us, I gotta take a shit for 5 minutes and you're in a high-speed chase when I come back? Oh, I never get tired of discussing all things mattering of the lower GI tract. Between the cops on their asshole and Addie being super horny and distracting, and Sibby trying to talk them all into an orgy, tensions are high. And after painstakingly talking me to death through this stupid chase sequence, they finally get free, come to a stop somewhere, and Zayd hangs up with Jay and tells Sibby to exit the vehicle and focuses all of his attention on a very horny Adeline. And he tells her to come here, which she does. And that's on growth. She crawls into her lap, grabs a cigarette. I didn't know she smoked, but fine. Lights it up and tells him, you have until this cigarette is gone to touch me.
Ugh, God, I thought Zayd told you not to do anything stupid. I grin, delighting in her ultimatum. She'll expect me to squeeze her tits and run my hands over her, but she's wrong. I'm not a deprived teenager that doesn't know restraint any better than he knows how to last more than 30 seconds. No need to thank me for that. I know you're grateful, but it is truly my pleasure. Truly. He's like, she's so incredible, she can't be real. And she inhales a big puff of smoke and sultrily says, am I tangible? Or will you let me slip through your fingers like the smoke from the cigarette?
This moment is fleeting.
I'm 98% sure that this is supposed to be hot. Like, I'm almost positive. I'm right there, you know, but...
And she is such a good writer. Good golly gosh. So she's smoking. Then she holds it up to him and he smokes a little bit. And then she gives us a gift. That's all I can describe it as. Our mouths are touching the same spot. Does that count as kissing? I don't know. If you smoke it with your mouth and I queef it with my box, does that count as cunnilingus? You tell me, little mouse. When I make you cry out for God, does that count as praying? No. No, it doesn't. I wish that God was real so that someone would have to pay for this. When the smoke clears and it's all over, Zayd angrily and violently exits the car, slamming the door behind him. Blue balls make him big mad. Chapter 29 is Zayd again. Still. This chapter is mainly just Zayd finally tracking down one of the men who held Addie, Rick. It's detailed. I made no notes. Rick does try to attack Zayd with a kitchen knife, which Zayd quickly disarms him of and uses to throw it instead, saying, quote, this knife is duller than a grandma's sex life. Unalives him, and Jay tells him that Rio booked a flight to Greece, and he's so steamed that Addie doesn't want him to unalive him. After all, they trauma bonded, and he's kind of sort of glad that he was there to watch out for her. Kinda. Trauma bonded. Isn't that what she did with you, too? Or is Stockholm Syndrome different? I get so confused. He lights Rick on fire and is off to another adventure, chapter 30. Addie, 1 month later. What the fuck? Why? Diet has a location on Francesco and Rocco, and I'd tell you more, but I don't want to. You aren't missing anything anyway. Time skip, it's showtime. Adeline and Zayd hop on his private jet, probably also registered to someone named Zach Dettos. One of his out-of-state mercenaries has a car waiting for them at the airport, and boom, they're at the hotel where Francesca and Rocco are staying at. Adeline knocks, calls it housekeeping. They hear fighting inside. They didn't hear her siblings. Am I right? She tries again. This time they answer, you gotta be shitting me. She barges in, 2 against 1, which is arguably stupid, but hey, whatever. And she stabs them both in the neck with EpiPens that Zayd dismantled and put anesthesia into instead. So they're out, and she turns to see Zayd watching her like a proud father. Oops. I mean Zaddy, for sure. They carry them both to the car, then to the airport, then on board the plane, more drugs, then off the plane, into another car, and back to Parsons Manor basement. How fun. Stupid journal entry, hex code FB2534. At this point, I am sincerely wishing that one of these lipsticks will be the same hex code. Chapter 31 is Adeline. Xavier was spotted in LA. So they are back on his private jet. Who are you, Taylor Swift? She will be bumping into him in a little swanky nightclub, so she's got to look nice. And she's in a sexy little strapless number where one side reaches her ankle and the other side is right below her ass cheek. Let's hope no butterflies flutter by. Let's just hope those stray butterflies stick. To the left, to the left, to the left, to the left. Oh, and just to be on the safe side, if you pass gas, pass it to the left, to the left. He presents her with a garter belt knife sheath thing. Rachel. Hi, Rachel. If you're here, remember when we were working on the couch like a little over a month ago? I miss you so much. And we were looking at that dumb shit Pinterest board and you asked me, you pointed out a picture of a knife garter belt and you asked me, does she even wear a knife garter belt in this book? Turns out she does. Isn't learning fun? So he attaches it to her, so super sexy. And then she kind of starts to freak out because he might cut her. And so what he does instead is grip the blade and tease her unpantied downstairs with the handle of the knife and says, did you know that reclaiming something that was stolen from you can help with trauma? Yes. And if something hurt you before, giving it a new meaning can help. Do you want me to show you a new meaning to this knife? No, God, please, I beg you, no. No.
I hate this. I don't know how slicing up your own hand is going to be beneficial. I have a problem with this in all media, and this is not the first time I've seen it. And it's like different variations of this. All of them bother me. Like in Supernatural, for instance, whenever they have been separated for a while and they have to come back together and prove to each other that they're not actually like a supernatural thing, like a vampire or a shapeshifter or whatever. But like instead of like, I don't know, laying it gently against your skin, the silver knife showing that it's not burning your skin, or cutting a small little incision in a low use area, they do like a 6-inch gash on their arm for no freaking reason. Like, no pun intended, but cut it out. Literally stop it. He instructs her to wrap her hand around his hand that is wrapped around the blade, if you recall. So he isn't touching her. She's in control. How fun. And honestly, it probably could be if you had sheathed the knife so that you weren't actively cutting into the bones in your hand. And because I know that there is something to be said about feeling like you're reclaiming power that you feel is taken from you. There is something to that. So his plan to deal with her trauma of Xavier literally cutting her with a knife is to instead let her masturbate with the handle of a knife that he is death grip holding, which is cutting him. Stupid. She realizes the power that she holds in this moment, though, so there's this beg for it dynamic that creeps in on her end, which is nice, honestly. I mean, it isn't done well, and this is 7 shades of stupid. I don't have the hex codes for it, but it's stupid. Allowing her to make decisions and be the one that's somewhat in a dominant role is probably very helpful in rediscovering your intimacy with someone. But anyway, back to stupid. She arrives, how sweet, and he teases her, grabs her face with both of his hands. Tell me exactly how this would play well, since one of your hand is an open wound. And depending on how hard she was grinding on that knife and how sharp that knife is,
Jellier than a grandma's sex life.
you could have just severed your whole hand. But how is this not getting her covered in blood? She spent the entire flight getting ready. Now she's covered in blood. And for what? All because you wanted to be edgy and do what a dildo could have done without causing any bodily harm to anyone. You're fucking stupid. Time skip, at least 2 hours if I had to guess, and she's waltzing into the club in the same dress, I assume. Somehow magically not a drop of blood got on it. And I guess she has a mask thing too. It's like a masquerade. But she stops to gawk at some woman that's dancing on stage, and Zayd has to tell her to focus. He hacked the cameras and saw her drooling over this woman. Addie's like, she's a good dancer. And he's like, didn't notice. Sure thing, buddy. I know. You never notice the dancers. You barely even bother to look. She downs a martini before heading downstairs to find Xavier. And as she descends, she wanders into like a dungeon of sorts, bodies writhing all over the place like snakes. And she's so jealous. She misses the freedom of Smex. Can we please, like I know a lot's going on. Technically, you shouldn't even be doing this. You shouldn't be out in the field this soon, but can we focus, please? Zayd spots him and directs Addie via earpiece to him. She enters into the room and Xavier slinks up to her, not recognizing her because of the mask, of course. You can't see me!
My time is now!
With Zayd close by, she steadies herself, knowing that she's safe. She is the Persephone to his Hades, and it's gonna be alright. Xavier offers to help her relax in a private room, and she accepts. And once they're inside, they drop the formalities, and he pushes a button to lock the doors behind him. He obviously did recognize her after all. Addie freaks out, as one would. She confirms out loud to Zayd that the doors are locked, and I'm sure the Megalodon will be there in 2 to 3 business days, months, weeks. Who knows? They spar. He overpowers her. Zayd is trying to get in. Mayhem ensues. Zayd gets in right after Adeline punches Xavier in the throat because he was unbuckling his belt, and it kind of like freaked her out, which again is understandable and valid. You shouldn't be doing this. He shouldn't let you be here. Zayd points a pew-pew at Xavier, but Addie doesn't want him dead yet. So she grabs and points it to herself, and Zayd backs off, but says if she ever does that again, he will use that gun on her. Yes. I mean, it's already been in her mouth and her meow meow, so why not collect all 3 like they're Pokemon cards? Security guards show up, Zayd eliminates them. Anticlimactic, underwhelming. Zayd, Addie, and an unconscious Xavier head back to the private plane. Hex code FC2534. Oh my god, did we get a duplicate? No, we didn't. Chapter 32. I have lipstick on my hands. It wouldn't be me wearing red lipstick if it didn't get all over me. I'm rattled like an AC unit on its last leg. No, I'm not kidding. She is kind of unwell because during the squabble, like I said, before Zayd showed up, Xavier had the upper hand and was about to, and the belt buckle clinking triggered her, and that is understandable. That is exactly how things like that work sometimes. sights and sounds and smells and all of the 5 senses, or 6 if we're talking about Adeline. They get the idiot back to the house and secure him down in the basement. And Attic is frantic, so she runs away and Zayd follows her because she's upset. So, you know, and he's like, you can't escape me. I don't think she's trying to escape you. I think she's wants some time by herself, but whatever. Stop running. And she's like, I don't wanna. Then he snaps and finally breaks down and tells her how angry he is and how tired he is and how he will alive all of them. Not about you, but all right. And she's like, I don't need you. And he's like, well, I need you. She still isn't having a great time and he won't back off. So she grabs his gun and points it right at his face and shoots him. Boom, the end. Thanks for watching. Like, comment, subscribe. JK, we would never be so lucky. You're no different, right? You forced yourself on me before, remember? Taken from me, stolen from me. What makes you so different, huh? The answer is nothing. Yeah. Do those memories keep you up at night? Do they torment you? Do you think about my touch as anything other than a godsend? I do now! So she's clearly panicking on the heels of a triggering encounter with her most recent rapist, wherein which he almost R'd her again. She is upset, lashing out, crying, and asking him to leave her alone. She's telling him she's struggling with making it make sense, that she loves him, even though you did what you did to her, what those men did to her. And you ask her if the memory of your touch is anything other than a godsend. He then, unhappy with her lack of an acceptable answer, steps forward and unleashes more stupid upon us. Your heart isn't yours, it's mine, and if it's gone, kill me. I have nothing left to live for anyway. How stupid is this? She finally breaks and collapses in a soul-shattering scream. Can't say I blame her. And he cradles her and tells her to listen to his voice instead of theirs, and then tells her story about the first time he saw her and stuff. Then he decides that the best way out of this mess is through more sex. Because that's all that matters right now, right? Getting her back to wanting to get railed. We don't care about the healing or the work that she needs to be doing in her own life on her own time. No. We need a place to empty out the family jewels, and this bitch is taking too motherfucking long. And the best time to bang it out is right after she's triggered by a close call with Xavier. Genius level intelligence here, emotionally and physically. He hands her a rose because of course he does, and she notes that the thorns aren't removed. And he uses this incredibly tacky metaphor to further exposit how protecting her from harm was what he used to do. But sometimes the only way to overcome pain is to embrace it. He tells her to take her clothes off. I swear if he makes her bang herself with the rose, I'm invoicing every single one of you for damages. Anyway, he talks her through some stuff. It's dumb. He then guides her hand, which is holding the rose, over her, you know. Then he makes her finger bang the rose. So the rose isn't banging her, she's banging the rose. Fun, I guess. No invoices for now. She's the rose. So hot. She's horny about it. She asks him to touch her, and he says, don't stop feeling that flower. And honestly, I'm really confused about this. From this and that call me by your peach. What? From this to the call me by your name peach scene to the alleged beloved couches of some recent politician. Y'all be doing some strange things with inanimate objects. But y'all want to side-eye me when I tell you that I read and enjoyed a romance between a woman and a sentient glass pitcher of cherry-flavored punch. But yeah, sure, I'm the weird one. Anyway, she arrives, and she's glad because she knows that the monsters in her head aren't going anywhere. But Zayd isn't either, and he'll chase them away every time. She must have him. Hooray for all. Chapter 33, Adeline. So far, my prediction of him just forcing his way in through her trauma has not really shown up, manifested in the way that I thought it was, but I'm not ready to call it a loss yet. We have much more to go, unfortunately. He isn't sure in this moment if he should let her touch him, but only for like half a second. And then he's on her, grabbing her jaw, asking how far she's willing to go to please him. Let's just see. He sits down, pours some whiskey, and says, crawl to me. No thanks, I'll be over here. She's happy to oblige though, and back to that stupid thorny rose, she grabs it and pops it into her mouth. tasting copper blooming on her tongue. You know, bitch, there is a way to place a sharp or prickly object in your mouth without causing any fucking damage, right? There is no reason you had to vice grip this in your mouth, but he's pleased with this because he wants a mouthful of her blood all over his meat stick, and man, the tension is rising. Or so I'm told. I'm just uncomfortable. She removes his belt, or he does. I don't know. I don't care. And she continues to use the rose. I wish I could get a chapter of this rose's POV. Like, of all the roses that he bought her, what's to say that this one isn't sentient? And it's like,
Mom, can you pick me up? I'm scared.
She waters the rose with her fluids and then runs it over his junk. How scrumptious. This seems like as good a time as any to interject and say that you got bodies in the basement and a psychotic little murderous weirdo under your roof right now. Is this a good time? I'm not even able to fully enjoy sexy time when my cat is roaming about the house. But as we know already, I'm the weird one. She starts servicing him with her mouth, but she's so actively having flashbacks of her attack and hearing their voices in her head. But thankfully, she has Zayd, and he's helping chase those monsters away because I realized I never needed to be afraid of his touch. It was men that defiled me, and Zayd was never a man. Are you saying that it's okay that Zayd R'd you because he isn't a man? What is he? A lamp? A megalodon, right? Of course, we know that. Or maybe more accurately, he's a stupid dolphin. The dolphins be raping everybody out there.
Had your kids, had your wife.
Come to think of it, I've never seen them brought before a judge either. So yeah, maybe this is different. He's a sexy dolphin man. He continues with this idea that he is somehow different than these men by sweet-talking her with how she's a good, but she was never there because they took what didn't belong to them. So did you. They continue. I'm bored. Nothing matters. None of this matters. You're giving me nothing. He says a few more times how he desires her blood all over his shift. Gross. Color me concerned. Hex code FA3429. I just made that up. What is that? Oh my God. A slight variation of all the lipsticks. After they arrive in tandem from her self-service with the help of the rose and him spilling seed all over her chest, she finally notices the jagged scar of a rose carved into his chest. Oh my God, he carved a symbol of his love for me on his chest. Ma'am, respectfully, shut up. All love, of course, but shut the up. He goes on to tell her that it's a reminder of his failure and how he won't fail again. I don't care if I need to set the world on fire until there's no one left but you and me. This world will burn around us and I'll gladly live in chaos with you as long as the only person that is a danger to you is me. No one's allowed to rape you but me. Bleh. How romantic. I think I'm damp. Her mouth is still bleeding at this point, so she uses this dumb moment to create another dumb moment and smears the blood on her lips and is like, my rose still has thorns, but they didn't break me, or whatever. It's so fucking stupid. Like, how are you not embarrassed?
Are you not embarrassed? This is really embarrassing.
Also, if your mouth is still bleeding like this, you need to see a doctor. How hard did you bite down? Usually, like if I've bitten my cheek or I have a chapped spot on my lips in the wintertime and it bleeds, it stops within like 60 seconds. Literally, how hard did you nom on this rose and for what?
Slop on my knob, like corn on the cob.
She laughs and smiles and said that the happy vapors are back and she hopes they stay. She's mentioned vapors randomly throughout this book, and I don't know what the hell this analogy is supposed to be doing for me. It's so dumb and childlike, but I guess that's consistent with her character. He grins mischievously at her. What do you want, you silly, stupid dolphin? You're such a prick. No, baby, I'm just a masochist that can't get enough of your beauty even when you draw blood. I guess I'm the prick then. Journal, hex code F92631. She whines about how she wishes she could go back to a time where Zayd was her biggest problem. Wah, I miss only having one hot artist. Now I have to live with the aftermath of being R'd by several ugly men. I lost that girl who took nudes and laughed and wrote words that moved people. Show me those words. Oh wait, I want her back. I haven't written a damn word for a book since I've been home. It's been 6 months. I'm gonna need you to chill. Chapter 34, Adeline again. Oh, Sibby is singing ring around the rosies, and dancing around the 3 bound criminals in the basement. What a delight. I hope that one day I can own a murderous, psychopathic small woman and 4 hallucinations of my very own. Dare to dream. Rocco, Francesca, and who was the other one? Oh, Xavier. That's right. God, I am bad with names anyway. And none of these people, places, or things matter in any real way, so you'll have to forgive me. Sorry about it. Sibby singing is torture enough for them to start giving up names of any individuals that were involved in any of the sales, the events, the culling, any of that. They keep asking about Rio, and Francesca aggressively claims that she doesn't know where he is. Screeching and hissing and spraying everywhere, makeup all cracked. The girl's a mess. And Addie loves it, saying, she's gonna die with acne all over her face, and I find poetic justice in that. Sure, because there's no worse punishment for being the madam of a sex trafficking ring, or a worse thing in the world, really, than acne. Blah! They go back and forth. Some more sibling squabbles break out over Sibby. I mean Sydney. I mean Sibby. No, it's Sydney this time. And it's all Fran's fault because they couldn't keep Sydney under control and she wasn't even worth the trouble. Yes, she was. I thought a big reveal was coming, like maybe Sydney was Fran's secret child or something, but it was less than nothing. It was a negative integer. Sydney knew that Fran was selling one-night stands with the girls under the table and blackmailed her with that information. Underwhelming again. But something is brought up that I didn't see coming. Apparently, Sydney and Sibby, sisters. Yeah. That actually makes a lot of sense. Sibby and Sydney coming from the same cult. Now that I think about it, their mannerisms are very similar. Bizarre, creepy, and their maturity stunted. They're both murderous psychos, but at least Sibby has a heart of gold, whereas Sydney's was ashen. It does make a lot of sense, Adeline. Actually, pretty much the entire book is just sense. What's the book about? Sense. What genre is it? Science fiction. Oh, and P.S. Heart of Gold? Where? Sydney gets all mopey about how it's her fault that Sydney hurt Addie. Sydney probably smelled like eggs. Addie's nice to her and dismisses her upstairs so she can ask one final question of these degenerate, acne-riddled, fat, disgusting criminals. What happened to Molly? I think we all want to know that, don't we? What happened to her? She escaped. Anticlimactic, underwhelming. The first and only girl to ever do it since Adeline. They're both so brave and special. Wow. And if you're thinking to yourself, oh my God, what? I want more. I love this book and all of its pieces. I must know what happened to Molly. Well, you're in luck. She has her own book that was published in February 2024, and more on that at the end of the video. If you're interested in learning about how you can financially coerce me into reading yet another horrible H.D. Carlton book, you're gonna want to stick around for that. Satisfied with this bullshit lame answer, Addie's like, cool beans, time for the culling. Oh, goody. Time skip, they're setting up for the culling 2.0, although there doesn't really seem to be any tailgating for this one, so I'm out. It's immediately no. Sibby's hunting Franny, Zaid has Rocco, and Adeline is hunting Xavier. My, how the turntables have turned and turning. Yeah. They set off. Adeline hits Xavier in the calf. He cries for help. She says, how embarrassing for you, and calls him a silly rabbit. And I guarantee you that this was what HD thought she did here. Silly rabbit. But it's more like the Tricks commercials.
Silly rabbit, tricks are for kids.
Because this woman is a toddler. Zaid appears, dragging a paralyzed Rocco behind him. This is all so hot that they have to stop all this bloodshed and torture and make out a bit. While they're distracted, Xavier pulls the arrow from his leg and attempts to stab Addie with it, but Zaid protects her without even breaking eye contact with her. And Addie responds, and I'm quoting, Jesus! I breathe. So uncool, dude. If Xavier would have killed me before I killed him, I would have gladly accepted death. And if Zaid tried to resuscitate me, I'd put my foot down and refuse to come back. How could I even look myself in the eye after that epic of a failure? Oh my God, girl, you almost got pwned, noob. So not swag. Then Zaid takes a good moment to get to second base with Adeline in front of Xavier to show him why even when he took her, all she thought of was Zaid. I thought he was just gonna whip his out and show him how large and in charge he was. I wonder why he didn't do that. Do you think it's because he can't? Because he's not? That's right though, Zaid. Show him. Show him that the only artist that she wants inside of her is you. He says some cringy shit about how if Addie called out for God during their encounters together, that meant she's calling out for me. In case you missed it, and it seems pointless, but just stay with me. I am an atheist, and I'm currently making my way through the Bible and reviewing it as I do all the other bad books you see on my channel. It's called Unhinged Bible Study, and it's a Patreon bindery exclusive if you're interested. I'm having a lot of fun, but truth be told, if Zayd was God, his sinister, selfish ways, lack of boundaries, violent outbursts, and murderous tendencies would make so much sense. Yeah, especially because he's never been a man. No, he's a god, and God is the worst. So is Zayd. Anyway, she arrives, as does Sibby. No, not sexually. She just shows up dragging Francesca over to the pile of arrests. Gang's all here. Adeline and Fran exchange some words, and then she shoves one of the heels of Fran's shoes down her throat and leaves her to Sibby, who ends her. Next is Rocco, who tries to blame Franny for everything, but Zayd in the face. Last is Xavier, who Addie takes her time with, stabbing blades through his hand into the earth, basically crucifying him on the ground, and then goes ham on his downstairs and stabs him in the neck, her signature move at this point. How delicious. She stands tall in her final form as a once victim, now seriously sadistic unaliver, and it feels freaking good. You know what feels good to me? Knowing that even before I check this hex code, it's gonna be different. Look at that. F6252F. Man.
Boy, I hate being right all the time.
Man. Chapter 35 is Zayd. He's pissed at these unalivings, which is different than what he usually feels, which is horny. Several convicted serial unalivers have expressed that when they did their crimes, they too were hard. Are we gonna be concerned about that? Or no? No? Great. I just want to make sure we're on the same page. Why is he pissed? Well, because Sibby got a little rambunctious and started throwing body parts all over the grounds like they were frisbees, and now he has to go clean it up, make sure he gets everything, and dig graves and bury everybody. While she has an orgy with her henchmen, and then while he's digging the graves, she comes over and recounts every single detail about planned orgies. That is so much fun. I would be annoyed too. Gah, how dare this girl that I willingly brought back around, the girl I already knew was completely and totally unwell, how dare she continue being crazy? He leaves and he finds Adeline staring naked in the bathroom, finally looking at herself. She's been avoiding mirrors this whole time, which is also something that I understand. She's finally looking in the mirror. I don't know. He sees her scars for the first time, or it seems like this is the first time. I don't know how he wouldn't have seen it already, because he's been with her while she's unconscious and being treated by the surgeons and stuff, but whatever. The first time he's seeing all of her scars at once, and he feels a mix of wanting to worship her and sorrow for her upon seeing this. Learning to accept my own scars was a process and one I faced alone, but Addie will never face anything alone again. Soon, I'll trace my tongue over each one and show her that she's still beautiful with or without them. Scars only serve as reminders of what we survived, not what killed us.
Scars remind me that the past is real.
I had to, right? Like, I literally had to. She has a moment where she's feeling like, how could he possibly still want her in this state? Look at the state of you. She hates her scars. Every time I see them, I think of them, and what I would rather think of is you, Zayd. Is this it? Are we going where oh my God, is this my prediction? Is this time? With my free hand, I knock away hers and trace the scars she was picking at, earning a little gasp from her throat. These will become mine too. I'll put a blade to every single one of them and claim them as my own. The only thing you'll see when you look at them is me. Yep. I hate being right all the time. So yeah, he punches another mirror. Can't leave those mirrors alone. Picks up another shard of glass and one by one starts tracing his own wounds over her scars. Lovely. Then he turns her and shows her everything. And then they're still in the bathroom, I guess. So he blasts her with the shower head. We're having so much fun. I don't know what I did to deserve so much fun. Seriously, please tell me what I've done to deserve this. I will never do it again. They start messing around a bit more. I don't care to recount it. I will say that at one point, Addie shushes him and says that she's the one in control, not him. And girl, while I do know that hypersexualization is something that happens in victims of RNSA, and that taking back your power through some kinky BDSM style kink scenes can be very empowering to people in general, not just victims. This book is trash. I give it nothing. It's vapor. It's spam. Unfollow and subscribe. Anyway, they finally have penetrative and he talks her through it. They arrive. He provides aftercare in the form of washing her hair and body in the shower. I guess they never moved out of the bathroom for this. It's too late for this, bro. Dude, bro, it's too late. Don't think I forgot about the 1,100 pages of bullshit before this. You don't get to stalk, harass, assault, and R her for 1,100 pages. Only to now pop some aftercare in here and everything's fine. How stupid do you think I am? Very. They think we're very stupid. Is that not clear from reading this? Chapter 36 is Adeline. I am so ready to be done. Pointless chapter. Apparently, Xavier's disappearance makes national news. And Zayd tells Addie, make sure you watch the 8 o'clock news broadcast for no reason. Time skip. Addie is struggling to find a place to sit to watch said 8 o'clock newscast. Dang it, these henchmen, she can't sit anywhere in her own dang house. The big thing on the news, Zayd hacked into their feed and, shrouded in black, tells the world that Xavier isn't missing. He's unalive, and he isn't the first to feel the wrath of Z. He took the fall for everyone's involvement, duh, and Sibby is like, OMG, you should write a book about all of this. Who called it? And Adeline agrees. That would be a great idea, to write about a big bad man who comes in and rescues her from other big bad men. Hashtag swoon, but she can't write right now. Not when she still hasn't told Zayd that she loves him. Journal entry telling us why she's afraid of saying those 3 little words, so she just plans to say it and run away. Great plan. Hex code FA2A31. Chapter 37, Adeline again. Zayd slinks in late, but cheating is not something that Addie is worried about, okay? Okay, champ. He was out unaliving someone that Jillian asked him to unalive. Noble, valiant. I would prefer to be cheated on, actually, but okay. They discuss how Rio is on the run. Who cares at this point, though? Show of hands. No one. He agrees not to unalive Rio and just leave him alone. Good, I'm bored. There's some weird back and forth where Addie realizes why he took so much from her this whole time, why he was R-ing her. And I'd love to know this as well, so I can't wait to hear. Because he was powerless and couldn't wield power if he didn't have control. And that's a valid, okay, yeah. He's a rapist. He's your rapist. And you love him. Let's just say that. Let's move on. There is no way that you can gaslight me into thinking that the last 1,200 pages didn't happen. Okay? Thanks. They bang again. Hey, yay. Addie is in the driver's seat, though, and he's handcuffed somewhere. I don't know. She slides down onto him, and she finally spills the beans.
I love you, Zayd. Sometimes I can't stand it, I say, my voice raspy and uneven, but it was the only thing that kept me alive. You saved me. Even when we were apart, you saved me, and I hope to God you never stop hunting me.
1,200 pages and a prequel for that. 1,200 pages, an entire first book, a first part of this book, and a prequel for that. It shouldn't be called Hunting Adeline, by the way. It should be called Occasionally Attempting to Look for Adeline. Having no luck and punching things out of fury, Adeline. She rides him into her sunset, you're with me, and then goes to uncuff him, and he's like, say it again. And she's like,
I love you, and you've taken everything from me. And she hates him for that sometimes.
Once he's free of the cuffs, he assumes his position as the aggressor and holds a knife to her, and she's like,
yes, Daddy, I want you to draw a rose on my chest, just like you.
So he carves while he bangs her. Talk about talent. Can't imagine that will go well in either direction. They both arrive, blood, ropes, juices are flowing. He says he loves her too. Chapter 38. Ugh, get me out of here. It's quiet. It's Zayd. It's quiet. Too quiet. Apparently he expects Claire to make a move, and she hasn't yet. And he doesn't feel comfortable approaching Addie about this because she went to bed early after a fight with her mother. She also went to bed angry because she got in an argument with her mom about getting on medication or some shit. I didn't want to disturb her. I'm pretty sure her mom was trying to convince Addie to get me on medication, antipsychotics to be exact. I laughed, and Adeline then probably agreed with her mother. In response, I rolled her onto my face and ate her until she was riding my tongue into oblivion. The little liar loves me just the way I am. What an important and responsible attempt at discussing mental health and medication. What a completely non-toxic relationship dynamic. We stand. Oh no! Jay checks Addie's parents' house and someone broke in 30 minutes ago. Send a drone, I'm on my way. He wakes Addie and they head to her parents' house, to which Addie's like, I don't know why Claire is like this. Why is she after me like this? Xavier already paid a price for me. What more does she want? Ow! Sorry, I just fell into a plot hole. What the fuck? When did he pay her? When did he pay for her? When did he pay for her? He didn't! He was going to pay for her. Ha! They wake Sibby, also great plan, and they all head off. The Three Musketeers! They arrive and see men dragging their parents out of the house, but thankfully the drone that Jay sent is installed with a lot of technology, so they like busted up the getaway car, so back inside they go. So do our three idiots. A fight breaks out, hand-to-hand combat, whatever. Like literally this whole chapter is them slinking through the house. It's like pages, walls of text. But eventually, they find them in the basement, I think. I don't know, I skimmed. A few men stand with pew-pews guarding the rents, and one of them is trying to get Addie to choose a parent to save. But oh no, sirree, bobtail! Addie just holds a knife to her own neck instead. So brave. I don't think that these people care if you die, but go off, queen. Chapter 39, Adeline. A scuffle breaks out. Yet again, our idiots win, I guess. But something happened to Addie's mom in the scuffle. Some rogue bullet. So Zayd needs to get her to safety and heal her somehow. And her dad is pissed at her, though, saying that this is all her fault. All their fault. I agree. Zayd threatens him. And Addie says some nice things about her mom. And then time skip. They're at the Teddy, whoever else, surgeon cabin. And then Addie says, as they pull into this driveway, I think my PTSD is beginning to resurface. Hold on, buddy. Hold the phone. What the fuck are you talking about? Your PTSD has never desurfaced. It has been present and activated this whole time. You had flashbacks and tried to Zayd in the face. You panicked and heard voices. When you faced off with Xavier, you were triggered into a panic attack at the sound of his belt buckle. The PTSD is the most consistent character in the book, dare I say. But sure, yeah, fine. Anyway, rogue bullet hits Serena, now it's up to the doctor's son's surgical dream team to save her. At some point, they misplace Sibby. It doesn't matter. Adeline feels guilty about her mom. It also doesn't matter, whatever, forever. Time skip, she's out of surgery, but not out of the woods. Her mom is still out, so she slinks in. PTSD be damned, and she starts talking about all the stuff that she never felt safe enough to share with her. Journal entry telling us about how much she hates her dad because he won't let her see her mom now that they're home. She even stole Zayd's car to go over there and couldn't get in. Damn it! She wasn't ready to drive her car yet since her new car doesn't have a ketchup stain on the ceiling. Okay, I lied. The ketchup stain is the most consistent character. Chapter 40, Adeline again. Her dad still won't let her see her mom. She low-key blames Zayd for most of it, which same, go with that, lean in. So does dad, and that's a big part of why he won't let her see mommy. They don't like Zayd. I don't like Zayd. Nobody here likes Zayd. She asks him to leave, and he's like, that would solve all your problems, huh? You know, it's a theory I'd like to test out. I don't know if it would, but let's test it out. She says she never loved him, and he says, did you get so good at writing books that you don't know the difference between reality and your imagination anymore? This is kind of a serious cap, but it's not. It's just like a tone shift while we talk about that last sentence I just read. I'd like to pop in a fun fact for you. It's known that Adeline is a 26, now 27-year-old world-renowned author, right? That's part of her entire characterization. And we are supposed to believe that in spite of the immature way she has written and talks and thinks and moves about the world, that she is a talented author. Well, to that I say, did you know that Jane Austen wrote Pride and Prejudice when she was 21? She didn't publish it until a few years later, but she wrote it in her early 20s. Mary Shelley wrote and published Frankenstein when she was 20. Natalie, that is a different time. There were different things going on. Women matured so much faster back then, and you're not impressed. I hear you. Fine, I'll bring us into the present. The gloves are off. Hayden, Silas, and Hedonia is currently 26. Does that name sound familiar? No? Well, Hayden, Silas, and Hedonia is better known by her alter ego, Ethel Kane. And 2 years ago, Ethel Kane, when she was 24, wrote, sang, and released her debut album, Preacher's Daughter. An album with hauntingly beautiful lyrics, with themes of cannibalism, betrayal, incest, essay, and murder within them. Preacher's Daughter is an anthology, a semi-autobiographical story about a young girl's desperation to escape the South and the smothering grip of her religious family, with beautiful and evocative lines such as, I'd hold the gun if you'd ask me to, but if you loved me like you say you do, would you ask me to? And the soul-shattering curtain call of a song that has the entire album building to where within Ethel Cain is unalived, cannibalized by her once lover, her true love. And she sings to him from beyond the grave, am I making you feel sick? Because even in death, even after all she's gone through, she is still more worried about his comfort than her own safety and well-being. And you're telling me that I am supposed to get the same level of talent and skill from Adeline Riley? That's what I'm supposed to believe? I don't. And for those of you who still aren't impressed or with me on this whole thing, let me put it in a different perspective. When Taylor Swift was 26, she had 10 Grammys, 1 Emmy, held 5 Guinness World Records, and was named the youngest self-made millionaire woman in Forbes 2016 edition. And she's probably actively working on the Reputation album at this time. Big Reputation. But whoa, Nelly! Way harsh, Ty. Fine. I guess there's some wiggle room, right? I mean, Kendall Jenner was also around this same age when she said this.
You always say I want to experience things, but I don't think you actually want to experience things because you would experience it if you wanted to experience things. I don't know what you're talking about.
There can be leeway in the sense that there is a vast array of what can come from the human experience and nature versus nurture and societal constructs and what was going on in the economy at the time. Fine, sure, yeah. But all of that to say, no one is telling me that Kendall Jenner is a well-written master manipulator of words and a supreme author with exquisite writing ability. No one's telling me that. No one has ever said that about Kendall Jenner. And yet, here I am, up to my neck in hemorrhoid cream, running on farts, and I'm supposed to believe that Adeline Riley is out here on the same level with all these women, or even close? Anyway, Adeline is like, hashtag Stockholm Syndrome is real. And he's like, does it feel good to lash out at me about something that your dad's doing? Talk about daddy issues. I'll fuck you up. He says more dumb shit, but he does actually leave. And then she has a moment where she's finally feeling free. The end. Did you fall for that? I hope not. She instead paces the room a bit, blames herself, blames him, calls herself an idiot, realizes she didn't actually want him to leave. The PTSD is still locked up tight and secured though, I see. Phew! She goes to catch him, she calls out to him, but when she calls out to him, he runs cat and mouse indeed. The table turning a table. When she gets close, he captures her face and she says his name. Say it. No, I want you to call me my other name. So she does, but let's play a quick little game so we don't all walk into the sea. What's his other name? Is it Megalodon, Annihilation, God, Zach, or Senorita Awesome? It's God. They have words, she apologizes, he whips her with a tree branch and then says, I think I could eat you alive, consume every bit of you. Armie Hammer? Where'd he come from? Then he very aggressively enters her and says, would this being swollen with my child make you stay? And she's like, maybe one day. And she's like, I have an IUD, right? And he's like, I don't know, do you? Did this man remove her IUD without her knowledge? Oh God, I'm sick. He's asking not if a baby would make her stay. He's asking if she'd stay because he'd force a pregnancy onto her. And you know what? I take it all back. I love this book and this man. I think he's in no way a criminal. He's being maligned. He's a gem, a god among men. And I totally get all the thirst traps people be out here making of this man. It's all clicking now. Not only do I love them, I understand them. Who wouldn't love such a guy? So once again, she tries to push him away and set some more boundaries and spits straight fact. But instead of listening and respecting it, he just sexes her into submission. They climb Pleasure Mountain together all the way to the tippy top, and he reveals afterward that he didn't actually take out her IUD, but whenever the time comes, he will make her watch him pull the IUD from her body. Hi. Absolutely the fuck not. I'm summing up the last few chapters and epilogue because I simply cannot take this torture any longer. They found some of Claire's guys. They tracked them down. Sibby's weird. Daya is there. They use the dudes to stage a trap for Claire, where they film themselves with Zayd captured to lure her out. Next, we have Adeline standing on a cliffside again, and Zayd pretty much tells her, you jump, I jump. the plan worked. Claire is en route after asking a bunch of clarifying questions to make sure that this wasn't a trick. They took a quick nap and a bang break to do it up on the edge of a cliff while she watches the sunset. How lovely. Zayd says, "You're searching for life inside the sunset, yet I seek death between your thighs." And I challenge you to find a straight woman within a 5-mile radius that isn't moist at that comment. Much deep, so in sight, many hot. Back to business, Claire arrives with others flanking her because she knew it was a trap, so she's there to work something out. She's striking a deal. They're both resourceful, why not team up? I have millions of reasons why not to team up. She'll help end trafficking if he helps her reach her goal. What a loser. Why aren't they just shooting her? This is pointless. They're still talking. Finally, they're as exhausted of this shit as I am, and they end her. If you want more details than that, you read the fucking book. Sibby's dancing around the living room, and the shrouded newscast intruder Zayd Zach Z reveals that the super secret shadow government is upon us, and Claire's involved, but she's dead. Daya, Addie, and Sibby discuss the need for a new person in the head position of the shadow government, and Sibby volunteers as tribute, and Addie's like, you know, that's so crazy, it doesn't may work. Stupid. Addie's mom stops by with some man who's been helping her recover somehow, and she wants to thank Zayd, finally, for his help on everything. That is, if Adeline can tear him away from tracking a man who loves torturing children on live streams. I am sure he is neck deep and enraptured with that footage, so how will we ever tear him away? Sibby comes down first though, and the man seems to recognize her. His name is Craven. I don't know. Epilogue. Craven, the man with Serena and Sibby, disappear together. No clue. Don't want one, honestly.
A clue! A clue!
No thanks, bitch. Keep your clues. I'm good. Adeline gives Zayd a note. She wakes from a nightmare, and to calm her, he her in the ass. He gives her a rose with a ring on it. She says she will marry him, and she says, "Are you proposing because you love me or because I just gave you anal?" She thanks him for bringing back the happy vapors. They love each other. He tells her to run. The actual end. Okay, that's it. We've reached the end, but we're not done quite yet. This book is almost too stupid to try to even sum up and review in any real or respectable way. Maybe because in order to be respectful of a thing, you have to first respect the thing, and I don't. This book is a rag, it is chloroform in print, it is a hemorrhoid fart. If I had a pet bird, I wouldn't even line his cage with this, because I would be afraid that through osmosis, he may absorb some of this and fall dead, and then I would have that on my head. And I hate birds. I wouldn't wish this upon my worst enemy, unless, of course, we're talking about my enemy, Gwyneth Paltrow. Fuck you, Gwyneth Paltrow. You know what you did. I wouldn't even do this to birds. But let me see if I can make an attempt at a cohesive summary to close out this review. Hey, what are you doing? Did you hear my distress and come to hug me? No? Okay. This series was 1,400 something pages of shit. It was poorly written, poorly edited, the plot was poorly constructed, the characters were unlikable, one-dimensional edgelord tryhards with barely 5 brain cells to rub together between all of them, and they experienced no growth throughout the series. Several aspects of this story were half-formed and fully unnecessary. The journal entries are usually a tool that I love to see in literature. I love epistolary style writings, and the journal entries here could have been used as a way of giving us insight into these characters that we might not have gotten from exposition alone. However, all of these journals, Gigi's, Molly's, and Adeline's, were just tacky regurgitations about things that we've already read. Literally, in part 1, if you go back and watch, I did a side-by-side reading of a paragraph in a chapter, and then the journal entry that either predated it or followed it, and they were literally the exact same bits of information, just said in slightly different ways. Beans is here. This led to poor pacing that almost had me feeling like I was moving backwards while reading. And speaking of redundancy, there was no range when it came to any of these characters. Not a sliver. I know it, this book is so bad. Everyone is just a copy-paste version of another person. Sydney is just Sibby, but evil. Sibby is just Zayd, but a girl. Zayd is every other criminal that's in the book, except he's hot. And then we have Adeline. Adeline is written both childlike and totally bangable throughout the entire series, a series that centers around hunting down PDF file rings. I don't need to explain to you why that's concerning, do I? There was no skill or thought put into the creation of this series, and it shows. But if the point was to be dark and edgy and sexual and violent, I guess no thought or skill was needed, huh? From the poor writing to the ugly graphics, the token queer and black characters, the QAnon bullshit, the anti-Semitism, the poor depiction of mental health, the irresponsible way sexual and reproductive health was discussed, the romanticizing of R and toxic relationship dynamics to the plot holes. Hello, what happened to the Basilisk Brotherhood? Never saw them again. I don't even think they helped in the end. Why was Zayd both a human library of skills, but when Addie was taken, he was completely useless? In the synopsis, Zayd mentioned that everyone would suffer, even those who betray me. Who betrayed him? I waited the entire book for someone to betray him. Jay, Ruby, Daya, anyone, nothing ever came of that. Plot holes everywhere. And I don't like to assume things, right? Not without valid evidence to back me up. You know what they say about assuming. But like I said earlier in the review, if it had just been a handful of these things throughout the 3-book series, I could maybe chalk it up to just human error and oversights. Everybody makes mistakes, right? But when things are consistently bad, poorly done, consistently harmful, consistently misrepresented, etc., it starts to feel less like an oversight and more like a pattern. Yeah. I am unfortunately not one of those people that turns their brains off while reading, and in many ways I'm jealous. However, I am a person that can be along for the ride in a book, in spite of errors or mistakes or plot holes, what have you. The key to that, though, is being a good storyteller, bringing something for me to eat. It's called balance. Have your typos, have your plot holes, but get me so caught up that I don't even notice or care. Sweep me away, immerse me, so that I can just vibe with the experience. Even if I hate all the characters, you have to give me something. If you'd like some examples of books that I've enjoyed, even though they weren't exactly perfect, I've got you. The Honey Witch by Sydney J. Shields. Anything by Vera Valentine, anything by Catherine Arden, anything by Sylvia Moreno Garcia, the Hunger Games series by Suzanne Collins, The Invisible Life of Addie LaRue by V.E. Schwab. But Natalie, those aren't dark. Okay, fine. Ghost Eaters by Clay McLeod Chapman, Tender is the Flesh by Agustina Batsarica, anything by Anya Alburn, the Blackwater series by Michael McDowell, anything by Harold Schechter, and that's nonfiction. But Natalie, those aren't dark romance. Okay. The Dracula Duet by Karina Halley. Their Vampire Queen series by Jolie Sue Burkhardt. Anything I've read by Scarlett St. Clair. A Dowry of Blood by S.T. Gibson. Anything by R.M. Virtues. Anything by Chuck Tingle. Anything by Katie Robert. There Are No Saints by Sophie Lark. Ice Planet Barbarians by Ruby Dixon. The Mindfuck series by S.T. Abbey. Some of these are 5-star reads. I'll give you that. But not all of them are. Not all of them are Nobel Prize winners or even any smaller awards or accolades. They're not necessarily reinventing the wheel, and they are not without their own mistakes, plot holes, weird pacing moments, unlikable characters, what have you. The Honey Witch lagged in the middle. It had pacing issues, and it also was sort of predictable in some aspects of it, but I still had a blast reading it. Ghost Eaters had exactly 0 characters that I liked. I rooted for no one. They kept constantly making the worst decisions the whole time. But I was so immersed in the gore and the story and the visuals. It was so vivid. And it's one of my favorite horror books of all time. There Are No Saints by Sophie Lark was full of dumb shit, if I'm being honest. The sequel even more so. I think at one point she says, "Eat my daddy, take me into outer space." Yeah, and it even had a toxic stalker serial unaliver main male character and a not like other girls female main character. They were both exhausting, but the reading experience was fun. There are songs at the start of each of the chapters and gorgeous artwork throughout that add to the story and help set the scene a little further. The story unfolded in a way that I just had to keep reading. All of this to say, there was nothing enjoyable or good enough to latch onto in the Cat and Mouse duet. Nothing. Or the stupid prequel, Satan's Affair. You have to bring something to the table besides poorly written kink and gratuitous violence. An incomplete list of trigger warnings and anti-Semitism. I'm sorry, but I'm not sorry. You have to give me something. You have to give me something else. I am out here drowning in a sea of bullshit. Toss me afloat in the form of a love story I believe in, or beautiful prose, or a well-structured plot that keeps me fervently turning the pages. Unable to look away, unable to put it down. Give us something lest we drown. But you didn't, did you? No. 3 books, 1,400 some odd pages. Months of reading. 200 plus pages of notes, highlights, annotations, what have you. Hours and hours of scripting, filming, editing, re-editing, re-uploading, research. Later, and we have finally reached the end. First series of the channel completed. Don't everyone clap at once. I have sensory issues. I thought it was going to be the Never King series, but that fourth book was so boring. I had to read this one just to feel something, and now I am welcoming that back into my life. Give me that Lost Boy dick! If I could give it 0 stars, I would. It's as dark as it is corny, and it's as irresponsible as it is dumb. I gained nothing from reading this except the joy of sharing it with you, my weirdo community. Before you go, though, let me go over those predictions that I talked about in the front of the video, and I want to talk to you a little bit about Where's Molly. So stay with me. We're almost done, friends, I promise. Number 1 prediction was terrible attempts at discussing and depicting the aftermath of trauma. Yeah, I think I got that one right. There were some things that were accurate when you're talking about something like this, but it all meant nothing because you did nothing with it. Number 2, Zayd being the literal worst support system on the face of the planet. While he was better than I had anticipated, he still wasn't great, though he didn't force himself on her as aggressively and as most of us are used to seeing him do. He did push her often, and he did carve over her scars just like I predicted. So this is another point for me, I think. And then number 3, at least 3 more mentions of farting, shitting, or buttholes in a non-sexual way. Okay, let's see. Right out of the gate, we had Zayd offer to pluck Adeline's butthole hairs, which I'm stunned. In chapter 38, when Addie is going to the sex club to find Xavier, she says it's so quiet you can hear a mouse fart. So that's 2. Can we get a 3rd? All right, when they're being chased by the cop car and Zayd so beautifully said, having a cop car ride up and raw dog my asshole. Yes, 3, I knew it. Check mark again. I was right. So at least there's that. Most of my predictions were correct. I also said in the middle of the review that I anticipated her coming up with the idea somehow that she should turn this into a book. I was right about that too. How delightful. And let's not forget about the author's note. If you're looking for a quick reunion, this book isn't for you. But don't worry, there's not any less spice. Once again, I'm right, even when I wish I was wrong. If I'm correct in my recollection, the first consensual intimacy we get between Zayd and Adeline is their little sexy game of puff puff pass. Then we have the finger banging Rose. There's a couple instances of knife humping, handcuffed, the shard of glass, and then sprays her with the shower head, and bloody blow job, anal near the end. So that's 7. I may be forgetting some. So there's 7, and let's just, you know what? Let's just give them 3 more and call it an even 10. 10 instances of somewhat consensual intimacy is not plenty of spice in a 600-page book starting at 60% of the way in. There's no way for me to know how many times or by how many people Adeline was R'd and essayed throughout this first half of the book, but it was definitely more than 10. So that would mean that the majority of encounters that we have here are simply crimes and brutal sexual violence towards women. And I said in the first part that I don't trust this author because it doesn't seem like she understands the difference between crime and spice. And this just, hello? Hi, proving my point, thank you. Plus the entire first book is just her being R'd into submission by our love interest Zayd anyway. This is an R romance. This is an abuse romance. But only for the haughty criminals. The fat, pockmarked, drug-addicted, rotten teeth rapists are all the real villains and deserve to die. But the hot rapists? The entire plot hinges around the sexual violence towards women, whether it's Adeline, Daya, or any of the other girls at the house with her, or the dozens of victims that we are introduced to. The women and children that are victims of this stuff themselves are mentioned in this book, but the crimes against them are written in graphic detail, long as fuck. Why? Why? Because it's romance. Because it's QAnon fanfic. So yeah. When you don't know the difference between dark, kinky, consensual scenes and just blatant violence towards women, you're right. There is plenty of spice. If anyone asked me, and you for sure didn't, I would have suggested that we workshop this shit. Even if you didn't want to change the book at all, which would be a choice. If you had just reworded the author's note to say something along the lines of, I don't know, if you want a quick reunion, this book isn't for you, but I promise the reunion will be worth the wait. Or Zayd will make it worth your while. That would be a million times better. It's basically saying the same thing without implying that you think that the brutal in the first half of the book are spice
that will tide us over until the reunion happens. It makes you look like less of an asshole. But again, who asked me? No one. Oh, and if you were wondering, as far as colors go, the total number of journal entries in this book, not including the Rio letter at the end, 24. Journal entries with lipstick prints, 16. Number of different individual hex codes for the lipstick prints in each one. Do you want to guess? 16. 16 out of 16 had their own hex codes, meaning that while all of the lipstick are the same base red color, they all had nearly indetectable variations of shade and undertone. Nearly. Meaning that unless you lined them up side by side, or you're crazy in the way I am, and read that it was a different color and decided to go insane in the membrane over finding out if that was true or not, probably wouldn't have even noticed a difference. You definitely wouldn't have noticed a difference in the black and white physical copy. And that means that if H.D. Carlton had simply said nothing, I wouldn't be here doing this.
There's nothing here. There's nothing to eat.
We did it, guys. Well, we didn't really do anything. Natalie did everything, but it's fine. I'm fine. Before we get back into what Zaid and Addie are doing, let's have some fun. Here is me and Natalie doing some Dark Daddy Mad Libs with her as Zaid. We're doing Mad Libs, but as dark romance.
Dark Daddy style.
Daddies. The first one we're going to do is one called If I Were President, featuring Zaid from Haunting Adeline.
Zaid. I'm ready.
Oh, God. So I will be asking you for words.
Sure.
Yeah, and then I will have you read it out to the class.
Do I answer right now as Zaid, or do I become Zaid later when it all comes together?
Either way.
All right.
I need a number.
69.
I need an adjective.
Masculine.
I need a color.
Black.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I could have just guessed. I need another noun.
Dick.
Thank you. I need a food.
Dick. Wait. Real food? What would say? What? Mean ass burger.
I need another noun.
Cock.
I need a verb ending in ing.
Murdering.
That actually works quite well. I need an article of clothing.
Crotchless panties.
I need another adjective.
Adjective. Crazy.
I need the name of a celebrity.
Peter Pan. Oh, connected.
I need a number.
96. We're switching things up.
Switching sides. I need another character in the book.
Sibby. My little henchman.
I need a noun.
I'm torn between boogers and hemorrhoids.
Certainly.
He says both of those things, by the way.
Oh, great. I need another character from the book.
Archibald Talavera. May he rest in pieces.
Can I get an occupation?
Can I get an amen? Professional lover. I wanted to go hacker, but I felt like that was too obvious.
Yeah.
I'm trying to pretend like I'm alone in here.
Mm-hmm.
I forgot what it was titled.
I thought you might have.
If I were president, my name's Zaid Meadows, and I am 69 years old. That makes sense for the current state of our country. If I were president, I'd do a whole bunch of masculine things. Number 1, I would drive the biggest black car in the country, and that car would go faster than any other dick in the world. Like that, and on the road. Number 2, everyone would eat pepperoni mean-ass burgers for dinner. Number 3, I would live in the statue of Cock and build a murdering pool at her feet. Number 4, I would wear crotchless panties on my head and everyone would say I look crazy like Peter Pan. Number 5, school would only be open 96 days a year. Facing away from each other, the 96, because 69 curls in. So we're just like away from each other.
That's how I prefer to be if Zaid was involved.
Yeah, you space that way and don't fucking touch me.
You're goddamn right.
I arch a brow. Number 6, I would give my friends the best jobs. I would nominate Sibby to be Secretary of Boogers, and Archibald could be Vice Professional Lover. Vote for me!
I don't know about you, but Zaid has my vote.
Honestly, he might be better equipped. than others.
All right, now that you've had that reprieve, let's get into these bonus chapters.
I just ran up the stairs because we have to talk. So today I had a little piece of media slide across my desk. And it came from people in my book club Discord. So shout out to my Discord, and also specifically Sleepy Ghostface, because there were a couple of people in there that were talking about this, but I think that is the first message I saw. So well done. Thank you. The world, maybe, thanks you for bringing this to my attention. Today we are going to be talking about H.D. Carlton again, but not H.D. Carlton. Really, we're going to be discussing a bonus chapter that I was just made aware of regarding what Addie and Zaid have been up to since hunting Adeline, all of them, really, just what they're up to. And, I don't know if maybe I'm just dumber than I think I am, or if I am just blissfully naive in a way that is like self-preservation, because I really thought that I was going to pop up here, bebop my way to the computer, pull up this bonus chapter, and just have a quick little video with you. But I don't think it's going to be quick, because gulp, this bonus chapter is almost 20,000 words. And to you, I ask, for what? What was the reason? Well, the reason, gals and pals, is that we get to spend some time together. It's vlog. It's casual, okay? I'm not going to be scripted. It's going to be more off the cuff. I have not read this yet. I just found out about its existence. There's actually two other bonus scenes. One a hide and seek bonus scene and one a Halloween bonus scene. We're going to do the anniversary bonus scene, quote, sometime in the future. Who freaking knows? And just for any of you out there curious, if you want to read this for yourself, it is available for free on her website. You just go to hdcarlton.com/extras and there it is, just ready for you. So are you ready for me is the question. Hopefully, we're about to get started. If you've never been here before and you've never seen one of my rants before, I usually like to start with some disclaimers. The first one being the same always. This will contain spoilers, opinions, general shit talking. If none of that sounds good to you, if you think you're going to have a bad time hanging out with me today, don't stay. Like, there's no reason to put yourself through something if you know you're not going to like it. And before you turn that same sentiment back on me regarding this, don't put yourself through. If you know you're not going to like it, why bother? Well, because you guys, we have a lot of fun together. I don't particularly like this stuff. I'm always hoping to be wrong. Like maybe there's some improvements made, some changes that I really agree with and can get on board with. But I usually know that when I talk about these kinds of things, I'm going to have a big turnout. And I mean, I would love to have a lot of my videos where I'm talking about things that I love pop off in similar ways, but that's just not the system that works. So that's why I do this. It's my job. And also, we have a good time. I'm hating for community. But anyway, if you don't think that any of that's gonna, work for you, you don't have to watch this. There's other videos on my channel where I'm being pleasant about things. Maybe. I don't know. Go look around. Or don't stay. You don't have to. But also, this is not for the author or friends of the author, diehard fans of the author. This is really just a silly, goofy time that we're gonna have as people who do not enjoy this writing. Now, without further ado, let's start reading. Okay, so we start off in Addie's POV. Loves it. Here we go. Zaid, put my legs down right now, I sigh, my flushed, sweaty face flattened into a wry expression. He has both of my legs pressed together and hiked up, forcing me to lie on my upper back. Like in a shoulder stand? Like a yoga shoulder stand pose? Can you have sex that way? You know what? Don't answer me. Don't answer me. But anyway, she goes on to say, it's a myth, right? It's won't get me pregnant. So when I copy and pasted this whole thing to put into a Google Doc so I could see what the word count was, it flagged this. Just a Google Doc. It flagged it. Why are we not doing that? Why are we not doing that? Are we typing these out on notes and then just putting them on the world? Like, what? And then he splits her legs enough to poke his head through them and present his dancing yin yang, eyes, and a wolfish smirk. So he's got her legs pressed together, up, and then he pokes his head through. Can you imagine? That is a scene from a horror movie. That's what my nighttime paralysis demon looks like. But then she also says ying, yang, eyes, because as we know from Haunting Adeline, he's got heterochromia, because of course he does, because they always do. There's always something going on with the eyes. However, that's not the part that's annoying me. The part that's annoying me now is that it's yin, yang, yin, yang. Yin Yang is the twin supergroup from the early 2000s that wrote the banger that is Salt Shaker. Whatever. So he pokes his head through her legs or what the hell ever, and he's like, I just like seeing you in this position. Shoulder stand? I flop back onto the bed, the black silk sheets sticking to my skin uncomfortably. He wastes no time crowding over me, planting his hands on either side of my head, leaning down until the tip of his nose brushes against mine. So he's right up on her face and studying her. And I gotta tell you that when you're right up on something like that, you can't really fucking see them. That would be like me trying to read this on my phone, like this. I can't read it. Stupid. That's so weird. This is something that my cat does. Like in the middle of the night, Gravy will lunge down onto my throat, fun for everybody, and stare at me. You know, probably because she's an animal who can't use her words. Usually this is when she's trying to tell me something, and it usually means that she's hungry. So I go and put food in her bowl. But Zaid is a human. Like, I've got neighbors. Can you act human? The answer is no. So anyway, annoyingly enough, the scrutiny sends my still racing heart flying into my throat, and the ravens scattering amongst the cemetery of my decimated organs. That started out in a different place than I thought we were going. That sentence lived a lot of lives. I went through like the 6 stages of grief in that sentence. The ravens scattering. I was like, oh, we've got ravens. Like, sure, of course we do. That's a very goth, edgy bird, you know, scattering amongst the cemetery. And then in that moment, like my brain works so freaking fast. I was like, not well, it just works fast. Don't misunderstand me. When did Parsons Manor get a cemetery? That's where my mind went, because I don't remember there being a cemetery, though they do unalive a lot of people, so it would make sense. Of my decimated organs. Oh, it's a metaphor. That's great. That's great. So he's decimated your organs, and those butterflies have graduated and turned into ravens. Wow, we are really growing up, aren't we? Not only does the fucker destroy them on a damn near daily basis, but I think he's permanently relocated all of them too. Wow, it's like a puzzle jumble. Whatever. Yeah. You know what's funny about all this really violent language when it comes to like the way they make love to each other is, one, it's super try hard, and I don't believe that you're having a good time. You're trying too hard to convince me that you are. That's one. And then two, it's not like funny, ha ha, funny, oh my God, you're having such a good time. It's not capable of that for me, because he would do something like that non-metaphorically. Like, he's a violent criminal person. He's dangerous. He has viciously unalived people, probably in similar ways. So it's just it's not giving what you want it to give, because, well, what I said, it's like poser try hard energy for serious, for reals. And then also he does things like this. So I'm like, baby girl, blink twice if you need help. Like, did he actually rearrange them? Or are you being silly goosey? Because like, okay, for instance, like, I have never eaten human beings. I've never eaten a person. I've never partaken in cannibalism. I've never done it, right? And so if I tell you I'm so hungry I could eat a village of small children, that's a silly, goofy little thing that I just said. It's hyperbole. It's based in reality in absolutely no way. And so it's easy to be like, ha, me too, I'm starving, and not side-eye me. Because if Jeffrey Dahmer said that, I fear that we might need to call somebody, because that's what he did. He ate young men. That that was like his whole thing. And so when you say things about your violent criminal unaliver husband who has an underground super secret lair just to torture people, if you say things like he rearranged my organs, I'm going to need to do a wellness check, because I'm not sure if you're serious or not. If you would take just a single second, pump the brakes on this edgy bitch behavior, and just describe something, because sex can be pretty vicious, okay? It can be pretty hardcore, I mean, you wouldn't know by looking at me, but I know that. But it can also be like tender and sensual and slow and soft and all these other things. And it doesn't take away from your bad bitchness. You know what I mean? Like, for instance, everything you see here is some shade of pink, right? And if you look real close, let me zoom in. Hold on, let me zoom in. You can see the remnants of a former life. Whoa, you're a little too close there. Because when I was younger, I was invited to this like underground concert show thing, and I didn't know what it was. So I showed up in my softball windbreaker, and I just kind of caught the vibe. Like, I loved it there. It was so fun. Everybody had like such good style. The music was really good. And, I didn't like go out the next day and buy a pair of Converse and a black hoodie and skinny jeans and like cut all my hair off. Like, it was a gradual like becoming a part of the community that I saw that I liked. But like, it was really a good time, and I really enjoyed being there. So I wanted to fit in, and I wanted to, be a part of it. So over time, my wardrobe changed, my hair, the music that I listened to changed. And like, I pierced a bunch of stuff and painted my nails black, and like wore Converse with dresses to formal events like my prom and stuff. And that's like part of it when you're that age, is like trying to find like the places that you fit into, and maybe adopting some of the things that aren't quite who you are, but they're not like rebelling enough against your personhood that it feels inauthentic. At least for me, I tried not to seem like too try-hardy with it. I probably was, looking back. But honestly, that's kind of part of being a kid too. But like, when you're whatever age is going on here, and like me, like everything I own now is like my favorite color that I just thought it wasn't cool to like when I was a kid because I cared, and now I've seen people talk about this online, like, I am just dressing to impress the 13-year-old girl that I used to be. I am doing this is who I wanted to be the whole time, but I was raised a tomboy and given a bowl cut when I was like 9, and it is what it is, However, I don't think that any of this stuff, this pink pastel Easter egg dusty mauve stuff that I have, takes away from that part of my life or who I am just in general as a whole. Like, all of these little pieces make up who I am, and I don't have anything to prove. I used to work the door at a venue in Memphis that did these kinds of shows. I was a runner at some of these events, and like with bands like Under Oath and Haste the Day and He Is Legend and Bury Your Dead and Census Fail, Dance Gavin Dance and Heavy Heavy Lolo. Alisana, do y'all remember Alisana? Chiodos, like all that stuff. I know that stuff. I have those CDs and stuff. But like, I also have a more firm sense of who I am now, so I don't feel like I have to put on, like, I don't have to chop my hair and do a swoop and wear the skinny jeans and do the raccoon tails. Like, I can just go and listen to the music if I want to, as I am, because I don't, again, have anything that I feel like I need to prove. Pieces of who I am that seemingly contradict each other or cancel each other out, it's not a real thing. Like, you can be layered. People are layered, And I really wish that this book had a sense of that. Like, you don't have to like, he violently took me. He rearranged my organs. That dick. He loves the snack. Oh, God. Like, I know. But like, don't you guys ever have like a lazy morning where you wake up and you just like roll over and there they are, and you like slowly bring yourself into the waking world and like have a little nice, like, you don't do, like, always, is it always pound? It can't, it's not sustainable. And since that's another thing too, is like, you're trying to give me an idea that this is a long-term successful relationship. This is a happily ever after. So they are going to be with each other until they die. And you're trying to tell me that all they motherfucking do is knock the shit out of each other sexually? That's it. Every day. She said on a damn near daily basis. That's just not reality. And I understand that this is a fantasy and it's supposed to be hot, but that would require, like, 1, being hot, and 2, just having a little bit of humility and self-awareness. Like, I understand that you're an edgy bitch, okay? Edgy, on fire, always, 24/7, 365. Not an ounce spared, not a moment wasted. We are edgy and on fire all the time. I got it, okay? Everything is black. Everything is haunted. Everything is super crazy, creepy, stalker. I got it, okay? But god damn it. Can't y'all just, like, I don't know, split a milkshake? Have a conversation that isn't full of cheesy sexual innuendos and stupid dialogue? Can't you just give me a friggin' break. That was a rant. See, this is what doesn't make the rants, which is ironic because it's a rant review. But like sometimes I get off on a tangent and we got to scale that back. So let's get back into it. So he's rearranged her organs, decimated them completely. Her heart's in her throat. There are ravens in her stomach, or what the hell ever she said. Lord help the unfortunate doctor enough to give me an x-ray should I ever need one. I love seeing you like this. When your cheeks are this red, it brings out your freckles even more. Blast! I forgot about the freckles. Now my organs are liquid, and I'm convinced he threw acid on them to make them melt. Again, are you being silly goosey, or are you telling me the truthy? I don't know, because he actually probably has done that to at least 3 people in his lifetime. So then she's looking at him, because he's like, you know, right? So she's looking at him and his new scars on his chest and his old scars on his chest, all of them telling different violent stories. And then she says what I've been saying this whole time. Violence is his genetic makeup. I know. That's why none of these violent metaphors when it comes to how he's pleasing you sexually really do it for me personally, because he has, this is canon, armed you with a loaded weapon inside your home, of which he broke into. That's just a fact. That's what happened. That happened. And then like after, spoilers for Hunting, Adeline, after you are saved from this trafficking ring that you were being held in, wherein which the man who was about to purchase you would stab you during the business, he then, Zaid, then got you back and sliced over all of those scars so that now when you look at them, you'll think of me. Not how it works. Buddy, not how it works. And now you're saying things like, he threw acid on my organs and melted them. He rearranged my organs. Are you speaking literally or no? Ew. Anyway, she's worried about like one day he might not come home from one of these missions. And I feel like mission is a generous way of describing what he does, because what he actually does is just decide which people deserve to die and then die them. But sure, mission. Like, okay. Yeah. Sometimes I hate that he really is just a man, even if he walks through life as a god. Our God is an awesome God. I just love seeing you. Her voice kind of cracks at that, and then he smiles, which makes him so beautiful, and she says, a man like him shouldn't exist. It's not fair to the rest of humanity. Don't piss me off. I knew you'd fall in love with me. You didn't give me much of a choice. It is a little annoying that he was right, but I'm too happy to be angry about it. Yeah, he didn't give you much of a choice. He literally stalked you, assaulted you multiple times, followed you around, broke into your home. And when you did report all of this to the police, he just hacked into the system and erased all of the reports that you'd made against him. So there literally wasn't a choice. You were, especially since he spent a lot of time in his internal world saying that no one gets to touch you but him. And so it was either relent or die, probably. That seems like, because, you know, that's kind of like, you know, what abuse looks like, but whatever. He grabs my wrists and holds them to his chest. What? Like... His heart thumps steadily beneath the side of my palm. Okay, hold on. Oh, like this, like that, like this, up against so side of the palm. Okay, just any writers out there, when you're writing stuff like this is just an advice from a nobody. Okay, but you know, take it as you will. When you're writing stuff like this, when like the scene is very clear in your mind and you're trying to communicate on a page what you envision in your mind hole, it helps the whole process, because it's not supposed to be this complicated for me to figure out what the hell you're trying to say to me. So it helps in the writing process if you write it down and then take a step back, read it aloud to yourself, and then read it aloud to other people who don't share your brain. So they don't know what you're trying to convey to them. And it's just a very good little test subject with just a little cluster of people who can help you workshop this stuff before you put it out into the world and say things like yin and yang or it won't work. Will it not? He don't says. As long as his heart pumps blood into his veins, many evil people in this world will continue to suffer. But I'm not one of them, and I don't feel bad for them either. Okay. I never had a choice either, little mouse. Leaning down to place a soft kiss on the tip of my nose. Boop, boop. And then they kiss. Spine tinglingly sensual, is it? I'm surprised you didn't say that your spine turned to dust in the moment of this kiss. Something stupid. He pulverized my internal skeletal framework. Ooh, write that down. Framework. Be on the lookout for my dark romance coming never. Well, maybe someday. So he kisses her. Warmth rushes to the area. You know the one I'm talking about. And she clenches her thighs together to avoid it, I guess. So yeah. Whew. All right, great. And then, oh man, I just spent the last hour with my face stuffed into my pillows while he fucked me from behind, and despite how incredibly sore I am now, my body seems to regard that flippantly. Where Zayd is concerned, it gives no about its own well-being. All right. Ugh. Just as his tongue dives between my teeth, the doorbell rings. God, I can only imagine who it is. Oh God. But also his teeth, just as his tongue dives between my teeth. You know, sometimes you can just say something flat out. Just as he leans in for another kiss, the doorbell rings. Wow. Nobody had to dive into anything. Bones were not involved. You just said it, you know? So he pulls back because the doorbell, you know, and she's relieved but also sad because he's gone. Oh my God. I think if he went back for seconds, I might have cried a little. My vagina currently has a heartbeat of its own with how painfully it throbs. All right. Okay. We didn't need to say both of those things. We did not. We didn't. Okay. We didn't need both of them. We didn't need both of them. My snatch has a heartbeat with how painfully it throbs. I understand what you're saying. You didn't have to say both of them. That's like me saying, like, I rerouted a new route. That's what rerouted means. You can just say, I rerouted us, or I found a different route. There you go. I rerouted us a new route. I chewed up my food so that it's pulverized. I understand. Now I understand. I mixed up my instant coffee so that it's blended. Yeah. Yep. Yeppers. I don't get to say yeppers enough. Glad I got to do that today with you guys. Okay. So it's just the mailman, okay? And then she grabs her underwear, which is, it's hanging on a sconce, which I don't think he planned it that way when he flung them off me. Yeah, me neither, because I don't think people plan things like that. Like he's not cabroning this. Like he's like taking your underwear off, pausing, and being like, where can I throw these suckers for maximum impact when she has to find them later? Like, man, you know what? Honestly, now that I say it out loud, it fits his stupid ass character, so whatever. Oh, God. So now we get a full frontal of old Zadie boy. He stands from the bed, causing me to nearly choke on my tongue. To this day, I still have not gotten used to Zayd in his full naked glory. Even with a semi-erect, it's dangerous, an incredible sight to behold, but it's also far too much to look at for long without your heart threatening to give out. Okay. All right. And then he says that she better dress properly this time. None of that robe shit. The last mailman nearly got his eyeballs carved from his fucking skull. Really? You don't say? Wow. Okay. So admittedly, apparently last time the FedEx driver could not keep his eyes off of her bazooms, and he even licked his lips, which Zayd almost killed him over, and she had to like force him back in, but she's so itty bitty and he's so big that she didn't even do it right. It was extremely embarrassing how epically I failed at it too. My feet slid against the checkered... Why do we have to talk about this again? Why do we always have to talk about it? It's a black and white checkered floor. I said this in the Phantom review because all we ever heard about, aside from literally nothing, like, yes, Queen, give us nothing, was the goddamn black and white checkerboard floor. I don't feel like this is revolutionary. I feel like that's regular. Why are we all... Oh my God. My feet slid against the checkered floor more than I successfully moved the stupid barbarian. Do y'all even like each other? It was only him taking pity on me and stepping back to allow me to slam the door shut in the idiot's face and save his life. So she does get dressed with all the... Like she does a scavenger hunt for all the clothes that he just off of her. And then she gets down there and she opens the door to find a complete stranger standing there. Car that dropped her off, just off. A distant memory. They're gone. Long gone. Confusion takes over and I blink at the beautiful woman standing on my porch. Her dirty blonde hair is arranged in a sloppy bun at the base of her neck. Those several wavy tendrils frame her face. Her eyes are heart-stopping, an incredibly unique shade of grayish brown, and so light they remind me of a collared, capital C, collared, capital D, dove's feathers. All right, well, we're just not gonna, I just can't even, okay. What the fuck is a collared dove? A pigeon. Great. You could have just said, oh. It's not really noticeable, but after staring at her for a few moments, I realize her right pupil rhythmically shakes side to side. Why? Why is everyone's eyes up to some shit? Can't they just have, like, brown eyes? It's just brown eyes. She stood there with her brown eyes. Okay, cool. Nice stagmus, something I've only learned about from albinism, but based on her olive skin, light brown eyes, and dark eyelashes, that is not the case for her. So it's like a rapid back and forth movement of the eye. Again, I ask you, why? Why? God, Jesus Christ. Every single thing is like 6 ideas in a bowl, right? And you're just like, heterochromia. Weird love and an exotic animal that may be a little dangerous. I can't do this. And yet we must. So the girl on the thing, she's Debbie Ryaning her way through this. She raises a hand and waves awkwardly before quickly tucking a few strands of hair behind her ears. Okay. That's weird. Can you imagine somebody knocking on your door and you go down there and you're like, oh, hey. And she's like, what do you need, man? After a few moments of uncomfortable silence, her eyes widen in a panic, and then she texts something to her. So she does know this person, but not really, okay. Or maybe you forgot, I'm Thomason Gray. I'm supposed to paint a mural for it. And then Addie's like, oh my God. She remembers and says, I dramatically slap a hand over my forehead. So she completely forgot that this person was supposed to come today. And she calls her Tommy. And then she says, I notice a huge bag on her other hand, paintbrushes, dozens of bottles of paint, and a folded white sheet speckled with an array of colors are nearly spilling out of it. But truthfully, it's her texting that should have tipped me off. I'd been in contact with Tommy for the past several weeks, and one of the first things I learned about her is that she's mute and only communicates through text. While I, on the other hand, am a fucking asshole. You are. Not for this. This is a casual little accidental oopsie daisy. This is not a big deal. Okay. But anyway, she's like, yeah. Come in. Come back. You're in the right place. So she comes in and Adeline carries her bag for her. I know she can carry it herself, but it feels like the proper thing to do after really forgetting she was coming and forcing her to explain herself like a idiot. Do you like Zayd at all? Follow up. Do you like yourself at all? Now, the answer to that second little follow-up question there really matters, because if you say no, then that makes sense why you're with Zayd. But we don't have time to do that today. Stupid Zayd and his stupid magic. I was psyching myself out all morning for her arrival and worked myself into such a huge ball of anxiety. So what did he do? Distract me with sex. And what did that accomplish? Making me forget about it completely. She also says that she told him to not be around, to be scarce so that he doesn't scare her off. And now she's scaring her off. Yeah, Tommy, you need to get the hell out of there, man. I don't know what mural you're about to be painting. It better not be for a nursery, but I'm sure it is, because what? I don't know. So anyway, yeah, blah, 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 blah. So yeah, she keeps apologizing like a friggin' idiot, and Tommy's waving her off dismissively, it's not a big deal, so I need you to chill. And Addie tells her that if it's easier for her to text her, she can. She awkwardly holds up, I've got a phone, you can text me. So she does, and texts that she has a beautiful home. Why would you say that? Because now we're going to have to talk about it. Oh, look at that. Yep. Wow. Thank you. I beam, pride hiking up the corners of my mouth into a real smile. My great-grandparents built it back in the early 40s. Several construction workers died. I'm so sorry. I don't know why I said that. That was really unnecessary information. Please don't quit. She's such a quirky, edgy little bitch. Yeah. And then Tommy texts that a ghost would be the least traumatizing thing she sees. And Addie says the same, whatever. You're not going to see a ghost, Tommy. Addie's, you're not going to see one because they're not real. Oh my God. Okay. So, this is an odd thing there. So Tommy's not from here. And apparently Addie had been looking for someone to paint a mural. We still don't know what the fucking the mural is for a while now. And she was online and she's fallen into all these rabbit holes. And somehow, poof, she wakes up or she winds up on the Facebook page of Facebook page of a New Hampshire coffee shop that has this beautiful mural. And she knew that whoever did this mural, she needs here right now doing this mural in Washington State for her. What mural? Still don't know. And so apparently she called the owner, who is a cranky old witch named Zaza, and she hung up on Adeline, accusing her of being a psychotic stalker, and hung up, like I said. And she says, fortunately for her, if she considers me a psychotic stalker, then she has very little experience with a real one. Unfortunately for her, I do. And I've learned a thing or two about persistence. I don't really know what the fuck this has to do with anything, because it's weird that you called her. How weird were you on the phone? That's my question. Because if you called and said something completely normal, like, hey, I was online and I saw your page and I noticed that there's a really cool mural painted in your cafe, and I was wondering if you could tell me who is the artist behind the mural. That's a pretty standard little forthcoming statement, but knowing how quirky and edgy and weird you are, you probably said something about dead construction workers. I feel like the dead construction workers were telling me to come to this website. I need you to tell. I would have fucking yelled at you too, you idiot. Anyway, she's not the stalker. He is. And I've learned a bit about persistence. So then she calls this woman every day for 2 weeks. So when I proceeded to call her for the next 2 weeks straight, every single fucking day, she threatened me in every possible way, cast about 4 separate curses on my bloodline, and vowed to haunt me in the afterlife. Okay, so you're both insane. Great. I accepted my fate in having to call her for the rest of my life and collect curses and threats like dust on a mantle until finally she gave me the artist's name and number. Apparently, she only conceded because Tommy came in one day for coffee and Zara lost her ever-loving mind about this psycho stalker calling her shop and harassing her every day, so Tommy gave Zaza permission to hand over her information. None of this had to be, you know, like it, you know, after a little, well, this is where a script would come in handy because I would be able to put my thoughts together a little bit better. What all this needed to be was one paragraph. It was actually 1, 2, 3, 4 paragraphs. Pretty sizable ones too in the grand scheme. There's another one too, but I'm getting ahead of myself. What you could have said is like, I searched high and low for an artist that I felt could capture what I wanted for this mural, and I landed on one that was across the country. And after a little squabbling and back and forth with the owner of the coffee shop that I saw the mural in, she did finally give me the information because the artist said it was okay if she did. And now here's Tommy. Something like that. I mean, we could workshop it. We've got nothing but time, but no, we didn't do that. We had to have a curse on the bloodline and not do. What are we doing? Why? And why are we doing it? What are we doing? Why are we doing it? I need those answered on my desk. 20,000 words, single space. Thank you. We're still talking about it. There's 2 more paragraphs now that I've read ahead. I ended that final call letting Zaza know how much I'm looking forward to her joining the ghost family at Parsons Manor. Why would she do that? And that when I die, we'll reunite and I'll ensure to make her afterlife a living hell too. This is not fun. I'm not having any fun. This is not a quirky little show of personality. It's just dumb and pointless. What is the point of this? She didn't like that too much, but my heart is already set on the 2 of us spending our eternal ghostly lives together, so she's really stuck with me now. Try letting it go. Try shutting up and letting it go. Oh God. And like, hi, if I'm Tommy, I'm not doing this. Nothing. No. I'm not traveling across the country after you have a heated discussion with somebody who hired me before and coming into your weird house that you say is haunted with dead construction work. I'm leaving. I'll go on foot. It doesn't really matter. I'm not doing it. No, we're still talking about it. Okay. So that's like 7, 8 paragraphs about this whole exchange that is literally nothing. So Adeline apologizes for like everything, literally everything. And like, you should always apologize because you're annoying as hell. She shrugs and her grin is both shy and amused as she responds, Zaza is so used to giving everyone else hell. I don't think she ever knew how to handle someone giving it back. So truly, I couldn't say no to the person who succeeded in shoving a boot full of her own medicine down her throat. Here's an idea. In your book that you're writing with a bunch of characters who intermingle and have like relationships of varying degrees, would it be fun, just for fun, to have one of them like the other? Just even in passing, casually. It doesn't have to be like a head over heels love story, but they could like each other. Or at the base level, not hate and dislike each other. Like Tommy hates Zaza and Addie calls Zayd every name in the book, and he literally abused and assaulted her. And he has said like really stupid, callous things about Jay as well. Like there's no, that you don't have to have a whole bunch of shit to pad your true feelings, because that also happens in this book a lot, or these books. God, I've been on this so long. I need a break. I need a rest. I need a vacation. But like, they'll be like, Jay's a fucking crazy person and he's got purple fingernails and he's gay and he's like sassing me and blah, blah, blah. But I love that kid. You don't have to do that with everybody. And if you do, dare I say, it becomes incredibly draining on your readers. It is so exhausting to have to chip away at the shit that is talked to get to the core of their feelings. Like you could just one. You don't have to do it with everybody. Maybe this is how they show their love. They pick on people and they say horrible things to them. But really, they would take a bullet for me, and I know that. Okay, I'm glad you know that. I would rather not know any of this. I don't know why I'm here. So yeah, like she says that whole thing, and then Addie's like, I'm trying hard to not look pleased with myself for what I've done. I don't know if she did anything. Did she curse the bloodline or Zaza cursed the blood? I thought Zaza cursed the bloodline. But oh God. She threatened me, cast about 4 different curses on my bloodline. So I don't even know what Adeline's talking about. They're still talking about Zaza. About if she's a real witch and blah, blah, blah. And I think my ancestors might not be too pleased with me for potentially endangering the lives of our descendants. They're dead. They're dead already. Shut up. Oh, brother. When they're discussing if she's actually a witch, Tommy's like, well, she likes me. So, and then Adeline's like, Zaza definitely likes her. She spent 10 minutes screeching in my ear about Tommy's selective mutism. She made it selective mutism. Sure. She made it abundantly clear that I better not make Tommy feel weird about it, and then I better keep my phone on me at all times so I don't make things more difficult, or so help her God, she will curse me with night terrors for the rest of my life. You already have a night terror for the rest of your life. His name is Sade. Okay? And if this is like advocacy for this, I don't want it. It's performative, feels fake, feels hollow, what the fuck ever. Like everything feels like that. So I don't know. Oopsie daisy. I wanted to lean, so we're leaning. We're still talking about Zaza. When I told her I already have night terrors, her voice rattled with conviction as she vowed to make my demons look like angels, and honestly, it was a little scary. What the fuck? What the fuck does that mean? Who cares? Oh, God. Okay. So, she says something about the curse, because we're still talking about this nonsense, pointless thing with Zaza. And so she's like, yeah, I'm glad to know that it's not like real threats, because I would hate to have my husband become a warlock just to reverse it. He does not need that much power. And Tommy is obviously like, what? But Adeline does not go on. And then she leads her upstairs to show her where the mural is going to be. Oddly enough, she asked me not to tell her anything about the commission. Then how do you know you've got the right supplies on hand? How? That's not, no. You travel across the motherfucking country to do a mural, and you don't know where you're doing it, what you're doing it of, what color palette you want to have, if it's going to be interior or exterior. What do you mean? Okay. So the entire way up the stairs, I waste no time filling her in about the little girl who stole mine and Zade's heart. I swear to God! I knew that this was for a nursery or something. I don't fucking know. We're getting close to the big day, and I'm anxious more than ever to make sure the room is perfect. Oh, God. They should not have children. They shouldn't. I'm pro-choice, okay? Woo, big pro-choicer over here. But these people should not have children. They bang all around the house. He is a vicious, violent, criminal, unaliver person who has essayed her and R'd her and attacked her and sliced her up. They shouldn't... But we have to have those heteronormative conservative values in place in our dark romance erotica nonsense, don't we? Don't we? So she's absolutely obsessed with the Little Red Riding Hood fairy tale. I'm more than happy to let you have your artistic freedom, but my only requirement is that the wolf is wearing the red hooded cloak. Why? That's arguably a dark mural to paint on a child's wall. Even darker still, because you want the mural to portray the wolf has already consumed the little girl, which is very heavy-handed, obvious that there's a direct line from your love story with Zade and this mural and the fairy tale that the girl likes. I'm sure we're gonna hear all about it. Okay, so she on more and more about the room and like the black stone floors and the white walls, that she has a clean slate, whatever. And she's not worried about painting this mural and having the child outgrow it, because Tommy's art style just transcends time. It's timeless, and she turns as she's talking about all this to Tommy and is like, and Tommy texts out, hold on, I'm getting a text. Tommy? No, email. Oh, it's not Tommy. How sad. Okay, so Tommy texts her, like, you want the wolf wearing the Red Riding Hood cloak? And she goes on. She does.
I correct with a grin. Zayd read the book to her a while ago, and she's been obsessed with it ever since. Last Halloween, she insisted on dressing up as the wolf. She went around the neighborhoods growling at everyone with her fake monster teeth and showing off how sharp they were. Cute. All the parents kept asking why she was wearing Little Red Riding Hood's cloak instead of the grandma's clothes, and I just said because that's how it's meant to be. I think they assumed we got the fairy tale wrong and we're too embarrassed to admit it, but that's exactly how she wanted to dress. I'm so sorry. I know, okay? I've read this story before, okay? Everybody's kind of familiar with the story of Red Riding Hood, but in case you're not, Little Red Riding Hood is going to visit her grandma in the woods and at her little house in the woods, and she has her little hood on. She's walking through the woods, blah, 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 and she's supposed to be looking out for like wolves and stuff, right? And so when she gets to grandma's house, safe and sound, no wolves, she goes in and her grandma looks a little weird, like, what's going on with Granny? So then she says the lines that are like well known everywhere. Grandma, what big ears you have, the better to hear you with, my dear. Grandma, what big eyes you have, the better to see you with, my dear. Because it's a wolf and it's dressed up in grandma's clothing, and the book kind of ends on a cliffhanger, or at least the books that I read of the retelling of this fairy tale ends kind of like with like an open-ended kind of thing, like you assume that the wolf eats the girl too, like she doesn't escape, right? Like I don't know, maybe she does and I just had like a really dark version of that book, but it's not that ridiculous. It's literally the end where the wolf eats the girl, or that's what I think. I don't know why this is so, I do know why, because it's an H.G. Carlton thing, because we can't actually have depth. We just want to give the illusion of the dark, edgy depth below the surface of the whatever. It is so difficult to be unique in a world. This is so dumb. Tommy's brows shoot up into her hairline. Though rather than a criticism, an amused grin plays at her lips. A lot of parents looked sideways at me and Zayd that night. Maybe they were right to condemn us for allowing a little child to dress up as the villain, but honestly, we loved how she didn't view the wolf through such a black and white lens. Just like we're not supposed to view Zayd in such a black and white lens. Give me a break.
Oh my God.
Tommy texts her again. Somebody needs to take these phones away. They don't need to talk. I don't want them to talk. I want her to be able to access things when she needs them to be. I'm not trying to like restrict her, but like I don't want these people talking anymore. Why does she want the wolf wearing the cloak? Oh my God. I told you that we were going to get it. I told you that it was going to be the longest, most oh my God. I turned my gaze to the ceiling and rock, heel to toe in contemplation. Okay. Trying to find the right words that will do justice to this brilliant little girl's mind. Let's guess. I haven't seen it. Let me scroll down so I don't see it. Okay. Oh, let's see. Oh, symbolism. It's going to be something about like not everything is so cut and dry. You know, the wolf was just doing what it's in his nature to do, and it doesn't mean that he's bad. It just means that he did what is natural to him. I don't know. Fuck, let's go. She doesn't believe the wolf is a villainous beast trying to eat Red Riding Hood, but the wolf is Red Riding Hood. A version of herself wanting to be let out. She thinks the real villain in the story is the grandma, and the only way Red Riding Hood could survive was to become the wolf. In the end, she destroyed not only the real monster, but the old version of herself that fell victim to it. Basically, she views the story as a metaphor for a victim taking back her power and transforming into the very monster the villain forced her to become. Except I don't think she views Red Riding Hood as a monster, more so a product of her circumstance. I mean, I'm not far off, but like, how old is this little bitch? Because Tommy texts back and is like, that's a wild perception for someone her age. That's true. How old is she? And I agree. I refuse to go back and look it up, okay? I'm doing this for you because I adore you and I want us to have a good time, and I'm giving you something to do in the middle of the day when you don't want to do the dishes. You should be doing the dishes. Just so you know, go do your dishes, okay? I've got this. You handle the dishes. God, that's incredible. I just, what am I trying to say? I'm not going to go back and see what her age was, but it was one of the little girls that he rescued from whatever. He's like, will you be my daddy or whatever? I said I wasn't going to, but here I go. Off to the races. I hate it. 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 This book was so hella long. 5
Her name is Sarah, okay? And here's the original thing. Like, he's asking if she knows where her parents are, and she's like, I don't know. How old are you, shortcake?
5.
I'll try to find your mommy and daddy, okay? If I can't, I'll make sure you're safe.
Then, will you be my daddy?
And you know what's so funny about this now? Is this Sarah? Hold on. Let me make sure that I know what the hell I'm talking about, because you know what? I might not. I might not. That's always a possibility. Yeah, it's Sarah. It's Sarah. It's Sarah. Okay, so this is Sarah from the first book. And what's so silly goofy, okay, is that in Haunting Adeline, it reads, she nods her little head, her brown eyes now latched back onto mine.
Then will you be my daddy?
Puke. And now shift to the sometime later bonus that we're at. Fury and sorrow played across our faces, and when she noticed Zaid's expression, she grew concerned, placed a little hand on his cheek, and peered up at him with big blue eyes as she assured him gently,
don't worry, Daddy. I won't let them eat me. I'll eat them first.
She's 5? This is going to be so long of a video. That was the second time I'd ever seen Zaid cry. I don't know why I went into that. That's a Gigi voice. Oh my God. So, yeah, they're adopting Sarah. It says sometime in the future or whatever, and it doesn't really give a clear timeline, but I'm going to guess that she's still under the age of 10. Which is still a wild age range for someone to make this kind of an interpretation of a fairy tale. But I mean, we've seen this before with freaking Seraphina from Phantom being a 13-year-old toddler back and forth waffling through everything. Oh, don't mention the waffles. She'll get a little dancey dance going.
That moment filled me with an amount of love, but even more staggering, it was admirable. Not only because she's so young and already so goddamn resilient, but because of her reason for loving the wolf is because that's who she believes herself to be. Not a helpless victim, but a girl who always possesses that power and strength, and all she had to do was set it free. Okay, they're still talking about this. Okay, so they're still talking about this goddamn mural and the story, and she is the wolf. Wolf, wolf, wolf. And then, I'm sorry she had to become the wolf at all, and blah, 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 blah. And they're like, well, we're not going to stand in the way of her becoming the wolf. Like, of course not, because Zaid is a serial killer. So it's, yeah, of course not. And she wants that painting to remind her every day of who she is, you know, whatever. So then Tommy kind of surveys the wall and the space that she's going to paint the mural. And she's like zoned in. And then she texts that this is going to sound weird, but I have very poor vision. I'm not technically legally blind. But if you asked me to describe exactly what you look like, I'd probably get a few details wrong. Yeah, I can't imagine how she creates such masterpieces through blurred vision. I don't understand why we're talking. I don't, whatever, that's fine. Like, I don't have good vision either. I'm not legally blind. I am not legally allowed to drive without my glasses on because I am a hazard to myself and others on the road. But I can see. But if I take my glasses off and I draw something, it's really more about like making my hand do what I want it to and then like adjusting it as I see fit along the process. So like whatever. And then she goes on some more and she's like, I wear contacts to help, but I still can't see very well. And okay, like I don't know why we're doing this. Like, why does this person have to be the well for which every disability lives? Like, a disability rep, like, forever, okay? I love that. But, like, first of all, I don't really trust the capabilities of this author to do anything responsibly or well or with care or anything like that. And so that's, you know, kind of... And then it's just, like, piling all the stuff on top to deal with, like, to give us nothing at the same time. Like, all of this serves what? What are we doing? What is the point of this? What is it? Oh, here we go. Okay, so anyway, she's talking and blah, 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 blah. And she's like, well, this is why I don't really accept commissions a lot because I can only paint what I see, not what people want me to see. And so Addie's like, well, are you going to accept mine? And she says, like, if you'd have asked me 10 minutes ago, I wouldn't have been able to tell you. Why did you hop on a plane and come across the country if you didn't think you were going to take this job? If this isn't something that you usually do, this is so... But I know now. I didn't realize it before, but deep down I knew whoever needed this painting, I needed them to have it. But that doesn't make any sense because you said, Adeline said, that Tommy told her not to tell her anything about the commission, anything about the project, anything about the painting at all. So you don't know what the hell, you don't even, I didn't realize it before, but deep down, I knew whoever needed this painting, I needed them to have it. You didn't know what this painting was until right now.
And I think that's because Sarah and we see the same wolf. Okay, great. God damn. That's just the first chunk. We know Zaid's middle name now. I'm sorry I hit you. Do you want to guess? It's Jackson. Zaid. Jackson Meadows. Oh, wait. Oh, God. It's not. Good. I don't have time to unpack that today. What? I forgot what it's like to read from this man's point of view. I haven't been in Zaid's head in a long time. It's been a long time, guys. I totally... So he's at a flower shop. God, I can only imagine what flowers he's gonna pick up. And the shop owner, Mabel, as it says, calls him Zaid Jackson Meadows because she's trying to guess his middle name to no avail, you know. And he says, I stopped before closing the door in the flower shop, grinning at the woman glowering at me from behind the counter. Or at least, attempting to. Her glares are as weak as the ball sack hanging between my legs. But arguably, just as endearing. Ugh, I can't believe I made it through that with a straight face. I didn't even break. Oh my God, give this girl a raise. I don't work like that. But if you want to sign up for my bindery or my Patreon or join the channel here and get perks and stuff and support the work I'm doing here, I would really appreciate it because it really does do a number on me. If you listen, I've had a couple of you, I think it's like in the season that we're in, the giving of all things. Some of you have approached me, this is a sidebar, and been like, I don't know if I can afford to, I want to support you, and is there a way that I can blah, blah, blah. Do not overextend your limits for me, okay? I appreciate the sentiment. I appreciate that you want to, and I try very hard to give, like this Vlogmas is very like low performing in comparison to my big long rants that I do, but it is free content that I'm giving out because I try to make my channel and my spaces fun for everybody, whether you are a paid member or not. Obviously, the paid member is just as an incentive building thing to kind of get people to join if and when they're capable of doing so. You know, they have a couple of other bonus perks that they get, but I really do try to make all of my membership levels fun and enjoyable, and you get something out of it. Even if all you do is watch my videos, subscribe as a free member, whatever it is that you do, I'm glad that you're doing it. It makes me feel good. It makes me feel like you want to be here and you don't want to miss anything and that you enjoy my content. And that's free, yes, but it's also like a huge thing, especially with somebody like me who has imposter syndrome, pretty bad imposter syndrome too. So I just wanted to tell you there are options. YouTube membership is the cheapest option. If you want to sign up and become a paid member and support me financially, that's the cheapest option. And I made it so because I feel like there should be a cheaper option. I like to, you know, try to reach and be accessible to as many people as I can. But the Bindery and the Patreon, if you go over there and you explore it a little bit more, then you'll see like the different things that come along with the different levels of membership and stuff. And, you know, if you want, I can make a video kind of breaking all that stuff down for you. That'd be a nice Vlogmas. But I you know, 'tis the season, and I understand that a lot of you want to give me your money and your subscription and your membership and your, you know, presence and all that. But I just want you to know that you don't have to. If you can't fit me in your budget, please don't. I do not want you making yourself overextend just so you can feel like you're showing up for me. You show up by watching, by being here at all. So I appreciate you. So I just wanted to say that. Okay, where was I? Okay, so let's read it again. Since we had that nice little moment together, let's get back into the shit, right? Put your boots on. Glowering at me from behind the counter, or at least attempting to. Her glares are as weak as the ball sack hanging between my legs, but arguably just as endearing. I have never met an endearing ball sack. I don't know about you. I can only speak the truth as it pertains to me. So I hate this man so deeply. Deep hatred. Anyway, her name is Mabel, and she's been trying to guess his middle name since he started coming here a few years ago, back when Addie was an ambition rather than the woman who sleeps in my arms every night. Okay, so here, this is like kind of a little bit of a loose timeline. So we were talking earlier about Sarah's age, and I said she's got to still be under the age of 10. Doesn't give us like a clear cut like length of time between the ending of Hunting Adeline and this, but he says that he started coming to this flower shop a few years ago when Addie was just an ambition that he was working towards instead of the woman he gets to sleep with every night. So that means that the start of haunting Adeline was a few years ago. Now, I usually use the word few to describe something like 3 to 5. 3 to 5, because a couple is 2, right? Several, I always see I always see the number 12 for some reason. And few, it doesn't refer to any specific number. It's usually a relatively small number that's more than 2. Now that's so then another place says few is 3, some is 4 or 5 or 6, several is 7, 8, or 9, and many means 10 or more. And this is all subjective to who you are and how you use it, but it's a smaller number. It's a single digit number when I say few. Usually less than 5, more than 2. So let's say a few years ago. So it's been 3 to 5 years. And at the end of Haunting Adeline, the girl was 5. And so if it's been 3 years, that means she's 8. And that is still a reading comprehension level that we have not seen the likes of in a child that young in a long time. Okay, so they must have the accelerated reader program in that school, wherever she was being kept. Oh yeah, of course. Okay, so Mabel glares at him a lot, but it always softens because she, like every other woman, is no match for the allure, the aura that is Zayd. Meadows. She usually lasts a solid 2.6 seconds before turning into a puddle of goo. Isn't that something? So the first time he came in to this place called A Dozen Promises, she was standing there and prepping a bouquet or something, and he asked for 3 dozen roses, and she said that if he was going to be that unoriginal, he could just buy them at Lowe's and not waste her time, which I think naming your shop A Dozen Promises and then calling someone buying roses unoriginal is the pot calling the kettle stupid. But what are you gonna do? Zing, I guess. That was all I needed to hear to solidify that I would never buy flowers from anyone else ever again. Okay. How much longer do I have? I'm gonna hold on. Oh, I have so much more to go. This might be, this might be multiple parts because I'm exhausted. I'm already exhausted. How long have I been filming? Over an hour. Oh my God. Wow. Okay. Oh my God. Okay. So again, everybody is just mashed potato people when Zayd comes into the room. Well, they're either mashed potatoes or a weeping mess downstairs. You know how it is. And she's no exception, though she still tries. She hated him at first, but she's obviously softened to him over the years, even though she still tries to glare at him. But then he comes in and sets a lavender tea on the counter, and it's her favorite from the shop across the street, kettled. I bring her a cup every time I come here, and to this day it makes her blush. You shouldn't have. Okay, you know what you shouldn't have? Written all of this. This is so... No wonder I have so much more to go. This makes who cares? Who gives a flying fuck rag about any of this? Oh my God. Okay. We get a long, drawn out explanation of his routine of coming to her every Sunday. He never misses a Sunday because he missed last week. And she pretended not to notice or care, but she did. And she's been the sole employee of this little shop for 3 decades. She started it with her husband, Raphael, but he died from a brain aneurysm. God, nor will any of this matter. I know that. I've been here before. We've been here before. This won't matter. The man quite literally dropped dead as he was walking out of a gas station right in front of his wife, waiting for him in the passenger seat of the car. At the time, she had no idea she was about 6 weeks pregnant with their daughter, Gemma. Apparently, she freely tells this story because she fully believes that her husband gave his heart for Gemma. If he hadn't died in that moment, Gemma wouldn't be who she is today. Sure. Grief is a hell of a drug, okay? I'm not going to say that it's not, but it can also give way to delusion. And, that doesn't make any damn sense. But okay, it doesn't have to. Remember where we are, after all. My Raphael had the biggest heart, and I think he knew it was needed elsewhere. It never stopped beating. He just gave it to her. When his ended, hers began at that exact moment, and it didn't skip a single beat. My husband isn't dead. He's just living on through our sweet Gemma. That's sweet. When does the heartbeat happen?
When does the fetus have a heartbeat? Oh, okay. Well, at least we know that. Good job. 6 weeks. Oh my God. Like, great. High five. Don't touch me. Oh my gosh. Okay, so I have a prediction. I haven't read forward yet, but I saw something and it just pinged in my mind. So he's like, sorry I missed last week. I took Addie on a trip down the coast or some shit, and she softens, or what does it say? Her expression softens. And I expect there to be at least 2 paragraphs, at least 1 to 2 paragraphs of exposition about how everybody does that with Addie. She has a charm and a way about her that just moves people to become putty in the hands of her. I don't know. I'm not in, I'm just, okay. Mabel has taken on the fortunate position of listening to me babble about Addie and how fucking head over heels in love with her I am. She's met Addie several times and of course supplied all the flowers for our wedding. I forgot they got married. Blech. I think she cried the loudest that day, though Ruby was a close second. Can you imagine? Just an old lady that runs the flower shop. I almost said the shower flop. That's not the shower flop. Ugh. Yeah, see, well, it's not so much exactly what I said, but she says like she never remarried after Raphael, and even though Gemma's an adult now and has a family of her own, she says that that's enough, like knowing that Gemma's heart still beats on and he's never far away. Like, she's a goddamn romantic, and I'm pretty sure it wasn't my irresistible charm that won her over, but how I can't seem to shut the fuck up about my girl. Yeah, so yeah, that's what I was talking. Like, she is the softness that makes people, like, that makes him more endearing by proxy, is that he's this ominous, towering monster of a man. But with Addie, everybody softens, and that means towards me too, because I am a sucker for her. I don't know. So he said that she's run this shop for 3 decades by herself, and on the 3rd year, her husband dropped dead. So let's say that they started this business when they were 20 to 30. That would mean that she's 50 to 60 now. And if her daughter's old enough to have, her daughter's old enough to have children and a family of her own. So I would guess, like, let's say 55. She's 55. She's like an old one. He mentioned her gnarled hands gripping the cup of tea that he brought her. So let's err on the side of aging. And let's say she's 60. We're going to say she's 60. And so she kind of plays with him. She's like, let me guess. Red roses? And he's like, careful. If you keep guessing right on stuff, how will I stay mysterious and sexy? And she's like, how many roses you want this time, Mr. Mysterious and Sexy? Unimpressed. She lies. She's so fucking impressed with me. She's 60. She's 60. Why? What do you think? What do you think? What do you think she wants to happen here? I hate this. I hate this fake ass semblance of a relationship or a friendship with somebody who isn't the object of his desires, because it's so hollow, just like everything else. So like, she rings him up for 4 dozen. He wants 4 dozen this time, and he talks about the register being old, and she refuses to let me buy her a new one. Why would you buy her a new one? You don't know this woman. And like, it's grasping at straws. Like, these people are nothing. Like, Zaid is a nothing character. He has nothing friendships with nothing to back them up, no substance at all. And Addie is the same. I mean, she has Daya, you need to get laid, best friend forever. But like, it's not a real friendship. There's no depth to it. There's no depth to any of this stuff. And so like, she just keeps throwing stuff at you to kind of distract from that. Like, oh, look, he cares about Mabel. She was at their wedding. He offered to buy her a new register. And then also he's like, well, I drew the line when she refused the register at her having no security. So he set up security cameras and stuff in her shop. Like, this is not your job to do. You don't know her. And also, like, the way that you are as a human being, just in general, like your whole characterization is just based around your need for control of everything. You didn't want to fall in love with Addie. You wanted to control her and the narrative and the whole future of your lives together. You don't want to care for Mabel because you care. You want to feel like a good guy and seem like a good guy, so you do all this dumb shit. It's not... Let's just move on. He has Jay go check on her sometimes, and there's like a thing set up that if a weapon walks into the store, it automatically pings him. And she also has like an emergency button under her desk that she accidentally hits all the time. Pain in my ass! Do any of you like the others? Like, you don't have to have this like gruff bullshit about everybody and then cover it up with like,
I know her favorite tea. Like, okay, but you kind of secretly hate her. You hate her. You talk horribly about her, her appearance. You say that she's a pain in your ass, and then you do it's so fucking forced and fake. It's so stupid. And then she like says something about how he better not be wasting her flowers. Like he doesn't know, or she doesn't know what he does with them all these years. If you waste my beautiful flowers, I'll have to stick you in the eye with one of those thorns you keep cutting off. I'm sorry, why aren't you cutting them off? Isn't that the job of the florist to make sure that the flowers do not have thorns on them? Okay. So then he like leans down, gets like right on her level, and is like, I play the she loves me not game with all of them. It's so funny. You know me. I refuse to give up until I get what I want. Sometimes that can take a few roses. You are insufferable. I agree, Mabel. Can you kill him for me, please? Thanks. She pretends to be unamused, but her eyes dance with mirth. If I see this word one more time, like, and I said something about it, like, I've never seen this word before, so I didn't know what it meant. It means amusement, but I have never seen it before, or at least if I saw it, I didn't notice it, or didn't, like, clock. It wasn't clocking to me that I was standing on business with mirth at the beach, but I said something about that the last time it popped up, and somebody was like, it's actually a pretty common word. Okay, I don't know everything all the time. Thanks. Sorry, I'm not mad at you, just mad at this book. Okay, so she gathers up a whole bunch of flowers and heads to the back of the house to get his damn roses. And she says, you better not be plucking them, because if you do, I'll pluck all the hairs off your head and say how you like it. And then he says, if she knew what I really do with some of those flowers, I think she'd beg me to rip off the petals instead. But I find the roses smell much better after Addie comes all over them. Blech! Shut up! Ooh, I want to fight you. Come here! It's just, first of all, nothing's happening, okay? What have we learned so far? Let's take a knee, okay? Nothing, because there's nothing to this. What we've learned is that they're still together and they're married, right? They're married. They are trying to conceive, it seems. Like, obviously, something's going on there. But they're also about to move in the small child who had blue eyes in the first book and now has brown, or it was brown first? I don't remember. Her eyes changed colors. Maybe she's just like her daddy and she has heterochromia. But there's a mural that she's commissioned to have her paint with a very heavy-handed, force-fed metaphor at the heart of the Red Riding Hood mural that they are commissioning this selectively mute, not legally blind, but blind enough artist from across the country to come and paint. And he is buying flowers. Discernment is missing. Like, I understand that she's successful. I understand. Okay. It's going well. Bravo. Happy for you. But I don't really write things down unless I have something. I feel like I have something to say. And I feel like that is not on the docket here. Did this need to be said? Did you put these all read like first drafts? Like, there's no thought, there's no research, there's no editing, there's typos in here. And like, does no one see them but me? Am I a ghost? Am I a ghost haunting Parsons Manor on the checkerboard floors? Because, you know, I've not only have I like self-published the poetry collection, but like I had a pretty successful little online mini business for a while. And when I would post things, because I would draw, you know, you see all this stuff back here, like the prints and the tapestries and stuff, and they say words on them. And sometimes when you've been drawing for so long, you kind of glaze over and you don't see some of the mistakes that you made. And I had people in my audience that cared enough about what the fuck I was doing to be like, hey, I don't know if you knew, but you misspelled the word anxious in this post. And I'm like, oh my God, thank you. Thank you for telling me. Took it down, fixed it, put it back up. One time, I used to send out Valentine's every February because I wanted to, like, I don't know. It's just such a commercialized holiday that kind of, it doesn't intend to, but it can make you feel very lonely if you don't have a very specific type of love going on in your life. And so I wanted to send out Valentine's to people who wanted a Valentine, but didn't necessarily like want a relationship or anything. I just thought it was a nice thing to do. And I did that for a few years. But one year I lettered the lyrics to Miley Cyrus's song Flowers. And I wrote, what did I say? I don't know. I ordered 1,000 of them. And when they got there, I realized that I spelled something wrong or I left a word out. I don't remember which one, but I had to throw away. And I probably didn't have to. It's the thought that counts or whatever, but like I care about the quality of my work and I care about people getting a quality product from me. So I just dipped into my own pockets. And because that was another thing, like I didn't charge for the Valentines, but people who wanted to donate towards like the stamp fund could. And so, you know, it kind of funded it because people were really generous and very kind and, you know, they pay it forward and I appreciate that. But so the funds that I raised for the stamp funds and all that went towards the stamps and also ordering the postcards. And then when they got there, I made the choice to scrap them and then dig into my own personal bank account and replace them with the fixed art. This is a website, yes, and the internet is forever or whatever, but your website is editable. Does no one else see this stuff? Like, why is no one saying like, hey, loved the new bonus chapter, but I just wanted to let you know that it's yin yang, not yin yang. That's the twins that sang Salt Shaker. And you said it's won't work. I just wanted to let you know, give you a heads up, but love the chapters, would love anything you write, keep it going. Like, why am I the only one seeing it? Why am I the only one seeing it? And I understand that it's like a bonus chapter or whatever, but like, again, I write blogs. And every now and then when I go back to my own blogs to like, I don't know, like draw off something that I've, like sometimes I circle back around, like I'll talk about a book that I already talked about. And so instead of like having to go back in and read it all over again, I have a refresher because I already wrote something about it. So I'll go back and I'll see like, ooh, I didn't mean to capitalize that, delete and fix it. No one has to know. I don't make a big announcement. I just see the problems and then I fix them on my own. Like I don't understand. I don't understand. Like there's a quality concern. And again, like, yeah, it's a free bonus thing on our website. Fine. My blogs are free. I don't want them to be full of typos, especially when I'm talking to you about writing quality. That seems counterintuitive. Like it works against itself. And I'm not perfect. I'm not AI. I am a person. So I do make mistakes. Like the friggin' postcards I just told you about, like the misspelling of the word anxious, which is the anxiety that sprung up from that. But I just don't understand. And this is not exclusive to this author. This is a thing that transcends genres. Like it is not limited to the dark romance. It's not limited to a certain like subsect of horror or anything like that. It's not only exclusive to self-published or independently published things. Like it's not. This is like a problem across the board. And again, I understand that people are human and will make mistakes, but there should be like parameters in place, editors on board, sets of eyes that run across these things to ensure that the least amount of mistakes happen. And on top of that, like we've talked about this before on my bindery, I believe I did like a video about how I rate things and how I decide what thing gets rated what, you know, whatever. And I know that like it's different for everybody. I have friends that will take an entire star away from their rating because of typos or misspellings or something like that. And I'm not that harsh if I'm having a good time and I think the story is well structured and the plot is good and the characters are good. Like if you have a lot of stuff going on, like kind of like at a potluck, you know, like there was a potluck that we had for like a holiday potluck a couple of years ago. And there were so many things. There was like spaghetti, there was cookies, there was gumbo, there was, you know, this really good dip with the chips. And so there's a lot of stuff. Okay. And one of the dishes, the gumbo, was burned because of the crock pot set. It was just wrong, right? So it had like a little burnt taste to it. And like that does not mean that the entire potluck was a disaster, an epic failure. I will never come over here again. And it didn't even mean that I didn't enjoy the gumbo. The spread was great. And everybody there was a good friend and a kind person. And we like each other and we like spending time together. And the food is just a bonus and an excuse to get together. Like bring a pasta, come over. And so like I didn't leave that party saying I never want to see these people again. I cannot believe that they messed up so bad on that gumbo. It was one thing, right? But like, you know, if I go to the potluck, this is a metaphor and it's rapidly losing me. It's running away from me, but you're with me. Okay. So if I go to a potluck and like everything's burned and everybody's in a bad mood and nobody's having any meaningful or even enjoyable conversations with one another. Everybody hates the other. They don't want to be there. There's bugs in the food. You know, there's no lighting. So it's like wandering around in the dark. Somebody spilled some of the burnt stuff on, like it's just a lot of shit over and over over and there's no end in sight, I would leave that potluck and be like, well, that was something, wasn't it? But like, if this was a good story, if it was well researched, if it felt like some of the characters had depth to them, if I believed that there was like enough time spent and connection built between these two and just all this other stuff, I wouldn't be so annoyed at the little typos and the misspeaking, the misuse of words like yin and yang, yin yang. I wouldn't mind that the little girl is obviously wise beyond her years with reading comprehension and interpreting symbolism. I wouldn't be upset that her eyes are two different fucking colors from book to book. I wouldn't care because it would still be fun and it would still be well done in a way that kind of overshadows any of the negative little things that pop up along the way. However, that's not what we have here. We have like no plot, bad relationship dynamics, abuse and victimization of women that leads to a happily ever after somehow. The characterization being like splotchy and just inconsistent across the board. Not even just in the blatant ways that like their eyes change color. Like Gigi's hair was blonde in Haunting Adeline, and then she's got black hair in Phantom. I wouldn't have such hang-ups if I got a fucking second to breathe in between all of the shit. Like I just can't ever come up for air. And it's just so exhausting. And like I said, this isn't exclusive to this author or even this genre. This is a thing that happens with a lot of these like quick turnaround books that they are just trying to publish books. They are not trying to write the great American novel. And I don't think that you necessarily have to either to be valued in your field, because art is subjective and there's something for everybody. And good, these people that like this, good for you. You've got plenty. Oh my God, the meals that she's serving you. Mwah. But like, I don't appreciate, as somebody who understands what it is to cultivate an audience, to build a community, to have people that look to you for like art or expression in some kind of a way, because that's the job of the creative, right? Is to convey and communicate and express thoughts, feelings, ideas, and experiences in a way that people who aren't as creative aren't able to, so that you look at it, you read it, and you say, wow, me too. Or, oh, that's me. That's so me. That speaks to me. But even if there was a message like this in here, which I've heard, that it's very therapeutic for some people who are victims of things like this, like, fine, that's none of my business how you choose to deal with your stuff and heal from it and whatever, like coping or whatever. But like, it just doesn't work for me, I guess. All that to say, doesn't really work for me. But I hope that this worked for you. I can't believe that I've recorded this long, gone on for this long. Actually, I can't. I'm a bit of a yapper. But like, we haven't even cracked the surface of this. And it's a bonus. Oh God.
Hi. Me again, ready for a little break? I'm going to read you something that is going to send Natalie into a tailspin should she ever watch this version of this video. You may know Natalie and I are big Sleep Token fans, and recently I, who has never read Haunting Adeline and who has only consumed Haunting Adeline through watching Natalie's content, got a comment about how Haunting Adeline is brought up on Book Talk, accompanied by Sleep Token songs, which I have done a video about how Book Talk uses Sleep Token songs and how that makes me not happy. You can do what you want. I just don't love it. Natalie and I don't love this, and I got a comment recently about it that I have not shown her because she's been sick. So Natalie, if you're watching this, I'm sorry, but I'm also not sorry. Here we go. As a Sleep Token listener, I literally had no idea that Sleep Token was a part of Book Talk until I went to Hot Topic to buy Sleep Token merch. First of all, Sleep Token is not a part of Book Talk. Sleep Token is co-opted. We can't do this right now. This isn't even my video. I walked to the section with the merch and ran into two ladies a little older than 35. Oh, I've never felt older. Asking about how I heard about Sleep Token. I explained that I've been listening to them for a couple years because of an old bandmate I had back then. One responded, "That's awesome. I found out about them through Haunting Adeline." And it literally took everything in me to keep a smile and not groan. I literally stood there in shock because imagine being told that your favorite band is a part of a section of the internet you try to stay away from. On TikTok especially. The fact that Haunting Adeline is the gateway to Sleep Token is okay. It's fine. Anyways, I just wanted you guys to be as devastated about that as I was. Let's get back into these bonus chapters. Thanks for listening.
Get ready with me to read more of the Haunting Adeline bonus content.
It's a belonging that not even science can argue.
But I can. How are you? I was good, and then I came up here. Just kidding. Happy to be here with you. Hope you're having a good day. Today, we are going to continue our reading journey with the bonus content on H.D. Carlton's website, which includes an anniversary chapter with Adeline and Zaid, characters from the very well-known, very successful Haunting Adeline Cat and Mouse duology. There's 5 books in the series. Can we not? Something else I've noticed in like the Q&A section on this extras page on her, I don't know why I did that, extras page on her website is people are asking, is Rio gonna get a book? Are the Basilisk Brotherhood gonna get a book? Can Sibby have a book? Can the ketchup stain on the roof of her car have a book? Can y'all please? Not everybody needs a book. Actually, I'd argue none of these people need books. But you know what? Good for you. You built a world out of nothing, and people are ravenous for more of it. Honestly, it's a brilliant marketing strategy. Okay, let's see how long I can make it before my blood pressure causes me to quit. So, where we last left off, where did we last leave off? We had like an Addie chunk and Zaid was at the flower shop, right? I find the roses smell much better after Addie comes all over them. Yes, yes, yes. It's all coming screaming back to me now. All right, so we switch back to Addie's POV. I would say thank you, but neither of these POVs are very good. All right, let's get started. So they are, apparently she and Zaid are at his warehouse style factory type house thing, and it's pristine. And she's asking him, like, why don't you sell it? Basically, assumedly, because he lives with her now, so he doesn't really need it. But she also says that it's filled to the brim. They're in their office area, his office area. And she says, it's filled to the brim with computers and devices. You don't say. Computers and devices. Wow. Wonders never cease. So again, assuming that he lives with her now in Parsons Manor, he doesn't need this old whatever it is, even though he only uses it now to help the Basilisk Brotherhood with something. He comes here every now and then to do something. You know, Addie, I really just don't understand your whole approach to dating a superhuman hacker criminal guy, because I feel like, as somebody who appreciates a good true crime story and mess, and I like to be nosy, I'm a nosy person, I have questions for this man, and I don't even know him, nor do I want to, but you have willingly, well, not always willingly, entered into a relationship with him, and you don't want to know what he's up to? You don't have follow-up questions about what he's doing in his office with the Basilisk Brotherhood? No? Cool. Yeah. That's dumb. Thanks. And then also, while we're here, while we're on this little sidebar, let's do another one. Do y'all remember that in the first book, Haunting Adeline, they had like little chapter heads that identified which one of them was the POV that we were in? And I think Zaid's was like the shadow or something edgy and dark and mysterious and cryptic like that. But I remember what Addie's is because it was the manipulator. I can manipulate the mind of anyone who lets me. That's riveting. And also, not manipulation if they let you. That's not how that works. And, you know, traveling through this entire whatever the fuck series this is, like, I've been here for a while with these people. She's not very manipulative. She's not very smooth. She's not very charismatic. I mean, it says one time that while she was at some sort of big wig, upper echelon PDF file mega mansion, that she had all of them eating out of the palm of her hand. But I don't believe you, just the way I don't believe you when you tell me how big Zaid's stingling is. Like, the more you say it, the more you go on and on about it, the less I believe you. It's just, it gives the same energy of like, hey, Seth, you've made out, right? Yeah. Like, I make out like all the time. I made out with like 12 girls yesterday in first period, and their tongues were like down my esophagus. They were lodged in my trachea. Like, I make out a lot. I've touched 3 boobs. Sure, Jan. But the manipulator thing is really funny to me because the whole time I'm sitting here reading this, knowing that this woman is about as charismatic and manipulative as a pair of shoes on the front porch that are drying because I walked through mud. And it's a moniker that she gave herself
because she's an author. Of course she is. And she can manipulate the worlds and the relationships and twist things up and make these stories come out of nowhere. And not only do we never see her, is she gonna write? Have we ever seen her write anything or just whisper about it? But now we have her in her house being a domestic little partner to Zaid, and a seemingly harmless 20-something, I can only assume, mural artist from across the country comes to stand on her front porch. Her name's Tommy. And Tommy is either non-selectively mute or selectively mute. They're not the same thing, but she is described as both. She's also not blind, but she is. But she's not really blind. And she also has, like, I think it's called nystagmus, something about rapid eye twitching back and forth involuntary movements that is common in albinism, but she doesn't have albinism. And she literally, Adeline commissioned her to be there. And Tommy shows up and she's an awkward, bumbling fool. Like, oh, I'm so sorry, I forgot. Thank you for liking my house. 5 construction workers died here. Oh, I shouldn't have said that. What happened? I thought you were a manipulator. I thought you were the master manipulator. Or at least you thought so. I know that you're full of shit. I've known that for a while. We've known that for a while.
Hello from the void. I just thought of something else just right off the bat. The first thing that we see her do is talk about having to threaten Zaza and go back and forth and call her every single day for 2 weeks, basically stalking and harassing her from across the country just to get an old woman to give her the name of the mural artist that worked on the mural at her coffee shop. Once again, I ask you, where is this master manipulator of which you speak? Because you couldn't even manipulate the name of a mural artist out of the mouth of an old woman that has never met you before. Where is it? It's so utterly ridiculous, first of all. And then on top of that, it is inconsistent characterization, poor continuity in a story that you wrote, so therefore bad writing. I cannot handle how stupid and bad this is. What a delicious bonus chapter. Thank you so much. All right, back to it.
So anyway, they're at his office / house / warehouse / whatever. Oh no. Okay, so I said, why aren't you asking follow-up questions about what he does for work, right? If I would have read on and shut my trap, I would have seen her say, some complex shit that I don't have the comprehension to fully understand. That's embarrassing. I keep out of the technical shit and stick to the part that I'm good at. Are you good at something? Oh my God! Is she good? Are we finally gonna have her be good at something? Joining him on missions and helping him take down rings. What? Which they have apparently decided to slow down on in preparation for Sarah's arrival, and while he helps the Basilisk Brotherhood with whatever he's doing. What do you mean Sarah's arrival? You were just talking about how you had her on Halloween out here dressed like an evil Red Riding Hood wolf consumer and getting strange looks from the neighborhood parents for letting her dress up as the villain. Where is she? Oh God, I don't have the comprehension to be able to keep up with all that technical stuff. I just take down the bad guys. So you're a super, I don't understand your job. I don't understand. I can't cry. I can't. Okay, stop. We just did our skincare. Ooh, I just get all worked up because this is your character. Like, you literally built her from nothing. And instead of making her into something, you just kept her nothing. You just kept her nothing, saying edgy bitch shit, and there's nothing going on. There's no light behind her eyes. There's no promise in her voice. When was she said to be dumb, too? Like, I just don't understand. Like, I thought she was the manipulator. In order to be a manipulator, like somebody who can actively manipulate and twist the whims of other people around her at any given moment, you have to kind of be a little sharp. You have to be aware, like you have to pick up intuitively on energies and vibes, and you have to seek out the people that you know you can do this with, and you have to know just where to go and how to get there to get them to bend to your whims. You know, like I don't have the comprehension to fully understand, really. So you know you're dumb. So this is the self-awareness chapter that we were missing. Is like she knows that she's dumb, but then at the same time she's like, I help him take down rings. When were you specialized to do that? Y'all had one little training session that we saw where he taught you how to defend yourself. And then in hunting Adeline, you do help him go on a couple of sting operations or whatever the hell you want to call them. I don't know. It's too much for me to comprehend. And you weren't good at that. You weren't good at that either. Oh God, I don't even care. Who cares? So they're at the warehouse / house /
beach / home / pub. And she's there because she just couldn't sit still, right? She's been buzzing around the manor all morning. Like, Tommy's working on the mural and charcoal pencil, getting it sketched up on the wall, and it's going really well so far. It's amazing. She's amazing. And Addie was like deep cleaning everything except for the attic because fuck that. And then, like, what are we doing? You're living a life of domesticity and washing loads of laundry for the new child that you've decided that you should be responsible for, and, you know, getting her room all set up, cleaning the manor, stuff like this. But you still have to be the most insufferable person. Like, can you imagine if I vlogged like this? Good morning. Welcome back to Vlogmas. If you even care, my name is Natalie Megan. I'm a manipulator of worlds, and today we're going to manipulate the angel tree at my grandmother's nursing home. Those old biddies won't know what hit them when I show them the waffle knit long sleeve shirts that I got them in multiple colors. Hell yeah! I'm at Walmart right now looking for the oat milk that I need to have my mandatory cup of coffee every morning because my tummy does not tolerate lactose. I need you to be for real. You know what, honestly, maybe this is on me. Maybe I'm missing out. This should be what coffee. Like, I can't deal with this shit. I know. It's just so stupid. It's always so stupid and shallow and stupid. And I can't keep, there's not enough adjectives. And the way, I talked about this in the last one. They haven't started doing it yet, but I know that they will. The way they talk about people that they claim to love and care for is so grimy and annoying. It's like, why are you trying to pretend like you don't care about these people to me, the reader? Like, the whole thing is a romance, right? There's a happily ever after. And the whole time you're interacting with anyone, you hate them the whole time. I can't do this again today. I just can't do it. So yeah, she talks about how ever since she escaped Francesca's hell house, he moved in unwilling to leave her side. And, you know, she didn't want him to leave either. They haven't really had a conversation about it, but they've kind of become content of what this is, which is Parsons Manor is our home. Great. Zaid sits at his desk beside me, his fingers flying over the keyboard a million miles a minute, working across various programs that look like they're written in the lost language of Atlantis. You are a writer. Why are you impressed with him being able to type 80 words per minute? Shouldn't you be able to type 80 words per minute? Let me do a typing test real quick. I have an injured finger still, okay? Oh, fun. Okay, let's see. Let's do a 30-second test. Let's do medium difficulty, okay? I used to work at a call center, by the way, so I had to type a lot of things. So let's go.
Working with videos can be...
You know what's frustrating? Oh my God, 75 words per minute. She is a professional. Oh my God, a million miles an hour. Shut the fuck up. You're also, unless she is doing this Joseph Smith style, where she is dictating to someone who's writing down every word of every novel that she's ever written, although we've never really seen her write a novel, so she may be manipulating us as we speak. Why are you impressed with this? Okay, so this little back and forth that they're about to have that I'm about to share with you just confirms that she's not good at the job that she said she's doing with him, taking down rings. So, you know, she's watching him type a bazillion miles per minute, and she's like, you know, you can move all this stuff into Parsons Manor. Like, it seems like this is just being wasted here. This is the only room that you use in the whole facility because, you know, you're at home with me all the time. And, you know, he's like, I don't like people touching my shit. You have any idea how difficult it would be to move all this stuff? Once was enough for me, and it's just a 20-minute drive. Cool. And she goes on. She's like, well, it just seems silly that you're wasting all the other space because you only use this room. And he goes, it has its uses. And she's like, are you sneaking people in here and torturing them without me? And he says, every time I've brought you in, you'd get impatient and end up killing them before we got all the info we needed. That was only 3 times. They were annoying. Whipping my arms out defensively. That was only 3 times. They were annoying. She's 12. No wonder he likes her. I don't have time to unpack that today. But, you know, I just find it to be very funny that part of the job of taking down these rings, which she said is the only reason that he asks her to help, because she's helping him take down those rings. Part of taking them down is getting information on the rings so that you know where they are, how many people are there, what to expect, all these other things. And the one job that she is said to help him do, she's also not good at. So we still, 5 books later and a bonus chapter, and we still don't have any feasible thing that we can latch onto that Adeline is actually good at. Maybe one day. Okay. He also casually mentions that he has fond memories here. And she, of course, turns this into a conversation that only an insecure tween would have. You better be talking about killing people and not doing other women. And he's like, there's not another woman in existence that I have memories with except you, baby. This is where I chopped off Arch's hands. Y'all remember that, right? He was stalking her in book 1 and told her that if she let anybody else touch her that he was going to make them pay. And she willingly brought back a man to her home and then let him finger pop her in a room made entirely of glass. And then the man's hands showed up in a box on her porch the next day. Yeah, we remember that. That was so fun. That's so fun. One of my favorite memories of them together. I'm going to try to read these sentences normal. I'm not going to give them any sort of I'm just going to read it to you, okay? I'm going to try to, that was really fucked up of you, you know that? I berate. You do realize you're a goddamn psychopath for that, right? But the thing is that that's one of the kickers, right? Is that when you are writing, you can convey tone without pushing it. And I've had comments before, they're like, of course it sounds silly when you read it like that. No, it's silly, and that's why I read it like that. This is, what do you want me to say? I lean back in my car and see the stain of ketchup. How did I manage to get ketchup up there? That's stupid. Without the voice. None of this needs the voice. The voice helps me get through. The voice is really about me. This is about me. Again, we have a little chunk of exposition where she just is so charming. There's not a single atom in Zaid's body that gives a fuck. I know this. When he ignores me and starts typing again, I only grow more irritated that he's not on his knees groveling. Something he'd do, but only because I asked him to, not because he means it. Dickhead. Okay. So they have a little chat about, because she's staring daggers at him and he must feel her heated gaze because he slowly slides his over to meet hers. And she's like, that doesn't make it okay. It was so not okay. Which is an understatement, I fear. And he's like, well, you know what was not okay is you letting him touch, By the time he finishes, his eyes have darkened and his voice has deepened into a menacing growl. It stays there, if you ask me. My heart skips a beat, then takes off. She should see a cardiologist for sure. Her heart is doing just too many things, and it's not a normal heart pattern. It skips a beat, then palpitates. It skips a beat, then takes off. If I didn't know any better, I would guess he arches a brow in the near future. Her heart is skipping a beat and taking off, right? And so she says, if it was sentient, I imagine it'd call me a idiot before running off to hide somewhere. Working to swallow, I force steel into my spine. I've seen... Oh! Oh! This is proof that I haven't read this yet, in case you were wondering. Hold on. Why don't I keep tissues up here? All right. Okay, you ready? Working to swallow, I force steel in my spine. I've seen this man's hairy ass crack. I refuse to let him intimidate me. Oh, whoa. We all know the rhyme. Sticks and stones may break my bones, but words can never hurt me. We know that, casual. We tell the little rhyme to children so that they know that if somebody says something mean to them, that it really has no power over them, right? But I don't think the person who wrote that lovely little line has ever read anything like this, because words can hurt. They really, really, really can. I almost chopped my finger off the other day, and that hurt. I'm not saying it didn't. It's still kind of weird little tinglies in it. But this also hurts, and it's a hurt that will linger long after. Very similar to the injury, actually. I can't believe we're doing that thing now that H.D. Carlton loves to do, which is just repeat chunks, whole chunks of plot, story, setup, discourse, conversation, dialogue. Like, we've already been through it, and I don't know why I need to go through it again. I feel like if you would have just cooked at all with this, you could have come up with a bonus chapter that actually gave something that we didn't already get. Hello, editing me here from the void once again. I just keep thinking about this more and more, and the more time I spend with it, the more nonsense I come up with. It's wild to me. Like I just said, there was no cooking involved. She just gave us more of the same, repeating scenes that we've already seen and throwing things in here unnecessarily and doing nothing with it. For example, I've been thinking about the mural artist Tommy and how she gave her so much presence in this bonus chapter. And now that I'm in the future and I've finished the whole thing, we don't even get to hear about what the mural looks like at the end. Like, she introduced this character, this whole little side quest with Zaza, the cranky old witch that she had to stalk in order to get Tommy's name. And then Tommy is here and she's portrayed as selectively mute, but also not selectively mute, and blind, but not really blind, and all these other things. And she's got her hair tucked back, a big bag full of stuff. And she's like, I see the wolf in myself too. And I'm not going to be able to paint what people want. I paint what I see. And then we don't even get to hear about what the mural ends up looking like. We don't hear why Tommy said that she thinks she's also the wolf. We don't hear any of this anymore, which is just a further example of how bad this writing is. And again, she's successful, so I guess if the formula works, there's no reason to fix it if it's not broken. But why introduce this just to give us nothing while also continuing to give us slop that we've already read multiple times? I just don't understand what. I don't know. I gotta go. So they're talking about, she was like, you better not be talking about doing other women, and arches hands. We've already lived through these things. Why must we do it again? The hairy ass crack was new. Okay, I will give you that. And I didn't want it. And so, maybe I'll just be quiet and be happy with what we get. But then she goes on to be like, you act like you haven't slept with other women. And he's like, not since I laid eyes on you. Like, it's some sort of a gotcha moment. And then she says, we made eye contact in that bookstore for 2 seconds and I didn't see you again until you were standing outside my window like a creep. That doesn't count. My hands flail as I rant, giving him the most incredulous look I can muster. Can you imagine? Hold on. I don't want to knock the thing. Let me say it again. We made eye contact for 2 seconds in a bookstore, and then the next time I saw you, you were standing outside my window like a creep. It does not count. I'm just not built for this. But God gives his toughest battles to his strongest soldiers. Actually, this soldier picks her own battles and say, this is a hell of my own making. So all of this is her being upset that he's done this and wanting an apology for it now. It's been 2 years, 3 maybe, and he lives in your house. Why haven't you already had this conversation? She's like, I want an apology. It was a traumatic thing that you did to me, that you caused. And she also says, like, if I had done this to you, you would have written me off as a weirdo. And he's like, no, after I would have tracked you down and found out who you were, I would have listened because of how pretty you are, whatever. Oh, he's so sweet. Oh my God, he's a dreamboat. And she's like, I'm not you. So this is like, what is this? What? I don't know. And yes, it was a traumatic event that he did to her, that he inflicted on her. But I don't understand, because it's not, how do I say this? It's not that she shouldn't want or need him to feel some sort of guilt or shame or apologize to her for the things that he has done. That's a valid thing when someone hurts you in some sort of a way. Now, this is obviously extreme, but when somebody hurts you, you do kind of want an apology. You don't always get them, but you want one because it means that they feel bad about what they did to you or whatever. I don't have to explain apologies to you, but I'd argue that allowing him to continue, and like there isn't really much of a choice that she has because he's not going to leave her alone. He's shown that. He's literally her stalker. It was like a weird setup where he stalked her into submission, and finally she's just like, cool, it's not a big deal. So sure, like, but in a real kind of thing where if he, let's say he, like, I don't know, didn't bring her a smoothie home from the smoothie place once. He just didn't think that she might want one, and he only got one for himself. Super selfish. How could you? And she wants an apology for that. That's normal. I don't know what I'm talking about. And she's like, I'm never going to win this argument because his defense is you didn't listen to me. So that's why Arch lost his hands, because he's insane, because he's an abuser. And so, yeah, you aren't going to win this argument. So if you need him to feel bad for what he did, I don't think it takes a rocket scientist to know he's not going to, because he thinks that it's your fault because he's a narcissist, and that's what they do. They deflect and they gaslight, and every single thing that you do is the root cause of all of their bad choices and actions. That's what narcissistic abuse looks like from what I've read. And she's like so fidgety after this because like she's not going to win this argument. So she picks up some random gadget. You remember computers and devices. She didn't mention the gadgets, but she picks one up and just starts hitting buttons. And he's like, hey, cut it out. You may be setting off bombs for all you know. And she's like, if I'm setting off bombs, they probably deserve it. Okay. So anyway, he takes the gadget from her and he doesn't apologize, but he's like, I'm not going to say sorry for that because I'm not a liar. But what I will say is that I probably could have handled my anger a little bit better. And she's like, wow, you sound like you got that right out of a therapy book. Have you ever been accused of plagiarism? And then she sees him like staring at her, because that's apparently all he ever really does, is either he alternates between staring and abusing her. And she says, he's weighing a million different scenarios, ranging between ignoring me, returning to whatever he's doing on the computer, to chasing me down and slapping my ass until it's purple, to calling my mom and telling on me. I bet you anything that Serena just wants to be left the fuck alone in this whole thing. Y'all are insane. My daughter's insane. My mom was a little insane. Her mom was insane. I can't be doing all this. Leave me the fuck alone. Serena. With an A or with an E, who's to say the name changes from book to book? While my father still treats us like we don't exist, and we're perfectly content with that, him and my mom actually talk on the phone now, and somehow he's convinced her to take his side when he complains to her about the latest personality I've introduced him to. According to the two of them, I have 12 so far. That is some quirky, silly shit. You guys are quirky, silly bitches. This is another aspect of like an abusive partner, like making other people, like you're saying it, you're presenting it very playfully, like, oh, they think I have 12 personalities and 10 heads and 17 fingers. Cute. Grow the fuck up. 1, 2, this is an abuse tactic where they isolate you from your family and kind of coordinate everybody to think that you're the problem. But yeah, oh my God, 12 personalities, girl. I have 13. All of them hate you. Okay, so we end this little chunk of Addie stuff where she just kind of leaves the room and tries to act like she's not bothered, but she super duper is. It's not her fault that she has emotional range and he acts like a goddamn caveman, and she's pretty sure that the only buttons that she managed to push were his. Oh, I set off a bomb, all right. I'll pay for that later. And it would be cute if he wasn't abusive. Because, like, again, this isn't... I said this in the first one, like, if I said I'm so hungry I could eat a village of children, that's obviously a joke because I'm not a cannibal. I don't do that. But if Jeffrey Dahmer said it, you need to call the authorities. Like, he may be kidding, he may not. This man is abusive. So when you say that you're going to have to pay for pushing his buttons later, like, I know that you think that you're giving, like, silly, kinky, dark little, ooh, I'm going to pay for that later, boop, boop. But what you're actually giving is concern for me and your health and well-being, because he is an abusive person. He also does say, you keep it up, I might have Arch frozen on ice back here, and I'll send you his tongue since you run yours so much, or whatever. I don't know. This is so fun. That's really the bottom line here, because Stone Cold said so. So we're still in Addie's POV, just a new one. And they're still at the warehouse /house /beach /home /pub /office /torture, whatever. I don't know. They're still there. Don't really know why we needed to break this up. But, this is a common theme that we see in a lot of these books. Love it. I love that. Uh-oh. With the amount of monitors peppered through Zaid's place, it's like walking through the house of mirrors at Satan's affair. I don't know if you guys know, but a house of mirrors is like a house, right? And inside of the house, it's just filled with mirrors, right? Are you with me? Do I need to say that again? I know that that's really complicated. I did say that we have yet to see Adeline writing. It's like she can hear my thoughts. Several hours have passed since I left Zaid alone, and the only work I've accomplished is a few measly 100 words in my current manuscript, an accidental 2-hour nap, and mindlessly scrolled through social media since I awoke 10 minutes ago. Super productive. If that sentence, paragraph, chunk is any indication of your writing chops as an author, I would like to request you pick a different thing. Like, you're literally not very good at anything. My latest novel, When a God Falls, hit new records in sales, so the pressure to write a second book has become overwhelming, which means there are many days I spend not writing at all. Oh no, writer's block. Shucks, maybe you should quit. Zaid shows up to see if she's still struggling with her work. I'm still struggling with her work. And she's like, I'm playing a game on my phone and I don't want to work because this book sucks. And the sooner that everybody understands that, the better. I agree. So he grabs her laptop and starts seeing where she left off. It didn't take long for Zaid to read every one of my books and become my sounding board. He learned my world almost better than me. That probably isn't difficult. I guarantee you it's not. He was perfect to bounce ideas off of. Whether I was starting a new series and building a world from scratch or continuing a series where he remembered all the little details from the previous books, he's right there to work through things when I hit a wall. Sometimes I just need to talk things out before the solution becomes clear. Other times we're standing at my whiteboard drawing graphs, diagrams, and stick figure scenes to get solved. He's incredibly skilled with asking the right questions to get me where I need to be. Yet another talent he annoyingly possesses. So he's better at your job than you are. And I want you to look into my eyeballs. Not a single cell in my body believes that there is anything to these books that you write. You can tell me that they're bestsellers. You can tell me that you stand up and you draw graphs and stick figure problems and stuff. You don't need that. I know that you don't, because I'm reading it right now. This is like very obviously, and I said this in the first review that I ever made, this is like a self-insert, and I don't think it's that complicated. I know it's not. What genre does she write? When a God Falls? Okay, so they're stranded in the Whispering Forest. Is she writing fantasy? This is a fantasy. That is hilarious. And their map and most of their supplies are destroyed after this last encounter with a... What is that? What is that word? I'm afraid to look. I'm afraid to go on. Okay, a Nukkalavi, horse-like demon from Orcadian folklore. She's writing fantasy. Fantasy girlies! Ilaria has a dislocated shoulder, which Kato can easily fix. And he has a claw mark slashed over his chest, and he's a big, sexy badass. Eye roll. And can handle it for now. Infection's a concern, but it isn't enough to debilitate him, so we're not too concerned about their wounds, just more so how to get out. This is fun. I'm having fun. I think that this is great. Real solid work you've gotten done here. Honestly, it sounds like more interesting than this book, but who cares what I think? Nobody. I don't really understand. So she's pouting. Obviously, she's hitting a wall with her writing, and that's very frustrating, I understand. But she's pouting in a way that is just not appealing in any sort of a way. So she's like, yeah, they're lost in the forest the size of Texas, and now it's up to me to figure out how to get them out. What do I do? Have them click their heels, say it's no place like home, call for a dragon? I don't understand what to do. Now it's my responsibility. Yeah, it's your job. Other times they take on a life of their own and do whatever the hell they want to do, no matter how hard I fight to rein them back in. But of course, the times you want them to work shit out themselves, they're silent and staring at you with puppy dog eyes. They're fictional. You wrote them out of nothing. They're nothing. But not to me. So I don't really, she's real dumb. That's really the moral of all of this. And he comes up with something so simple, she's upset that she didn't think of it. He was like, well, there's a magical path and it only appears when they have the map. Maybe something else can trigger it, like a plant native to the area. And she's like, oh my God, that's so simple. The suggestion is so incredibly simple that a prepubescent child could think of it. Why didn't you ask Sarah? Let Sarah write your book. Sarah seems to understand storytelling in a way that you simply do not. Bestseller, my ass. Oh, he arches a brow. Take a shot. Take a clink. Oh, okay. So anyway, she's like, do you just not have any flaws? You know, whatever. And so she has a completely different idea about something to do with like the dragon's blood, and I don't know. It's not important enough for me to continue on, but he's like, sounds like you got it figured out, baby. Good for you. I cannot believe, like, that might be the most ridiculous thing in this whole series. And there's plenty to choose from, I'll tell you. But the fact that she writes fantasy, why would that be the genre that she chose? Her love of Gothic architecture and literature and her Gigi and her stalker romance and her fantasy? There's a dragon in a magical forest path? That doesn't seem right. No wonder you're bad at it. It's completely outside of your character. And then we get some sort of lame ass little sentence about how much she cares about him. I inhale his leather and spice scent like oxygen, overcome with a feeling I'll never know outside of him. It's beyond comfort and beyond a sense of home. Those are things I can find in Daya or Sibby. No. Surely not the mentally ill 20-something-year-old who dry humps mannequins. Okay. Whew. Hold it together. But with Zaid, it's like two cells fusing together. Our biological makeup is designed to be together, and if separated, we're unable to thrive. It's a belonging that not even science can argue. But I can. You're stressed and you have a lot on your mind. He softly runs his fingers through my hair. My eyes flutter closed, melting into a puddle of goo against him. How often are you in a solid/liquid goo-ish form? Is this Flubber? Is this a subplot to Flubber? Was this the first draft of Flubber and they were like, absolutely not, come back when it's about basketball? Do you think she'll be happy? What are we talking about? Who are we talking about? Where are we? I think she's been waiting for you her whole life, just like me. Oh, right. Okay, so that's where she is, the sanctuary. Remember, he set up some sort of socialist compound commune community thing where all the victims of trafficking that he finds and rescues, because he's such a good guy, he puts them there if they have nowhere else to go. And that's where Sarah is. We're talking about Sarah. It wasn't clear, but that's what we're talking about. And she's become comfortable there. People read to her at night. She has friends. We're taking her away from all of that. And okay, we've taken every step possible to integrate her into our lives and make her comfortable first. We're taking it slow with her and having bonded with her for the past year. We've made sure she's ready before moving her in, and she is ready, Addie, because she understands. And we're not taking her away from anything. Her routine will change, and it'll take adjusting, but her friends Ruby, Katerina, Jillian, they're not going anywhere. I'm sure we'll be drowning in the sleepovers within the month. Keep these children and people away from this man. What the fuck? I have no prior experience with children, and while I don't necessarily dislike them, I've never been overly fond of them either. Great. I'm so glad that you're adopting a child then. That sounds like the perfect setup. I couldn't think of a better person. A person who doesn't really care and you've avoided them your whole life. Grab one up. That's a great idea. Oh my God. She's worried because not only will Sarah be there, but her friends will be too. So that's kids that she just did not sign up to have. But she's going to be the one chasing them. Actually, no, she and Zaid won't be the one chasing them. The ghosts love a good chase. What ghosts? There are no ghosts. Shut the fuck up. I think I've sent a view of my organs into failure from stressing about how irresponsible it is to move a child into a haunted house. Zaid's convinced he can fist fight ghosts, so he's not much help. So I've resorted to verbal threats. These ghosts are imaginary. They are not real. And also, the fist fighting ghost thing is so funny because I was listening to a podcast the other day and they were talking about the Bell Witch. It was the last podcast on the left, if anybody cares. They were talking about the Bell Witch. And there is maybe the first ever documented case of a ghost hunting bro that shows up at this haunted cabin in rural Tennessee, early America, and wants to fist fight the ghosts. It's a really good episode. And it's local because of Tennessee and everything. So it's extra fun. But that is so insane. Why are you and not only that, it makes me think of Zach Baggins and the way he acts when there's ghosts in the room that he's investigating. And that's just an extra layer of douchery added to Zaid's character. I love that. That's so great. Did you know that Zach Baggins was dating one of the Playboy playmates, Holly, and he cheated on her and he blamed it on a ghost? Very Zaid of you. There have been several occasions where I've pointed my finger at empty air and warned them that if any of them dare to touch a single hair on her body, I'm not afraid to pull up a YouTube video on how to exorcise a ghost, whip out a Bible and holy water, and evict their ass out. If you can make a monster happy, you can make an angel happy too, little mouse. All right, so that's the end of that whole chunk. And then we have another Addie chunk. Are we still at the same place? No, okay, so Addie is back at home and she is steamed at BFF Daya because she was supposed to come over and they were supposed to watch this new horror movie that just released, and she has been blabbering about nonstop, but all of a sudden somebody needs her help and she can't come. And Zaid is up in Portland helping the Basilisk Brotherhood. And again, I just want to say it is wild to me that she writes fantasy when she has over and over and over again told us about about all of the dark stuff, the media, the costumes, the Halloween holiday that she enjoys. Why would you write fantasy? I understand that people can have more than one interest, but it just really does not make any fucking sense. Hold the hell on. So now here I sit alone watching a new slasher film that released last week, and I'm anxious as hell. My insides are also on fire with my thighs clenched tightly and flushed cheeks, but that's besides the point. The correct phrase is beside the point? Besides the point. No, my kids are coming home, so I'm trying to finish this before they get here. She's giving us a full rundown of the plot of the movie, which, again, sounds believable if she were writing a book like this, but she's not. She's writing a fantasy with dragons and magical forests. But she's more on edge than usual, being alone in the house. All the lights are off. The trees are, like, whipping up against the windows. And apparently this is the first scary movie she's watched alone in the mansion. Okay. Yeah. Okay. The movie. Yeah. More about the movie. Great, great, great. I jump, slapping my hand over my eyes as a loud squeal leaks from my lips. Ew! Instantly, I clear my throat and pull my hand away, then attempt to act like I'm a total badass bitch who fears nothing and wasn't 2 seconds away from pissing myself. Oh, it wouldn't be a Carlton novel if we weren't talking about pee, would it? No. So she's still watching the movie. She's got her knees all tucked up close to her because she's a scaredy cat and she's worried about the ghost judging her for being a little bitch about everything. And she no longer sees the hot guy in a gas mask on the screen, but Zayd instead. So she's clenching her thighs together and, what was that? I thought I saw something out of the corner of my eye. I thought I heard a floorboard creak. Your house is haunted, is it not? Like, see, even she doesn't believe that there's ghosts in here. So she's still watching the movie. She's explaining it to us in great detail, which again just shows that she would be much more capable of writing a novel like this, but whatever. And she hears another thump in her kitchen and she's like freaking out. I'm frozen solid, but my mind is screaming at me to grab my phone, call Zayd, and tell him that if he doesn't teleport here in 2 fucking seconds, he will not have the privilege of me haunting him as a ghost. And when he inevitably follows me, I will spend the rest of my afterlife avoiding him and hang out with Zaza instead. Do y'all remember Zaza? Yeah. The fucker can kiss my incorporeal ass for leaving me alone one night. A serial killer comes out of a movie and murders me. So she's scared. The movie's over. She calls Zayd. He doesn't answer. It goes to voicemail. And she says, "You're dead. You're going to wish you were dead." Man, I wish he was. I wish you both were. And then she's like, I've never been this scared of the ghost before, but maybe that's because they haven't really left the attic before. Is that true? I don't feel like that's true, but okay. So she's worked herself up into a little frenzy and she's like, you know what? I'm going to go to Daya's even if she's not there. I'm not staying in this house anymore. Actually, I'm selling it. No, I'm not selling it. I'm going to let it rot here because that's what you guys deserve. Isn't your like grandmother and great grandma, aren't they both here? And 5 construction workers who built the house, they died for nothing, for no reason. Why do they deserve that? But anyway, she goes around the corner and there is someone in her house standing there by the front door, silhouetted by the moonlight. Oh, it's Zayd. I thought we were going to get some actual like drama, like scary, spooky tension, high stakes. Like there's somebody in the house that's maybe coming to like collect a debt that they owe, like something that Zayd didn't do or did do that he shouldn't have. And they're here and they're going to take Adeline as a form of payment and he's going to have to come. I don't know. Okay. But what we're going to get instead, and this is just a guess because I haven't started, is they're going to run through the house, play a little cat and mouse, and then have a lot of sex with some roses. He pulls out a blade and she starts to run. This is a house that you're going to bring a child into. A child that you don't even like children, but you're going to, okay. All right, where was I? Oh, yeah, they're about to bone in the haunted house. They're running through the house. He has a knife, which is a dangerous thing to run with. I wasn't even running. Oh, here we go. A fine sheen of sweat coats his skin, and the limited lighting creates shadows all over the planes and divots of his muscles. The effect is breathtaking. Sharp lines cut across glistening inked skin, highlighting his white scars and contrasting against the protruding veins roping down his neck, arms, and over his hands. He's otherworldly. A sight that's almost too comprehensive. A sight that is almost too comprehensive, too complicated for the human eye to fully appreciate. I got it. See, I think Adeline is just dumb. This is the second time that she said she can't comprehend something that I have no trouble doing. So, like, I'm a 2-time college dropout. Like, you know, I don't really, but I was, yeah, she's just dumb. I fear she's just dumb. Okay, so he's got like a mask on too, and they're living out this little fantasy, and it's making her remember when he was just a faceless, nameless man stalking her in her home. Oh, I love thinking about the early days of my relationship too. We just like, went on dates and stuff. There's a cool detachment in the way he regards me, as if I'm a science experiment and he's studying my reaction. A little mouse beneath the microscope, seeing me as a thing to be played with rather than a being with feelings. And I'm helpless to stop him. I'm a woman who's so tired of fighting all the time and instead can do nothing except soften beneath his razor-sharp teeth. I want to be his victim. Okay. There's a lot going on here. Pushing my tightened against his chest, my pulses, and a breathless mule builds at the base of my throat. A breathless mule? I don't even know. I don't want to read about them having sex anymore. I really, really don't. Not the heaving. Oh, God. Where are they that they're doing this? He like slams her into a wall or something. Cracking on the floor. So they're just on the floor. Again, I say, you're bringing a child here? Okay. Yeah. So he's doing stuff, but just not enough. He's like teasing her and stuff. She's like, why are you doing this to me? He's in a gas mask and she says that she can see his eyes, but like, what if this isn't him? What if it's not? What if it's someone who broke in and literally wants to kill her and she's writhing like a snake on the floor? Like, don't do it. He's like, this is the wrong house. I just want all your money. How was I supposed to play the victim when he's so fucking irresistible? Even back in the day when I was a victim, it was so hard to resist him. Okay. Yuck. Oh, God. Okay. All right. Well, finally, he puts it in. The tip of his slides down my drenched and before I can take another breath, he's driving inside me. I just imagine like a jackhammer. Like when they say drives inside of me. I gasp loudly. The sound like the crack of a whip. For a moment, I'm so shocked that he could seat himself inside me all at once that I can hardly process how it feels. Zayd has had me drowning in my own countless times, but I can't recall him ever being able to completely fill me in one attempt. He's always been far too thick and met some kind of resistance. What is he, a Coke bottle? Like a liter of Coke? Again, what if it's not him? You. And then he like, the edge of the blade is like on her or something and she can feel it. And like, I didn't even think about this until right now, but she was abused in this way. Like when she was trafficked and sold to some guy, and every single time they did stuff, he would stab and cut and slice her with a knife. Oh God, it's just, wow. Okay. Ugh, it is him. How boring. Because you know what? If it wasn't him and it was like just some other crazy person that broke in, like willing or like there to settle a vendetta that they have against Zayd or whatever the case may be, if it was just a random masked person, then she being like this eager beaver to jump up on him and give him the goods and the business would just prove that she actually doesn't really like Zayd. She just likes dark, twisted kind of fantasies with strangers who shouldn't be in her house. Ew. Oh, this is the law. God damn. Like, I know that, when you're having fun, time flies, but I'm not having fun, and this is so long. That's what she said about his dick. So, she gets emotional because, of course, she does. And he's like, that's it, baby, write it out. Whatever. And she's like, I can't take it anymore. And he's like, yes, you can. And so he, like, holds her in place. And he's like, do you think that I'm just going to let you? I don't know. I saw you watching another man stalk people and getting turned on. She's like, no, I was only thinking of you as the shadow again. And I wanted nothing more than to be your play toy, even if I knew it was wrong letting a psycho fuck me. I'm still letting a psycho fuck me, but I've made my peace with that a long time ago. I haven't. I have no peace. Oh no, not the booty, not the butthole. Oh God. Oh, yuck. I don't want to, I would like to know less about you. I would like to know less. Zayd has my ass several times, but I could probably still count those occurrences on the top of my head. What? Zayd has several times, but I could probably still count those occurrences off the top of my head. I don't think that's how that phrase is supposed to be used. I think what you mean is that you could probably still count them on one hand or something, like indicating that it has happened, but not that many times. I don't know what how do you use the top of your head to count things? What are you talking about? While I do love it, I would be lying if I said the first several minutes didn't hurt like a bitch and often bring a sense of dread before it eventually bleeds into pleasure. I wish that you would shit yourself
and both of you would just pass out and leave me alone. Every time I curse Zayd's big genetics at least 1,000 times. Off the top of my head, it's 1,000 times. Big dick genetics. BDG. Yeah. Hold on. Hold on. Okay. All right, we're back. Y'all aren't gonna believe me when I tell you this. So, she's obviously a little nervous about the next thing that's about to happen. And he's like, are you scared? She's like, you don't have any lubrication. And he just presents a bottle out of his back pocket. He's got like a tool belt of nonsense. Of course, the asshole came prepared. I worked to swallow and his yin-yang eyes drop. So she said it right that time. Cool. Drop to follow the rough movement, amusement radiating off of his pointed stare. He's so evil. So fucking evil. Do I have to go through the whole anal thing? Like, are we gonna spend a lot of time here? Because, I got stuff to do. Okay, so he at least is preparing her, which is more than I can say for some people that attempt this, Ugh. Okay, so he lubes up. My mouth parts as I watch him glide the liquid up and down his hard length. Even with his hands being closer to the size of bear paws, they certainly don't dwarf how long and thick he is. Is that great? That's great. Yeah. So then he shouldn't have been like priming you with his digits. He should have just put his whole fist up there just to get you ready, because apparently he's working with a soda bottle. This might be a good time as any to remind you that if you like the work that I'm doing here, if you've enjoyed Vlogmas, if you're just feeling like in the giving mood, you can throw a couple bucks at me either here by joining as a channel member, or you can wander over to my Bindery and Patreon, both linked below, and sign up for one of the paid tiers. I get financial compensation for what I put myself through for you, and you get perks like early access to rant reviews. They're also uncut and ad-free. That means you get all my jokes with all of my crude words in there without having to be censored for the YouTube gods. Among other things, there's a lot of other perks. You can go and poke around. It's none of my business what you do. But anyway, let's read this next part together. My stomach tightens with nerves and sweat forms along my hairline. Remember, Addie. I'm a professional. Remember, Addie, ass-gasms are some of the best orgasms you've ever had. Okay. All right. Yep. That's the bell. That means I'm done. Yeah. No. Okay. Let's go. Are we almost done? Am I almost? No. God. Don't let Taylor Swift hear that word, because she'll put it in the next goddamn I Love Travis album she releases. All my brain can remember is that searing burn when he first enters me. I mean, the man is fucking massive. You've mentioned. And I still don't believe you. It's entirely unreasonable that I'm expected to take it up the ass without sending out a few prayers and breaking out into a sweat. Ew. He's not even in yet. We're still just talking about it. Ew, 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 ew. I don't want to show you how I can take it. Ugh, yuck. The burning in my backside intensifies, so he's going on in, You're so fucking big. I don't say it to be sexy, but as a complaint. Right now, I wish he was a normally endowed man more than anything. I'd happily take a pencil dick at this point. Really? You don't say. That's so hot. We're having a hot ass time. He's only about a third of the way in. God, they just... Whew, we are drawing this out, aren't we? She's obviously not liking this. Can I just, she says, after a while, it's okay and it's whatever, but it hurts, and she's broken out into an intense sweat. She's on the verge of tears, and he says, I think you can scream louder than that. We already know that he likes to hurt her. That's, part of it. I'm not enjoying this at all, period, the whole time. None of it. What are we doing? And then he sinks the rest of the way in. Woo. So she says, I hate you. And he says, do I need to remind you how unforgiving God can be? Who mentioned God? Where did that come from? I bite my lip, swallowing down my retort. I know better than to antagonize him when he's balls deep inside my ass. Sorry, I forgot who I was for a second there. The only thing that could come from that is no mercy. I'm so ready to be done. We're so close. So is she, but I digress. So you're talking about God, he's like, let me see you pray. Because he's not moving. He's all up in there, but he's not moving. And he wants to see how she prays. Show me how you pray, Addie. So she literally folds her hands over her chest and says, please, God, please fuck me. So corny. It's so cheesy. This is so cringe. Ew, 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 ew.
he says, you have to pray for my forgiveness, because she watched a movie and got a little horny for the main character, even though she told us that she was envisioning Zayd the entire time. But, you know, pray harder. You're so pretty when you're desperate for forgiveness.
Please, please, I chant.
Okay, so she reaches the point of no return. My vision snuffs and I'm upside down and inside out, bouncing off the ceiling. Dust in the wind, vaporized molecules, nothing but fucking atoms floating somewhere in the universe. Beautiful poetry, I swear. He arrives and then he exits. And she feels the overwhelming need to cry. So he holds her and wipes her tears and comforts her on her come down and says, your God has forgiven you. Drier than I've never had less. Eggs have gone reverse back in my body. Oh God. Your God has forgiven you.
I sniff, lifting a hand to cup his cheek. Does he love me too?
I'm sorry, I don't know why she's a kid.
Does he love me too?
No.
His chest rumbles with a possessive sound.
More than fucking anything, little mouse. The end. Are you serious? What was the point? Honestly, with the way that this whole thing is constructed and the point of all of it, which there really isn't any, but if there is an overarching point, it is fill up the pages with fluff in between brutal sex scenes, right? And so if this was a bonus chapter that didn't want to piss me off and waste my time, it would have just been that last thing. And I think that that's what she wanted to write. I think that that's really, she's like, you know what? I'm going to have him watch her. He's off doing something. He's going to sneak home early to surprise her and then see her watching one of those horror movies that really gets her engines revving. And as a game, an allusion to their humble beginnings, he's going to come in the house and stalk her like he always used to. And they're going to have a little cat and mouse game and it's going to be really explicit. And that's going to be the bonus scene. And then she was like, you know what else I should do? I should have a random kind of mute sometimes, maybe, and not really blind, but kind of mural artist from across the country and a weird witch woman who didn't want to give away the contact information to her mural artist, and threats of haunting and cursing the bloodlines, and then a girl who's about 5, 6, 7 years old but definitely has more critical thinking media literacy than the mass majority of American citizens at this time, tossed in there. And we're going to talk about Red Riding Hood, and we're going to talk about the warehouse where he's helping the Basilisk Brotherhood with something. I don't know. I'm not able to comprehend things like that. Ooh, my head hurts trying to figure it out. And that's really the whole series, isn't it? The whole series is just nonsense with spice for nothing. And could I say that about any book? Yeah, it's all made up. Everything's made up. But usually in most books that, have a point or a plot or characters that you really want to believe in and root for, or a relationship that seems like something that might withstand the test of time, some work was done. And again, flowers, I guess, dead black roses to you for coming up with the easiest way to make money is just write shit and do no work. She said yin and yang. Yin yang. Twice. Once she said yin yang, like the twins. Shake it like a salt shaker. This weird adoption side plot. I just don't understand. I try really hard, and I really do. I know it doesn't seem like it because I'm just out here shit talking until the cows come home, but I really do in these moments try to imagine what it would be like to be a fan of this, because fine, I've liked trash before in various different formats, okay? I understand that sometimes you just like something even though you know that it's bad. So if I liked this, why? And I just can't figure it out because they don't read quickly, which is one of my things is even in a bad book, if I'm having a rough time with something and it's not going the way that I want it to, if it reads quickly, then I honestly just will stick with it. The characters are kind of insufferable. They're like these try-hard teen versions of adults for some reason. Meanwhile, the children that are always here waffle back and forth between ages and go way beyond their maturity levels, their intellectual levels. And it's so unrealistic in almost every single way, not to mention the brutal violence, the anti-Semitism that was in the first couple of books, the shadow government QAnon nonsense, if I may. But my God, I have a hard time digging out any sort of possible nugget of enjoyment that could come from things like this. Like, the plot is bad, it's splotchy, it's all over the place, it makes no sense. She says dumb shit all the time in the most edgy, try-hard, poser-ass language. She is so dumb and bad at everything. He is a violent criminal abuser who is also bad at everything. And I hate. That's it. That's my review. I hope you had fun. I did a little bit just knowing you were with me, but everything else was kind of rough. And
Another bonus chapter. Oh, I'm stuffed. I couldn't possibly. Oh, there's more. Good. Yeah, let's do it.
Get ready with me to review the anniversary bonus scene between Addie and Zayd. Hello and welcome back to the channel. If you're new here, my name is Natalie Megan and this is Weirdo Book Club. Today, I know what you're thinking. You're probably like, what the heck is going on? How many times are you going to stay on this? Well, if you watched the previous Vlogmases where I was blind reviewing and reacting in real time to the bonus scene sometime in the future with Addie and Zayd from the Haunting Adeline series, you would have remembered me saying that I was going to come back and I was going to compile all of the stuff that I did there in those in real time, off the cuff, unscripted videos and make it into a cohesive review so that you could kind of compare and contrast what information I chose to keep in the review and what information got omitted from it and all this other stuff. So that's what I'm going to do today. So collectively, the 2-part like unscripted reviews that I did, the read-alongs of the bonus chapter that I'm about to review for you, has 2.5 hours of video of me talking about it. And this one's probably not going to be that long because it's more streamlined, which comes along with the whole editing process when you're going through the book and you're deciding like what's important to include, what can I summarize without losing anything important, and all that kind of stuff to make a cohesive review. So, but you'll see it as you watch it and how it unfolds and everything. Disclaimers: this review will contain spoilers, opinions, general shit talking. If none of that sounds good to you, don't stay. This review is also not for the author or friends of the author, diehard fans of the author, or people in general who don't know how to deal when someone they don't know on the internet has an opinion that's different than theirs. If you don't want to stay, if you don't want to hear me shit on this book, then you should go now. This is your chance. All right, thanks. So, sometime in the future of the anniversary bonus scene that is available on H.D. Carlton's website, we start in the POV of Addie, the manipulator, right? The whatever else she was named in Haunting Adeline, and I refuse to go back and check. But she and Zayd are mixing it up. Of course they are. Of course they are, because there's literally nothing to their relationship. So they're doing it. He's got her all pretzeled and in a shoulder stand pose for some reason. And she's like, it's a myth that I can't actually get preggo like this, right? So what can we draw from this? We can draw from it that he's not being careful about procreating with her, and he may intentionally be trying to, shake it all down into the area that it's supposed to be in upon his completion, his crossing of the finish line. And if you recall from, I don't even remember which book, he was doing something to her and talking about how he could just, take her IUD out or say he's putting one in and it be something different and da 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 da. So already we are just thrust back into such beautiful memories of their love story in its early days. I love that. So they are married now and they're both living in Parsons Manor. Isn't that cute? And just so you know, most of this bonus chapter is stuff that we've already encountered. Like, we go back and forth through time where she's actively choosing to still be angry that he sent Arch's hands to her in a box, his dismembered hands to her in a box in book 1. Why are we still talking about this? Well, I'll tell you, it's because there's nothing of substance here. They have done no character work or relationship work. There has been no research or effort put in to make their story any deeper than an ankle. Okay, so they're doing that. She's like, it's a myth that won't get me pregnant. And he's like, I just love seeing you like this. In shoulder stand, sir, please get it together. Going off of that, she comes out of shoulder stand pose and they're still just talking about stuff that they've already done or we've already experienced. She's talking about how I knew you would fall in love with me. And she's like, you didn't give me much of a choice. I didn't have a choice either, little mouse. You did, though. You actually had a series of choices. You could have at any point in time stopped stalking her, stopped breaking in, stopped R-ing her with a loaded weapon. You know, you could have just stopped doing that, moved on. You didn't know her. She didn't know you. There was no reason for any of this except for you're actually insane. But fine, yeah, no. None of us had a choice in this. It was chemical, kismet, cataclysmic, organically delivered on the platter from God himself. I don't know. I do not know. So they're talking, they're bantering, and it's shit, but here we are. And then the doorbell rings. Oh no, oh bother, who could it be? And she tells us a little bit about how the last time the doorbell rang and it was the mailman, and she showed up and the mailman couldn't stop staring at her tits, that Zayd almost took him out right then and there on the doorstep. But her teeny weeny little body managed to push him back inside before he did anything they'd both regret. Okay, just, you don't have to. What kind of mailman do you have that you have to answer the door? Like my mail woman actually just leaves this stuff on the stoop in the mailbox. I don't really understand why you needed to answer the door, but anyway, we're not about to blame the victim here. This mailman sounds like a creep. And then he stands up from the bed after she squeezes out from under him, because he's like pressed into her face, like he's just staring at her for a little while. And I want you to know that there is a way to write this that would sound appealing and even a little cutesy, you know. That's so cutie. Like you're just locked in a stare with someone that you love and can't get enough of. That's precious. But the way this edgelord writing shines through in every single scenario is exhausting, one, and just absolutely stupid. So he's like staring daggers at her, but she manages to slip out. And when she does, he then stands up in his full naked glory, and we get to share in that. So I want you to prepare yourself. Put a towel down or something. He stands from the bed, causing me to nearly choke on my tongue. To this day, I still have not gotten used to Zayd in his full naked glory. Even with a semi-erect, it's dangerous, an incredible sight to behold, but it's also far too much to look at for long without your heart threatening to give out. Breathe. It's just a dick, okay? She gets dressed and she goes downstairs to answer the door, and it's not the mailman, it's not the FedEx driver, it's not the milkman, which I don't know if you know. In Phantom, she vividly writes what a milkman is and his responsibility to deliver the milk, because this was set in the 1940s, back when milkmen were a thing. But thankfully, she doesn't need to go on and on about what a mailman does. You see, it's a mailman, and he has a car, and there's no doors on either side, and he gets out, and he has a big bag full of mail, and he just gives everyone their mail. Yeah. No, I know. I got it. But anyway, it's not the mailman. It is a gray-eyed, young, beautiful woman who has been commissioned by Adeline to paint a mural for a room for Sarah. And if you don't remember Sarah, good. I envy you. But Sarah is the young 5-year-old girl that Zayd rescued from some sort of PDF file ring, wink. And she was like, I don't know where my parents are. Will you be my daddy? So I guess he took that literally. I took it personally. But anyway, Addie has commissioned this person named Tommy to come and do a mural in Sarah's new room. They're about to adopt her. She's about to start living with them full time. She's still at the sanctuary for now, which I don't know if you remember, if you recall. It's like the socialist paradise that Zayd built for survivors and victims that he rescues that don't have a home to return to. They just live at the sanctuary. So that's where Sarah's at. And we get like a whole description of this woman, but I'm going to go ahead and spoil it for you. It's not important. None of this actually is. But she's standing there. She does kind of like a Demi Ryan tuck wave thing to her. And then Addie's like, what the hell is going on? And then Tommy pulls her phone out and texts her, because we find out later that Tommy is either entirely mute or selectively mute. And those two things are different, and words mean things, but not in an H.D. Carlton book. They don't know. So I'm not sure which one is true, but whatever. And so she pulls the phone out and she's like, oh, am I at the wrong place? I'm supposed to do a mural. My name's Tommy. And then Addie's like, oh, Doe, I knew. Come in. I'm so sorry. I completely forgot. Zayd, that dick, he dicked me down but good and had me all frazzled because I was nervous before she was coming to see if everything was just going to be right and everything was going to go well. So he jackhammered me until I didn't even remember she was coming. That bitch. They talk about each other in such a hateful way. They talk about everyone in such a hateful way, even people that they're said to love. And it's really very exhausting. All of this is exhausting. I need a nap after this. So anyway, she invites her inside inside. She starts telling her about the house because Tommy makes the stupid mistake to say, you have a lovely home. Never start talking about this goddamn house to this woman. That's all she's going to talk about. Yeah, thanks. The checkered floors are blah, blah, blah. There were 5 construction workers that died here. No, I shouldn't have said that. Oh, again, this is supposed to be the woman that is named. She gave herself the nickname, but she thinks of herself as a master manipulator. The synopsis of Haunting Adeline, if you recall, and if you don't, I'm about to read it to you, reads, the manipulator. I can manipulate the emotions of anyone who lets me. I will make you, oh God. I will make you hurt, make you cry, make you laugh and sigh. But my words don't affect him, especially not when I plead for him to leave. He's always there watching and waiting, and I can never look away. Not when I want him to come closer. She said that. That's her character, right? And the author built this character up from nothing. That's the basis of who this person is. And then she has one person walk into her house after getting properly railed by one Zaddy Zaid, and she is a bumbling mess. And she's never been manipulative. Not through all 5 and bonus chapters of these books that I've read. She's not manipulative. She's dumb as a box of rocks. But I shouldn't have told you that. Forgive me. Let's go upstairs and I'll show you to where the room is. Okay, manipulator. And then next, we get the most useless, pointless chunk of exposition that maybe ever showed up. And it's a great example of how H.D. Carlton just tries to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 too many things and does not know how to streamline or focus in her energy on any real things. Like, there are real threads here that you could pull and make something out of. But instead of that, there's so many threads, you don't even know what you're looking at. That's what happens here. So when they get to the room, or as they're walking to the room, Adeline starts regaling us, unprompted, I didn't fucking want to know, about how she came to find Tommy and get her here. It's a whole thing. Tommy is a mural artist from across the country. She was online looking for mural artists, down rabbit holes, left, right, zigzagging. She's zigging this way, she's zagging that way, to find the art that she wanted on the wall of this child that she, spoiler alert, doesn't really want, but is going to have anyway. And she finds a picture of a mural inside a coffee house across the country, and she calls the owner, whose name is Zaza, who is a cranky old witch, to ask if she would be comfortable sharing the name of her mural artist because she was interested in hiring her. And Zaza not only refused to give her the information, but called her a psychotic stalker and all this other stuff. So clearly the manipulation is on an 11 today, because I feel like if you were a manipulator, like the synopsis said you were, you could have manipulated the minds of anyone who will let you. Why couldn't you get the name of a mural artist from a coffee shop owner who's over 90 years old? Why couldn't you do that? But anyway, instead of just letting her be the manipulator in this situation and get it through manipulation, what she tells us that she does is proceed to call Zaza for the next 2 weeks straight, every single day, and threaten to curse her bloodline, make her one of the ghosts that haunts the Parsons Manor, and make her afterlife a living hell too. And I'm like, I don't really understand how this would get you the results that you're wanting, especially with the whole manipulator thing being a huge part of your characterization that you didn't have to include, but you did. You made it the first impression that we have of this woman is that she's manipulative. And now she's a bumbling mess talking about things with this woman who's there to paint a mural for her. And she can't even get a little cranky old lady to give her the name of a mural artist in the first place. The threads are weaving their own story, and it's all bullshit. So anyway, she finally does get the name of Tommy and the contact information, but only because Tommy goes to the coffee shop one day and hears Zaza yelling and complaining about this. And Tommy says, hey, I'm cool with it if you want to give her my information. The master manipulator at work. So that goes on for quite a while. And again, it's for no reason. There is nothing that comes back to this. It's pointless, but we're doing it anyway. And then they get upstairs and she starts telling her about Sarah and how brilliant this little girl is. That's good. One of y'all in the house needs some brains. So fingers crossed for Sarah. But she's showing her the room and the wall. And she's she's obsessed with Little Red Riding Hood, but not in a normal, regular human being way. She wants the mural to portray the wolf wearing Red Riding Hood's cloak. And Tommy's like, you want the wolf to wear the
Red Riding Hood cloak? And then she launches. Oh my God, you have to stop asking this woman questions. She launches into this whole diatribe about how smart Sarah is and how she doesn't really view the wolf as a black and white villain. She understands the complexities of his character, and she also can see herself in the wolf because the wolf was just doing what comes naturally to him. And her being a victim of trafficking, she had to do what she had to do to survive. And me and Zayd don't want her to view it in such a black and white lens. We're happy that she chooses to look at the villain with empathy and understanding. She's 5. And like, this is sometime in the future. It's not a real solid timeline of, events like laying out for us, but it's been definitely like at least 2 or 3 years. So she's 7, 8, 6, 7, and she has the capacity to understand things like that, like on that level, which just goes back to some of the other gripes I've had in the past with this entire series. When in Phantom, the 13-year-old in the book is portrayed often waffling between 2 very distinct tones as far as a child is concerned. Like, you have very immature lines like, is daddy drinking because he doesn't love me anymore? And ooh, waffles, boop-a-doop-a-doop, boop-a-doop-a-doop. And then she's like, I can smell the whiskey on dad's breath when he comes home. Like, she can clock what whiskey smells like. Are you 13 or are you 2? I can't get a read on this child. And then you also have, throughout the whole series, you have Adeline, who's said to be like late 20s, acting like a child. How did I manage to get ketchup on the roof of my car? I love dark, spooky things. There's this house full of mirrors at Satan's Affair, and it's a house, right? But it's like full of mirrors. Yeah, I know. And then now we have Sarah, who is arguably the smartest person in this book. Whatever. She just keeps going on about that with Tommy, and Tommy's just listening intently. And she also mentions somewhere in here, Tommy mentions that she's not legally blind, but she can't see very well. So she is either completely mute or selectively mute, and she's not blind, but she kind of is, but not really. This is what I'm talking about. Like, you could have just included none of this or one thing, but I would go with none because none of this actually matters. Spoiler alert, we don't get to hear about how the mural turns out. We don't get a vivid description of what it looks like. No, none of this is point. There's no point to any of this, and it's a waste of my time. And it's also like, why are you shoving all this stuff in? Is this supposed to be the disability representation? Because I don't want it. It feels the exact same way that in book 2, Hunting Adeline, Jay, Zayd's right-hand man, that is like a brother to him or whatever, starts painting his nails purple and his girly pop. Like, oh, you needed a diverse queer character. Enter Jay. And also Daya. Daya is not white, or she's racially ambiguous. It all feels performative and fake. And it doesn't help the fact that it feels that way for it to be so hollow and pointless, baseless. There's no reason for any of this. It's so stupid. But anyway, they're talking more about it. And Tommy is just so impressed with this. And she tells them after the whole, I'm blind, but not really, but kind of not thing. She's like, this is why I don't take a lot of commissions, because I can only paint what I see and not what other people want me to see. And also on that note, I feel like it's important to note, none of this is important, but every now and then I'm like, maybe I should say something. Adeline mentions that in her conversations with Tommy leading up to her being here, Tommy specifically asked to know nothing about the commission. She doesn't want to know what she's painting, where she's going to be painting it, nothing, no information, which as an artist myself, I find this to be a little irresponsible, especially when you have to travel across the country to do said mural. So she doesn't usually accept commissions, and she also requests to know nothing about the commissions. So I'm unsure how she's showing up with a bag full of supplies and knowing that she has everything that she might need, because what if this was a mural that was going on an exterior wall? So you would need like a specific kind of paint so that it doesn't wash away the second it starts raining. It just doesn't make any sense. But then also, if you don't usually accept commissions and you got on a plane and came over here knowing nothing about it, that doesn't make a whole lot of sense either. None of this makes any sense. The end. Thanks for watching. Like and subscribe. Finally, Adeline's like, so are you accepting the commission? And Tommy's like, a few minutes ago, if you'd asked, I wouldn't have known. But I think the answer is yes now. And I'll tell you why. It's because I also see myself when I look at the wolf. We see the same wolf, Sarah and I. And you never find out what she means by that, what the hell she's talking about.
about, what she could possibly be alluding to in her own story or her own life, but who's to say? Next, we have Zaid's POV, and he is just at a flower shop with yet another cranky old woman who is softened towards him because no one can resist his charms. What's her name? Mabel. Her name is Mabel. And he brings her lavender tea every single time he comes to buy flowers, which he has done every day or every week or whatever, regularly. I started coming here regularly a couple of years ago, back when Addie was an ambition rather than the woman who sleeps in my arms every night. So he has rapport with this woman. He has a history with this woman. He's been in this flower shop often, and she still is kind of like bristly towards him, but in like a loving kind of a way, because no one is immune to the charms of Zaid. And we get a lot of absolute dog shit nothing here, because who cares? Who cares that he has an old woman that is a pain in his ass, but also he takes care of and brings tea to and buys flowers from and knows a story about her past, or her husband like dropped dead. His heart just stopped while she was pregnant with their daughter, and she chose to heal and move on with her life knowing that he didn't die. He just gave his heart to his daughter. None of this matters. None of these people matter. None of these people come up ever. This isn't important. I don't know why we're here. But anyway, we are. We're in the flower shop. He's getting flowers. He's getting roses. Of course he is.
How many you want this time, Mr. Mysterious and Sexy? She asks, unimpressed.
She lies. She's so fucking impressed with me. She's like 65.
Even if she is, what is this?
Why are you bolstering your own ego with the opinions of a woman that doesn't matter to you at all?
And making me watch. You're making me have to go through it. I don't know why.
And, you know, there's more. He's like, I offered to buy her a new cash register. She doesn't want it, but she did let me buy her new security systems. That's great. Why are you doing this for a woman that you literally just called a pain in your ass? It's a very shallow way of like cementing these people with other people, like having other friends, which is something that I also noticed in all of the other reading that I do. None of these people have actual tangible friendships, and that's a huge red flag in any scenario, fiction or nonfiction, real life or whatever. And so all of these are meant to, like I have a 30, almost 40-year long relationship with people in my family, you know, that are arguably pains in my ass, but you love them because they're your family. And she's assigning this kind of a relationship to someone who doesn't matter and never shows up. In Phantom, Gigi had a best friend named Daisy that we never saw. She was only alluded to on page, and she served as nothing at all. And then in Haunting Adeline, she has BFF Daya that's just concerned with getting her laid and getting drunk. Even when she texts her a couple of times, she's like, this guy broke into my house again. Daya's like, take a couple shots, I'll be right there. That's not a friendship, you know, I just don't understand it. And then we have Hunting Adeline, where she finds some sort of weird spiritual connection with Molly, who left the journal behind in the room she's being held in, and Sibby, who apparently is important enough to care about and not a raging lunatic that needs some intervention of some kind. And then in Where's Molly, she lives in isolation with her pigs and feeds all the people that she gets rid of their bodies to the pigs. That's it. There are no actual relationships, because that would require work. That would require research time. We don't have time. No, not when we're getting paid by the page count and we need to pad this shit up. We just need to throw shit in there. Throw it in. Okay, I'll get your damn roses, but you better not be plucking them. Otherwise, I'll pluck every one of those hairs off your head and see how you like it. She disappears before I can respond, which is exactly how she planned it. My head tips back with a laugh. Ha! If she knew what I really do with some of those flowers, I think she'd beg me to rip off the petals instead. But I find that the roses smell much, much better after Addie comes all over them. You didn't need that last sentence. This is like a really great, vivid example of the heavy-handedness that goes into writing something like this. You could have just said, if she really knew what I do with some of these roses, she would rethink what she just said. Because I know, and the readers know, and the audience knows, and the community you've built around this stupid fucking series knows that they've used a rose in their sexual activities at a time or two. You didn't have to... She comes all over the roses. I know. I'm not even a fan, and I know. Unfortunately, I think I'm an expert in your work. Okay, the next POV is Addie, and this entire chunk is completely pointless. I'm just going to keep saying that. Take a shot every time I do. Don't do it. Okay, I'm not trying to get you sauced at your holiday party. They're at his warehouse, right? This underground lair that he really went on and on about in the first book. And she tells us, like, I don't really know why he still keeps this place. He spends most of his time at home with me anyway. It seems like a waste. And so she's there just farting around the office doing nothing because she can't help him with any of this stuff and that stuff and this stuff and that stuff. She's only called in on the big jobs where she does what she's meant to do, take down those PDF file rings. Aside from a couple of scenes where they are said to be sparring with each other, so he teaches her how to protect herself, self-defense and stuff, I don't really know what qualifies her to be a put-me-in coach for this kind of thing, but I don't care enough to ask, and I don't want to know. Please leave me alone. So she brings up this whole thing, and he's like, no, I need to keep it because it's like, you know, it has its uses. And with that comment, like, this is where he cut off Arch's hands and tortured him to death after she had sex with him that one night in the glass room in the house, after Zaid specifically asked her not to, or he told her not to, really. And again, this is 3 years after that whole first book. And this comment where he says it has its uses and alludes to, like, what he did to Arch here, she chooses to start up an argument that really should have been a discussion or a point of contention in your budding relationship back then, not now, because I fear that if you want an apology, which is what she does, she wants him to apologize for what he did to her because it traumatized her in a way. But I fear, and this is not in a victim blamey way, it's in a story structure kind of a way, where if you now feel the need to have your character, your FMC, require an apology from the man who actively stalked, harassed, and sent dismembered hands to her in the mail, why is this coming 3 years after the fact? Because I fear that having her choose to be in a relationship with him thereafter, all of the bad things that he does and continues to do, is a bolstering, a validating, a unspoken okaying of the behavior. And since both of these characters are operating on a 3rd grade reading level, and I have children myself, I know that when you're young and you think like, oh, well, she's not saying anything, so it must not be a problem. But it is very common with people like these who have like a 3rd grade reading comprehension level and critical thinking ability. If you're not saying anything to push back against it, then it seems kind of like you're okay with it kind of thing. And they're both so dumb that they probably do think that. But why are we talking about it 3 years after the fact? If you wanted an apology for the trauma inflicted on you by this man, then I would suggest that you don't have a relationship with him, that you don't start sleeping with him consensually, because everybody learns differently. And like, you writing your character to lay on her bed kicky feet and say, I wonder what his favorite color is, in the same book where he cut someone's hands off and sent them to her, which is obviously something she's upset about. Why couldn't we have these conversations then? Why are we having it 3 years later? This is a very strange thing to do. That's all I'm going to say. He chooses to respond to her wanting an apology for this with, I told you what would happen if you did that with him and you didn't listen. So you're not going to get an apology for him also. That's a fun little asterisk. He's a psychopath. He's unwell. He's not going to give you an apology. So if you need one, you're with the wrong person. This is where it comes back to like really horrible characterization. Because if she just wanted to throw caution to the wind, throw her old life in the trunk and head out into the sunset with Zaddy Zaid and his Mustang or whatever the fuck, then she shouldn't care about this, period. Because she hasn't. Like every now and then it would come up where she was like, you hurt me too. And I understand that that's probably part of her healing process. But like no mention of therapy in this bonus chapter, no mention of any of the work that's been done to kind of like settle the score and kind of tie up loose ends, because the whole book is made of loose ends. That's all these things are. There's nothing that's properly fleshed out except for them doing the sex until they reach the finish lines. That's the only thing that gets completed here. It just seems very strange to all of a sudden know that he's a psychopath, say it out loud to me in the text, and then have him prove it by being like, well, you didn't listen to me, so you deserve what you got. Okay, if that matters to you, you probably shouldn't be with him, but whatever. Anyway, she starts pouting and leaving, and she just goes away to start working on her manuscript, which this is maybe one of the first times we've ever seen her work on a manuscript. Good for her. And then she sits down and she's like experiencing writer's block, which we hate it, right? And the biggest shock delivered in this whole bonus chapter is what she's writing. Okay, so for books on books, we have heard about Addie and her affinity, her deep, deep love for all things dark and spooky and
little twisted. We've heard about her just endless love affair with Satan's Affair and Halloween and the House of Mirrors and the psycho stalker killers on the movie screens that make her have to clench her thighs together because she can't control herself. And she's writing, you want to guess what she's writing? A fantasy novel. And it sounds like a high fantasy novel. And I'm not saying that people can't have multitudes. These people don't. They specifically don't. They are written that way. They do not have layers. They are as shallow as a puddle and twice as muddy. There is nothing to these people. They're not real. They are paper mache people. And while I know that there are some authors out there that can write fantasy, horror, contemporary fiction, a nice little rom-com, and they have the capability of that, Adeline Riley does not have that. She doesn't have that. And if you need proof, look at any of the other reviews that I've ever done where she speaks or thinks, period. She doesn't have it in her. But anyway, she's writing something about a person or two people that are trapped in a magical forest and they have to figure out a way out. And now she doesn't know what to do because how are they going to get out? So Zaid wanders in after she's throwing her little pouty fit and he's like, are you still struggling? And she's like, whatever, it's stupid. The sooner everybody accept that this book sucks, the better. I agree. Oh, we're talking about Addie's book. I'm sorry. So then he sits down and in 2 seconds, he comes up with a solution to her current predicament that her characters are in. And she's like, man, are you just good at everything? No, you're just bad at everything. You can't even do your own job. I don't. So then, he helps her through that. And she's like, I'm just so annoyed that you just came up with a solution in 2 seconds. Blah, 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 blah. And then he pulls her into his arms and she leans back against him and tells us, I inhale his leather and spice scent like oxygen, overcome with a feeling I'll never know outside of him. It's beyond comfort and beyond a sense of home. Those are things I can find in Daya or Sibby. Or Parsons Manor. But with Zaid, it's like 2 cells fusing together. Our biological makeup is designed to be together, and if separated, we're unable to thrive. It's a belonging that not even science can argue. Yes, but I sure can. And then while they're laying there, she just shifts, pivots, real sharp left, and says, do you think she'll be happy with us? I know, because I'm in the future, that she's talking about Sarah, but there was no lead up to that. It's really funny to see the authorial choices at play here. She threw this at us, assuming that we would know who she's talking about, even though we're at a secondary location, we're doing activities that have nothing to do with Sarah. But the author just assumed that we would be able to put those pieces together. But you have to spoon feed me what a House of Mirrors is, And that's why it's so jarring when it does pop up that she just kind of leaves something open to interpretation of the audience. Do you think she'll be happy here? Because the entire book, I feel like there's a funnel in my mouth and I'm being fed information in a way that I'm capable of gathering on my own, but she does not let you breathe. She does not let you do that. And so this is very jarring and out of character for her, but when are we ever in character? Never. So anyway, she's talking about Sarah. Do you think she'll be happy with us? And he's like, I think she's gonna have a beautiful life with us, baby. And then we find out through Addie's internal monologue that she doesn't really even like kids. She kind of avoids them and doesn't really want them, but she loves Sarah. Great. I think that this is a great home for her to be in for many different reasons. Okay, the next little chunk we see Addie and she's at home and she's alone because Zaid is up in wherever doing what the hell ever with the Basilisk Brotherhood because some of this stuff is too hard for me to comprehend. It's above my head. I don't know what he's into. Everything is above your head. You're not good at anything. So she's home alone in Parsons Manor, or she's not supposed to be alone. Daya was supposed to come over, but somebody needed help, so she had to go help them. What a jerk. So now she's at home watching this scary movie that just came out that she's been really excited to watch all by her lonesome. Well, the ghosts are there, but they're not really. So yeah, she's alone and she's watching it and she's getting more and more feeling about it. And then she starts hearing weird noises through the house and she's like, I'm probably just freaking myself out. It's dark. This is the first time I've been alone watching a movie in the house by myself, which is hard to believe. As she's watching the killer stalk the people on screen, she stops seeing whoever the actor is and starts seeing Zaid instead. Has to clench her thighs together. God, the way that this woman clenches her thighs, it's like breathing almost. And then she's done with the movie. Bravo, fun times for all. And then she goes to somewhere, the kitchen, I guess, and there is someone in the house, some sort of masked man standing there with a knife or whatever. And what I thought was going to happen, just to give us a little meat and potatoes, to give us something, anything, please. Can I have some more, please? Was that it was somebody that Zaid owes a debt to or is on the list of, and he's come to exact
his debt by way of Adeline. So it's like this strange man. He shows up. Adeline's kind of goopy about it. And then she's like, you're not Zayd. And then we have to wait for Zayd to come in. Or this could be really good. Are you ready? Scooch in. We could see some of that grade A top tier self-defense training from Adeline, where she's faced with a situation and she has no one there with her. And we see her come into her own and take this man down by herself. And Zayd gets there just in the nick of time and is like, what happened here? I thought I told you never to cross my path again, so-and-so. And she's like, don't worry, he won't. I took care of it. The end. That would have been really good. So you know that's not what we got. What we get instead is that it's actually just Zayd. Silly little knucklehead. He's in here playing his little cat and mouse games with her, and they end up doing it on the stairs. And I'm just thrilled that this is going to be the home of a child that she hardly really wants. That makes me real happy. And I did say something like this in one of my other reviews. It's like, can you imagine like you're in like your living room or your kitchen, you're having a breakfast time reading the paper, and this insane person is just lurking in the shadows, and you're like, Zayd, can you please come here and sit down? Your waffles are getting cold. Like, cut the shit. Like, this is gonna get old, and life is going to come along, aka Sarah, where you can't just be throwing down on the stairs with a knife in one hand and your dick in the other. Like, you just can't be doing all this. At one point, he like tries to, glare at her, and she's like, I've seen this man's hairy ass crack. I'm not gonna let him intimidate me. Why would you say this to me? And then make me say it to all my friends. And so, again, they're doing it on the stairs. The knife is like biting into her, whatever. He starts to pop some digits into her back door, and she's like, whoa. And then she talks about how she doesn't really like that they do that. It hurts her. But after she gets past that, it feels better. But like, see, this is the thing about this and a couple other things that she says in this bonus chapter. You're dealing with an actual criminal, violent, stalker, abuser who has abused and stalked you. So when you say things like, he rearranged my organs, are you literal or figurative? Is this hypothetical? Is this hyperbole? Or are you talking literally because he would do that? So when you say stuff like, I don't really like it, it doesn't feel good to me, but like once I get through it, like, is this an analogy for your entire relationship? Is it not? Is butt stuff not just an analogy for this entire thing? You don't really want to be here doing this, and it really, really sucks. But I wonder what his favorite color is. I wonder what it feels like when he's balls deep in my ass. Like, I just don't. It's concerning for his character for you to say such like violent things in regards to your lovemaking or your relationship in general, because he is violent. So I don't get all goopy about it. Like, oh, I bet you're going to be in trouble when you get home. Boop. I'm worried you're in trouble. Blink twice if you need help. It's just not, it doesn't do what you think you're doing. None of it does, really. But anyway, they're doing stuff. He's doing some prep work in the back door. And then she kind of, seizes up because, again, she doesn't really like this. It's not her favorite thing. He leans over me. His eyes glitter beneath the abysmal lighting. And that earlier fear makes its way back through my system again. You don't have to say it makes its way back through my system again. It makes its way back is again. You just, whatever. My stomach tightens with nerves and sweat forms along my hairline. Remember, Addie, assgasms are some of the best orgasms you've ever had. No, that's fantastic. That's fantastic. All right, so then he goes in, tells her to relax. She does a little bit, I guess, and he's balls deep. Woo, we're having fun. Crying, coated in a layer of sweat. Obviously, she's having a really good time. I hate you, I gasp, but the pain is ebbing already and my still pulses with need. Okay, good. Glad you're across the threshold. He clicks his tongue in admonishment. Do I need to remind you how unforgiving God can be? And then he makes her pray. Not to... to him, because he's God. Remember, he's God. He's a megalodon. He's all these things. He's everything and nothing. Special attention to that last bit. Please, God, please fuck me. And so he does. Woohoo. They both arrive. She's a blubbering mess. A blubbering mess. He holds her and helps her calm down and then says, your God has forgiven you. And then she looks up at him and cups his face and says, does he love me too? This is what I'm talking about. The immature, oh God. His chest rumbles with a possessive sound. More than fucking anything, little mouse. The end. Like, for what? I say this every single time I review one of H.D. Carlton's book, is that I'm expecting improvements to be made because that's kind of how it's supposed to work. And again, I want to give props because if this is working for you, and it obviously is, she's very successful, then why bother getting better at it, working harder at it? Why? You shouldn't, right? Great. Woo, you figured it out. But like, I don't understand. It's got to be intentional to just stay at this remedial level of writing where the characters are full of holes, so is the plot. The story has nothing to it. It's a nothing burger with a bunch of threads flying out each way. We don't get to hear about Tommy and why she sees the same wolf that Sarah sees. We don't get to hear about that. Why would you even include it? We don't get to see the mural or even have it described to us as she completes it. That's just completely abandoned. We introduced Zaza and Mabel for what? For what? I understand this is a bonus scene, but what are you giving me bonus to? Like, that's like showing up at like a party, right? And they give you cake, ice cream. Those are like standard things. And like the cake is like kind of dry. The ice cream is all melted. And then they're like, but I got you bonus gifts. And they bring you like one sock, not a set, not a pair of socks, but it's like one sock, an empty bottle of soda, and a piece of ribbon that's attached to nothing. Like, these aren't, just because you give them to me doesn't make them good things to receive. Like, yeah, I guess it's the thought that counts, but there's no thought either. There's no thought. Nobody put any thought. I'm flailing. So that's my review of the bonus scene of haunting Adeline sometime in the future between Addie and Zaid and their brand new daughter who's on her way to her forever home in Parsons Manor. And again, some better choices could have been made here. We could have finally get to see Addie put those training lessons to work. We could have gotten to see her take some of her power back instead of pouting like a petulant child and demanding an apology for something that happened 3 years ago, you know? But like with children, like I said, you have to operate under the here and now. And since their brains aren't fully formed, I do understand that it probably would be a thing that just randomly pops up. And you're like, you were mean to me 5 years ago and I want you to say sorry. And he's like, with my dick? Like, I can't handle the juxtaposition of this. Like, they're so young and stupid, but all they do is rail each other through the house. I can't do this. I can't do this again. Not today. Not today. I'm going to have a goddamn good day. Dang it. So yeah, that was my review. It is up on her website if you want to go read it yourself. It's got a whole bunch of other things, and I have 2 other videos up reading it in real time and reacting in the moment. But hopefully now you've watched those videos and now you can watch this one and you can see like the more streamlining of the whole thing, the choosing to include certain things versus choosing to omit certain things, like what I summarize versus what I read out loud verbatim, and why maybe I made the choices that I did and all of this other stuff. So hopefully this was helpful for scripting aspirations that you have, or like any of the questions that you had about my scripting process and how I can build a script around a book that I hate so much. But also I hope it was a little entertaining. I mean, obviously I can see it from the data on my freaking channel. Y'all can't get enough of me talking about these books.
Hello, we made it to the end. Yay! You better clap. If you made it this far, you can leave whatever emoji inspires you, whatever emoji Zaid inspires within you. For me, it's that green face that's barfing. I appreciate you being here, especially during Natalie's period of trying to get well. Thank you so much for watching. Make sure you leave your well wishes for Natalie down below. Natalie, we love you, and you do not have to say it back.
So I hope that it was fun. I hope you had a good time. I love you. You don't have to say it back. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye.